duty is to be loyal to the great king and loyal to great Qin. He heavily placed the teacup back on the table and softly asked Lord Wuan. Ying Zheng looked over at him and seriously posed the question, loyalty to great Qin and loyalty to the great king, which would you choose? Zhao Qi was slightly taken aback by the question. Then he answered with conviction, the great king is great Qin. They are one and the same. Ying Zheng pressed on. And what if, one day, I am no longer the great king? Hearing this question, Zhao Qi paused the brush in his hand and thought to himself, if the master of great Qin is not Ying Zheng, then great Qin would no longer be great Qin. He imagined a scene where he would take a sword in hand and swiftly dispose of those worthless fools, causing his two enemies, Fusu and Huhai, to flee in panic. Before those worthless fools can tear apart great Qin and the world, I would naturally take their place. He frowned in deep thought. If the princes do not comply, it's not as if they can't be killed. But how can I say such a thing to Ying Zheng? Ying Zheng looked toward Zhao Qi and sighed with emotion. Jie is indeed the son who is most like me. Ying Zheng recalled what Tai Ying had reported earlier. Great King, the Black Ice Terrace has thoroughly investigated the defensive situation of the state of Yan. Furthermore, we also have news regarding the recent turmoil in the court. The matter of Prince Ji helping to handle memorials was intentionally leaked by Prince Huhai to Prince Fusu and Chunyu. As for their purpose of vying for the throne, Prince Ji must have already understood the key point. Hearing this, Ying Zheng replied, giving him an order. Those good-for-nothings forget it. Rather than having them dirty Jier's hand in the future, I might as well eliminate this future trouble for him. A loud noise from outside the room made. Zhao Qi wondered, what does that sound? So noisy. Ying Zheng calmly replied, urging him to focus on his work. Mind your own business. Ignore it. Outside, a horse-drawn carriage was waiting to receive someone. Fusu was being forced onto the carriage by soldiers, shouting angrily and making threats. How audacious. What do you think you're doing? I am a prince of Great Qin. Don't you dare be disrespectful. But the soldier paid him no mind and replied, Prince Fusu, we are acting on the great king's orders to escort you out of Zhangtai Palace. Please cooperate. Nearby, another person was also blocked by the soldiers, prevented from approaching Fusu. Fusu looked confusedly towards that person and lamented, Teacher, royal father wants to expel me from the palace. Does this mean he no longer wants me? Just because I accused Zhao Qi, I have lost my chance at the throne. That Lord Chunyu, blocked by the soldiers, knelt on the ground, looked at him, and explained loudly, Your Highness, this old subject did not expect this either. Why would the great king be so heartless over an outsider official? Your Highness. Seeing his reluctance, the soldiers advised him to leave. Lord Chunyu, Prince Fusu has already left the palace. Please, you should also leave quickly. He remained kneeling on the ground, unable to believe what had just happened. The great king used such ruthless methods against his own son, and all for that Zhao Qi. It's as if Zhao Qi is his real son. No, could be true, but I have been in the palace for over 10 years, and have never heard that the great king had a child with another woman. He grabbed the soldiers before him and questioned them tensely. I ask you, besides Prince Fusu, who else was sent out of the palace this time? The soldier informed him of the matter in detail. It wasn't just Prince Fusu. Prince Huhai and Prince Jianglu were also sent out. He seemed to realize the crucial point and exclaimed in disbelief, This is truly clearing the obstacles for the great succession. This won't do. This matter must be thoroughly investigated. Blocking the palace gate, Meng Wu and the other soldiers loudly stopped the group. By order of the great king, the princes are no longer permitted to reside in Zhangtai Palace. You may not enter without a decree. The princes loudly protested. Why? We have committed no crime. Meng Wu ignored their words, turned, and walked back into the palace. I am only acting on orders. My apologies, your highnesses. Close the palace gates. Following Meng Wu's command, the soldiers immediately closed the palace gates. Through the gap in the closing gates, The princes, still unreconciled, called out, "Royal father, how can you be so heartless? Your sons have been wronged." Even after the palace gates were closed, their cries could still be heard from inside. "Royal father, please see your sons. We want to prove our innocence." Mengwu looked toward the palace gates. Puzzled, "Is this truly the great king's will?" Tai Ying retorted unhappily, "General Meng, do you think I have the audacity to deliver a false decree?" He gave a forced laugh and scratched his head. "You have a point. The matter in court touched the great king's reverse scale. They shouldn't have targeted Prince Ji, let alone try to use him as a pawn in their struggle for power." Tai Ying replied in detail. "Back then, Prince Chengjiao turned against the great king at the instigation of Fan Yuqi. The great king had no choice but to kill his own brother. The great king does not want Prince Ji's hands to also be stained with the blood of his own flesh and blood." Meng Wu concurred. Given Prince Ji's methods, what the great king is doing is also a way of protecting the other princes. I hope their highnesses can understand the great king's pains. Sometime later, a horse-drawn carriage with a troop of soldiers advanced imposingly towards an unknown destination. Zhao Qi, sitting in the carriage, couldn't help but complain. "You said you would let me go home after I finished writing the outline. Where are you taking me now?" Ying Zheng didn't answer his question, but replied cryptically, "Less nonsense. You'll know when we arrive." Upon reaching a certain place, the procession stopped. The escort leader announced, "Great King, we have arrived." Zhao Qi lifted the carriage curtain and stared in astonishment at the building before him. Lu residence. Ying Zheng stepped down from the carriage and ordered his subordinate, "Go knock on the door." The man respectfully accepted the order, while Zhao Qi, behind him, couldn't help but wonder, Lu, in all of Great Qin, what other person with the surname Lu could have a connection to Ying Zheng? But isn't that person already dead? Ying Zheng turned his head to look at Zhao Qi. "I know what you're thinking. That's right. The person I brought you to meet is exactly who you have in mind." Zhao Qi's eyes widened in shock as he stared at him. A mature man stepped out to welcome them. He wore a friendly smile as he greeted them. "Ha, great king. It has been a long time since you last came." Ying Zheng looked at the man before him and also nodded in greeting. "Zhongfu, are you chiding me?" Hearing his reply, Zhao Qi silently confirmed to himself. Ying Zheng calls him Zhongfu. It really is him. The man standing before them was the former chancellor of the state of Qin, Lu Buwei. He looked over at Zhao Qi and remarked with feeling, "Oh, the great king has brought someone else this time." Ying Zheng replied, introducing him. "This is Lord Wuan of our great Qin, Zhao Qi." Zhao Qi was also very polite, clasping his hands in a salute to Lu Buwei. Zhao Qi pays his respects to Lord Chancellor Lu. He looked at him very warmly. "Haha, I have long heard that heroes truly come from the young. Hurry and come in. I will order someone to prepare wine and meat." Once inside, the two old acquaintances happily sipped wine while catching up. Ying Zheng showed his concern, reminding him, "Zhongfu, your health is not good. You shouldn't drink alcohol." Buwei retorted, Today is a happy occasion. No need for restrictions." Zhao Qi, sitting nearby, was somewhat speechless. No wonder everyone says Ying Zheng is Lu Buwei's son. Looking at them, their bond is truly deep. Lu Buwei must have faked his death so that Ying Zheng could secure his throne. After all, with him around, Ying Zheng could never be the true great king. But why did Ying Zheng bring me here? The other two continued to chat about something. Zhao Qi quietly drank his wine. He suddenly spat it out because Ying Zheng had mentioned something unexpected. But the two paid him no mind and continued their enthusiastic conversation. After a moment, Ying Zheng took out a memorial and presented it to Buwei, asking for his advice. Zhao Qi stepped forward to express his thanks. He bowed respectfully to the two of them, preparing to leave the residence. Stepping out of the Lu residence, he couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. It was truly strange. Lu Buwei was not dead and had even become his teacher of political affairs. What was Ying Zheng planning? Even if you're a teach, he should be teaching Fusu or Hu Hai. Regardless, to be able to acquire Lu Buwei's talents, no matter what, was a gain for him. After Zhao Qi left, Lu Buwei turned to Ying Zheng and asked, "Zheng, are you hiding something from me?" Ying Zheng replied, "What is second father talking about?" He smiled, understanding the person before him all too well. "Ha ha ha, still pretending with me? From the moment I saw that Lord Wuan, I understood. He's your son with Lady Afong, isn't he?" He continued, elaborating on his thoughts. "Seeing Lord Wuan reminds me of that child Afong. They look so much alike. Back then, there were too many obstacles. Even if I faked my death to yield power, I couldn't keep her by your side." He coughed a few times in distress. Cough, cough, cough. "When we meet in the underworld, I wonder if she will forgive me." Ying Zheng patted his shoulder comfortingly. "Second father, you're not to blame for what happened back then. Donger is so kind. She would not want to see you so sad. You must take care of yourself. These past few years, you have often been melancholic, and your body has grown weaker and weaker." Lu Buwei laughed heartily as if it were a matter of course. "Ha ha ha. I'm old. But rest assured, I will definitely live to see you unify the 6 harmonies." Ying Zheng pulled a medicine bottle from his robes. "Second father, this time, besides bringing Jier to see you, I came for another matter." He presented it to Buwei. "Here is an immortality pill. Please take it quickly." He couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment, "An immortality pill." He loudly advised Ying Zheng, "Zheng, the Fengshe cannot be trusted. Everyone has their fate. Immortality is merely an illusion. You must not believe in it." Ying Zheng explained in detail, "The Fengshe in the palace were killed by me long ago. Second father, this is truly an immortality pill. Jier gave it to me." Buwei took the bottle and poured the pill into his hand. Still unable to believe it, Lord Wuan gave it, but Ying Zheng immediately reassured him, "Please take it without worry." Although he found it hard to believe, Lu Buwei still followed his words and put the pill in his mouth. After swallowing it, he felt his entire body surging with vitality. Ying Zheng saw the effect and was extremely pleased. That evening, the sky was clear and the moonlight was very poetic. He laid out the energy stones in the room. Zhao Qi sat cross-legged, cultivating. A blazing red aura emanated from around him. The system displayed a notification. "Congratulations, host, for breaking through to the 7th level of the Xiantian realm." He frowned in disappointment. 3 more levels and I can reach the Grandmaster realm, but it's still too slow. After cultivating for a while, he jumped up and wrung his hands in frustration. There have been no battles to fight recently. Luckily, I have spirit stones, so my cultivation isn't delayed, but it's not a long-term solution. When I return to Xianyang, I must quickly discuss the matter of destroying Yin with Ying Zheng. He thought of his previous world and cheered up. The leveling in this world is too slow. One day, I'll try to transcend the plane and kill a god. At that time, I too can become a god by killing enemies, right? Just as he stepped out the door, Lu Buwei was already waiting in front of the room. Did Lord Wuan rest well? Zhao Qi was startled upon seeing him. Whoa. He was stunned, sweating profusely, and stammered, "Greetings, Chancellor. I rested very well." Hearing this, he smiled brightly. "I am no longer the Chancellor. Lord Wuan, you don't need to call me that." Seeing his vibrant expression, so different from yesterday, Zhao Qi was certain. Lu Buwei, changing so much overnight, must mean Ying Zheng gave him another immortality pill. He thought for a moment, then uttered, "Then Marquis Wenxin." Hearing this, Buwei turned his head and corrected him. "Didn't I say yesterday that I would teach you political affairs? You should call me teacher." With that, he pulled him into a room. "Lord Wuan, your natural talent is outstanding, but there is still room for guidance in the principles of governing a state. We must study it again. In addition, there are some famous works that you must also memorize." After rattling off a series of tasks, he sighed, Time is limited. It seems we won't be able to rest for the next few days." Hearing the long list of things he had to learn, Zhao Qi was horrified and broke into a cold sweat. He couldn't help but complain inwardly. "Please, why does this feel like my senior year of high school? I'm Lord Wuan." Zhao Qi was forced to sit at the desk under the supervision of Ying Zheng and Lu Buwei. He turned pale looking at the pile of memorials before him and stammered, "Teacher, I'm actually just a brute, governing the state, and such should still rely on the great king and the princes. Lu Buwei advised, with great power comes great responsibility. Lord Wuan, you have this talent. It cannot be wasted. Ying Zheng looked at Zhao Qi and sighed inwardly. Back then, my knowledge was taught by second father. Zhi'er, this is the best and most suitable teacher your father could find for you. He recalled the time when he, just like Zhao Qi now, faced Lu Buwei as if he were a ferocious monster. If you don't memorize this text, you can't go play with Afon. The young Ying Zheng also trembled incessantly before his fearsomeness. It's just that feeling was really unpleasant. Zhi'er, hang in there. A few days later, Ying Zheng and Zhao Qi came out to the front of the Lu residence, seen off by Buwei. Ying Zheng gestured affectionately. Second father, don't see us off. This sovereign will visit you again another day. Zhao Qi quickly got into the carriage and immediately fell asleep, his whole body limp with exhaustion. Finally, I can leave. Ying Zheng entered after him and chuckled at his expression. You never complained of fatigue when returning from campaigns abroad. Why are you in this state after just a few days of studying? Zhao Qi looked as if he had been completely drained of energy, his face visibly thinner. Great king, you jest. Having Chancellor Lu as a teacher is much more tiring than fighting a battle. He looked at Ying Zheng and sighed. I finally know why you didn't bring the princes. Their bodies truly couldn't withstand teacher's instruction. He rambled on about what he had just experienced, but these past few days, your subject has truly learned a lot. Many things I didn't understand in academics and political affairs, I now understand completely after teacher's guidance. Nowadays, people specialize in one school of thought, but teacher combines the strengths of 100 schools. No wonder he could write the Lu Shirchuanxiu. Ying Zheng did not reply, remaining silent in deep thought. He frowned and uttered, I didn't let those untalented sons of mine study under second father. 1. They don't have a gift. 2 is, Ying Zheng continued, explaining in detail, second father faked his death. I dare not let outsiders know, for fear that second father would be killed again. Hearing his words, Zhao Qi analyzed seriously. To protect Lu Buwei, Ying Zheng even kept it a secret from his own sons. But aren't I the outsider? Or rather, Ying Zheng already trusts me unconditionally. Treating a subordinate like this, how could I not? Be loyal? Thinking of this, he took out a medicine bottle. Great king. Ying Zheng looked at the bottle in his hand, poos. Zled, this is. Zhao Qi explained it in detail. A great recovery pill. Great king, consider it my plea for you to stop appraising things at the drop of a hat. Otherwise, what will you do when you need it? He thought to himself while appraising the man before him. Ying Zheng is good in every aspect, he's just too profligate. Ying Zheng looked at him, silently praising him. You know. He glanced sideways at him and replied firmly, how could I not know? Your relationship with teacher is profound, but even if it's for the sake of the world, you should also cherish your own body. Furthermore, teacher's hidden illness can be cured with a small recovery pill. Ying Zheng agreed. All right, this sovereign knows. Zhao Qi continued at length. Unifying the 4 corners of the world, you're the first emperor of the ages. The world can do without Zhao Qi. It can do without Lu Buwei. It can do without any living creature, but it cannot do without you. Ying Zheng couldn't help but be puzzled. First emperor of the ages. But immediately after, he laughed loudly, extremely happy. Well said. If this sovereign can truly unify the 4 corners of the world and bring Yin and Huang together as one, that would be a merit surpassing even that of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. At that time, this sovereign will be the emperor, the first emperor of the ages. The carriage passed through the gates of Xianyang, and Ying Zheng was still happy about his words. First emperor of the ages, Entering the palace, Ying Zheng and Zhao Qi walked past a group of soldiers escorting a prisoner. Move in an orderly fashion, quickly. Zhao Qi looked towards them and couldn't help but wonder. Great king, you haven't been in the palace for a few days. What is this? Ying Zheng replied nonchalantly, cleaning up the inner palace. He continued in detail. There are too many hidden spies by my side. I usually don't clean them up to save face for those useless beasts. Today they have gone out, so how could I possibly keep these people? Zhao Gao was escorted to the middle of the courtyard and forced to kneel. He shouted unwillingly, "Great king, please spare my life, great king. This old servant has served the great king for over 20 years. Today, I do not know what mistake I have made. Why has this old servant been brought here?" Ying Zheng stood from above and questioned the culprit. "You don't know? So you think colluding with Hu Hai to pass messages within the palace is not a mistake? The matter of Lord Wuan approving memorials was also spread by you, wasn't it?" Hearing his mistakes detailed, he was startled and couldn't form words. "That matter. Great king, this old servant. Ying Zheng paid no heed to his excuses and turned to leave. "In consideration of your many years of service, I will not take your life. Leave the palace." Spared, the prisoner relaxed. The soldiers hastily dragged him away. "Thank you, great king." Zhao Qi followed Ying Zheng's steps, but couldn't help looking back and sighing in his heart. With this villain Zhao Gao no longer by Ying Zheng's side, I can also breathe a sigh of relief. I was still thinking about what method to use to eliminate him. I didn't expect Ying Zheng to make a move himself. After the two had walked for a while, Ying Yiman approached and bowed respectfully before Ying Zheng. "Royal father, you have returned safely." Seeing her suddenly appear, Zhao Qi frowned in confusion. Ying Yiman. Ying Zheng looked at her and asked, "Yiman, did you wait here for me on purpose?" Yiman hesitated and replied, "No, it's just that Zhi and Shir heard that royal father was returning to the palace and insisted on coming to see you, so I brought them here." Yiman looked over at Zhao Qi. She blushed and greeted him a little shyly. "Greetings, Lord Wuan." Zhao Qi replied cheerfully, "Greetings, princess. May I ask where the two children are now? It's a good time for me to take them back to my residence." Hearing this, Yiman's eyes widened in shock. Suddenly, the two children ran out from behind her, startling her. Zhir ran over very happily. Father, we're here." Shir also ran up quickly. "We ran slowly, so we couldn't keep up with Ant-Man." "It's okay. Ant-Man must miss father very much." The children's words made Yin-Man jump, and her face turned bright red. Ying Zheng looked at Yin-Man meaningfully. "Is that so?" Yin-Man quickly made an excuse. "Royal father has been away from the palace for a long time. Your daughter missed you very much." The two children quickly clung to their father. Zhao Qi also quickly performed the rites to ask for leave from the palace. "Great king, your subject asked to take his leave first. I will depart tomorrow to return to Handan to prepare the plan to attack the state of Yan." Ying Zheng approved. "Good, you may go. We will await your return to report your merits." Zhao Qi turned and left, hugging his children with great joy. Yiman looked at him from behind with a sense of emptiness. Yiman sadly watched them leave, her hand reaching out toward them, unwilling to let them go. Seeing this expression, Ying Zheng was helpless. Yiman's look of infatuation is too obvious. Luckily, Zhao Qi doesn't think otherwise. I should have Zhao Qi quickly be recognized by the clan, otherwise it will be chaotic. Zhao Qi returned to his study and ordered his subordinate to work. "It will take more than a month for the Handan troops to be dispatched. You must immediately send a secret guard disguised as a Handan soldier to deliver my letter to Li Mu and Dai." He clenched his fists solemnly. The state of Yin has no real strength. Only one Qing Ji is considered valiant. I really don't want to waste time in the state of Yin. This time, we must fight a quick battle and win. Quickly, Dun Ruo took the secret letter. This subordinate will not fail the master's trust. The letter will be delivered to General Li Mu within 3 days. Half a month later, in Jiqing of the state of Yin, a man angrily threw a leather whip to the ground. The king of Yin angrily pointed at the person kneeling on the ground and scolded, "You rebellious son, do you have anything else to say? The foundation of my great Yin is about to be lost at your hands." He continued heavily, "Now, because of your incredibly foolish act of assassinating the king of Qin, both the state of Qi and the state of Chu are unwilling to send troops to aid our great Yin. As soon as the state of Qin raises its army, our great Yin is surely dead." Yin Dan raised his head and clenched his fists, unwilling to accept it. He shot to his feet and refuted the king of Yan's words. Qi and Chu refused to send troops because they are incompetent and afraid of the state of Qin. What does that have to do with my assassination attempt? The king of Yan was provoked to rage by his words. Rebellious son, even now you still don't know you were wrong. Yin Dan declared with heroic certainty, I was not wrong. Qi and Chu fear the state of Qin, but I do not. I have long deployed 3 million troops at the fortress, and the map sent to Ying Zheng was also a fake. As long as the state of Qin dares to offend my great Yin, I will make the state of Qin fall apart. The king of Yin was so staggered by his arrogant words that he shot to his feet and swayed, pointing at him. Yin Dan still did not yield, speaking loudly, Royal father, you are old. How can you rule the world when you are so timid in everything you do? The king of Yin was speechless. You rebellious? Before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly froze, his eyes wide with horror. Then he suddenly fell down in pain. Seeing this, Yin Dan was horrified and quickly shouted, Royal father. The king of Yin was unconscious, his eyes rolled back, his mouth agape. Yin Dan frantically shook him. Royal father, wake up, wake up. Someone come here quickly. He turned and hurriedly ordered his subordinate. Summon the royal physician quickly. My royal father's old illness has relapsed after a long time. The ministers who entered were also extremely alarmed. Great king. They hurriedly supported the king of Yin and took him back to rest. Yin Dan stood by, unable to hide his worry. Royal father. But after they left, he turned sharply and gave a sinister, excited smile. Ha ha ha, royal father. It's good that you fainted, and it's good that you're ill. Heaven is helping me. Full control of great Yin has finally fallen into my hands. Ying Zheng, watch how I defeat you. Outside the hall, a general rushed in anxiously to report. Great king, the state of Qin has mobilized its army. Great. The general hesitated when he did not see the king of Yin present. Yin Dan looked at him sternly. Royal father has fallen ill. From now on, I, the crown prince, will be in charge. If there are military matters, you can report them directly to me. Qin Ji hesitated, thinking to himself, this is against the rules. But never mind, military matters are urgent. With that thought, he reported, Your Highness the Crown Prince, the state of Qin has mobilized its army. Yin Dan frowned and replied calmly, Ha, I knew this would happen. But is Zhao Qi leading the troops? How far have they advanced? The general reported nervously. No, this time, the one leading the challenge against our great Yin is Li Mu of Dai. They have been lingering around the border. Hearing this, Yin Dan was extremely surprised. What? The general continued in detail. So when you previously moved the entire army to the vicinity of the capital, the border defenses are now weak, and Li Mu has captured several cities. Hearing this, Yin Dan unexpectedly burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. He laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. Oh, Zhao Qi, but with this I have seen through your strategy. The general asked in confusion, Your Highness means? Yin Dan looked at him and explained, Qin Ji, you still have experience, yet you can't see through this calculation. Li Mu is just a diversion to split Great Yan's forces. If I send troops to confront him, Zhao Qi will definitely attack Jiqing directly. Confident in his own thinking, he immediately gave the order, relay the command. The 300,000-strong army is not to act rashly. Hold your position in Jiqing. Qin Ji hesitated, wanting to advise against his decision. But Your Highness, Yin Dan arrogantly cut him off. Don't say any more. Everyone will follow my arrangements. A large wooden ram powerfully struck the city gate. The Qin soldiers aggressively advanced to attack the Yin city. The soldiers on the wall looked at the mighty army before them in a panic. Defend! Defend! Call out all the able-bodied men in the city to defend the city. Behind that large gate, a small group of soldiers was extremely anxious. Where are the reinforcements? Why hasn't the great king sent troops yet? Just as the words were spoken, the gate was smashed open and the Yin soldiers were knocked backward. The Qin soldiers roared aggressively as they attacked the city. The city has fallen. Kill! Nearby, Li Mu looked at the battle with great satisfaction. Ha ha ha! Lord Wu's calculations are brilliant. I have never had a battle as easy as this. Such a large city with less than 10,000 defenders. He considered carefully. Although the Yin territory is being conquered today, the foreign tribes in the northern border are constantly causing trouble, posing a long-term danger to die. I wonder what Lord Wu has prepared this time. A soldier behind him spoke up with affirmation. Generally, rest assured. When I came to deliver the message, Lord Wu guaranteed that he could level the Yin territory in 3 months at most. Hearing this, Li Mu was somewhat relieved. If that's the case, then I am relieved. I will conquer a few more cities before Lord Wu makes his move. With that, he spurred his horse and charged into the battlefield. Father, a pigeon flew past him. It landed on the soldier's arm. He took out a small letter. Go, send the news back to the master. The pigeon, carrying the letter, spread its wings and flew to its destination. Zhao Qi quickly received the letter, which detailed the battle information. Great General Li Mu has conquered the Yin border region. 15 Yin cities have fallen without reinforcements. The foreign tribes are temporarily quiet. Receiving the news, Zhao Qi was overjoyed. Just in time. He stood before his army, drew his sword, and shouted, "Generals and soldiers of Great Qin." He raised his sword high and heroically commanded, "Advance and annihilate Yin." The soldiers below responded in unison, shouting with immense morale. Half a month later, at Jiqing, the capital of the state of Yin, the Qin army had aggressively advanced before the city gates. They raised their weapons high, their voices loud and full of fighting spirit. Inside the city, a general came before Yin Dan and anxiously reported the critical situation. Crown Prince, the 300,000 troops of Lord Wu Zhao Qi of the state of Qin have surrounded the city from the outside. Yin Dan angrily composed him. What are you afraid of? The little Zhao Qi is not worth mentioning. My Jiqing also has 300,000 troops stationed. Qing Ji was extremely tense and hurriedly advised. Even if Jiqing is defended, Li Mu has already seized half of our territory. Moreover, the one leading the army is the little god of slaughter, Zhao Qi. Yin Dan angrily and loudly refuted him. Qing Ji, are you trying to destroy our own country's prestige and morale? As a great general, you are so timid and weak. You are simply extremely incompetent. Hearing this, Qing Ji was alarmed and hurriedly justified himself. Your subject would not dare. I only believe that Great Yin is in danger and cannot afford to use troops recklessly. Yin Dan did not accept this reasoning and said loudly, "These are all excuses. I now order you to immediately lead the vanguard out of the city to meet the enemy. Daring to defy the order will be treated as treason. If you're defeated, the same applies." Hearing his words, Qing Ji frowned and silently affirmed, "With the crown prince of Great Yin being so ignorant, how can the nation not be destroyed?" Although unwilling, he could only follow Yin Dan's words. Forget it. Dying on the battlefield can also be considered being loyal to the monarch. With that thought, Qing Ji bowed and accepted the order. Your subject obeys the command and swears loyalty to Great Yin. He immediately mounted his horse and led the army out to battle. Raising the sword in his hand, he shouted, "I am Great Yan's general, Qing Ji. As long as I am here, the state of Qin will not dare to invade Jiqing. Generals, prepare for battle." The soldiers behind him also responded in unison and shouted. Yin Dan stood on the city wall, looked down, and ordered, "Qing Ji, no need for many words with the Qin dogs. Charge for me. Let them have a taste of the might of my Great Yin." A general looked at Qing Ji and lamented, "General, a crown prince like this won't do. The great general's morale has not even been roused. So how can we charge?" Qing Ji couldn't help but sigh helplessly, tiredly. "Alas, with the king's command as it is, do you and I have a choice? Relay the order to attack. Perhaps we can launch a surprise attack and push back Zhao Qi. My Great Yin can win." That general followed his words, pointed forward, and gave the order. The crown prince has ordered an attack. The soldiers on horseback charged aggressively toward the enemy. They rode straight to attack the formidable army of the state of Qin. Du Sui looked at the Yin army without the slightest alarm, instead laughing heartily. Ha ha ha, this is killing me. I've been fighting for so many years, but I've never seen such a direct charge. Are they in a hurry to die? Zhao Qi, riding a large tiger, calmly assessed. Yin Dan is a child who never grew up. He raised his sword and said loudly, "This is good too. A quick battle, a quick victory, just as I wished." Zhao Qi shouted the order. "Soldiers of Great Qin, hear my command. Advance to the battlefield. Kill." The Qin army, following his words, charged heroically onto the battlefield. Advance to the battlefield. Begin. The Qin army had the momentum of a tiger pouncing on its prey, while the Yin army was weak and fragile. The Qin soldiers charged into the battle, quickly cutting down rows of Yin soldiers. Zhao Qi waved his hand and ordered fierce tiger cavalry. A legion riding large tigers charged aggressively into the fray. The ferocious tigers, under the control of the Qin soldiers, charged forward, causing the Yin soldiers to flee in terror. Tigers, there are tigers, save me. To be able to control tigers, that Zhao Qi is truly a god of slaughter. Zhang Han charged forward, confronting Qin Ji head-on. He easily dodged Qin Ji's strike. An egg hitting a rock, he struck his arm hard, causing him to drop the spear in his hand. Mfa! Qin Ji clutched his injured arm, helplessly watching his soldiers fall. Zhang Han raised the spear in his hand. Qin Ji, it's a waste that you are a high general, to die for such foolish loyalty. Qin Ji, sweating profusely, refuted his words. Being a subject to another is merely about loyalty and righteousness. Blind loyalty is still loyalty. He gritted his teeth, feeling tense as he looked at the powerful army before him. Qin Ji looked toward Zhao Qi with determination. But as a military general, how can I be content with a death as light as a feather? Even in death, I must leave people in awe. Acting on his thoughts, he ignored Zhang Han, drew his sword, and charged straight toward Zhao Qi. Zhang Han watched in astonishment at his desperate charge. Qin Ji leaped from his horse's back, swinging his sword towards Zhao Qi. Zhao Qi, go to hell. By killing you, I can also leave my name in the annals of history. But before he could reach him, Zhao Qi calmly drew his bow and shot a powerful arrow through his body. He looked at the fallen Qin Ji and said mockingly, "Qin Ji, your loyalty is commendable, your foolishness lamentable." Qin Ji, in pain, looked up at Zhao Qi, unwilling to accept defeat. Zhao Qi paid him no mind and looked towards the city walls ahead. "Yin Dan, will you come down and surrender, or must I come and drag you down to surrender?" Yin Dan was no longer arrogant at this moment. He trembled, unable to believe the situation before him. How could this be? In less than an hour, my 300,000 brave warriors of Great Yin have Zhao Qi, leading the Great Qin army, asserted menacingly, "Yin Dan, you are the one who caused the deaths of all these brave warriors." Hearing this, Yin Dan was utterly horrified. He staggered, refusing to accept this reality. "I am not wrong. It wasn't me who caused their deaths. It was Qin Ji's incompetence." A soldier standing nearby quickly supported him. "Your Highness, be careful." He stared wide-eyed and stammered, I am an enlightened ruler, the true chosen one of heaven. How could I lose to the state of Qin, lose to Ying Zheng?" Panicked, Yin Dan turned his delusional gaze towards Zhao Qi. "Zhao Qi, will you come and serve under me? Be loyal to Great Yin?" He continued to ramble with his insane logic. "You are talented and capable. Why must you follow the tyrant Ying Zheng? Help me unify the lands, and only then will the world be at peace. I will absolutely not treat you poorly." Zhang Han and Tu Sui looked on in confusion, bewildered by his nonsensical talk. "My lord, has Yin Dan gone foolish?" Yin Dan had not stopped yet. He continued ambitiously, "Whatever you want in fiefment, land, women, power, whatever Ying Zheng can give you, Yin Dan will give you 10 times more." Zhao Qi ignored his words. He whistled, calling for something. In the sky, countless eagles flew over at his call, and one landed on his arm. Zhao Qi looked at it and commanded, "Go, bring that madman down here." Those eagles, filled with killing intent, advanced towards Yin Dan upon his command. He panicked and hastily shouted to his subordinates, drive these crazy birds away. Protect me, protect me. Those eagles had already swooped down to attack him. Arg! Then he was snatched away by them and carried out of the city, to the horror of the surrounding soldiers. They violently dropped Yin Dan, leaving him utterly terrified. Zhao Qi, riding a tiger, approached him. Your crown prince is in my hands. Your army is all dead. Yin Dan looked at him, endlessly terrified. Zhao Qi. Zhao Qi shouted his advice. If you open the city gates and surrender now, you will not die. The soldiers on the city walls looked at each other in confusion. 2 Qin soldiers came forward and tied Yin Dan up tightly, making him furious. Cough, cough. You insolent Qin barbarians. Zhao Qi casually mocked him. Behave yourself. Do you still see yourself as the crown prince of Yin? You're nothing but a prisoner. Yin Dan was held tightly by the soldiers. They squeezed his arms, making him cry out in pain. The pathetic Yin Dan stammered an order to his subordinates. Open the city gates. The Yin soldiers looked at him in disbelief and protested. But Yin Dan loudly threatened them. But what? Do you dare to disobey the order of this crown prince? The soldiers had no choice but to open the city gates for the Qin army. Yin Dan looked at Zhao Qi and made excuses for his act of submission. I ordered the gates to be opened because I couldn't bear to see the people of Jiqing suffer. It was all because of the useless Qin Ji that I had to resort to this last measure. Hearing this, Zhao Qi sneered. Yin Dan, you are the most hypocritical and shameless person I have ever met. You have no sense of responsibility whatsoever. He looked at him with utter contempt. Even now, you still want to hide the fact that you made a wrong decision and that you are a coward who clings to life. Useless trash. These words struck Yin Dan hard. He shed tears, unwilling to accept this reality. Zhao Qi entered the city. The Yin officials were all restrained by the Qin soldiers. He leisurely walked past them, declaring menacingly, "Take control of Jiqing. Post notices to pacify the people. Those who do not submit to Great Qin will be killed." Inside the palace, people were in a panic, hastily fleeing. The Qin army is in the palace. The Qin army is in the palace. Run. The crown prince has surrendered. Great Yin has fallen. A loyal official approached the king of Yin and urged him anxiously, "Great king, the crown prince has been defeated, and General Qin Ji is also dead. While the Qin army has not yet arrived here, you must leave the palace quickly. The state of Yin cannot be without you." The king of Yin, lying weakly on his bed, gave up on everything. "You go quickly. I am the king of Yin. How can I, the sovereign, run away?" Zhao Qi stepped into the hall, admiring the spirit of the king of Yin. King of Yin, although your fate and the fate of Yin are sealed, you are the only king who remained composed and did not flee. That official saw him and was terrified. The Qin army. Zhao Qi stood proudly before the king of Yin and remarked, "If it weren't for that useless son of yours, and had you been the one defending the state, I believe it would have taken my great Qin at least another half a year to conquer Yin. Perhaps we wouldn't even have found an opportunity to dispatch troops by now." The king of Yin calmly sat up to face him. He looked at him calmly and replied, "My son's incompetence is the bane of great Yin. But are all of Ying Zheng's descendants virtuous? I do not believe the state of Qin can last forever." Hearing this, Zhao Qi frowned and drew the sword in his hand. "In this vast world, only my king can unify the 6 directions. It is normal that his successors may not be his equal. Perhaps, as you say, my great Qin will not rule the world forever, but you will certainly not live to see that day." The king of Yin sat up straight and retorted, "Is that so? I would like to see." He quietly pulled a dagger from under his pillow. Using all his remaining strength, the king of Yin held the dagger and charged straight at Zhao Qi. "Without you, Lord Wuan, can that Ying Zheng still level the world?" Zhao Qi easily stepped aside, dodging the dagger in his hand. Zhao Qi turned and calmly swung his sword at the king of Yin. The king of Yin was struck by his blade and spat out a large mouthful of blood in pain. "Humph! collapsing onto the cold floor. He was still unwilling to accept the fall of the state of Yin today, that I will watch from the heavens, watching Zheng fall to the same fate as me. Wait for the empire he built to be destroyed by his own descendants. Wait for the 6 states to be revived after his death. Zhao Qi frowned, looking at his struggle, and stated firmly, even without Ying Zheng, the world will not fall apart because I am still here. I will not hand over the foundation we fought so hard to build to an incompetent person. If necessary, I will protect this land in Ying Zheng's place. Hearing this, the king of Yin vaguely understood the hidden meaning in his words. You want to? Before he could finish, Zhao Qi ruthlessly ended the king of Yan's life with a single strike. The official, heartbroken, went forward and embraced his sovereign. Great king, oh great king. Zhao Qi magnanimously turned and left, not forgetting to instruct the man, give the king of Yin a proper burial. This general will grant him the rights befitting a monarch. He walked out of the hall and couldn't help but sigh. The king of Yin is dead. The state of Yin has fallen. In this world, only Qi and Chu remain. Tu Sui, waiting below, hurriedly reported, "My lord, Jiqing and the Yin royal palace are all under the control of our great Qin. In addition, General Li Mu has sent word that the 32 cities around the state of Yin have all been taken by great Qin." Zhao Qi was puzzled. Now that the Yin territory has no army and no generals, it should take at most half a month to incorporate its lands into Great Qin. What is Yin Dan's situation? Did he take his own life? Tu Sui replied, reporting to my lord, Yin Dan is strong on the outside but weak on the inside. He doesn't have the guts to commit suicide, but I'm afraid he has already gone mad. The scene shifted to Yin Dan, locked in a cage, laughing maniacally, ha ha ha. I'm the king of the world. Ying Zheng is no match for me, and Zhao Qi is even less than an ant. Ha ha. Hearing this, Zhao Qi was very satisfied and turned to leave, take Yin Dan, and send him along with the news of Yan's destruction back to Xianyang. I have other matters to attend to. I'm giving you full authority to handle things here. Tu Sui cupped his hands and accepted the order. That night, the sky was clear and the moonlight illuminated the entire region. In his private room, Zhao Qi issued a command to the system. System, settle the rewards. The system immediately processed his words. Processing host command. After a moment, the system began a long series of announcements. Processing host command. Beginning reward settlement. Congratulations. The army under the host command killed 285,564 people, receiving 96,188 experience points. Congratulations to the host for killing Yan's High General Qing Ji. Reward, 800 experience points, 1 bottle of small restoration pills. Congratulations to the host for killing King Ji Shi of Yin. Reward, 1,000 experience points, 1 bottle of yuan augmenting pills. Zhao Qi held the medicine bottle in his hand and couldn't help but marvel at the generosity of the rewards. Destroying Yin was so easy this time, I didn't expect the harvest to be this good. What is this yuan augmenting pill I got for the first time? The name is similar to the Qi augmenting pill from before. The system immediately detailed it. Yuan augmenting pill, profound grade, mid-tier medicinal pill. Below level 21, consuming 1 pill per day can increase experience by 5,000 points. Below level 31, consuming 1 pill per day increases experience by 3,000 points. Seeing the unexpected effect of the medicine bottle, Zhao Qi was extremely excited that Qi augmenting pill can increase experience by 1,000 points, but the effect of the yuan augmenting pill is 5 times greater. Good stuff. Zhao Qi was eager to see his current attributes. System, display the attribute interface. The system quickly processed the command as ordered. Level 17, Xiantian 7th Realm. Stamina, 8,000. True Qi, 7,000. Cultivation technique. Basic internal skill, perfected. Heavenly origin, earthly Kuei, endless generation. Can restore true Qi. Cultivated martial arts. Basic swordplay, perfected. A single slash releases an invisible sword Qi. Fierce Tiger Fist, Huang grade mid-tier martial art, perfected. A single punch produces a tiger's roar. A single punch can gather 10 times the body's full strength for an attack. Divine archery technique, profound grade martial art, perfected. Comprehension perfected. Can shoot unerringly up to 300 zhong. 10 consecutive arrows carry an explosive momentum. Overlord's halberd technique, profound grade martial art, perfected. Wudong cloud stepping leap, profound grade martial art, perfected. Possessions, Jingqi sword, Zhanlu, Overlord's halberd, refined steel sword, body protecting armor, Tendan bow. Magic treasure, General's heart. Attribute, troop training. When the host commands troops and uses battle formations, morale can be increased by 100% and combat power is enhanced. Special trait, authority of Lord Wuan. Subordinate generals all hold you in awe. Respected by the 1 million elite soldiers of Great Qin as the god of war in the army. Title, Lord Wuan. When the host commands a large army to kill enemies, you can receive 1/3 of the kill experience simultaneously. Can use the passive divine ability, Way of Slaughter, receiving 1/3 of the killing intent generated by the army under your command. Experience needed to level up, 23,540. He looked at his long list of attributes and sighed in admiration. Even I feel that my current strength is formidable. Moreover, I'm just one step away from breaking through to the Xiantian 8th realm. Zhao Qi opened the medicine bottle, took out 2 pills, and swallowed them. This Yuan augmenting pill is just what I need. System, prepare for level up immediately. The system immediately followed his command, processing the order to prepare an upgrade for the host. Zhao Qi sat cross-legged, focusing on his cultivation, a brilliant red light enveloping his entire body. He imagined the scene of himself charging onto the battlefields of Qi and Chu and sighed in admiration. With another upgrade, conquering Qi and Chu will be as easy as turning over my hand. The world is about to be unified. But what should I do after that? I still have no clue. That realm of immortals is also just something I imagined. Zhao Ji's entire body radiated with power, the aura around him making his hair fly. He was unwilling to accept it. This world lacks spiritual energy. Must I stop here? After a period of upgrading, the system displayed a notification. Congratulations to the host for successfully upgrading to level 18, the Xiantian 8th level realm. He looked at the aura in his hand, extremely excited. So strong. I'll become stronger again. But he immediately frowned in deep thought. I am unwilling. I absolutely cannot stop my steps. Becoming stronger again. He channeled power into his fist and punched to one side with immense force. If this world has no path to greater strength, then I will use these hands to forge one. In the great hall of the state of Qin, everyone was excited by the news of victory from the battlefield. Victory in Yin territory. Victory in Yin territory. Lord Wuan has conquered Jiqing and killed the king of Yin. Ying Zheng sat in the middle of the hall, frowning and questioning loudly. What do you all mean? It seems the lesson of the former censorate was not enough. Do you still wish to go against our will? The officials below broke into a cold sweat before Ying Zheng's fury and hurriedly replied. Great King, please forgive us. Your subjects are terrified. We wouldn't dare. Ying Zheng shot to his feet, waving his hand to the side in fury, questioning the officials before him. How can this be? A great victory in Yin territory. Lord Wuan has the greatest merit. So why do you want to stop us when we wish to reward him? He continued, the unification of Great Qin is imminent. What kind of principle is it to not reward a general of Great Qin who has merit? Chunyu Yu anxiously presented his counter-arguments. Great King, please calm your anger. Your subject is not trying to stop you from rewarding Lord Wuan. It's just that, in feffing him as a Marquis of Che and also directly granting him command of the entire army is truly a bit too much. The prestige of the title Marquis of Che is second only to royal authority. Last month, the Great King dismissed the young lords. If Lord Wuan receives this title, won't he climb higher than the young lords with no one to check his power? Furthermore, Although Lord Wu's merits are great, his experience is less than the three generals, Wang, Huan, and Meng. Giving him command of the entire army will likely cause controversy. The three generals, suddenly mentioned by him, looked over in unison, confused. Qin Yu glanced at them and asserted, "Great king, you cannot dishearten all the generals just to praise one man. Dishearten all the generals." Hearing this, Ying Zheng looked towards the three generals and inquired, "General Meng, General Wang, General Huan, what do the three of you think?" The three generals clasped their hands and immediately replied magnanimously, paying it no mind. "We subjects wholeheartedly admire Lord Wu's abilities. We have no objection to Lord Wu being in theft with the title of Marquis of Che. If Lord Wu commands the entire army, we subjects will follow his orders without any delay." Hearing these words, you couldn't help but stare at them, stunned. Staring at them, he frowned, unwilling to accept that his plan had been foiled. "I originally intended to use the three armies to check Zhao Qi, but why do these three always side with that brat? The vision of military men is truly narrow. In the royal court, Zhao Qi is growing powerful alone. If in the future he cannot devote himself to young Lord Fusu, what will become of the state of Great Qin?" Hearing the three generals' explanations, Ying Zheng was extremely pleased and looked at Qin Yu. "In the royal court, we will naturally restrain Zhao Qi. And since the three armies have no issue with Zhao Qi commanding the entire army, Minister Chen, do you have anything else to say? You had no choice but to compromise. The great king's thoughts are meticulous. Your subject has nothing more to say." Ying Zheng immediately issued the decree. "Write the edict at once. Promote Lord Wu and Zhao Qi to Marquis of Che and grant him the authority to command the entire army." The officials below had no words of rebuttal, bowing in unison and saying together, "The great king is wise and brilliant." Ying Zheng stood up to dismiss the court. If there is nothing else, the court is adjourned. Wang Jian, Huan Yi, Meng Wu, and Han Fei stay behind, following the crowd leaving. Qin Yu was still unwilling and troubled, protected by royal authority, participating in state affairs, holding military power in his hands, yet with no imperial clan or gentry to check him. That Zhao Qi truly wants to cover the sky of Great Qin with one hand. He looked over at the Commandant of Justice, frowning critically. "Lord Commandant of Justice, weren't you always a supporter of young Lord Fusu? And you also had opinions about Zhao Qi. Why didn't you say a word just now?" The Commandant of Justice calmly refuted his words. "Lord Chen, you must be joking. The great king detests factional strife the most. When did I ever side with the supporters of young Lord Fusu? Besides, I don't feel there is anything wrong with the great king's command." He sighed inwardly. Zhao Qi's power is strong now. Confronting him would be seeking death. After so many years in officialdom, he doesn't even know how to protect himself. The Commandant of Justice continued, suggesting to Qin Yu, "But the great king is indeed too indulgent towards Lord Wu. Lord Chen, if you feel there's a problem, why not go and investigate?" He turned and left. "I, Li Si, am loyal to the great king, and even more loyal to Great Qin. If Lord Chen truly finds any wrongdoing by Zhao Qi, then I will naturally not stand by and do nothing." Meng Wu stood before Ying Zheng's study, unable to help but feel puzzled. The great king summoned Wang Jian and Huan Yi. "I wonder what he will say." Han Fei calmly replied, "Today, the great king granted young Lord Qi the authority to command the entire army. Naturally, he must explain the stakes to the two generals." Meng Wu exclaimed in astonishment. "You mean the great king wants to reveal young Lord Qi's identity to Wang Jian and Huan Yi? No wonder he summoned them back to Hanyang." Han Fei looked at him and replied frankly, "Unification is near. The great king has dismissed the young lords, rectified the court, and handed over military power. Now, young Lord Qi's return to his roots is something to look forward to." Han Fei looked towards the hall door and continued, "If General Meng still has any doubts, you can ask the two generals." Wang Jian and Huani walked out. They were dazed, staggering as if about to collapse. Meng Wu and Han Fei looked at their expressions, feeling helpless. Looking at their state, one knew without asking. The two of them, like giants, rushed towards Meng Wu. Wang Jian questioned loudly, "Old Meng, you knew about young Lord Ji's matter long ago." Huani followed suit, speaking boisterously. "So disloyal. And here I was, worried that young Lord Ji wouldn't be able to secure a footing in the court later on. Turns out he is the son of heaven, chosen by the heavens." Meng Wu broke into a cold sweat, waving his hands evasively. This was all an expedient plan due to unforeseen circumstances. Ha. Huani continued, patting his chest excitedly. "I, Huan Yi, have never been involved in factional strife. But if young Lord Ji competes for the throne in the future, I will support him even if it costs me my old life." Wang Jian also clenched his fist in agreement. Now, only the two states of Qi and Chu remain in the world. I wonder what arrangements young Lord Ji has for what comes next. I'm so looking forward to it. Han Fei spoke up to remind the two of them. Young Lord Ji's succession will not be that easy. The real storm has not yet arrived. He thought about what Zhao Qi and his supporters would have to face and couldn't help but worry. Now, even before young Lord Ji's identity has been revealed, he is already being targeted. After he returns to his roots, such incidents will only become more frequent. He continued, extremely tense. The supporters of the other young lords, the imperial clan, and the powerful nobles, they will all jump out. A bloody battle is unavoidable. The three generals didn't seem to understand his worries. They excitedly raised their swords, full of fighting spirit. A bloodbath? Am I afraid? When the time comes, whoever is not convinced, I will be the first to jump out and come down. At worst, I'll use my life to pave the way for young Lord Ji. Han Fei looked at them, feeling helpless. He was a bit speechless at the aggressive spirit of these experienced generals and couldn't help but sigh. Military men are indeed hot-blooded. When the time comes, with the world unified and no external threats, using military force to pacify internal strife is also a way. He imagined the scene of Zhao Qi stepping up to that supreme throne and felt at ease. My lord, the great cause can be achieved. You are only one step away from that supreme position. 1 month later in Jiqing, Ren Ao came before Zhao Qi to report on the situation. Lord Commander, this subordinate has received victory reports from the vanguard. All the cities in the Yin territory have been incorporated into Great Qin. The surrender portion of the Yin army has also been completely reorganized. Receiving the news, Zhao Qi replied with great satisfaction. Is there any news from Hanyang yet? Before the other person could reply, a soldier rushed in from outside and reported loudly. Reporting to Lord Wuan, an envoy from Hanyang carrying a royal edict has arrived in Jiqing. Overjoyed, he immediately put down the memorial scroll. Ying Zheng's reward has arrived. I knew it. After destroying the state of Yin, how could he not show his appreciation? It's just that I was really slow this time. I was getting so impatient. Thinking this, Zhao Qi hurriedly went out of the hall. Good, let's go out to welcome them. The envoy opened the imperial edict and announced clearly. An edict from the king has arrived. Lord Wu and Zhao Qi received the edict. Zhao Qi and the generals knelt in ceremony before Ying Zheng's edict. He opened the edict and loudly read out the Qin king's rewards. Lord Wu and Zhao Qi has not failed the royal command and has meritorious service in pacifying Yin. He is promoted 1 rank in the Qin nobility and in theft as a marquis. He is granted a private guard expanded to 8,000 men, granted the entire territory of Rongqing as his fief, granted 10,000 gold, 10,000 bolts of cloth, 10,000 mu of fields, and 5,000 servants. In addition, Lord Wuan is granted the authority to command the 5 major army garrisons of Great Qin, holding command over the 1 million soldiers of Great Qin and becoming the commander-in-chief of the entire army. Hearing the generous rewards, Zhao Qi and the soldiers and generals beside him were all astonished. Zhao Qi sighed inwardly, finding it a bit hard to understand. Ying Zheng not only infeft me with the highest rank of nobility in Great Qin, but also gave me command of the entire army. This favor is a bit too much, isn't it? Zhao Qi immediately took the edict, not forgetting to express his gratitude for the reward. Thank you, great king, for your favor. Zhao Qi receives the edict. The envoy also replied warmly, Lord Wuan, congratulations. In addition, the great king also instructed this humble one to bring a message for you. He recalled Ying Zheng's demeanor and recounted it in detail. Qi, you brat, we are entrusting the entire army to you. Go and conquer Qi and Chu for us. When you return to Hanyang, we will give you a big surprise. That is what the great king said. Zhao Qi looked at the edict in his hand, his heart filled with determination. Ying Zheng, you have placed me below one person and above 10,000. Based on this trust alone, I will give you back a purified land of Huaxia. The 6 directions will return to one heart. Thinking this, he loudly declared his loyalty. Please rest assured, great king, your subject will definitely conquer the lands of Qi and Chu for Great Qin. After receiving the reward, Zhao Qi entered his study, staring at the map of the states and pondering. Only the 2 states of Qi and Chu remain. Now, with the entire army in my hands, I can dispatch troops at any time. Ying Zheng said that after destroying these 2 states, there will be an even bigger surprise and reward. I'm really looking forward to it. But now, there's nothing left to be rewarded with. He crossed his arms, confident that he would conquer Qi and Chu, and looked forward to the reward. A higher reward wouldn't go so far as to give me this entire empire, right? Ha ha ha. Forget it. I'll find out when the time comes. He then waved his hand to interact with the system. System, settle the rewards for title promotion, official position promotion, and the rewards for killing enemies. The system immediately followed his command. Processing host command. Processing host command. A series of notifications appeared right after. This time, in destroying Yin, the army under the host command killed 56,871 enemies, receiving 18,957 experience points. Experience needed to level up 621,045. Congratulations to the host for being promoted to the title of Marquis, reaching the highest noble rank promotion in the state of Qin. Reward: 1 Xian rank treasure chest. Can be opened for a reward no lower than Xian rank. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the position of Commander-in-Chief of a state's military power. Achieving was rewarded with a Xian rank treasure chest by the highest military authority of the Qin state. Zhao Qi was curious and immediately clicked on the treasure chest. Time for an unboxing, or rather, opening the chest. The system received the command and immediately opened the chest. Processing host command. Then, a series of rewards came from the treasure chest. Opening Xian rank treasure chest. Congratulations to the host for receiving an Earth rank low-grade pill, the longevity extension pill. Each pill can extend a lifespan by 10 years. Each living being can only use it 5 times in their lifetime. Congratulations to the host for receiving 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. Opening Xian rank treasure chest. Congratulations to the host for receiving a heaven rank high-grade item, class change expansion. Congratulations to the host for receiving 2,000 low-grade spirit stones. He immediately clicked on the newly received reward to check the class change expansion. The system then detailed the item. Class change expansion can be used to enhance the host profession. If one obtains cultivation methods of the immortal, devil, or god paths, one can add another main cultivation path, cultivating 2 paths concurrently. Seeing the astonishing effect of that item, Zhao Qi was extremely excited. Ha ha ha! Cultivating 2 paths concurrently, this is truly a hack within a hack. He listed each cultivation path one by one, imagining an immortal cultivator riding a sword, soaring high in the sky. The immortal path focuses on magic. He pictured a Taoist priest calmly meditating and circulating his energy. The Confucian path focuses on righteous and noble aura. He pictured a ferocious demonic being, brimming with killing intent, glaring at its enemies. The devil path focuses on ferocity and slaughter. A deity radiating a halo that commands the reverence of the world. The God path focuses on faith. He pictured the martial path, which he utilized in his campaigns. On the battlefield, he then interacted with the system. The martial path focuses on fierce and powerful attacks. Each path has its own strengths and weaknesses. If I can cultivate two paths together, it will be no different from them complementing and compensating for each other, so that in any world, I will be an invincible existence. This time, getting the longevity pills and spirit stones is a huge gain. The system immediately followed his command. Processing host command. A cultivation manual scroll appeared in his hand. I am now even closer to the Grandmaster realm. It seems the Xian rank cultivation manual, promotion to Yugong, that I received can also be given to Tu Sui and the others. A moment later, facing his subordinates, Zhao Qi was very pleased. You arrived quickly. They replied with utmost solemnity. Your lordship summoned us. We dared not delay. Zhao Qi took out a cultivation manual scroll before them. Now that your cultivation levels are all approaching the Xiantian realm, it is time to pass the martial slaughter scripture to you. He channeled his power into the cultivation manual scroll. This is the first level of the cultivation method, which can help you smoothly enter the Xiantian realm. A stream of energy from the cultivation manual scroll flowed into the group. They stared blankly at the changes happening within their bodies. They immediately sat down to meditate and cultivate calmly. Zhao Qi walked around them, giving careful instructions. Open your dantian to form a sea of qi. The foundation of the Xiantian realm lies in converting internal energy into the qi of heaven and earth. Tu Sui and Zhang Han focused on comprehending the cultivation method. They successfully broke through to the first layer of the Xiantian realm. Zhang Han was astonished as he felt the great changes in his body. My internal energy has transformed into a stronger power. Is this the true qi that his lordship spoke of? It's so powerful. Tu Sui clasped his hands toward Zhao Qi and expressed his gratitude. Many thanks for your lordship's grace in imparting this technique. Zhao Qi turned his gaze towards Ren Ao and Dun Ruo. He took out a small pouch and explained, the martial slaughter scripture is not suitable for shadow guards, and Reneo, you have only recently started on the path, so you should still focus on cultivating internal energy. Therefore, I'm not imparting the technique to you two this time. Take these spirit stones for now. Reneo took the spirit stones and thanked him happily. Many thanks, your lordship. Zhao Qi continued, addressing them. I now command the entire army by order, but greater military power can also be lost with a single thought from the royal authority. The army and the fiefdom still need you to guard them while we wait to destroy Qi and Chu and unify the land. His subordinates loudly expressed their loyalty. We obey your lordship's command. We swear our loyalty until death. He imagined a future where if he had to confront Ying Zheng, with these three generals managing the army for him, even if a new king of Qin wanted to kill him later, he could still overthrow this world in a single move. He frowned, his heart filled with determination. Ying Zheng, you personally gave me this sharp sword. I will definitely make good use of it. I hope the day never comes when I and your descendants cross blades. He waved his hand, signaling his subordinates. You're dismissed for now. Dun Ruo, stay behind. I have something to instruct you. The subordinates replied in unison. Yes. Dun Ruo waited for orders, puzzled. Your lordship. Zhao Qi detailed the mission he was about to assign him. Unification is approaching, and now the shadow network spreads across the world. I have an important matter that I need you to investigate. Dun Ruo respectfully accepted the order. I await your lordship's instructions. Zhao Qi handed him a mysterious green jade pendant. This is something my biological father left behind. Go and investigate where it came from. I must find the man who abandoned my mother. Dun Ruo carefully examined the jade pendant and hesitantly uttered, "Your lordship, this is an item of the royal family." Hearing this, Zhao Qi tensed up and questioned him back. "An item of a royal family? Are you sure? Which state is it from? Has it been destroyed yet?" Faced with his barrage of questions, Dun Ruo elaborated, "I am certain, but for the moment, your subordinate truly cannot determine its specific origin. This style seems to have been modified. It has the style of Qin and Chu, yet also has the aura of the former Zhao state." Zhao Qi stroked his chin, thinking seriously. "Qin, Chu, Zhao. Mother is from the state of Zhao. If the jade pendant came from the royal family of Zhao, she wouldn't have kept it so carelessly. Then that only leaves the state of Chu. What a relief, what a relief. I can find out before destroying it to avoid the sin of killing my own father." Dun Ruo raised a question doubtfully. "Your lordship, why are you certain it's the royal family of Chu and not Qin?" He casually dismissed it. 20 years ago, relations between Qin and Zhao were hostile. Except for Ying Zheng, who had a grudge against the state of Zhao, the other royal families all avoided the state of Zhao. I can't possibly be Ying Zheng's son, can I? Although he dismissed Dun Ruo's words, Zhao Qi still gave instructions with extreme caution. "But we cannot be careless. Immediately bring all information on the state of Chu to me. After that, immediately head to Hanyang to investigate. I will investigate the state of Chu personally." Dun Ruo clasped his hands and accepted the order. "Yes, but for a mere matter of reconnaissance, is there a need for your lordship to act personally? Moreover, the army cannot be a flock of dragons without a head." Zhao Qi explained his reasoning. "The Grand Army needs to be reorganized. During this time, I was supposed to return to Hanyang to report on my mission. However, I won't be going back. There are some things I still want to clarify personally." In Great Qin, a man stood before Ying Zheng, reporting, "Great King." Ying Zheng glanced at him and replied, "What is it? Has Jier sent news again? By my calculations, it should be time for him to return to Hanyang, right?" Tai Ying hesitated before reporting in detail. "Well, young Lord Ji sent a message claiming that he caught a cold during the victory banquet and cannot travel long distances, requesting to stay in Jiqing to recuperate." Hearing this, Ying Zheng was alarmed, hurriedly stood up, and faced him with great urgency. "Jier is sick? What is this about? Is it serious?" Faced with Ying Zheng's continuous questions, Tai Ying slowly reassured him. "Great King, do not worry. According to your subject's investigation, young Lord Ji is not sick. Rather, after arranging important matters in the army, he has gone to the state of Chu." Ying Zheng frowned, puzzled by Zhao Ji's actions. If he's not sick, why isn't he coming back? What is he doing in the state of Chu? Tai Ying voiced his suspicion. The destruction of Chu is imminent. Could it be that young Lord Ji has gone to gather intelligence? Ying Zheng refuted it. The shadow guards he raised are spread throughout the world. He doesn't need to go personally to gather intelligence. Besides, even if he wanted to destroy Chu, he would have told me. Tai Ying suddenly remembered something and immediately reported. "That's right. Before leaving, young Lord Ji seemed to have arranged for his shadow guard subordinates to investigate something. Although your subject doesn't know the details, that shadow guard went to Hanyang City." Ying Zheng was suspicious. "Hanyang? Could it be that Jier wants to investigate me?" Night fell. The sky was clear, and the bright moonlight illuminated a large palace. Dun Ruo, dressed in inconspicuous black clothes with his face covered by a cloth, carefully watched the guards. He snuck into a nearby room, trying not to be discovered. "I've checked all the great clan records. Only the Qin King's clan register remains to be seen. If I really find the style of his lordship's jade pendant here, wouldn't that mean his lordship is of the Qin King's bloodline?" He silently approached a shelf of documents and rummaged through them. Dun Ruo opened a memorial scroll to investigate. Thinking back in the King of Qin's favor towards his lordship these past few years, it seems it's not impossible. Suddenly, The candles in the room were lit, and the king of Qin's voice echoed around. Jie really did send you to investigate the matter of the jade pendant. Dun Ruo was startled and quickly turned around to assess the situation. Ying Zheng sat calmly at the table, holding up a piece of paper with a drawing of that jade pendant. The thing you're looking for is right here. Dun Ruo looked at the king of Qin, Ying Zheng, and couldn't help but be surprised. I'm a cultivator, yet I didn't detect him. He exclaimed, "You are the king of Qin, Ying Zheng. You knew long ago that I would come." Ying Zheng replied calmly, "Jie's shadow guards are formidable, but my Black Ice Terrace is not to be trifled with. Besides, I, the king, have always been able to guess some of Jie's thoughts." Dunraw now realized the issue and hesitated. "You are his lordship's biological father." Ying Zheng did not hide it and admitted directly, "That's right. I want to know how much Jie knows about this, and what his intentions are for going to the state of Chu." Dun Ruo disagreed and refused. "On what ground should I tell you? I, Dun Ruo, would rather die than betray his lordship." Ying Zheng laughed heartily, extremely pleased. "Ha ha! I knew long ago that those by Jie's side are all loyal to the death. Rest assured, I will not kill you. I only hope you can keep a secret from me." Dun Ruo asked him back, confused. "You don't plan to acknowledge his lordship? You truly are a heartless man. You can stop dreaming. If I can get out of here, I will definitely not deceive his lordship." Ying Zheng patiently approached him and explained in detail, "The world is not yet stable. A powerful official and capable general whose power overshadows the court becomes a prince of Great Qin overnight. What kind of situation do you think he and Great Qin will face? You can call me heartless, but what I want to give Jie is a stable court." Dun Ruo took the drawing of the jade piece and looked at Ying Zheng in astonishment. "The crown prince of the world. You really want to pass the throne to his lordship? But all the news I've heard is that you favor Fusu." Ying Zheng replied, "In this world, is there anyone else who can bear this great responsibility? Or has Jie ever held anyone else in high regard?" Ying Zheng looked at Dun Ruo and spoke with a hidden meaning. "You are an intelligent person. With what I've said, you should understand." Dun Ruo thought for a long time before making a decision. His entire being seemed to exude the aura of a powerful expert as he responded to Ying Zheng's words. "Fine. For his lordship's sake, I can promise to keep this a secret for now. I hope that in the future, the great king will give his lordship royal authority, not just the status of a young lord. Otherwise, no matter who inherits the great throne, I, Dun Ruo, will kill them." Ying Zheng was not angry at all. On the contrary, he was extremely refreshed. He laughed heartily and enthusiastically agreed. "Ha ha ha! Excellent, excellent, excellent. I will certainly keep my word." Ying Zheng suddenly went outside the study, opened the door, and ordered his subordinates, "All of you withdraw. This gentleman and I still have many things to discuss. Do not disturb us." The soldiers guarding all around replied in unison, "Yes, sir." A person hidden out of sight was always ready to attack. Hearing the order, they quickly put away their bows and prepared to leave. Ying Zheng walked back into the room, turned his head, and asked Dun Ruo, "Now, can you tell me why Jie went to the state of Chu?" Only then did Dun Ruo realized that so many people were hidden around here. He couldn't help but feel a surge of strong determination in his heart. The Black Ice Terrace is truly formidable. It seems I must strive to cultivate harder so as not to disappoint his lordship. A new day arrived in the state of Chu. A group of soldiers was stopping a horse-drawn carriage that wanted to enter the great city. "Halt! To enter the city, you must be inspected." The soldier, with his hands on his hips, fiercely questioned the driver. "Where are you from? What does your business inning do? Do you have a travel permit?" The man, frightened, hesitated in his reply. We just arrived and didn't know a permit was needed." Zhao Qi lifted the carriage curtain and held out a small bag of silver with a warm smile. "Of course, we have a travel permit. I hope the officer will inspect it." He continued, bribing them. "Officer, please see if this travel permit is acceptable." The soldier, as if blinded by the large bag of silver, enthusiastically accepted. "Acceptable, acceptable, very acceptable." Zhao Qi explained with great sincerity. "We are merchants from Jiqing. traveling to visit relatives. We'd appreciate the officer's help. Having received a great bargain, the soldier replied cheerfully, Of course, of course. Once you're in the city, if you need anything, you can find me anytime. We people of Ingdu love to help others the most. Ha ha ha. With that, he beamed at his subordinates and announced loudly, Let them pass. At a large estate in the city, a man stepped forward and spoke respectfully to the newcomer, Lord Chun. This commoner came to the state of Chu seeking shelter. Why trouble you to come in person? Around the two of them, servants were busy tidying up their belongings. The man called Lord Chun looked at the other person and replied, Since you have come to Great Chu, from today onwards, you are a citizen of Great Chu. It is only right that I should come to inquire. The other person was Zhao Qi. He warmly welcomed Lord Chun. In the future, I hope Lord Chun will offer more support. This commoner has prepared some food. Please, my lord, come inside. Lord Chun was very pleased and accepted his words. Humph, humph, it seems you know how to conduct yourself. They happily entered the room together. As soon as the door closed, the man called Lord Chun immediately knelt at Zhao Ji's feet. He loudly paid his respects to the person before him. Shadow Guard, Chun Shi pays his respects to his lordship. Your lordship, please forgive this subordinate for overstepping his authority just now. Zhao Ji paid it no mind and excused Chun Shi from the ceremony. Rise. It was all to deceive prying eyes and ears. You did well. This war does not blame you. Zhao Ji leisurely sat down and inquired, What is the situation in the state of Chu now? Chun Shi respectfully presented a scroll to Zhao Ji. On the surface, the state of Chu is calm and its national power is strong, but in reality, its internal politics have long been in chaos. Since the death of King Kali, Li Yuan has seized power. He controls the Shangchuan clan, and the current king of Chu is not of the royal bloodline. Zhao Ji took the scroll and examined it carefully. If this lord's calculations are not mistaken, Fusu should be making a move by now, right? Chun Shi quickly replied, Your lordship is a divine strategist. The three great clans of Chu are indeed trying to win over Prince Fusu, but their intentions are not yet clear. Zhao Ji recalled what he knew from his past life. In history, Li Yuan married his sister, Li Yanyan, to Lord Chunxin, Huang Xie. After Li Yanyan became pregnant, he killed Huang Xie and presented Li Yanyan to King Kali, who became the queen and gave birth to King Yu of Chu. He silently continued to think about the historical events. After King Kali's death, Li Yuan seized control of the court and became the de facto ruler of the state of Chu. By tainting the royal bloodline and suppressing the clansmen, Li Yuan continuously made enemies during his time in power, causing great chaos in the Chu court. He continued to recall, in the end, the three great clans allied with Prince Fusu to assassinate Li Yuan. Only then did Chu stabilize its internal politics, rebuild its national strength, and confront the state of Qin. If Li Yuan hadn't died, he would have been a second Guokai. It wouldn't have taken Great Qin 3 years to annihilate Chu. Zhao Ji held his head and laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, such a valiant general of Great Qin, this king cannot let him die. With that, he immediately gave an order to Chun Shi. You will immediately make arrangements for this lord. This lord wants to meet Li Yuan. Chun Shi immediately accepted the order. Yes, this subordinate will see to it at once. Sometime later, on a main street, a carriage moved aggressively through the crowd, with soldiers ruthlessly pushing aside pedestrians. Get out of the way! Get out of the way! How dare you block the Prime Minister's carriage? Do you have a death wish? The poor commoners were violently shoved by the soldiers. The soldier arrogantly yelled at an innocent person, If you keep dawdling, I'll cut you down myself. The person was pushed and fell to the ground, his belongings scattering and breaking. Officer, spare my life. I'm going. Suddenly, the person grabbed a sharp sickle. He swung it straight at the soldier. Seeing the soldier taken down in one blow, the other soldiers nearby shouted in alarm, Assassin! It's an assassin! Protect the Prime Minister! The commoners from before now revealed their true faces, aggressively charging towards the target carriage with weapons in hand. Come on, kill the treacherous minister who has thrown the court into chaos and tainted the royal bloodline. They shouted loudly, "Kill, kill the treacherous minister." They swiftly dealt with the soldiers guarding the carriage. Leaning against a nearby wall, Zhao Qi calmly watched the crowd fighting. Who is this? With such a strong attack, they might actually kill Li Yuan. The combat strength of Chu is too weak. Inside the carriage, Li Yuan was trembling uncontrollably. He gripped the sword in his hand and shouted for protection. Guards! Guards! In broad daylight, who dares to assassinate this minister? An assassin holding a sickle fiercely aimed at him. You dog of a traitor, today I will kill you to restore the nation's foundation. Seeing the man, seething with killing intent, about to assassinate him, Li Yuan screamed in fear. The assassin charged forward aggressively with the sickle. Die. Seeing the sickle about to reach him, Li Yuan showed no resistance and could only scream for help. Help! Help me! But unfortunately for the assassin, before the sickle could pierce Li Yuan, Zhao Qi rushed out from nowhere and kicked him aside. The man was sent tumbling to the ground by Zhao Qi's kick. He held a sword and stood protectively in front of the carriage, declaring aggressively, "With me here today, no one will harm a single finger of the Prime Minister." The assassins shouted angrily, "You insolent cur! If you don't move, we'll kill. You too." One man charged forward. "Kill." Zhao Qi, unfazed, kicked the man hard. "Then let's see if I'm just bluffing." The assassins, frightened by his aura, turned and fled. After a chaotic battle, soldiers lay on the ground. Zhao Qi turned his head and informed Li Yuan, "Prime Minister, do not be afraid. The villains have fled. You are safe now." Li Yuan lifted the curtain and stepped out, full of suspicion. Who are you?" Zhao Qi clasped his hands in a salute. "This commoner, Zhao Wuan, pays his respects to the Prime Minister." At the private residence, a hurried voice gave instructions. Quickly, carry it in carefully. Don't break anything." Standing before Li Yuan, Chunshi gave orders to the servants. "Open them." The servants quickly obeyed, and large, eye-catching chests of gold were opened. Zhao Qi explained, "This commoner has long heard of the Prime Minister's fame. I specially prepared a small gift to pay my respects. On the way, I encountered villains attacking the Prime Minister. This commoner reacted in anger and was unable." Chunshi answered the other's doubt. "His lordship has his own considerations. We only need to be loyal and not ask too many questions. Now, his lordship's order is for us to strictly investigate the movements of the three great clans in Fuchu without delay. This is a good opportunity for us to earn merit." The assassins happily accepted the order. "Yes, the shadow guards accept the order. Please rest assured, your lordship, we will definitely investigate the movements of the three great clans in Fuchu thoroughly." A nobleman arrived before the pleasure house and questioned angrily that what's going on today? Such a large Dihua house and not a single lady is available. The timid manager hurriedly explained, "My esteemed guest, I truly apologize. Today, all the ladies have been booked by Lord Zhao Wuan." The man frowned upon hearing the name just mentioned, Zhao Wuan, the new favorite of the Prime Minister's residence. The manager, sweating profusely, replied, "He must be a wealthy man, otherwise how could he be so generous? This time, he has come to find handmaidens for Prime Minister Li." Hearing this, the nobleman became furious and cursed. That treacherous villain Li Yuan has introduced a low-class merchant who is openly arrogant and dissolute. I must report this to young Master Fuchu." With that, he left in a huff. Zhao Qi, sitting upstairs enjoying a cup of fragrant tea while looking down at the good show. Just telling Fuchu is not enough. It's best to stir up the whole city, making all the imperial clansmen jump out to confront Li Yuan. He was extremely pleased with what he had arranged. The more noise you all make, the faster the state of Chu will be destroyed. The madam led a group of graceful and delicate ladies to Zhao Qi. She rubbed her hands together fawningly. "Lord Zhao, please take a look. Do any of these ladies catch your eye?" Zhao Qi glanced over them, his fingers sweeping across the beauties. He listlessly and randomly chose a few beauties. This one, and this whole line too. Send them all to the Prime Minister's residence. As for the rest, the madam immediately cut him off excitedly. The rest, of course, are to serve you, Lord Zhao. Quickly go serve wine, play music, and sing. With that, she waved her hand for the beauties to prepare, and they happily obeyed her. The beautiful ladies gathered around Zhao Qi, each one smiling to please their guest. Zhao Qi looked at the graceful beauties and laughed happily. Ha, good, there will be rewards for all. But this lord has official business shortly, so I can only drink a little wine and cannot indulge in pleasure. A graceful beauty replied, This servant will follow your wishes, my lord. Even if it's just drinking wine, I will make you happy. Zhao Qi, immersed in the beauty's sweet words, sighed, What people desire is just wealth and beauty. Although it's hollow, it is indeed very enjoyable. A while later, Zhao Qi returned to Li Yuan's residence. He looked towards the beauties he had chosen earlier. You all wait outside. With that, he strode confidently into the residence. After a few steps, a teacup was thrown and shattered right at his feet. Li Yuan's fury seemed to fill the space. Zhao Qi feigned confusion. Why is the Prime Minister so angry? He frowned angrily. You brat Zhao Wuan, you know full well yet you still ask? Zhao Qi acted innocent, thinking to himself, he still calls me Zhao Wuan, which means my plot hasn't been exposed. What is Li Yuan so mad about? He hesitated before replying to him. Where should I begin to explain this? Li Yuan burst out. You were right about everything. That brat Fu Chu tried to assassinate me, and even called on a few other clansmen to conspire with him. Damn it, I almost fell into his trap. He happily slapped Zhao Ji's shoulder hard and said loudly, Fortunately, thanks to your information, this minister caught them off guard. Ha, you brat, you have the greatest merit. Only then did Zhao Qi relax and reply humbly, Serving the Prime Minister is my duty. This humble one dares not claim credit. Li Yuan recounted with great excitement. I've captured a few assassins for interrogation. They said I'm extravagant and debauched in court. They're all incompetent, unable to recruit retainers with great fortunes like you. Yet they dare to be jealous of me. Zhao Qi happily added, How can an incompetent person be helped by a wise man? Their jealousy towards the Prime Minister is not because of this humble one, but because of the Prime Minister's talent for governance. He clapped his hands to signal, then continued with affirmation. As long as Zhao Wuan is here, the Prime Minister can enjoy himself with peace of mind. This humble one guarantees that everything will be perfectly taken care of for the Prime Minister. At his signal, the beauties he had brought back earlier entered gracefully in unison. They smiled happily and approached Li Yuan. Prime Minister, let this servant serve you. Seeing the beauties as lovely as flowers and jade before him, Li Yuan was tempted and happily agreed. Good. Zhao Qi frowned and inquired, but this humble one truly feels indignant on the Prime Minister's behalf. The three imperial clans are bullying you too much. How does the Prime Minister plan to deal with them? Li Yuan, caressing a beauty's soft face, said, besotted, I'll leave it all for you to handle. They want to kill me. Am I really so easy to bully that I'll just let them do whatever they want? Zhao Qi immediately cupped his hands and accepted the order. Understood. In his heart, he couldn't help but scheme. The three great clans of the Chu royal family protect the territory together. Now their attention is all constrained by Li Yuan, and the country is divided by factions. At this time, if an enemy invades, they will certainly not be able to respond in time. Looking at Li Yuan embracing the beauties, Zhao Qi sighed, extremely satisfied with this pawn. This termite Li Yuan is truly very useful. After leaving the residence, he went to Qin and gave an order, continue to add fuel to the fire. Spread Li Yuan's reputation for being greedy and lustful as much as possible. Also, add more fuel to the fire on the heads of those clansmen. Qin, not yet clear on the task, asked him in return, Your lordship, please clarify. This time, adding fuel to the fire means? Zhao Qi made a throat-slitting gesture, indicating to deal with someone. Choose to kill a few members of the clans who participated in today's assassination of Li Yuan. Remember to leave some clues, so they will blame it on Li Yuan. Chen Shi understood and accepted the order. Understood. That night, the shadow guard sent by Chen Shi silently observed their prey from a distance. Just as the man was about to step down from his carriage, an arrow shot straight through him. The attendant beside him couldn't help but scream in panic, murder! Elsewhere, a girl hiding behind a wall, holding a large box in her arms, looked happily at her achievement. In a room, an official collapsed amidst the panic of his servants. Lord Zhao, what's wrong with you? In a large room, a shadow guard quickly dispatched an unlucky fellow. He didn't forget to leave a token next to the body. A while later, Chen Shi and a few attendants, holding weapons, blocked an aggressive crowd shouting in front of Li Yuan's residence. Li Yuan, come out. How dare you assassinate members of the royal clan? Chen Shi raised the sword in his hand and angrily shouted, how audacious! Is the Prime Minister's personal name for you to call so casually? It was clearly you who shot arrows first, and now you dare to come and retaliate. The two groups charged and clashed. Chen Shi shouted loudly to his subordinates, Prime Minister's guards, teach this bunch of incompetents a lesson. For me, Li Yuan was now terrified. He ran to the door of Zhao Qi's room and shouted, You brat Zhao Wuan, what have you done? He violently threw open the door to his room and questioned him. You did a sloppy job and left flaws. Those clansmen have come right to our door. The whole city is in chaos. Zhao Qi tried to act surprised. What? He hurriedly apologized. Prime Minister, please forgive me. This humble one was eager to find a relative, so I entrusted this matter to my subordinates. Perhaps they did not handle it well. This humble one will definitely take responsibility. Zhao Qi smiled to curry favor and quickly helped Li Yuan sit down. But on the other hand, so what if we've turned hostile? It was clearly them who provoked us first. If the Prime Minister only teaches them a lesson in secret, they will think you are afraid of them. It's better to take this opportunity to crush their prestige. His words moved Li Yuan. He slammed the table, stood up, and agreed. Well said. If a tiger doesn't show its might, they'll think it's a cat. I must let them know who this realm of Great Chu belongs to. Li Yuan then remembered what Zhao Qi had said earlier. What did you mean just now about finding a relative? He then took out a jade pendant and explained, This humble one's father left many years ago and has not returned, leaving only this jade pendant. This humble one accidentally heard that this jade pendant originated from the state of Chu and has been secretly investigating to find my father. He continued to ask for help. The Prime Minister is deeply knowledgeable. Please give me some guidance. Li Yuan carefully observed the jade pendant in his hand. This. He tossed the jade pendant back to Zhao Qi and explained, This jade pendant has the style of both Qin and Chu and possesses a noble quality, but it is definitely not from the state of Chu. Zhao Qi was doubtful. Is the Prime Minister certain? Some people have said it has the style of the state of Zhao. Li Yuan looked at him and affirmed with certainty. This minister came from the state of Zhao and then held power in the state of Chu for decades. I can recognize items from the royal families of Zhao and Chu. This jade pendant, whether in material or pattern, is more similar to the style of the state of Qin. With that, he walked out of the room. All right, whoever owns this jade pendant must be wealthy and noble. He hasn't appeared for so many years. He clearly doesn't want to acknowledge you. Why do you waste your efforts searching? Zhao Qi replied agreeably. The Prime Minister is right. This humble one respectfully seized the Prime Minister off. He looked troubledly at the jade pendant in his hand. Li Yuan is not wrong. This is not an item from Chu or Zhao. In that case, I have no more need to hesitate. Zhao Qi wrote a letter with the content. The state of Chu is in chaos. Proceed with the plan to raise troops and attack. Then he sent it via a bird. He observed the intense fighting below and said, We've been playing for so long. It's about time the state of Chu was destroyed. Under the banner of supporting the legitimate royal family, the three fiefdoms of the three great clans, Zhao, Chu, and Jing, raised their armies one after another and advanced towards Yingdu. The soldiers marched and shouted, "Kill the national traitor! Kill Li Yuan! Restore Great Chu!" The defending army of Li Yuan in the royal capital was more numerous, but unexpectedly, the three clans failed one after another. Rumors began to spread throughout the land that Li Yuan was aided by the gods, and that King Yu of Chu was the true son of heaven's mandate. He laughed and said, "Ha ha, easy, truly easy. What three great clans? They're nothing at all." He encouraged him, "Zhao Wuan, you are truly my lucky star. Following your strategy, those rebels couldn't do anything to me at all." Hearing this, Zhao Wuan said, "It was just a small trick. It is all because you, Prime Minister, are protected by heaven." After hearing this, he laughed and said, "I like this humble character of yours. A great reward." Zhao Wuan smiled, bowed his head, and replied, "Thank you for the Prime Minister's great favor." He was like this on the outside, but inwardly he was assessing the situation. "Watching you all tear each other apart, I reckon the great armies of Wang Jian, Huan Yi, and from Handan have already begun to move. You all fight amongst yourselves inside, so don't blame me for being the fisherman who profits." At the same time, at the border of the state of Chu, two Sui shouted, "Kill! Break the city walls! Destroy Chu!" The soldiers shouted, "Quick, quick! Go to Yingdu and report. Ask the Marquis to bring troops to help. The forces in the city are not enough. We've been caught off guard by the Qin army." Another soldier replied, "Right?" Hearing the order, a soldier immediately mounted his horse to deliver the message, but was unfortunately shot and killed by an assassin's arrow. Dead. A person walked over to look at the dead soldier. He took off his face mask and said, "Haha, what's the hurry to report the news? When the iron cavalry of our great Qin enters the gates of Yingdu, your Marquis will find out for himself." Half a month later, state of Chu, Li Yuan's residence, a soldier ran in frantically, shouting, "General, General, it's bad." Li Yuan immediately shouted, "What's this about the general? It's bad?" Shouting and screaming so early in the morning. What is it now? Could it be that those three wretched clans are causing trouble again? Hearing this, the soldier knelt down and replied, "No, it's not that." His face pale and brows furrowed in panic. He said, "It's the Qin army. The Qin army is here." Hearing this, Li Yuan said, both angry and annoyed, "Damn it, where did the Qin army come from for no reason? It must be the three clans creating a smokescreen." The soldier said, "General, it's true. The Qin army attacked as soon as the three clans mobilized from their fiefdoms. It's just that the news was always blocked, so Yingdu didn't receive the call for help in time." After hearing this, Li Yuan swayed, feeling dizzy. What? Seeing this, Wuan rushed over to support Li Yuan and reassured him, "Sir, General, take care of your health." Anxious and frightened, Li Yuan pleaded for his opinion. "Wuan, what should be done about this? The three clan siege has not yet been repelled, and now the Qin army is attacking." Wuan immediately reported, "General, you are confused. The three clans gathering at Yingdu is a good thing. They are all armies of our great Chu. At this moment, if we can unite all our forces, we can definitely defeat the Qin army. The urgent matter is for you, General, to preside over the situation and gather the forces of the three clans." After hearing this, Li Yuan acknowledged the idea. He quickly followed the advice and ordered, Right, you're not wrong. You go immediately and inform the marquises of the three clans. This general wants to discuss strategies to fight the enemy with them. Tell them to temporarily set aside old grievances and repel the common enemy." Hearing this, the soldier obeyed and shouted loudly, "Yes." Wuan then approached and suggested to Li Yuan, "I'm afraid the three clans have other intentions and will use the joint discussion to play tricks. Therefore, the royal capital's guards must not let down their guard." Li Yuan turned and replied, "You come with me to the negotiations. The guards will be entirely under the command of Chen Shi. I have great confidence in him." After Li Yuan finished speaking, everyone bowed in respect. The general is wise. Seeing this, he looked at him and thought, this Li Yuan is a person who will deliver the state of Chu into my hands. At a military encampment, everyone was busy with their tasks, some standing guard, some preparing weapons, some on patrol. Li Yuan and Wu entered the camp. Li Yuan said, "Ha ha ha, the three marquises, it has been a long time." Seeing him and Wu in, a marquis asked, "You must be Zhao Wuan, the one who devises strategies for Li Yuan? So young, what a pity to be someone who cannot distinguish between loyalty and betrayal." Hearing this, Wuan replied, "Perhaps the marquis has misunderstood me. But today, the three marquises and the general are meeting here, and the purpose, I'm afraid, is not about this humble person." He held a strategy scroll in his hand and said clearly, "Here, this humble person has a brilliant strategy to repel the enemy, which can protect the people of Chu from being slaughtered by the Qin army. I invite the three marquises and the capable military generals in the army to come and discuss it." Hearing this, a marquis snatched the strategy scroll and shouted, "I hope you're not just putting on an act." Wuan replied, "Whether it's an act or not, the marquises and generals will know once you see it." The three marquises held the strategy scroll and looked at it. Hurry up, and opened to see. At that, they quickly and hastily opened it. After reading it, a marquis was stunned and exclaimed in surprise, "What is the meaning of this?" Hearing this, Wuan replied, "The meaning is literal." Then he split the strategy scroll with his sword, causing the three marquises to scream in fright. Wuan paid them no mind and coldly advanced to attack. Seeing the danger, they cried out, "Men, where are the men? There's a murderer." Hearing the screams of the three marquises, soldiers rushed in shouting, "You audacious scoundrel! How dare you assault a military official? Surrender your life." As the three marquises prepared to flee, they couldn't open the tent flap and said in panic, "What kind of sorcery is this? We can't get out." Wuan rushed forward and cut down one of the three marquises. The remaining marquises saw this and screamed in terror, "Ah, ah." Seeing Wuan like this, he gasped, "You Zhao Wuan, you." He smiled and said, "Thanks to the general's help, I was able to gather the commanders and capable military generals of the three clans in one place. Otherwise, killing them one by one would have been quite time-consuming." Moreover, he bent down, clasped his hands, and looked at him with a dangerous gaze. "I am a man of Qin. That should be my real name. If you had thought about it a little, you would have guessed who I was long ago." After hearing this, the marquis exclaimed in terror, "You are from Qin, Zhao Wuan, Wuan." After looking at him for a moment, he remembered that valiant general, recognized him, and exclaimed, "You are Lord Wuan of Qin, the little god of slaughter, Zhao Qi." After settling everything, Wuan walked out of the tent with a leisurely stride. A marquis fled while screaming for help in terror. "Ah, help, help, the god of slaughter Zhao Qi is here." At this moment, he pointed at him and ordered, "What are you all standing there for?" After him, "The traitor Li Yuan has assassinated the marquises of the three clans. Don't let him escape." The soldiers immediately drew their sabers to capture Li Yuan. Li Yuan said, it wasn't me. The one who killed them was Zhao Qi. Zhao Qi of the state of Qin." A soldier retorted, "What Zhao Qi? You treacherous general, don't you dare slander others." The soldiers shouted, "Li Yuan, you will pay for our marquis's life." Li Yuan cried out in terror. At this moment, a soldier on horseback arrived to report, "It's bad. The Qin army is attacking. The Qin army is here. Quickly inform the commander and the marquises." Another soldier said in panic, "What? But the commander and the marquises are all dead. What should we do?" Just as the soldiers were in a panic, Tu Sui rode up and shouted, "Warriors of Great Qin, this Chu army camp is a pile of loose sand. Kill them for me." Tens of thousands of soldiers behind him also roared, "Kill, kill, kill." Suddenly, a tiger leaped down from the sky, letting out a growl. Lord Wuan said, "Blood Tiger, you've arrived just in time." Suddenly, two generals rode up on horseback and said, "Youngster Ji, ha ha ha, well done." Hearing this, Zhao Qi said in surprise, "General Wang, General Huan." Hearing this, General Wang laughed and said, "Without a commander, Without even a capable military general, breaking into this enemy camp is like cutting down wheat. Ha ha ha. General Huan heard this and continued the thought. To stir the state of Chu into a pot of chaos, and also to conceal our army's movements. You are truly formidable. After this battle is over, you must have a drink with me and tell me the details of your methods. Zhao Qi replied, I will follow General Huan's wishes, but I hope we can hold a banquet in the Chu Palace tonight. What do the two generals think? General Wang laughed and replied, haha, good. Hearing this, Zhao Qi raised his sword to the sky and shouted, all generals, destroy Chu today. The soldiers behind him roared, ready for battle. Outside the capital city, tens of thousands of soldiers roared and charged forward. Everyone was ready, waiting for the order to prepare for battle. The soldiers on the city wall watched in fear and said, the Qin army is here. What should we do? Report to the palace. Yes, report to the palace. At this moment, a general stepped forward to stop them. He said, no one is to go anywhere. Before the prime minister left, he handed command of the troops to me. Listen to my command. Open the city gates. Some soldiers said doubtfully, this. He immediately drew his saber, pointed it at the soldiers, and said, did you not understand? I said, open the city gates. The terrified soldier replied, yes, yes. As the city gates opened, tens of thousands of soldiers stormed in, shouting, kill, kill, at the Chu royal palace. Zhao Qi rode the blood tiger, his saber in hand, killing them one by one. He thought to himself, King of Chu, I've come for your life. Zhao Qi entered the palace step by step. Holding his saber, he walked in and saw a man already dead there. He said in confusion, this is... He turned to look at the trembling servants and asked, what is going on here? Who is he? The palace servant said in terror, General, spare our lives. The deceased is the great king. Zhao Qi shouted, absurd. To think of using the cicada shedding its skin trick. If you don't tell the truth, I'll cut out your tongues. He thought to himself, the death of a king is equivalent to the destruction of a state. If he were truly the king of Chu, the system would have already notified me of the destruction of a state. The servants trembled as they recounted, General, that person really is the great king. As soon as the Qin army breached the city, Prince Fusu and Xiang Yin entered the palace and killed the great king. They even took the imperial seal of Chu. The servants flinched at the tip of Zhao Ji's sword and said, we are truly not lying. Zhao Ji thought, Fusu, I didn't expect him to move so quickly. At this moment, a general came in to report, my lord, the entire Chu palace has been brought under control. Zhao Ji turned to look at the general and said, Fusu has fled with the seal of Chu. Immediately dispatch 5,000 men to follow me out of the city in pursuit. Without the imperial seal, the state of Chu can still breathe. This matter cannot be delayed. The general replied, yes, but, my lord, Fusu managed to escape even our shadow guards. So where should we pursue him? Zhao Ji smiled and said, why not? He recalled a historical image and thought to himself, in history, when the state of Chu was unified and the Qin army captured Yingdu, Fusu killed Li Yuan and the king of Chu and fled to Huainan. He then proclaimed himself king in the state of Chu and continued to confront Great Qin. And now, as the wheel of history turns, he will also flee to Huainan. As soon as Fusu arrived in Huainan, he heard a soldier come to report, Grand General, the Qin army has pursued us here. The Grand General heard this and asked doubtfully, what? Fusu, sitting in his palanquin, lifted the curtain and said in alarm, why did the Qin army react so quickly? Could there be a spy in our army? Xiang Yin said, there's no time to worry about that. Prince, no, your majesty, I will hold off the Qin army. You must quickly get to Huainan and rebuild the foundation of our great Chu. Just as Xiang Yin finished speaking, Zhao Ji charged forward on his blood tiger. Zhao Ji's general spoke up and asked, my lord, should we stop a talk? Zhao Ji replied, what is there to talk about? Charge for me. We must not let that Fusu escape. The entire army received the order and shouted, yes. The general leading the charge yelled, Lord Wuan has given the order, kill. Both sides charged and clashed, and a fierce battle erupted. Zhao Qi, riding the blood tiger, flew over the heads of a group of soldiers. From out of nowhere, tens of thousands of arrows flew towards him, but they could not harm the blood tiger. Zhao Qi stood before the Chu soldiers and said, "You are the Grand General of Chu, Xiang Yan." Xiang Yan held his bow tightly and replied, "It is indeed I. Judging by your skill and this blood tiger mount, you must be Lord Wuan of Qin." Zhao Qi spoke, "Since you know who I am, I advise the Grand General not to throw an egg against a rock. Surrender to the state of Qin quickly, and I will spare your life." The blood tiger looked at him and growled. Hearing this, Xiang Yan became furious, charged at Zhao Qi, and shouted, "Throwing an egg against a rock? It's not yet clear who is the egg and who is the rock." Huh! The blood tiger quickly lunged forward, raising its claws to attack Xiang Yan's horse. Without waiting long, Zhao Qi immediately charged forward with his saber, slashing across Xiang Yan's abdomen. He thought to himself, "You don't know what's good for you." Xiang Yan fell to the ground with a look of fear. Fearful, the general shouted loudly, "Great Qin will surely win. Great Qin will surely win." Upon hearing this, Xiang Yan shed unwilling tears. He shouted loudly, "Though Chu has but 3 households, it is Chu that will destroy Qin." Zhao Qi heard this and sneered, saying, That's truly a prophecy that came true. To tell you the truth, in history, the one who destroyed Qin was indeed your descendant. But now that I've been swept into this stream of history, whether Xiang you will one day rise to the challenge is still unknown." Meanwhile, Fusu urged his soldiers, hurry up, we're almost to Huainan." But from a distance, thousands of arrows pierced through the soldiers. The weak soldiers cried out, arrows, it's Qin." Tens of thousands of arrows flew from the sky to the ground. An arrow hit a horse's back, causing Fusu's palanquin to sway and nearly fall. Fusu, holding the imperial seal in his hand, cried out in alarm, "What happened? Why is it shaking so much?" As Fusu spoke, the lid of the imperial seal fell off. Zhao Qi stepped down and said to Fusu, "The imperial seal, it seems you are Fusu." Fusu replied, "You." Before Fusu could finish his sentence, Zhao Qi took his sword and slashed through Fusu's neck, then said, "Chu destroyed." Seeing this, the general laughed and said, "Congratulations, your lordship, on another great achievement." Zhao Qi replied, "Send someone to take this imperial seal back to Xianyang. Tell Wang Jian and Huan to swiftly assemble their troops at the border of the state of Qi and hand over Chengdu for Chunxi to manage." After speaking, Zhao Qi tossed the imperial seal into the general's hands. The general said in alarm, "My lord, you are not returning to Xianyang to report, but are directly mobilizing against the state of Qi. I'm afraid there will be gossip in the court." Hearing this, Zhao Qi gave a slight smile. "Since when have I feared gossip? Besides, I have my own plans. This is the best opportunity to destroy Qi. It cannot be missed." A while later, a soldier brought the imperial seal and presented it to the military officials in the court and the great King Ying Zheng, saying, "A great victory in the Chu territory. Lord Wuan killed the king of Chu on the Huainan border. Congratulations, great king. The Chu territory has been brought into our domain." The military officials in the court were extremely surprised and said, "Chu is destroyed. Heaven protects great Qin. Lord Wuan is truly a divine general." He listened and thought, "The state of Chu is powerful, second only to great Qin. I originally thought destroying Chu would take at least 3 years, but Jir only used 1 year." He said, "When will Lord Wuan return to court? Why is there still no information from Wang Jian and Huan Yi?" The soldier heard and replied, reporting to the great king, "Lord Wuan has led the grand army straight to the state of Qi and has no plans to return to court for the time being." After hearing this, the military officials all stirred and whispered, "What? The grand army is attacking the state of Qi directly without reorganizing? That's truly reckless. Even if the great king granted him command of the entire army, he can't act so recklessly. Attacking 2 states? Dream on." At this moment, the Qin General Wang Wan reported, "Great King, please quickly issue an order to recall Lord Wuan. The three armies that joined to attack Chu are now short on provisions and catapults, and the Grand Army is exhausted. This is absolutely not the right time to attack the state of Qi." Hearing this, other generals chimed in. "This action by Lord Wuan is too hasty. It's hard to say he isn't driven by a thirst for glory." Another general added, "If this attack on Qi fails, our great Qin will surely suffer a great loss of vitality, and attacking the state of Qi will become a distant prospect. Lord Wuan is clearly acting for personal gain without regard for our great Qin state." At this moment, General Meng said to Han Fei, "What is that kid Ji thinking? He's never been an impulsive person." Han Fei, quickly think of something. "That kid Ji is being slandered." Han Fei replied, "Calm down, General Meng. Even if you're anxious, you have to let me think." He said, "No matter how you look at it, now is not a good opportunity to attack the state of Qi. But young Master Ji never acts recklessly. He definitely has his own reasoning. It's just that we can't fathom it at the moment." After hearing this, General Meng scratched his head in frustration and said, "Aren't you just spouting nonsense? Right now, everyone is against that kid Ji. If the great king is persuaded, it won't matter how right that kid Ji is. In an instant, he'll have to hand over his military authority to the court." Han Fei continued, "Therefore, the decision this time rests with the great king, not us." He bowed his head before Ying Zheng. "I implore the great king to prioritize the state and issue an order to recall Lord Wuan." The other great generals were alarmed upon hearing this. General Meng said, "Think of something quick. Even if we have to make up a reason, we can't let that kid Ji come back." Han Fei immediately replied, "This isn't something you can just make up. Now we can only rely on the great king's decision." The great king heard this and said, "My lords, what you say is reasonable. Our great Qin, though strong, cannot withstand mobilizing troops against two states consecutively after years of war." Hearing the great king, Han Fei thought with apprehension, "This is not good. The great king is leaning towards withdrawing the troops. So, valuing his son is indeed not as important as the empire? But how can I persuade the great king at this moment?" The great king continued, "My lords, how many provisions and catapults can our great Qin provide for the frontline army now?" Han Fei immediately replied, "Using the full strength of the nation, we can strive to supply the necessary military provisions for 2 years. For the front line." The great king continued, "Good. Then use the strength of the entire nation, gather provisions, and send them to the Qi border, and ensure Lord Wuan has no worries in his attack on Qi." The officials who had just been vehemently protesting were now surprised and said, "What? Great king, if Lord Wuan fails to conquer Qi, or if our great Qin suddenly faces a disaster, this action will cause the foundation of our great Qin to be harmed." The great king countered, "It only took Lord Wuan 1 year to attack the state of Chu. The small state of Qi is nothing. Furthermore, I trust Lord Wuan's decision, and I trust even more that heaven protects our great Qin." Chunyu heard this and replied, "The great king truly trusts Lord Wuan too much, even risking the foundation of a nation, not realizing that he is being excessively indulged." The great king then said, "Minister Chun, every sentence you speak is about the nation's foundation. Truly a great loyalist. You always have etiquette and teachings on your lips, yet now you are being so defiant. Don't you see that it's inappropriate?" Chunyu heard this and replied, "This subject dares not. This subject is merely loyal to great Qin. I hope the great king will appoint virtuous and wise men and rule the world with enlightenment. If the great king this time disregards the counsel of his ministers and puts great Qin in a perilous situation, I'm afraid the great king will find it hard to command respect, unable to establish your standing among the people and in the world." Han Fei heard this and immediately said, "Lord Chun, such treasonous words cannot be spoken." "Great king," Lord Chun had a momentary slip of the tongue. Hearing this, Ying Zheng pulled out the hairpin from his hair and thought, "Well said, Chunyu. How are these words any different from forcing my hand, saying I've become a fatuous ruler who indulges his favorites. As he thought, the great king said, "Humph, Minister Chun is very right. So what if it is so?" Ying Zheng then took off the crown on his head and continued, "I will stake the empire as a guarantee for Lord Wuen's successful campaign against Qi. If this decision of mine harms the state of Great Qin, I will voluntarily abdicate the throne. Whoever has the ability can take it. Wang Wan, quickly gather provisions and send them to the state of Qi. Meng Wu, await orders to reinforce Lord Wuen." Meng Wu heard and replied, "Yes." The great king continued, "Do any of my lords have other opinions?" The great ministers in the court said in unison, "We subjects will respectfully obey the great king's decree." After hearing this, Ying Zheng declared the court dismissed. Chun Yu collapsed to the ground, and people helped him up, asking, "Lord Chun, are you all right? Why did you have to do that? Even if you wanted to make a plea, you shouldn't have angered the royal authority." Chun Yu thought, "It's a success. Haha, I wanted to anger the royal authority. This time, my life-risking gamble was not in vain." Prince Fusu, once that Zhao Qi exhausts all provisions attacking Qi, that will be the time the great king abdicates. This world of Great Qin will be yours. As he thought, he laughed. "Ha, it's a success, a success." Han Fei whispered, "Madman." Meng Wu said to Han Fei, "I didn't expect the great king would go this far for that kid Ji, but what if?" Han Fei immediately replied, "The great king is just like us. He trusts in young Master Ji's abilities. Besides, do you really think the great king would actually abdicate the throne to someone else?" The great king said whoever has the talent can take it. Even if the Qi campaign is not successful, may I ask, in this world, who else can compare to young Master Ji? Just wait. The next time young Master Ji returns to court will be the time the fate of the world is decided. At the border of the state of Qi at this time, the great generals were discussing in a tent, saying, "Young Master Ji, were you planning? Anyway, are you mad or just arrogant? Mobilizing against the state of Qi right after conquering the state of Chu. Today, you must give us an explanation." Another great general added, "Even if the officers and soldiers don't need rest, do you know how many provisions and catapults we have left?" Zhao Qi looked at the map and replied, "Of course I know. The provisions for the 3 armies can probably last for about 10 days. It is precisely because the officers and soldiers are tired that I only ordered to harass the state of Qi and not yet attack." He then said, "Kid Ji, if our grand army masses on the border without attacking, it will only boost the morale of the state of Qi. If we attack, our supplies are truly insufficient." Zhao Qi immediately replied, "Don't you worry. I have this under control." He thought, in the historical wars of unification, the state of Qi was the only one to proactively surrender to the state of Qin. Faced with the might of the state of Qin, they had no way out. "I just need to help the king of Qi see the truth. Of course, I really can't tell these things to Ying Zheng and the others. I can only let them wait for the result." As Zhao Qi thought, he said, "Within 7 days, the state of Qi will surely surrender." Zhang Han rode his horse to the city gate of Qi and said, "I am an envoy from the state of Qin. I wish to see the king of Qi." At this moment, an announcement was heard in the palace. The envoy from the state of Qin, Zhang Han, requests an audience. The military officials in the court stirred and said, "The state of Qin sent a military general as an envoy, and he's wearing battle armor into the hall. How disrespectful." Hearing this, Zhang Han just let out a cold snort. This foreign official pays his respects to the king of Qi. The king of Qi, with a look of fear on his face, said, "Dispense with the formalities. Dispense with the formalities. I wonder what business the Qin envoy has come for this time." Zhang Han immediately replied. The king of Qi asks what he already knows. "Our great Qin's Lord Wuen has already conquered the state of Chu. Now, in the world, only the 2 states of Qin and Qi remain. I wonder what the king of Qi intends to do." The king of Qi, laughing while sweating profusely, said, "This matter concerns the world. This king naturally has his considerations. Here is a proposal I hope the envoy will deliver to the king of Qin." After he spoke, a guard beside him presented a memorial. Zhang Han thought, could it be a letter of surrender? How was the king of Qi so sensible and said, "The world divided in two, Qin as the Western Emperor, Qi as the Eastern Emperor, maintaining friendly relations and never waging war. This is the intention of your state of Qi." At this moment, the Prime Minister of Qi, Ho Sheng, said, "Is there something wrong?" Previously, during the era of King Zhao of Qin, Qin and our great Qi made a pact to both declare themselves emperors. To this day, our great Qi and Qin are still allies. Not to mention, out of consideration for our friendship with Qin, our great Qi has never sent troops to aid other states. My king's younger sister is even the biological mother of the Qin prince. Huhai. Hearing this, Zhang Han laughed and said, "Haha, how ridiculous. The tiny state of Qi still deludes itself into thinking it can stand equally in the world with our great Qin." Hearing this, Ho Sheng shouted angrily, "You are insolent. You are merely a minor envoy, yet you dare to mock the king's decision." Hearing this, Zhang Han crushed the memorial and said, "This kind of nonsensical bullshit is worthy of polluting my king's eyes? Does no one in Qi have a brain?" Ho Sheng almost fell and cried out, "Io." Zhang Han continued, "Your state of Qi did not aid other states because you are cowardly and weak. You fear the iron cavalry of my great Qin. Now, the world is about to be unified. Lord Wuan only halted his troops at the Qi border out of respect for Prince Huhai's birth mother, a lady from the state of Qi. Now, Lord Wuan has led the 3 armies of Great Qin to station themselves in the state of Qi. Leveling the state of Qi would be as easy as turning over a hand. But considering the past friendly relations between the state of Qi and Great Qin, Lord Wuan has sent me with a message for the king of Qi. 7 days. If Qi does not surrender, we will attack by force." After hearing this, the king of Qi collapsed to the ground and said, "Qin envoy, is there no other choice?" Zhang Han turned and walked out of the palace, saying, "King of Qi, decide for yourself." At the great camp of the Qin army, the supply convoy has arrived. General Xian, it must have been a hard journey. You've worked hard. The provisions have arrived. The provisions from Xianying have arrived. Zhao Qi came out of the camp and said, "General Xian, this army did not request provisions from the court. What is this?" After hearing this, General Xian replied, "The great king knew Lord Wuan wanted to attack the state of Qi, so he exhausted the nation's resources to gather provisions and catapults. The great king told me to bring you a message, telling you to lead the troops with peace of mind and not to worry." Zhao Qi thought, a single phrase, "exhausted the nation's resources," sounds so simple. This attack on Qi was ill-timed. How could the entire court, both civil and military officials, support it? It's already a good thing that not many of them protested to the death. Zhao Qi said, "General Xian Sheng, don't hide it from me. How did the great king convince the entire court?" Hearing this, General Xian hesitated and replied, "This." General Xian continued, "The great king guaranteed it with the entire empire. If any mistake occurs, he will abdicate the throne to whoever has the ability to take it." Zhao Qi was extremely surprised to hear this and said, "What? I never thought the great king would trust me this much. For this kindness, I, Zhao Qi, have no way to repay it." General Xian thought, "This is the great king's love and protection for his son, Prince Qi." Zhao Qi said, "I'll trouble General Xian to arrange the provisions. This army still has to prepare for the attack on Qi. I'll take my leave." He knelt and said, "My lord." Zhao Qi replied, "Stand up. I have something to ask you." Zhao Qi said, "Has there been anything unusual in Xianying recently? Especially that son of the lady from Qi, Huhai?" Dun Ruo immediately replied, "We have not received any reports." Zhao Qi said, "That's good. Ying Zheng exhausted the nation's resources to gather enough provisions for me. A discerning person like you can surely guess that Great Qin's national strength has been damaged, and on top of that, the 3 armies are weary. If the state of Qi gets wind of this, I'm afraid they will develop the will to resist." Dun Ruo replied, "My lord feels that Huhai will collude with the state of Qi. Does your subordinate need to increase surveillance on him?" Zhao Qi thought, in history, Huai usurped the throne, but he never colluded with the state of Qi. However, this time Ying Zheng has gambled the empire, so it's hard to say he won't have other ideas. He then replied, "No need, but we must give the king of Qi a little stimulation." Saying that, Zhao Qi handed Dun Ruo a cloth-wrapped bundle and said, "This is a gift I'm giving to the king of Qi. Go and prepare it." Dun Ruo immediately replied, "Yes." Zhao Qi pressed the screen and said, "Settle enemy, kill experience." The system emitted a sound, processing the host command. "Congratulations to the host. Your subordinates have killed 23,547 enemies. You have received 78,491 experience points. Congratulations to the host for reaching the required experience points for a level up. Do you wish to level up?" Zhao Qi clasped his hands and said, "Level up immediately." A source of light emanated. He thought, as expected, the Ren and Du meridians are locked, making it difficult to break through. But as long as I break through, I can reach the peak of the Xiantian realm. Level 19. Zhao Ji's eyes filled with killing intent. He formed a circle with his hands at his abdomen and shouted, "Ninth level of the Xiantian realm. I must achieve it." The system's voice sounded, "Congratulations to the host for successfully breaking through to level 19, the ninth level of the Xiantian realm. 42,891 experience points are needed to reach level 20. Zhao Qi fell to the ground, sighed, and said, 42,891 experience points. Annihilating one state should be enough. As he spoke, he thought, but if the king of Qi surrenders, my experience points will drop sharply. I still have to find a way to kill him with my own hands. After thinking, Zhao Qi replied, continue settling the rewards. The system immediately answered, congratulations to the host for killing the prime minister of Chu, Li Yuan. Received 800 experience points. Received 1 bottle of Qi increasing pills. Congratulations to the host for killing the king of Chu. Received 1,000 experience points. Received a middle grade Xian rank martial skill, Qi condensing finger technique. The Qi condensing finger technique can condense true Qi between the fingers, shooting it out in an instant, killing people invisibly. Within 100 zhong, the finger Qi can unleash its full power. Zhao Qi pressed the screen while saying, this martial skill came at the perfect time. I was just worrying about how to kill the king of Qi without anyone knowing. Learn it now. At the same time, use upgrade points to raise the comprehension of the martial skill to perfection. The system replied, beep, processing command. A spark shot out from Zhao Ji's hand. This spark continuously emitted an orange-red light. The system continued. Qi condensing finger technique has been learned. Qi condensing finger technique at perfection. The finger force is powerful. One can use finger Qi to kill people invisibly. Within 100 zhong, the finger Qi can unleash its full power. Immediately, Zhao Qi raised his index finger and a red ray of light shot out. Zhao Qi laughed and said, killing people invisibly with finger Qi. This king of Qi is as good as dead. In the court, the military officials were still in heated discussion late into the evening. The sounds coming from the palace grew louder and louder. The old prime minister said loudly, we cannot surrender. My great Qi will not surrender. The king of Qi immediately replied, enough, old prime minister. If we don't surrender, how can my great Qi resist the iron cavalry of the tyrannical Qin? The king of Qi continued, before, when Yin and Chu asked for help, if we had sent troops in time to save our allies from dire straits, we wouldn't be so isolated now. Wasn't it you who vehemently prevented it, leaving my great Qi with no choice? Hearing this, the old prime minister broke into a cold sweat and replied, if we had sent troops to aid the state of Chu, wouldn't that have directly given the state of Qin a reason to attack Qi? Now that they are willing to negotiate, it proves that things can still change. As soon as he finished speaking, the king addressed the Grand General of Qi, Tian Ping, a descendant of Tian Ji. Grand General, What do you think? The Grand General immediately replied, the state of Qin, having just conquered the state of Chu, has turned to attack our great Qi. Their soldiers are weary, their horses are tired, and on top of that, their provisions and catapults are insufficient. This will definitely affect their combat strength. Besides, we can tell from the fact that they have only surrounded our Qi border and have not yet attacked. Hearing this, the king of Qi replied, Minister Tian's meaning is, if we would rather die than surrender, the state of Qin can't do anything to us. The Grand General replied, this, your subject, is not sure. After all, the one leading the troops is Lord Wuan Zhao Qi of the state of Qin. Hearing this, the king of Qi angrily shouted, why must you tell me something you're not sure about? Do you see the empire as a toy? As soon as he finished speaking, a soldier ran in from outside in a panic and said, Great King, the Qin army on the front line has made a move. The soldier continued, a scout from the front line reports that the Qin army's provisions arrived at the Qin camp today. The Qin army stationed at the border is now in a position to attack the city. The king of Qi was shocked and said, what? This? Weren't their provisions insufficient? Their soldiers and horses too tired to march? Tian Ping replied, Great King, calm down. Perhaps the Qin army is just putting on a show of force. Suddenly, a voice rang out, King of Qi, Lord Wuan of my great Qin has ordered me to present you with a gift. Take it. The king of Qi asked suspiciously, Who is it? Suddenly, a black cloth bag flew in from outside and landed on the king of Qi's table. The king of Qi screamed in terror. A person, a human head. The voice from outside the palace spoke again. This is the head of the general of the Qi Border Defense Force. Lord Wuan says the king of Qi is indecisive. Before you surrender to the state of Qin, we will present you with the head of a border defense commander near Linzi every day. If you still haven't surrendered after 7 days, then we can directly take the head of the king of Qi. Hearing this, the king of Qi, his face pale with fright, screamed, surrender. I surrender. I surrender to the state of Qin. Dun Ruo, sitting on a tree outside the palace, said, and he's a great king too. He really can't take a scare. At this time, in the Qin tent, 2 generals were gesticulating wildly and saying, Youngster Ji, Lord Wuan, your lordship, it's been 7 days. Send out the troops. Another general also replied, That's right. The great king has already sent provisions. If we don't attack, the morale will be completely worn down. Zhao Qi calmly replied, Calm down, you 2 generals. We'll wait half a day at most. Linzi will definitely send someone. If we can win without a fight, why must we resort to force? The 2 generals said doubtfully, Half a day? Really? As they were speaking, Zhang Han entered the tent. Your lordship, your subordinate Zhang Han, having been sent on a mission to Linzi, has now returned to report. A grand general said, You're back? How'd it go? Is the king of Qi willing to surrender? Zhang Han happily replied, reporting to the 2 grand generals, It's done. That King Jin of Qi is a useless fellow. He couldn't handle that human head gift from your lordship and was so scared he immediately agreed to surrender to the state of Qin. The grand general asked in surprise, It's done? King Jin of Qi surrendered just like that? But what's this about a human head gift? Zhao Qi replied cheerfully, the human head gift is a long story. You 2 grand generals, we should immediately assemble the troops and prepare to take over the Qi territory. The grand general replied, Right. Take over the Qi territory. Take over the Qi territory. My great Qin has unified the empire. Zhao Qi gave an order. Zhang Han, send a victory report to Xianying. Also, order someone to immediately return the provisions to Xianying. There must be no delay. He replied, Yes. Soldiers standing outside the city gate shouted, The Qi territory submits to Qin. Open the city gates. Welcome the Qin army into the city. Zhao Qi rode in majestically on the back of a blood tiger. The soldiers of Qin knelt and shouted, The 300,000 strong garrison of Jima City, by decree, surrenders to Lord Wuan of Great Qin. We beseech Lord Wuan to accept our surrender. Zhao Qi smiled and said, "Permission granted. The surrendering army is not to be mistreated." As he spoke, Zhao Qi thought, "This is the first city of Qi I've entered. Once my feet step into Linzi, the divided state of Huaxia can finally come to an end." The 300,000 soldiers shouted, "Thank you for Lord Wuen's great mercy. Thank you for Lord Wuen's great mercy. Thank you for Lord Wuen's great mercy." In the palace of the state of Qin, the military officials were persuading the great king. "Your subject urgently begs the great king to quickly recall Lord Wuen. Do not wage a useless war that harms the foundation of our nation." Ying Zheng said with annoyance, "What? It's only been a little over a month, and you can't bear it anymore? I have said before, no matter what, I will support Lord Wuen in raising an army to destroy Qi. If anything happens, I will bear the responsibility." He replied, "This old subject knows the great king has the ambition to pacify the world, but it is truly because the national treasury is strained. There are no more provisions to send. We can only implore the great king to temporarily postpone the plan to attack Qi." Qin Yu also replied, "The military granaries in the Shu region are already empty. To increase taxes again would be no different from forcing the people of Great Qin to rebel. Great King, this goes against the will of heaven." Hearing this, Han Fei shouted, "Qin Yu, you are insolent. What do you mean, goes against the will of heaven? When has the great king ever done anything unjust? When has he wanted to increase taxes? When have the people of Great Qin plotted rebellion?" Qin Yu retorted, "This old man is merely taking precautions, thinking of our safety and security." The great king angrily said, "Claiming to think of our safety, you have pushed me into a position of being unjust and unrighteous. Truly, this is sophistry." Han Fei thought to himself, "Qin Yu is acting so aggressively merely because he wants to use this opportunity to push Fusu to the throne. As a subject who does not prioritize the state, you should be killed, Qin Yu." While a heated debate was raging in the palace, a soldier entered to report, shouting, "Urgent report, urgent report. A great victory in the Qi territory." The soldier continued, "Great King, a great victory in the Qi territory. Lord Wuen, without losing a single soldier, forced the king of Qi to surrender in 7 days. The state of Qi has submitted to our great Qin. Furthermore, Lord Wuen has ordered that the food supplies sent to support the Qi territory be redirected to Xianyang." After hearing this, Ying Zheng and the ministers were extremely surprised and exclaimed, "What?" With a radiant smile on his face, he said, quickly, present the victory report here." Ying Zheng picked up the memorial and read it with a joyful expression. The memorial read, "Your servant, Zhao Qi, moved troops north, appearing to launch a strong offensive, but in reality, it was a feint to create an opportunity to annihilate Qi. Now, all of Qi, from top to bottom, fears the might of Great Qin, causing the state of Qi to submit to Great Qin. The king of Qi has now sent a letter of surrender. Soon, your servant will arrive at Linzi to accept the surrender. Congratulations, Great King. Now, the Central Plains are settled, and Great Qin is unified." After reading, Ying Zheng enthusiastically said, "Excellent. An excellent Lord Wuen, an excellent Zhao Qi. You have not disappointed me." He thought to himself, "Good son, to destroy 2 states, a feat for the ages. Who could accomplish it?" Ying Zheng held the memorial in his hand, raised it high, and spoke loudly and clearly before the officials in the court that my ministers, the state of Qi has been extinguished. The world is settled. The lands of Yin and Huang are unified. The aspiration of generations of Great Qin's ancestors has been fulfilled in my hands." The officials below were all joyous, saying one after another, "Unified, it's unified. The 6 states have disintegrated and now submit to Qin. It's all real." An official spoke up, "Congratulations, Great King, for settling the mountains and rivers, holding the territory of the world, and unifying Huaxia. Great King, you're the first of all ages." Ying Zheng laughed and replied, "Ha ha ha ha, exhilarating, exhilarating." He broke into a bright smile and praised Lord Wuan, forcing Qi to surrender to Qin without shedding a drop of blood on the blades, thus unifying the world. The food supplies and catapult from before are all being transported back to Xianying. The worry of an internal enemy of Great Qin has been eliminated. I'm very pleased, very pleased. Then he turned to go inside, waving his hand behind him. No more court affairs today. Court is dismissed. The officials bowed respectfully and replied, "We respectfully see the great king off." Suddenly, Ying Zheng called out to Chun Yu, Minister Chun, making him jump in surprise. Chun Yu looked up at Ying Zheng and replied, trembling, "Great king, you called this old servant back for?" Ying Zheng looked down with a stern gaze. He raised a hand to the crown on his head and said, "This crown of mine is worn quite securely. Others cannot remove it for me." Startled, Chun Yu fell backward onto the ground, a look of terror evident on his face. Ying Zheng turned and walked away majestically with a hearty laugh. "Ha ha ha ha." Chun Yu lowered his head, his face covered in sweat from fear. He thought, the great king knew my intentions from the start. Have I implicated Prince Fusu? I must act quickly. Scene changed to the capital of Qi, Linzi, Inner Palace. Zhao Qi stood with his hands clasped behind his back, looking down majestically at the rows of Qi officials bowing low. They said in unison, "Thanks to the grace of the King of Qin and Lord Wuan for granting the Qi territory peace and sparing it from the flames of war." While the Qi officials were bowing before Zhao Qi, a man, bare-chested and shirtless, with his hair disheveled, was carrying a tray of Qi's national treasures, walking step by step up the stairs. The voice of an official said, "Today, King Tianjian of Qi leads all civil and military officials, along with over 400,000 armored soldiers and several hundred commoners, to surrender to Great Qin, willing to become subjects of Great Qin." The king of Qi walked up before Zhao Qi, holding up the tray of treasures, which contained a sword and the seal of the state of Qi, with a piece of jade-green jade in his mouth. He bent down and spat the piece of jade out of his mouth. The king of Qi knelt before Zhao Qi, raised his tray of treasures, and said, "I ask that Lord Wuan, on behalf of Great Qin, for the sake of the people of Qi and for the peace of the world, accept the surrender of Tianjian, accept the surrender of the state of Qi." With a cold expression, Zhao Qi extended his sword forward and said, "On behalf of Great Qin, this lord accepts the surrender of the state of Qi." The king of Qi gritted his teeth, his eyes welling with tears, and said, "Thank you for Lord Wuan's great kindness." Zhao Qi held the sword in his hand, raised it to the sky, and shouted, "From this day forward, there is no longer a state of Qi in the world, only the land of Qi of our Great Qin." The soldiers behind him also raised their swords and cheered. In unison, the Qi officials and soldiers kneeling below could only remain silent, overwhelmed by the spirit of the Qin soldiers. Zhao Qi bent down, smiled, and extended a hand towards the king of Qi, saying, "The surrender ceremony is complete. King of Qi, please rise. Someone bring a robe here." The king of Qi looked up and replied, "Many thanks, Lord Wuan." After putting on the robe, the king of Qi asked cautiously, "Lord Wuan, after surrendering, can I still remain in Linzi?" Zhao Qi was still smiling as he replied gently, "King of Qi, you must be joking. If you were to remain in Linzi, how would Great Qin govern the land of Qi? But please rest assured, the great king has already chosen a good fief for you." His face turning serious, Zhao Qi said in a powerful tone, "The king of Qi voluntarily surrendered to our Great Qin. The great king will certainly not treat you poorly. Once you hand over the household registers, the list of soldiers, and the map of the Qi territory to me, you can then depart for your fief." The king of Qi's eyes widened in surprise. "Really? Is that true?" The king of Qi turned to leave, then turned his head back to say to Zhao Qi, "Then I will go get the items to hand over to Lord Wuan now. Wait for me. Please wait for me." Zhao Qi, with his hands clasped behind his back, said, "I'll trouble the king of Qi." While while pretending to clasp his hands behind his back. Zhao Qi had already prepared a sneak attack, gathering energy into his index finger. Then, he pointed his finger forward, and the newly gathered energy shot out swiftly. It immediately struck the king of Qi hard in the back. This technique was a fatal point strike. The king of Qi was hit and cried out, "Aya." The two attendants walking beside him asked worriedly, "King of Qi, what's wrong?" The king of Qi turned to look toward Zhao Qi and whispered, "It's nothing, just a sudden sharp pain in my back." He took a step. "Hurry, let's go get the items. I don't want to be around that murderer." Zhao Qi gave a cunning smile and thought to himself, "The finger Qi has entered his fatal point. In a few days, when his true Qi is completely eroded, he will die. It will look like an illness. King Jin of Qi, I have taken your life, but no one will ever associate your death with me or the state of Qin." Scene changed back to the main hall of the Qin court. Chun Yu was already kneeling there, holding a memorial above his head, saying, "Your servant, Chun Yu, for the sake of great Qin's foundation for 10,000 generations of succession, boldly offers this counsel. The world of great Qin is settled, but the position of crown prince is still vacant, and the state is not stable. I implore the great king to establish the foundation of the state soon. Prince Fusu is benevolent, righteous, and virtuous. Moreover, he is the great king's eldest son. In terms of both ritual propriety and ability, he is the suitable person for the position of crown prince. I implore the great king to appoint Prince Fusu as the crown prince." Chun Yu knelt amidst the officials standing around him. The throne was empty. Qin Shi Huang was nowhere to be seen. Chun Yu continued, "If the great king does not hold court for one day, your servant will kneel here for one day. If you do not appear for a month, I will kneel for a month. Your servant only hopes that the great king will have a worthy successor." Li Si stepped forward, pushed Chun Yu to the floor, and questioned him. "Chun Yu, the world has just been unified. The great king has not even mentioned appointing a crown prince. Do you need to be in such a hurry?" Chun Yu looked at Li Si, knitting his brows, and said, "Li Si, you are impudent." Li Si frowned and said with annoyance, "Furthermore, our great Qin has always appointed the worthy and virtuous. If we are truly to appoint a crown prince, Prince Huai is naturally intelligent and very much like the great king. He is the one who is suitable to be the crown prince." Chun Yu stood up and retorted, "Prince Fusu's benevolence and filial piety are known throughout the world. How can Prince Huai possibly compare?" Li Si was angry and thought to himself, "Humph, Fusu has offended the great king time and again because of you and has long lost any chance of succession. This old fool still can't see reality." After thinking, Li Si also frowned and argued back, "What is the difference between benevolence and filial piety and weakness? Our great Qin conquered the world by military might. Prince Fusu is not capable enough to secure the state." Chun Yu shouted, "Nonsense." Meng Wu folded his arms, looked over at Han Fei, and said, "Seeing that the great king is unwilling to deal with them and won't even attend court. Look at them still arguing so heatedly." Han Fei also stood with his arms folded, watching the arguing officials, and replied, "They are in a hurry to grasp the future of great Qin in their hands, but they don't know they have already made the wrong bet." Meng Wu glanced at Han Fei and asked, "You say, how long does the great king intend to hide? Is he just going to let them keep arguing?" Han Fei replied, "Haha. You think the great king is just hiding for some peace and quiet? The more fiercely they fight, the safer Prince Ji is." Han Fei smiled and continued, "Before Prince Ji returns, the great king will likely use this method to balance the court. This is the ruler's art of control. Let's just wait quietly." Scene changed to a fish pond. Dun Ruo spoke up and asked, "Great king, you are truly at leisure. The court is in chaos, yet you are here feeding fish. Are you trying to stall for time?" Ying Zheng was standing and admiring his fish pond. He turned his face to speak with Dun Ruo. "You've arrived. Come see how the fish I'm raising are doing." Dun Ruo clasped his hands in front of him respectfully and said, "Great king, do you still remember the promise you made to Dun Ruo?" Once the world is unified, the crown prince will be the master. But why have you still not issued the edict? Are you stalling? Ying Zheng turned fully to look at Dun Ruo and replied, I am waiting for Juror to return to court and also balancing the interests of all parties. Your arrival today is very timely. Did Juror send you to probe the situation in Xianyang? Dun Ruo bowed his head, clasped his hands, and said, You say probe, but in truth, the master already understands the court's internal strife, which is why he is unwilling to return and take on the burden. Hearing this, Ying Zheng laughed and said, Ha ha ha, Juror is clever. Quick, tell me, what has he figured out? Dun Ruo began to recount. The scene changes to Zhao Qi enjoying a cup of tea in his hand. Du Sui, along with Zhang Han and Dun Ruo, were standing before him. Du Sui spoke up, Master, now that the world is settled and the situations in Qi and Shu are stable, why not return to court? Zhao Qi replied, Right now, Fusu and Huhai are certainly fighting tooth and nail over the position of crown prince. That's why I'm not going back. Du Sui narrowed his eyes and continued, With the master's merits, upon returning to court, you will surely be in theft as a king or marquis of a region. Why fear Fusu and Huhai? Zhao Qi closed his eyes calmly, smiled, and said, King or marquis? This lord is already a full marquis. There is nothing left to be in theft with. Moreover, the world is settled. The system of enfeoffment based on military merit, which has been inherited from ancient times, has reached its end. There is no benefit for me to return. Zhao Qi raised his teacup to drink again. He thought of the image of the two princes, Fusu and Huhai, fighting each other, and said slowly, The great king wants to control the world. The first thing he must do is implement the commandery and county system, dividing the world to be governed by commanderies and counties. This full marquis title of mine will become just a name. But even so, if I return to Xianyang, I will become someone Fusu and Huhai try to win over. It's very troublesome. Returning to the present, after hearing Dun Ruo's account, a bright smile appeared on Ying Zheng's face. He said, Juror guessed that I intend to establish the commandery and county system. Juror is my son, and even more so, my confidant. Hearing this, Dun Ruo became even more resolute in his words. He said, My lord is calculating gains and losses. That's why he refuses to return to Hanyang. If the great king truly wants to entrust the nation, then quickly legitimize my lord's position. Ying Zheng then turned and walked away, his voice echoing from behind. Let us consider it, but this nation will definitely belong to Juror. Suddenly, Dun Ruo recalled a statement from Zhao Qi that had startled him. At that time, Zhao Qi looked at him, smiled brightly, and said, Dun Ruo, although the world is unified, the expansion of the shadow forces must not be delayed. Once the storm in Hanyang has settled, I will request a decree from Ying Zheng to guard the border. At that time, I will still have a large army in hand and grasp the intelligence of the world. I do not want Ying Zheng's nation, but that does not mean I am not a king of this great Qin. Silently watching Zhao Qi leave, Dun Ruo thought, perhaps because he does not know his own identity, my lord has no intention for the throne. But as for ruling the world, he only affirms the great king alone. Great king, if you are wise, you will surely keep your promise. Otherwise, the second Qin emperor will surely perish. Scene change. Zhao Qi was sitting, dangling a tree branch to tease the blood tiger. He said, The days without battles are so peaceful. How long has it been since I was this idle? He raised his hand to his mouth, let out a long, tired yawn, and said, Calculating the time, Tianjin has been exiled to Yongchang for a while now. He should be dead, right? Just then, the system's notification sounded. Congratulations to the host for using the sword Qi finger technique to kill King Tianjin of the Qi state. Now, King Tianjin of Qi. Zhao Qi threw the branch far for the blood tiger to chase. Then he turned his face to focus on the system panel, excited, Speak of the devil. Settle the rewards immediately. The system displayed a notification. Beep. Processing command. The host has killed the king of the Qi state, rewarding 1,000 experience points. Rewarding the blueprint for the improved farming tool, the curved shaft plow. Congratulations to the host for assisting the Qin state in killing the kings of the 6 states. Completing the hidden mission, rewarding 1 Xian rank chest. Congratulations to the host for assisting the Qin state in killing the kings of the 6 states. Completing the hidden mission, rewarding 1 Xian rank chest. May I ask if the host wishes to open the chest? Zhao Qi stared at the system panel, his eyes wide with delight. He said, I guessed right, if I eliminate the 6 states and kill the kings of the 6 states, there's indeed a surprise. Open the chest immediately. The system continued to announce, processing the host command, opening the Xian rank chest. Congratulations to the host for receiving a detailed world map of this era. 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Opening the Xian rank chest. Congratulations to the host for receiving 1 opportunity to open a random world instance. High-yield crop, sweet potatoes, high-yield crop, potatoes. Zhao Qi looked at the chest icon on the screen with delight. Heavens, this is a huge profit. He raised his hand to touch and opened the chest. He said, open the detailed world map of this era. A large map appeared before his eyes. Zhao Qi laughed excitedly. Ha ha ha. Donghu, Xiongnu, Baiwe, Conquest. He touched the screen displaying the map in front of him, saying, beyond the 6 directions, there's so many foreign tribes waiting for me to conquer, to go on a killing spree. The god-slaying system is just getting started. Recalling the image of himself riding the blood tiger, leading the 3 armies to attack the enemy, he said, wait until I control the Central Plains. The first thing will be to train an invincible, murderous army that belongs to me. To unify this world, this will bring countless experience points. Zhao Qi looked at the image displayed before him, showing sweet potatoes and potatoes. He said, high-yield crops like sweet potatoes and potatoes are my capital for war. And the spiritual energy in mid-grade spirit stones is 10 times more concentrated than in low-grade spirit stones. Then he reached out and touched the glowing key on the screen. He said, what interests me the most is still this. 1 opportunity to open a random world instance. An instance opportunity, I guessed right again. Immediately after, the screen displayed images, one of the Buddha, one of a red-haired demon, one of strange people with glowing eyes. Zhao Qi gazed at the images before him. He swung his sword out and said, beyond this world, other worlds exist, and it's very likely they are higher-level worlds, becoming a god by killing enemies. It was never just me overthinking things. Then he pulled his hand back from the screen and said, it's just that now is not the time for me to open it. Zhao Qi retracted his notification panel. He continued, let's wait another month. 1 month should be enough for me to upgrade to the peak of the 20th level Xiantian realm. Zhao Qi walked leisurely. He admired the peaceful space around him and said, at that time, I will return to Hanyang, and on the pretext of defending against foreign tribes, I will ask King Zheng to let me guard the border. In Zhao Ji's mind, an image of foreign tribes attacking the Great Wall appeared as he said, what King Zheng cares about most is the threat of foreign tribes on the border. Otherwise, he wouldn't have built the Great Wall. He will definitely agree to my request. His face turning serious and calm. He continued, once at the border, it will be time for me to once again display my skills. Scene change. Ying Zheng was walking out with 2 small children running ahead. They said with radiant joy, Father, Father, hold us. Zhao Qi held Ying Shi and Yu Ji in his arms. Ying Shi hugged her father and said with wide eyes, Father, I thought you didn't want us anymore. Grandfather wrote so many letters to you. You ignore them all. Yu Ji also added, that's right, Grandfather was anxious. Father didn't listen to Grandfather. Zhao Qi gave a strained laugh and said, Father was too busy. Ying Zheng looked at Zhao Qi. His face darkened as he said, we sent Feng Qiji and Feng Jie to help you. The Qi and Chu territories were pacified long ago. Don't think we don't know, you brat were just holding out, refusing to return. Ying Zheng was sulking. He chided, we announced to the outside world that we were ill, and you didn't even send an inquiry. How improper. If we hadn't used Jir and Shir to lure you, who knows how long you would have dragged this out. Zhao Qi put his 2 children down. He scratched his head awkwardly and replied, "Great king, I left all my medicinal pills for you. Who would believe you if you said you were sick? Moreover, if there was truly an urgent matter in the court, you could have just issued a decree. Why write a family letter?" Zhao Qi gave a forced smile, thinking of the image of Ying Zheng angrily throwing memorials to the ground. He had said irritably, "If Lord Wuan does not return, we will not hold court. Write a letter, and let me see how many excuses he has to refuse." But I couldn't hold out either. Who knew this first emperor of the ages would be so stubborn? He thought to himself, but I really couldn't stand it anymore. Who would have thought the emperor of this era could be so stubborn? Ying Zheng looked at Zhao Qi. He said seriously, "Not issuing a decree was out of reluctance to restrain you, but we urged you to return because there is indeed an urgent matter." Zhao Qi turned and replied, "Please advise, great king." Ying Zheng began to speak. "We want to implement the commandery and county system, but there are many ignorant fools in the court. We are truly unwilling to compromise with these old-fashioned people, nor are we willing to adopt a rigid stance against the court." He frowned, his eyes sharp, and continued, "We heard that you are also quite in favor of the commandery and county system. We order you to teach those rotten logs a lesson in court and help promote the new policy." Zhao Qi was startled when he heard what Ying Zheng had just said. Seeing this, Ying Zheng asked again, "What, are you unwilling?" Hearing this, Zhao Qi immediately clasped his hands and bowed his head, replying, "Your subject obeys the command." Ying Zheng sat down to play with his 2 grandchildren, his gaze still fixed on Zhao Qi, who was turned to walk away. In Zhao Ji's mind, he thought, Ying Zheng wants me to become the champion of the commandery and county system. But how does he know I support the commandery and county system? Is it the Black Ice Terrace, or is there a spy by my side? After a moment of silence, Zhao Qi thought again. No, the ones who benefit most from the enfeoffment system are those with military merit and the imperial clan. And now, the person with the greatest military merit in Great Qin is me. It is most appropriate for Ying Zheng to use my power to eliminate the enfeoffment system. And what he said just now was probably just an excuse. It has nothing to do with whether I support the commandery and county system or not, truly a calculating schemer. But since it aligns with my intentions, then I will go and crush the prestige of those old-fashioned court officials for you. Ying Zheng stood still, watching Zhao Qi walk away. He wore an expression of great trust in Zhao Qi. He smiled lightly and said, "Jir, the new chapter of Great Qin, your father wants to see you open it personally." Scene changed back to the main hall. The officials standing below shouted in unison, "We ministers wish the great king eternal health and a life of 10,000 years. Ying Zheng, sitting on the throne, also replied, "My dear ministers, you may dispense with the formalities. We have been bedridden with illness for many days. Are there any important matters in the court?" Wang Guan clasped his hands, bowed, and reporting to the great king. The other day, the great king proposed replacing the enfeoffment system with the commandery and county system. This old minister believes it is not appropriate. He continued, "The enfeoffment system is the founding principle of our Great Qin, and even more so, the root of the Qin laws established by Lord Shang of Great Qin. If we rashly abolish it, what will become of our Great Qin system of military merit?" Zhao Qi, standing behind him, looked at him and thought. Right to the point as expected, this kind of old minister hates overthrowing ancestral systems the most. Wang Guan continued, "The great unification has just been established. The enfeoffment system is the core that encourages our Qin laws. It absolutely cannot be abolished, lest we break the hearts of our generals and soldiers." The other officials also chimed in. This minister shares the same opinion. At that moment, Zhao Qi boldly stepped forward, clasped his hands, and said, reporting to the great king, "This subject has an opinion. This subject believes that if Great Qin wishes to enjoy 10,000 generations of peace, It must immediately abolish the enfeoffment system and implement the commandery and county system. The commandery and county system is the true foundation of our great Qin. Wang Guan turned, frowned, and said unhappily to Zhao Qi, Lord Wuan, "Are you questioning the talent of Lord Shang?" Qin Yu also frowned, immediately adding, "Absolutely not, absolutely not. The enfeoffment system has been passed down from ancient times. How can it be abolished just like that?" The entire main hall began to get noisy. All the officials were buzzing with discussion. Someone said, "The root of a nation, if you touch one part, the whole body moves." Lord Wuan's military merits are outstanding, but he understands nothing about court affairs. Another person said, "A new policy isn't something that can be implemented just because you want it. Stop thinking so wishfully." Someone else said, "Making a mockery of things. What does he take the foundation of the state for?" Wang Guan whispered, "A mere brute. Don't embarrass yourself in the imperial court." Zhao Qi was furious. His face darkened. His eyes turned crimson. He roared, "All of you, shut up for this, Lord." After roaring in anger, Zhao Qi stomped his foot on the floor. He was so angry that he created a force that sent the surrounding officials flying. Shooting a death glare at the crowd of officials, he shouted, "Since when did the court of Great Qin become a marketplace? As ministers of Great Qin, you are so disrespectful, showing no regard for His Majesty the King." Ying Zheng observed in silence. He thought, "Good lad, very imposing. You haven't lost your kingly demeanor." Zhao Qi continued, "The enfeoffment system is an ancient law inherited from the early Xia. Is it still suitable for use today? How the 6 states of Huaxia came to be, do you all really not know?" An image of a king from the great Zhao Dynasty appeared, accompanied by images of soldiers fighting. Zhao Qi continued to argue. Before, during the great Zhou Dynasty, the state was governed by the enfeoffment system. The feudal lords carved up the national territory, and in the end, the states no longer respected the king, and the world no longer submitted. Zhao Qi maintained his cold expression. He continued to question, "You short-sighted fools, do you want our great Qin to become the Zhou of the past many years from now? Ha ha! You are all learned men. How can you not know the pros and cons within? It's merely for immediate benefits. Have you ever cared for the fate of our great Qin?" Immediately, Fusu stepped forward and grabbed the hem of Zhao Ji's robe. He argued, "Even if the enfeoffment system has its pros and cons, how can the laws of Qin be changed just like that? The military merit system of our great Qin is to encourage the generals, soldiers, and ministers." Fusu frowned, his face furious, and said, "Without the military merit system, how can the ministers who fight for my royal father be convinced? Do you want the entire army to fall into chaos? Your intentions are truly damnable." Zhao Qi grabbed Fusu's wrist, pulling it away from his robe, causing him to cry out in pain, "Ah, let go of my hand, let go of my hand." Qin Yu looked at the arguing Fusu and Zhao Qi, his mouth agape in astonishment. Another official spoke up unhappily. "Lord Wuan, what do you think you are doing? Release Prince Fusu at once." Zhao Qi immediately let go. Pushing Fusu towards the group of officials, he said contemptuously, "Useless trash, ignorant, for the great king to have a son like you. It is truly his misfortune, the misfortune of great Qin." Hearing such words, the officials were all very indignant. Qin Yu shouted angrily, "Zhao Qi, how audacious! You dare to scold the eldest prince like that. You, what crime do you deserve?" Another official added, "Zhao Qi, you are too arrogant." Fusu also roared in anger, "I will kill you, Zhao Qi, I will kill you." Zhao Ji's gaze turned icy. His face darkened, and he said, "Kill me on what grounds? I am the Lord Wuan of Great Qin, holding the military power of Great Qin. Besides relying on the great king's bloodline, what are you? The commandery and county system is the great king's will. As a subject of the great king, everything is given by Great Qin. Forcing the monarch is disloyal. Forcibly promoting an enfeoffment system that is unsuited for the times causing chaos in our great Qin, is unrighteous. Zhao Qi's words, each one like a thunderclap, struck the officials' ears. They were terrified, breaking out in a cold sweat. Zhao Qi continued, I, Zhao Qi, am about to go to the battlefield. To unify the Yin Huang people, there is no way to raise a blade against my own kin. But now that the 6 directions are unified, you people fantasize about plunging the country into disintegration again. You truly deserve to die. He clasped his hands behind his back, walking step by step towards Fusu, saying as he went, Fusu, you said that not recommending the enfeoffment system would break the hearts of the ministers and soldiers. I ask you, in Great Qin today, who has the highest merit? Fusu stood up, took a slight step back, his face a little frightened, and replied, Of course it's you. Zhao Qi raised his head provocatively. He asked, if we were to follow the enfeoffment system, what reward would I receive? Fusu's eyes filled with panic. He stammered, of course. Meng Wu, from behind the soldiers, interjected, with the enfeoffment system, given Lord Wuen's merits, he should be made a king. Lord Wuen is willing to abandon the enfeoffment system for the sake of Great Qin's state and territory. What grounds do the clans of military nobles have to object? Do they think their merits can surpass Lord Wuen's? Zhao Qi spoke again. Generals, I wish to abolish the enfeoffment system. Do you agree? Meng Wu and the soldiers all clasped their hands and bowed in unison. Meng Wu replied, Lord Wuen's words are good. For the eternal inheritance of Great Qin, so that the Yin Huang people are no longer divided, we ministers agree to abandon the enfeoffment system in exchange for an eternally stable country. Zhao Qi gained the upper hand. He raised his hand, turned to the officials, and said, See, the high generals who command the armies of our Great Qin all agree to abolish the enfeoffment system. For Great Qin, I am even willing to give up being made a king. What else do you have to say? Chunyu angrily pointed at Zhao Qi and shouted, Zhao Qi, you are nothing but a brute, audacious, and delusional. You have no regard for rights and laws, no regard for rights and laws in your eyes. Immediately, Zhao Qi stepped forward, grabbed Chunyu by the collar, lifted him up effortlessly, and said, Rights and laws, your rights and laws could not bring about the unification of Great Qin, but my demon sword could. Chunyu was terrified but still tried to act tough, stammering, so insolent. Zhao Qi casually threw Chunyu far away, to the astonishment of the officials, adding, with your kind of pedantic scholars, if reason cannot get through, I have never been willing to waste my breath. Done, he stepped before Ying Zheng, slightly drew his sword from its scabbard, and shouted in a stern voice, I first use courtesy, then force. Does anyone else have an opinion? I, Zhao Qi, stand with the great king, with Great Qin. If anyone does not follow the great king's will, then speak to the sword in my hand. Then Zhao Qi turned, clasped his hands, and bowed to Ying Zheng. He said, Great King, in your subject's opinion, the enfeoffment system is a product of ancient times. For the eternal inheritance of Great Qin, it absolutely cannot be used. The officials behind, after the recent shock, also clasped their hands in unison. We ministers share the same opinion. Only Fusu remained seated, dazed and helpless. He was dumbfounded, unable to say anything more. Ying Zheng smiled and replied, If all the civil and military officials of the court believe the enfeoffment system should be abolished, then I will naturally follow everyone's opinion. Then he gave the order, issue the decree, from this day forward, within the territory of Great Qin, the commandery and county system shall be used. As its replacement, Ying Zheng stood up, turned to go inside, and waved his hand, saying, Court is dismissed, ha ha ha. All the officials spoke up. We respectfully see the great king off. The great king is wise and brilliant. After Ying Zheng left, an official helped Chunyu up, asking, Lord Chunyu, are you all right? Chunyu lowered his head and replied, I'm fine, but Chunyu looked up, his eyes welling with tears. He gritted his teeth, unwilling to accept it, thinking, Great king, How could you indulge such a brute? By doing so, what does that leave Prince Fusu? The civil and military officials, after the court was dismissed, were walking out of the palace one by one. Halt! A general laughed and said, "Ha ha ha, so satisfying, so satisfying. I've long wanted to curse this bunch of pedantic scholars. All day long their hearts are full of schemes, while their mouths speak pleasantries. It's truly disgusting." At this, Zhao Qi replied, "It's just that you high generals have world-shaking merits. Yet because you supported Zhao Qi's proposal, you gave up the chance to be made kings and appointed generals." In Zhao Qi's heart, he felt very conflicted. General Hung immediately said, "Lord Wuan, by saying that, aren't you looking down on us too much? If Lord Wuan can bear it, why can't we?" General Wang also added, "As generals of Great Qin, of course we must stand with Great Qin first. We went to battle and killed enemies to help the great king unify the world, not for the title of king." General Meng came forward, patted Zhao Ji's shoulder, and said, "Lord Wuan, we admire you, and it's not wrong for us to be willing to follow you. But this time, our support for the commandery and county system also comes from the bottom of our hearts." Zhao Ji lowered his head and replied, "It is I, Zhao Ji, who is shallow." Suddenly, a eunuch entered and announced, "Lord Wuan, the great king invites you to the inner palace for a talk." Zhao Ji immediately replied, "Very well." The generals were extremely surprised to hear this and watched Zhao Ji's departing figure. General Hung joyfully grabbed Meng Wu's arm and squeezed it tightly, saying, "Oh Meng, this could it be, could it be?" Meng Wu cried out in pain, "Ouch, hey, go easy, what could it be or not be?" General Hung continued, Don't you remember what the great king said? It's after the unification." After hearing this, Meng Wu suddenly realized and said, right, perhaps the time has come." Tu Sui stood silently behind them. In his heart, he thought, the time has come, what time? Could it be that the king of Qin is plotting something against my master? In the inner palace, Ying Zheng closed his eyes in thought, his expression extremely tense. The eunuch led Zhao Ji in and announced, "Great king, Lord Wuan has arrived." Ying Zheng replied, "Good, come in." Zhao Ji walked in, scratching his head in confusion, and said, "I wonder for what matter the great king has summoned your subject?" Ying Zheng replied, "Young lad Ji, come here and look at this map of the former 7 states. I remember the first time you came to Xianyang. I pulled you over to see it. Many years have passed, yet it feels like yesterday. Just as you said before, the world is now settled. The Yin Huang people are unified. From ancient times until now, the division of the world was all ruined by the enfeoffment system." Ying Zheng patted Zhao Ji's shoulder. He continued, "And now I have cut off the root of this chaos in the world. Young lad Ji, you are the sharp sword in my hand." Zhao Ji smiled shyly and said, "The great king overpraises me." Ying Zheng said with a serious face, "Is not an overpraise. Today's court debate, aside from wanting to implement the commandery and county system, I also wanted to hear your true thoughts. Zhao Ji, your heart holds the world. Your broad vision can see through all of history. You are the foremost among heroes. I respect that." Zhao Ji clasped his hands respectfully and said, "For the great king to call your subject a hero, your subject feels ashamed. Your subject is a mere warrior. In a time of peace and prosperity, there is truly no place for me to use my skills. Your subject is willing to continue using my flesh and blood to protect the peace of Great Qin." After hearing this, Ying Zheng asked, "Now that the world is unified under Great Qin, there are no more wars. What do you mean by this?" Zhao Ji immediately pointed at the map and said, "The world is unified, but the threats to Great Qin still remain. Your subject hopes the great king will allow me to command the army on the northern border to guard a region." Ying Zheng was surprised to hear this. He thought of the prospect of Zhao Ji leading the army again on a campaign, thinking to himself, "This lad, he wants to go to the northern border to attack the foreign tribes. Why? Could it be? He was puzzled and asked Zhao Qi, young lad Qi, could it be that you worry I'm the type to discard someone after they've served their purpose, and you want to go to the border to protect yourself? Upon hearing this, Zhao Qi quickly explained, Huh? How could the great king be the type to discard someone after they've served their purpose? But my request to command the army at the border is indeed for self-preservation, but not because I fear the great king, but because I do not want to enter this chaotic court. He continued, the world is settled. Your subject has no place to use my skills. Staying in the court to fight with those insidious and cunning court officials is not what your subject wants. As he spoke, Zhao Qi gripped his sword tightly. He continued, just like this Zhanlu sword that the great king bestowed upon your subject, if it is left to lie dormant in its scabbard forever, it would be a true pity. Zhao Qi clasped his hands and said, and now that the world is settled, it is also time for the great king to appoint a crown prince. Your subject does not wish to participate in it. Forgive your subject for being blunt. Among the great king's current children, no matter who you appoint as crown prince, your subject will not be convinced. Why must I stay? After hearing this, Ying Zheng gave a faint smile. Ha ha ha, young lad Qi, in this world, you don't need to be convinced by anyone. Actually, I summoned you today because there is something I want to tell you. I have found the whereabouts of your father. Zhao Qi was utterly stunned upon hearing this. He clasped his hands and quickly asked, who is my father? Where is he? I hope the great king will tell me. Ying Zheng walked over, took Zhao Qi's hands, and said, before I tell you, I want to know, do you hate your father? Zhao Qi did not hesitate. He replied, hate, when I was young, perhaps a little. He recalled the image of himself as a child, only having his mother by his side, without a father. He continued, in such a chaotic world, it's hard to avoid circumstances beyond one's control. If he can give me a reason why he had to leave my mother and me, perhaps I will no longer hate him. After hearing this, Ying Zheng's face darkened as he thought, Jeer, it is I who have wronged you and Afong. I don't know if this is a reason for you to forgive me, but now I will tell you everything. Immediately after, Ying Zheng said, Zhao Qi, Xia Donger was not your mother's real name, but a nickname given when she and your father fell in love. Her real name was Xia Yufeng, the daughter of the imperial physician Xia Wuxi. Zhao Qi was extremely surprised upon hearing this, his eyes wide with disbelief. His thoughts were in turmoil. The daughter of Xia Wuxi, Xia Yufeng, Afong, my mother was Ying Zheng's lover, Afong. So doesn't that make me? No, how could it be? Ying Zheng slowly explained, your father and your mother knew each other since childhood. Life was oppressive, but they relied on and cared for each other. Those difficult times were very happy. Until one day, your father's clan suddenly wanted to bring him back to his home state, and everything changed. As he spoke, he recalled the scene from years ago when he led Afong to escape from the pursuing soldiers. Ying Zheng continued, your father went through many things, and upon returning to his country, he was informed that he would become the future king. He originally thought that from then on, he could finally protect your mother, but he was met with the clan's disapproval. The old scene reappeared in his mind, him standing to protect Afong from everyone's criticism. Around him, Ying Zheng remembered the image of Afong leaving him, and he continued to speak. They believed your mother's status was too lowly, not fit to be the queen. Although the chances of winning were slim, your father wanted to gamble his throne, but your mother was unwilling to see him lose the throne, so she left on her own. As Ying Zheng spoke to this point, his eyes began to well up with tears. He said, Jir, I am. Before he could finish a sentence, Zhao Qi shouted, shut up, don't say any more. He was disappointed, roaring, you are the king of the world. If you wanted to see her, how could you not find her? She was in Li family village, so close to you. Zhao Qi's hand, holding the sword, trembled. At this moment, tears were streaming down Ying Zheng's face. He said sadly, it is I who am useless, I who am incompetent. By the time I broke free from all constraints and could go look for her, I could no longer find her. I ordered people to search all the states, but found no news of her. He moved closer to Zhao Qi, placed both hands on him, and said, Jir, I was always looking for her, but by the time I truly found her, she was already It is I who have wronged you and your mother. Zhao Qi looked up, crying as he spoke. So you knew who I was long ago, but only told me after unifying the world. You both absolve yourself of the shame in your heart, and make me willing to conquer the lands for you and your crown prince. Great king, a very fine calculation. Ying Zheng gripped Zhao Qi's shoulders tightly, lowered his head, and said, Jier, this land was originally yours. Who will want to give it to? Zhao Qi asked back, puzzled. Ying Zheng suddenly grabbed the hilt of Zhao Qi's sword and drew it. He held the hilt and placed it in Zhao Qi's hand, while placing the blade against his own neck, saying, I've already left a secret decree. If I die without a crown prince, Zhao Qi, as the eldest son of the House of Ying, shall be established as the new king. Jier, do you know why I didn't directly announce it to the world and bring you to the ancestral temple? Ying Zheng gave a faint smile and continued, I was afraid you would hate me. If you truly hate me, just take this life of mine. Let me go down to the Yellow Springs to apologize to Donger. You have not yet been officially recognized by the clan, so it wouldn't be considered patricide. Afterwards, someone will naturally take care of things for you. You need not worry, and this land will still be yours. Zhao Qi's face was grim as he thought. Ying Zheng, you're willing to go this far? At this time, outside Xianyang City, in the personal barracks of the Lord of Wuan, a general rode his horse swiftly into the camp. Another general asked, Tu Sui, why are you back? Tu Sui replied, it's a bit complicated to explain. Most of the troops. The Lord was summoned to the inner palace by the great king. The other general replied, what? It's not a rare occurrence for the Lord to go to the inner palace to see the great king. Tu Sui said in a serious tone, no, I have a feeling something big is about to happen. With that, Tu Sui stood on the highest platform, raised his fist to the sky, and shouted, Brothers, if our Lord Commander is in danger, what should we do? Hearing this, the soldiers holding their swords shouted in unison, We swear to protect the Lord Commander to the death. We swear to protect the Lord Commander to the death. We swear to protect the Lord Commander to the death. Zhang Han looked at Tu Sui and said, With the Lord's strength, will he really be in danger? Tu Sui turned back and replied, You don't see how perilous the royal court is. It's not about being afraid of 10,000 possibilities, but about the one what if. The Lord's merits are so great, they overshadow the master. It's hard to guarantee that Ying Zheng won't have thoughts of harming the Lord. He continued, The Lord originally sought to conquer the world and only withdrew for Ying Zheng's sake. If Ying Zheng doesn't know what's good for him, then what's to stop us from taking this world back? Suddenly, a person on horseback galloped over, shouting, I felt that General Tu's expression in the court was not right. It's a good thing I arrived in time, otherwise you would have caused a great disaster. Tu Sui immediately said, It's not that I'm making something out of nothing. Ying Zheng had our Lord championed the commandery and county system, offending the high ministers in court. Then he privately summoned the Lord to the inner palace. Isn't it possible he has a scheme? Han Fei replied, General Tu has been by the Lord's side for years. Your strategic mind is not lacking. He continued, The new king does indeed have a scheme, but that scheme is for the Lord's sake. Thinking of the majestic image of Zhao Qi leading the entire army, he said, On the surface, the king of Qin is using our Lord as a blade, but in reality, he is giving the Lord an opportunity to personally rectify the court and establish his authority. This way, in the future, no civil official will dare to defy the Lord, and the military generals will follow him with true sincerity. The new king wants the Lord to become a future king who can stand firm in the world. Because the Lord is the heir to great Qin, personally appointed by the king of Qin, the eldest bloodline of the king of Qin. After hearing this, Tu Sui and Zhang Han said with their mouths agape. Tu Sui asked again in doubt, You're saying the Lord is Ying Zheng's son? Han Fei replied, Not only is he the son, he is also the crown prince, the future king of this world. This is no longer a secret. He stroked his beard and said with a smile, Meng Wu, the three great senior generals, and the Lord's wife all already know about this. This time, the king of Qin secretly summoned the Lord to the palace, likely to be frank about this matter. Zhang Han laughed and said, "That's great. The Lord is of the legitimate royal line." Tu Sui, this time we don't need to worry about the Lord anymore, right? Tu Sui replied, "Not necessarily. If he really wants to pass the throne to the Lord, why not announce it and perform rites at the ancestral temple? Furthermore, Ying Zheng wants to acknowledge the Lord, but what about the Lord's own wishes? Those restless young princes in Xianyang City will not just sit by and wait for death." Han Fei replied, "That is true. Being prepared prevents worry. General Tu's considerations are thorough. But as long as Xianyang is quiet, we must absolutely not act rashly. We will make full preparations and await the Lord's choice." In the inner palace, at this moment, the sword fell to the ground. Zhao Qi stepped back and shouted, Are you insane?" Then he hurriedly fled from the inner palace, saying as he ran, "What do you mean someone will take care of it? What do you mean it won't be considered patricide? Are these words that the first emperor of all time could say?" Ying Zheng reached his hand out towards Zhao Qi, helplessly exclaiming, "Jier!" He collapsed onto the floor, tears streaming down endlessly, and he mumbled, "What first emperor of all time? In front of my son, I am merely a father who wants to atone for his sins." Zhao Qi walked out of the inner palace, thinking to himself, "Ying Zheng, father, I never considered this possibility." As he was thinking, Yenner suddenly approached with their 2 children. The 2 children called out, "Father." Yu Ji said joyfully, "Father is back. Aiden lied to us. Father really is back." Shir also spoke up, "Father, Yi said he wanted to prepare a gift for you. Did you receive it?" Zhao Ji picked up his 2 children and replied, "You two call him so affectionately, huh?" Yu Ji immediately replied, "Yi is Yi. We didn't call him wrongly." Zhao Ji said helplessly, "You didn't call him wrongly." He turned to look at Yenner and asked, "Don't tell me you?" Yenner showed a remorseful expression and replied, "I'm sorry, Brother Ji. Father said everything was to protect you. We had no choice but to hide it from you." Zhao Ji said with a disappointed look, "It seems that besides me, many people knew about this." "Forget it. At least they are all trustworthy people." Yenner continued to explain, "Brother Ji, Father, it was really for your sake. Don't be angry anymore." At this point, 1,000 memories appeared like shattered pieces of a mirror, all of them happy images between Zhao Qi and Ying Zheng. Zhao Qi replied, "How could I not know? It's just that I can't accept it at the moment. He did so much for me. Perhaps I had long since seen him as a father. Otherwise, I wouldn't have given up the land and the world for him." But he then remembered the past when his father abandoned him and his mother. He exclaimed, "When a man who was never by my side since childhood overlaps with a man who has cared for me wholeheartedly since we met, how can you expect me to accept it right away?" Zhao Qi thought sadly, "Even if I am unrivaled in the world and have inherited the martial way, how can this heart be impervious to blades and spears?" Suddenly, his 2 children interrupted his train of thought. Yu Ji said, "What's wrong, Father?" "Father, don't be sad." Shir touched Zhao Ji's face with her hand, worried. "Father's brows are all furrowed. Shir will smooth them for you." Xiao Wushu came forward and said, "Jir, in these past few years, Zheng has suffered no less than Afong. He took every step to get to where he is today for you and your mother. Otherwise, he would have long since." He slowly continued, "If you don't forgive him, I have nothing more to say. But I hope you don't hate him. The land of Great Qin, the unification of the world, all rested on his shoulders. There were too many things he was powerless to change." Zhao Qi asked Xiao Wushu, "Grandfather, have you forgiven him?" Xiao Wushu replied, "He was the love and devotion of Afong's life. I have never blamed him." After hearing this, Zhao Qi put his 2 children down and said to his wife, "Yenner, if I wanted to give up everything right now and live in seclusion in the mountains with you, would you be willing?" Yenner still replied cheerfully, "Brother Ji, no matter where you go, Yenner will follow you without regret." Immediately, Zhao Qi knelt down, kowtowed to Xiao Wushu, and said, "Grandfather, Zhao Qi knows what to do now." At this moment, he returned to Ying Zheng's inner palace. Looking through the crack in the door, he saw Ying Zheng with a sorrowful face prostrated on the floor. Ying Zheng noticed, turned his head to look, and said in surprise, Zhao Qi walked over and said, I am not a fool. I remember well how you've treated me all these years. One only needs to think a little to know that you hid this from me to protect me. He continued with a serious face. As for the land, if I wanted it, I wouldn't need you to give it to me. The world in your eyes cannot be exchanged for my forgiveness. If you want me, Zhao Qi, to forgive someone, it can only be because I, Zhao Qi, truly want to forgive. After hearing this, Ying Zheng's face showed a hint of bewilderment. Zhao Qi took out a command token and said, Mother loved you her whole life. Everyone is pleading for you. It's not that I don't understand reason. I was just unwilling to accept it. But I'm not a child anymore. After the unwillingness, I know better how I should handle this. With that, Zhao Qi knelt down, presented the command token to Ying Zheng with clasped hands, and then he called out to Ying Zheng, Father. Seeing this, Ying Zheng's eyes filled with tears. He reached out to take the command token, stammering, Dong. He came forward to hold Zhao Qi's shoulders, saying, my Jier. Ying Zheng hugged Zhao Qi tightly and said, My good son, my son. Zhao Qi was moved to the verge of tears. Ying Zheng continued, I want to perform the ancestral rites. My Jier has returned. My Jier is about to be acknowledged by the clan. My Afong. I must make my Afong the queen in a grand and proper manner, to sleep beside me for 100 years. A moment later, a eunuch ran out from the palace to announce the news. The great king has ordered that tomorrow, the ancestral temple will be opened for rites to the ancestors in heaven to officially establish the prince of Great Qin. As he ran, the eunuch continued to repeat, A decree. The great king has ordered that tomorrow, the ancestral temple will be opened for rites to the ancestors in heaven to officially establish the prince of Great Qin. Chunyu Yu chuckled to himself, thinking, Ha ha ha, so what about the commandery and county system? The great king still wants to establish Prince Fusu. The treacherous-looking prime minister thought, establishing a prince, will it be Fusu or Huhai in the end? I must make plans early. At that very moment, the news also reached the barracks. The great king has ordered that tomorrow, the ancestral temple will be opened for rites to the ancestors in heaven to officially establish the prince of Great Qin. Zhang Han smiled and said, Excellent. The great king is about to establish a prince, opening the ancestral temple. The Lord is about to become the prince of Great Qin. After hearing this, Han Fei said, Don't celebrate too soon. This is the crucial moment. Perhaps General Tu's arrangements are about to be put to use. Inside the inner palace, Ying Zheng happily put his arm around Zhao Qi's shoulder and said, Come, Jier, tell your royal father the interesting stories about your years in the army. Zhao Qi replied, Royal father, you've already asked me to tell you 3 times. Ying Zheng answered, Then can you call me royal father a few more times for me to hear? Ying Zheng then clasped his hands together, his eyes glistening, and said with a pleading expression, Go on, call me. Go on, call me. Zhao Qi helplessly thought to himself, He's so clingy. The one emperor through the ages. It turns out he's a silly dad. My image of him is shattered. Seeing Zhao Qi smile, Ying Zheng asked, Jier, are you thinking of something interesting? Zhao Qi replied, Not really. I was just remembering back when I was little, I would see other friends laughing and acting spoiled in their father's arms, and I would wonder what it would be like if my father were also by my side. He turned to look at Ying Zheng and continued, Now it seems that fathers all over the world are the same with their children. The expression of you, the one emperor through the ages, is exactly like that of a commoner in the village when facing his child. Ying Zheng replied in a daze, In front of you, we are just a father, not the king of Qin. Jier, you don't know how long I have waited for this day. If only your mother were still here now. Suddenly, a soldier's voice called from outside the door. Great King, the Black Ice Terrace and the Personal Guard Battalion have made all arrangements, ensuring there will be no mistakes at the ancestral rites tomorrow. In addition, Prince Ji's Personal Guard Battalion is also stationed outside the city, ready to be deployed at any time. Ying Zheng replied, Well done. Tomorrow, if anyone dares to act against this, even if it's a prince, kill them without mercy. No need to ask for permission. The soldier responded, yes. Ying Zheng turned to Zhao Qi and said, I didn't expect that you, my jeerer, also made arrangements. We, father and son, truly think alike. Zhao Qi asked in surprise. Me? He scratched his face awkwardly and said, I've been in the palace the whole time and had no time to make arrangements. I'm afraid it was Tu Sui who discovered the issue and acted on his own authority. Hearing this, Ying Zheng laughed and clapped Zhao Qi on the shoulder, saying, ha ha ha, worthy of the soldiers led by my son. His judgment is truly sharp, and his thoughts are meticulous. Good. This way, there are no more worries for the ancestral rites tomorrow. After hearing this, Zhao Qi said, Royal Father, have you ever thought about how many people in this city of Xianying are also eyeing tomorrow's ceremony? For the sake of elevating their chosen prince to the throne, these people will stop at nothing. Is that so? Do you really want to wash this city in blood? Ying Zheng replied with a steely, cold gaze. If they want to challenge royal authority, they should have had this realization long ago. He poured wine into a cup and said, Tonight, let them have a beautiful dream. After speaking, Ying Zheng took the cup of wine he had just poured and threw it to the ground, declaring, Tomorrow, whether they live or die will depend on their own choices. We will certainly grant their wish. That night, a group of people cloaked entirely in black secretly met to discuss their plans. Among them was the official Qin Yu. In the secret meeting room, he laughed and said, Prince, tomorrow is the day the great king will announce the position of crown prince. We have finally waited for this day. The other officials also chimed in. That's right, Qin Yu said. Now that the world is settled and foreign enemies have been eliminated, Great Qin no longer needs such a large army. The future of the court is still the world of us civil officials. Others continued, how insolent that Zhao Qi was today. When Prince Fusu ascends the throne in the future, we must teach him a lesson. Another civil official replied, that's right, humiliating the prince in front of everyone and promoting some commandery and county system. How crude and disrespectful. Qin Yu looked towards Prince Fusu and continued, Prince, you absolutely must not be saddened by today's events. As long as you become the crown prince, everything can be overcome. Fusu was startled and spoke up. He said with a worried expression, but I feel that what Zhao Qi said makes sense. The enfeoffment system for the country is indeed a great weakness. Perhaps I was truly wrong. Do I really have the ability to inherit the great lineage? Qin Yu asked in surprise. Prince, why would you have such a thought? If the enfeoffment system were so terrible, why would it have been passed down from ancient times until now? You must not be swayed by that, Zhao Qi. Another military official replied, That's right, Prince. Tomorrow you will be the crown prince, holding a part of the royal authority. You must deal with him, otherwise he will be a disaster for Great Qin. The military officials there all bowed their heads in unison, clasped their hands, and said, We implore the prince not to be manipulated by slanderous words. Please prioritize the eternal foundation of our Great Qin. Do not abolish the ancient rites and laws. We will definitely do everything in our power to help the prince ascend the throne. Fusu listened with some anxiety. Know this, he thought to himself, in the end, what is right and what is wrong? Zhao Qi, your ideas and the education I have received are completely opposite. Are you the one bewitching people's hearts? Or am I the one truly trapped in error? Yingshi spoke up. Fusu, if you're pondering right and wrong, then look at what your good father has done since he ascended the throne. Although he unified the 6 states, a feat for the ages, what has this court become? Yingshi looked up and continued. Look at this Great Qin. The imperial clan has been trampled by him. The slaughterers have been driven from the court by him. Do we, the descendants of the Ying clan, still have a place? Is this what a benevolent ruler should do? A pair of feet stepped forward step by step, to everyone's surprise. It was none other than Yingshi. He said slowly, I have waited for so many years, waiting for a prince who is benevolent and righteous. Fusu, you are the hope of our Great Qin. Then, Yingshi approached Fusu, gently placed a hand on his face, and continued, If the ancient system is changed, where will legitimacy come from? If the imperial clan is destroyed, how can it still be the world of the Ying clan? We, the clan officials, are all watching you. The people of Great Qin are also watching you. After hearing this, Fusu's expression became indescribable, as if he had realized many things. He stammered, I understand now. Then Fusu stood up and declared resolutely before all the ministers, thank you, all you lords. If Fusu becomes a crown prince, I will certainly remember my duty, revitalize Great Qin, and not disappoint you, my lords. As if his goal had been achieved, seeing Fusu like this, a thought arose in Yingshi's heart. He chuckled to himself. Ha, great king. So what if your methods are more ruthless? You too will grow old, you will die. When this Fusu ascends the throne, it will be time for us, the clansmen, to return to the court. The scene changes to Prince Huai. Inside, the ministers are discussing something. Zhao Gao speaks up. Tomorrow, the great king will decide on the establishment of the crown prince at the ancestral temple. Currently, there are only two choices, Prince Huai and Fusu. Tonight, we have gathered to discuss with Prince Huai how to support you tomorrow to secure an invincible position. After hearing this, Ting Wei stroked his beard and continued. Fusu's personality is gentle, and he has been taught by Chunyu Yu to the point of conflict with the Great King. He has long been disliked by the Great King. In tomorrow's contest for Crown Prince, Prince Huai already holds the advantage. Saying this, the other ministers agreed and showed their support. One minister said, Lord Ting Wei is right. Furthermore, our Great Qin succession has always been based on appointing the worthy. Yesterday in court, when the system was changed, Fusu's group acted as if their tails had been stepped on and went against the Great King. But we, including Prince Huai, did not say a word. Another person also laughed and said, That's right. Tomorrow, we just need to hold firm to this point, and Prince Huai must ascend to the position of Crown Prince. As for Huai, he sat arrogantly on his chair, one hand propping up his chin, the other raising a wine cup, and replied, With the support of you ministers, the establishment of the Crown Prince tomorrow will surely be very smooth. When I ascend the great throne, I will certainly not treat any of you here poorly. In the blink of an eye, the next day arrived. At the Great Qin Ancestral Temple, the sky was still shrouded in a veil of night. But even though it was nighttime, it could not dim the fervent atmosphere of the contest for the position of Crown Prince. 3 or 4 men made the drums thunder, and the sound of horns also echoed in the night. Outside the Great Qin Ancestral Temple, countless ministers stood in 2 opposing rows. Fusu and Huai, the 2 chosen for this occasion, looked at each other with hostile eyes. Meanwhile, Yingshi stood beside a table laden with countless sacrificial items, such as a pig's head and a cow's head. A few thoughts stirred in Yingshi's mind. Ha. This Great Qin is about to await its fate. Then he poured a full cup of golden wine, thinking to himself, once Prince Fusu ascends to the position of Crown Prince and Great King, this Great Qin will no longer need you. This chronic poison will take your life in a few more months. The Great King arrives. Suddenly, a voice rang out, startling him. The Great King arrives. Yingshi turned his head and saw a magnificent, splendid horse-drawn carriage slowly approaching. Seeing this, the ministers all knelt and kowtowed in salute to the person inside the carriage. We respectfully welcome the Great King, everyone said in unison. After that, a minister raised his head to look, and, as if having noticed something unusual, he said, Strange, why don't I see the Lord of Wu today? On the day the Great King establishes the Crown Prince, he doesn't even come. The minister beside him heard this and let out a laugh. Ha. Prime Minister, do you know the saying to burn the bridge after crossing it? Yesterday, Zhao Qi was personally summoned into the palace by the Great King. Then he asked back, so what? It's not rare for Zhao Qi to enter and exit the inner palace. The minister beside him replied, Yesterday, the Great King used him as a knife to implement the commandery and county system. That was probably his final use. A useless person with some prestige. Would the Great King leave this hidden threat for the future prince? He continued that Zhao Qi has probably been Prime Minister. The days when we civil officials hold the world have truly arrived. As he spoke, he drew a hand across his neck in a cutting motion. But after hearing this, the other minister's face showed a clear look of fear. He said, This is consistent with the great king's decisive and ruthless methods. For the sake of the kingdom and the future prince, Zhao Qi truly cannot be kept. Then suddenly everyone's eyes turned in one direction when a great minister said, What in the world? Why is Lord Wuan there? The person next to him also looked in the direction he pointed and added, What? Zhao Qi, where is he? He's not dead. It turned out that Zhao Qi, whom everyone thought was dead, had appeared before them in a way no one could have expected. A great minister, extremely angry, cursed him. How dare he sit in the royal carriage, accompanying the great king, truly insolent. Below, they continued to argue incessantly. Someone thought, previously, to honor his military achievements, he shared a carriage with his majesty. But today is the day to appoint the crown prince. Why can he still accompany the great king? Could there be some hidden intention behind this? A moment later, the great king parted the curtain and stepped out. Seeing this, Zhao Qi also politely bowed in salute to him. As for the great minister from just now, his face showed a clear look of alarm, thinking to himself, why do I have a bad feeling about this? Seeing the great king arrive, Yingxi also knelt and kowtowed. He said, Your subject pays his respects to the great king. The ancestral worship ceremony has been properly prepared. We are only waiting for the great king to appoint the crown prince. Then the grand ceremony can begin. Hearing this, the great king immediately replied, Uncle is the head of the royal clan. I've always been at ease with your work. Zhao Qi, standing by and listening in, immediately thought to himself, Uncle? In that case, he must be the Yingxi from history who vied for the throne with Ying Zichu. The first emperor's suppression of the royal clan failed, so it turns out he was sent here. May the great king's blessings last 10,000 years, the great ministers said in unison. The great king sat down on the throne, looking extremely majestic. He replied, My ministers, you may arise. Thank you, great king. That Yingxi, standing and saluting below, saw that Zhao Qi did not salute the great king and was even standing beside the king. So he looked at him with a sharp glare. He thought to himself, Lord Wuan, is it utterly treasonous? While we subjects are saluting, he doesn't even step aside and stands right next to the king. A person who holds no one in his eyes like that. Wait until Fusu succeeds the throne. You'll be the first to be eliminated. Feeling Yingxi's eyes fixed on him, Zhao Qi thought, This man's gaze is vicious, radiating killing intent. I must be on guard. Then suddenly, the great minister Ying, she spoke up. To begin, Your Majesty wishes to appoint the crown prince. This old subject believes that the eldest prince, Fusu, is a model of benevolence and righteousness. He is also the foremost among the princes, trusted by all officials, and can succeed the throne according to the rites. A great minister below also agreed. The prime minister's words, Your subject agrees. But it wasn't long before someone stood up to oppose his opinion. Your subject dares not agree with the prime minister's words. Although Prince Huai is the eldest, he does not care for the foundation of the state. The other day he even promoted the enfeoffment system, showing no concern for the eternal enterprise of Great Qin. I dare ask, how can he assume the position of crown prince, let alone inherit the great lineage? Seeing his prince being scorned by others, a great minister beside him retorted, Court debates are meant for expressing personal opinions. How can you assert that Prince Fusu does not care for the foundation of the state based on that? The Minister of Justice immediately replied, Expressing personal opinions can also reveal whether one has the empire in their heart or not. Prince Huai, from the beginning, has thought for the sake of Great Qin's longevity and promoted the enfeoffment system. It can be seen that he is more capable than Prince Fusu. That great minister, angered by his words to the point of being unable to retort, could only utter one word, you. After that, another person agreed with the king, saying, Your subject agrees. Prince Huai as crown prince will surely make Great Qin last for 10,000 generations. Witnessing the scene, Zhao Qi couldn't help but sigh wearily. He thought to himself, if it's not Fusu, it's Hu Hai. Neither of them is the best choice. No wonder in history the first emperor only reluctantly let Fusu succeed him upon his death. It's truly like picking the tallest among a group of dwarves. The great king noticed his expression and understood everything. He thought, this boy's face is full of disdain. Just how much does he look down on Fusu and Hu Hai? Then he also spoke up. All right, no need to argue. In my heart, there's already someone for crown prince. But before the announcement, there is one more thing to be done. The position of empress has been vacant for many years. For the peace and stability of the family and state, I have decided to appoint an empress. As soon as he finished speaking, the great king's words sent a huge shock through all the great ministers. Appoint an empress, they asked. Then a great minister said, may I ask who the great king intends to appoint as empress? On the surface, he asked this, but in his heart, he was actually thinking. Since ancient times, a mother's status is elevated by her sons. Appointing an empress at this time must mean she is the mother of the crown prince. Now the great king slowly replied, the person I have chosen for the central palace is the daughter of the imperial physician Xiao Wushu, Xia Yufeng, although she has passed away. But I am willing to bestow this honor upon her. After speaking, his majesty thought to himself, what your Zheng Gij promised you, I have accomplished today. Immediately, his decision caused an uproar among all the great ministers. They said, Xia Yufeng, that lowly commoner woman who was previously expelled from Zhangtai Palace, and a dead person to be the model for the world. Hearing this, the great king immediately became furious. He said, Xia Yufeng is the woman I love, and moreover, the person I have chosen to be empress. If I hear any more disparaging words, I will kill without mercy. Do any of you ministers have an opinion? Then the prime minister stood up as if he wanted to say something, but didn't dare to speak out. Great king, this matter. The great king looked at him and asked in a stern voice, Old prime minister, do you have an opinion? Back then, you did not stand on the wrong side. Do you wish to be muddle-headed today? The prime minister immediately trembled in fear. He had no choice but to say, your subject has no opinion. Then the king continued, good, write the edict, posthumously appoint Xia Yufeng as the empress of Great Qin, and bestow the empress's jade seal. Furthermore, choose an auspicious day to move Xia Yufeng's tomb into the imperial mausoleum to be interred together with me next year. The great ministers, although unwilling in their hearts with this decision, had to bow and say, the great king is wise and brilliant. The prime minister recalled the scene from back then and thought to himself, that year, the great king was forced to abandon the woman he loved. After his wings were fully fledged, he directly drove the royal clan out of the court. It is only because I never targeted Xia Yufeng that I have been able to keep my position to this day. His face showed a flicker of fear. If I had said one more word just now, despite our decades-long relationship as sovereign and aide, the great king would have killed me. Xia Yufeng, this reverse scale is truly terrifying. Fortunately, she is dead and won't affect Prince Fusu. The great king looked at Zhao Qi standing behind him and said, Jier, see how ridiculous they are. The same matter, 20 years apart, and they have completely different faces. Zhao Qi immediately replied, this is royal power. In the face of true interests, there is no need to cater to anyone. The great king continued, that year, it was precisely because I did not understand this principle that I caused you and your mother to leave me. Jier, in the future, you must make good use of the power in your hands. He also replied, your son will remember and thank you so that my mother can rest in peace in the netherworld. Then his majesty looked towards the great ministers and announced, next, I will announce the crown prince of my great Qin. This person is the son of myself and Xia Yufeng, and moreover, he is the eldest son of my great Qin. This was yet another piece of news that shocked everyone. What one person said. Then another asked, Xia Yufeng bore a son for the great king? How can an illegitimate son be made the crown prince? This is chaos. With this action, where does the great king place the royal clan and the rights? Hearing this news, Fusu's face immediately changed color. His eyes filled with despair as he thought to himself, "Royal father, it turns out you never intended to make me the crown prince. In your eyes, I am not even equal to an illegitimate son. For his sake, you first appointed an empress and even took away my title of eldest son." Even the great ministers below did their utmost to prevent this decision. "Great king, even if Xia Yufeng is posthumously appointed as empress and her son becomes the eldest son, but that child did not grow up in the palace, has never undergone the rites of the royal clan, and has no achievements for Great Qin. How can he be the crown prince?" Another great minister continued, "Great king, consider this. How can such a crown prince win the trust of all the officials and the people of Great Qin?" Then another person patted Lord Chunyu on the shoulder as if wanting him to say something. "Lord Chunyu, why haven't you said a word? If we just let this be, Prince Fusu's position as crown prince will be no more." Lord Chunyu replied, "Let me think." A few lines of thought arose in his mind. Previously, because Zhao Qi received excessive favor in the phrase "as close as my own son," I went to investigate. But in the end, I only managed to investigate a grave in Ligia village. Now the great king says Xia Yufeng is dead. Could it be that my speculation was not wrong? If so, then I must have Prince Fusu make plans early. I cannot act rashly. In contrast to the reaction of the great ministers present, His Majesty was extremely pleased. He let out a loud laugh, "Ha ha ha." Then he gestured toward Zhao Qi and said, "Jier, oh Jier, did you hear that? This bunch of people says you have no achievements." Zhao Qi politely replied, "Compared to you, your son naturally has no achievements." What? Through this conversation between the two of them, perhaps the great ministers had guessed who the son in the great king's words was. Their expressions all changed as they said this. The meaning of these words is... Then the great king stood up. He said, "You say my son has no achievements, that he cannot win over the masses? In martial prowess, he has the merit of destroying the 6 states and stabilizing the world. He has the ability to kill the monarchs of various states and the top generals of various states. In civil matters, he can contribute strategies to save from disaster and quell rebellions." His teacher was Lu Buwei. The great king continued, "These things among the princes you support, who can compare?" A great minister, unwilling to accept this decision, finally couldn't bear it any longer. "I can't wait anymore," he thought to himself. Having said that, he immediately protested, "Great king, even if Zhao Ji's merits are greater, but Xia Yufeng is dead. How can it be proven that Zhao Qi is the son of Xia Yufeng? How can it be proven that he is the son of the great king?" Hearing this, Zhao Qi angrily retorted, "What did you say?" The prime minister beside him also added a few words to prevent this decision. "Great king, the royal bloodline cannot be ambiguous. No matter what witnesses or physical evidence you have, those things can all be fake. You must not let such things cloud your judgment." Zhao Ji's face hardened. It seemed the anger he was suppressing was about to explode. Zhao Ji said. But those great ministers had no intention of stopping and continued to slander the honor of Zhao Ji's mother. "I have investigated before. Zhao Ji's birth mother is named Zhao Donger, not Xia Yufeng. Even if it was an alias, 20 years have passed. Who knows if she was involved with other men? How can a bastard with so many doubts inherit the empire of Great Qin?" Now, his fury reached its peak. Zhao Qi drew his sword, as if to take the lives of all those who had just fabricated stories about his mother. He said, "How dare you speak of my mother like that, this old scoundrel?" Sensing that Zhao Ji's emotions were unstable, the great king stopped him. "Jur, you cannot kill before the ancestral temple. Otherwise, it will be detrimental to your future reputation. If you want to kill, wait a moment." Suddenly, from out of nowhere, countless arrows appeared in the sky. The great minister who had just fabricated stories about Zhao Ji's mother was almost struck squarely by an arrow. He cried out, "Ah!" Even the prime minister fell backwards while dodging the arrows. I.O. The great minister's face showed a flicker of fear. He asked who was so bold. It turned out those arrows were shot by a general from behind. He said in anger, Damn it. If it weren't for Prince Ji's official return to the clan today and shedding blood before the ancestral temple being unlucky, I would have definitely shot both your heads off. The great king also looked towards those two great ministers and asked in a stern voice, "My two dear ministers, can you speak properly now? Do you still think I am a fool who cannot recognize my own son?" The man immediately trembled in fear. Your servant had absolutely no intention of offending the great king. The great king is wise and discerning. Of course, you can recognize your own son. Zhao Qi is exceptionally talented and truly has the bearing of the great king. Then His Majesty the King continued, "Wrong. Starting today, his name is Ying Zheng, and he is the crown prince of my great Qin." As soon as the words were spoken, the general and the soldiers immediately cheered in support. Lord Wuan as crown prince is the fortune of great Qin. Lord Wuan as crown prince is the fortune of great Qin. And those words were repeated over and over, echoing across the sky. Lord Wuan as crown prince is the fortune of great Qin. Lord Wuan as crown prince is the fortune of great Qin. They were truly overjoyed by that decision. Some even had tears of happiness welling up. "Old John, did you hear? It's done, it's done. Lord Wuan is the crown prince," one soldier said. Then the other replied, "I'm not deaf. Boo-hoo-hoo. I'm truly happy for our Lord, truly happy." A great minister standing nearby looked up at the sky and exclaimed, "With our Lord as king, it is the fortune of the world." Then the resounding cheers continued. Lord Wuan as crown prince is the fortune of great Qin. Lord Wuan as crown prince is the fortune of great Qin. Seeing how things were, that great minister from Prince Fusu's faction thought to himself, "It's over." With such momentum, Prince Fusu is truly about to lose his chance at the state. Then Zhao Qi walked over to him, looking at him with eyes full of anger. If Zhao Qi inherits the throne with his personality, he will absolutely not spare me. Whether for Prince Fusu or for myself, I cannot let this kind of thing happen, he thought to himself. Then immediately, this great minister kowtowed and shouted loudly, "Great king, there is nothing to say about Lord Wuan acknowledging his ancestors and returning to the clan, but inheriting the throne is absolutely unacceptable." Fusu, standing behind, could no longer just stand by and watch, and ran forward to stop him. "Teacher, don't say any more." But it seemed he still wanted to continue speaking, even though he knew nothing would change. Lord Wuan has a pure bloodline and has repeatedly performed great deeds in the army, but he has no foundation in the court. Among the civil officials of the world, compared to the position of crown prince, it would be easier for Lord Wuan to serve as a minister who assists the ruler. Looking at the crowds behind him gossiping about his teacher, Fusu thought to himself, "Teacher is taking a desperate risk for my sake. But isn't this truly offending royal father? If this fails, then I too." Suddenly, a voice cut through his train of thought. "No foundation? Then are the two of us qualified to be Prince Ji's foundation, or not?" Hearing that voice, he immediately panicked. It turned out to be Lu Buwei and Meng Ao. That great minister stammered, "Meng Ao, and also Lu Buwei, you're not dead." The head of the Meng family, with a solemn face, stood up in the middle of the hall. "Shu Commandery is nourishing. This old man won't be dying just yet." The head of the Meng family, the Marquis of Wenxin, and the close ministers bowed respectfully before Ying Zheng. They said loudly in unison, "Great king, this old servant and the Marquis of Wenxin are willing to support Prince Ji as the crown prince." To quell the gossip in the court for Prince Ji, the head of the Meng family said loudly, affirming before the temple, "Prince Ji has great talent and is the most suitable person to be crown prince." Before the hall, many close ministers shouted in unison, "Your servant is of the same opinion." Another close minister turned to the person next to him and said with some anxiety, "Prince Ji is truly the one mandated by heaven. Neither favor nor power can shake him." The person next to him also expressed surprise. Meng Ao and Lu Buwei both stood up to support him. "How is this having no foundation? Even if he doesn't become crown prince, he is a true ambassador with real power. It's better for us not to throw an egg against a rock. Except for an old, close minister with a pale face kneeling on the ground. Everyone else said in unison, "Your servant is of the same opinion. Prince Ji is mandated by heaven and should be the crown prince." Ying Zheng happily squinted and laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha, good. Today, at the ancestral temple ceremony, I appoint an empress and establish a crown prince to continue the eternal enterprise of Great Qin. This is a joyous occasion for the country." Ying Ji's face was pensive as he thought, looking at the man before him. "Luba Wei, this is a chess move that father had set up for me long ago. One could say he put a lot of thought into it." Ying Zheng stood up and ordered, "The ceremony continues. Chun Yu has acted improperly. Drag him to the prison and detain him. I'll trouble you two old dear ministers to observe Jier's clan acceptance ceremony." A close minister replied, "Yes." Everyone followed Ying Zheng and Ying Ji into the temple to continue the memorial ceremony. Ying Shi at the back cursed inwardly. "That idiot Chunyu, you can't do anything right. Luckily, I still have a backup plan." Ying Ji suddenly turned back and glanced towards Ying Shi. The old man immediately gave a forced laugh, breaking out in a cold sweat as he tried to hide his thoughts. Ying Ji frowned, thinking, there's a problem with Ying Shi. A person so full of schemes cannot be kept around. Let's see if he chooses to die today or some other day. The sound of horns blared, shaking the heavens with a solemn announcement. "Revered ancestors above, your descendant of the Zhao clan, Ying Zheng, today performs the clan ceremony at the ancestral temple. He appoints an empress and announces to the ancestors that a legitimate member of our Qin royal clan has returned to his rightful place, restoring the surname Ying with the name Ying Ji, and is simultaneously established as the crown prince regent of Great Qin." In the temple were the ancestral tablets from ancient generations, and the offering table was laid with tributes. Ying Zheng and Ying Ji prayed with sincere hearts. The atmosphere was extremely solemn and silent, with everyone watching respectfully. Ying Zheng called out loudly for Ying Ji to step before the ancestral tablets. "Jier, come and kowtow to the revered ancestors." Ying Ji quickly bowed and performed the rite with reverence. "Yes," standing before the tablets. He looked at each one with wide eyes, lost in thought. History, the Great Qin Empire. I recall this era when I was adrift without roots, with only my mother by my side. Ying Ji remembered the beautiful days when Yenner was with him, when they played happily with the children. After mother passed away, it was Yenner who gave me a sense of belonging here. He recalled everything that was happening and smiled in acceptance. Later, the bonds by my side grew more and more numerous, and I became more tightly bound to this world. And now, I have found my original roots, acknowledged my ancestors, and returned to the clan like a leaf falling back to its roots. I am no longer adrift and alone, but have truly become a part of it. Now he had the identity of the crown prince of Great Qin, Ying Ji. He offered incense before his ancestors and declared with a powerful aura, "Ancestors of Great Qin above, your descendant Ying Ji pays his respects here. May the revered ancestors protect the lands of Great Qin, that they may be forever strong and never again be divided, and may the world enjoy eternal peace." He bowed low, kowtowing to the ground with the thought, "From today onwards, I am Ying Ji, son of the first emperor, crown prince of Great Qin, Ying Ji." Around him, the officials and guards also bowed their heads in reverence. The ritual worship in the imperial city concluded the ceremony, and an announcement was made. The kowtow ceremony is complete. The ceremony is a great success. Ying Zheng took his hand and pushed him forward. The eunuch held a scroll and came before the temple to proclaim the imperial edict. The eldest prince, Ying Ji, in the air. The officials gaped in astonishment and terror. Someone shouted, "An auspicious omen has descended. A golden dragon and a golden phoenix have manifested themselves. Our Great Qin has gained a wise ruler. Prince Ji is the wise ruler of Great Qin." A miracle. This is an absolute miracle, the likes of which have never been seen before. The majestic pair of dragon and phoenix transmitted sacred power into the jade seal, signaling a noble and blessed omen. Ying Zheng reached out to receive the jade seal. He declared before all the officials, "Today, I am the crown prince of Great Qin, watched over by heaven and blessed by the sky. Therefore, I will act as regent. I will oversee the realm as regent to strengthen Great Qin." All the officials present respectfully bowed. "We pay our respects to your highness, the crown prince." Ying Zheng pensively looked at the jade seal and the spiritual energy it emitted in his hand. He thought, when I was first acknowledged, perhaps some were not convinced. But after this tribute, they must all believe in me. This miracle, though a bit exaggerated, is truly effective in this era. He clasped his hands behind his back, admiring the magnificent scene. With hundreds of courtiers kneeling before him, his confidence grew. From now on, I can finally act freely. Under the vast, beautiful blue sky, Ying Zheng and Ying Zheng, one in front of the other, strode between two rows of solemn soldiers. This was accompanied by a formal announcement, like an oath to the absolute authority of the court. The great king leads the crown prince into the Eastern Palace. Before the Eastern Palace, for attendants and Man were kneeling respectfully. "We welcome Royal Father. We welcome your highness, the crown prince." Ying Zheng ordered, "Dispense with the formalities." He smiled and turned to ask Ying Zheng, "Are you satisfied with this arrangement? I secretly had people arrange it early on to suit your and Yenner's tastes." Man also helped a lot. Hearing this, Ying Zheng politely bowed, his eyes crinkling with a happy smile as he replied, "Thank you, Royal Father. Your son likes this place very much." Then he turned to Man and said, "Thank you, little sister Man." Man shyly curtsied, politely replying, "This is all what I should do. Brother Crown Prince is being too formal. Besides, I've always liked my sister-in-law and my two nephews. I'm also very happy to be able to help." Man lowered her head and thought sadly, hiding her deepest feelings. "I never thought the person I like would one day become my brother-in-law. Forget it. At least I can see him every day. That's good too." As they walked, Ying Zheng carefully instructed Ying Zheng, "The king of Great Qin has a grand court. As the crown prince of the Eastern Palace with the authority of a regent, you will eventually have your own small court to discuss state affairs." Ying Zheng listened attentively. Ying Zheng continued, "Although your aptitude is high, you are still young and have not been tempered on the battlefield. I intend to have the two old ministers, Meng Ao and Lu Buwei, serve as your crown prince's grand tutors to assist you. What do you think?" Ying Zheng was a little surprised to hear this. He thought to himself, to entrust two old ministers capable of shaking the court to me at the same time. Ying Zheng truly has no defenses against me. Although surprised by his order, he still replied, "To be taught by two masters is Ying Zheng's good fortune. Your son also understands royal father's intentions." He recalled the history of previous dynasties. The trust and help his father gave him moved him. Searching through all of history, Ying Zheng's feelings for me can only be compared to those of Zhu Yuanzhang for Zhu Biao. He remembered that situation. Zhu Yuanzhang built an imperial foundation for Zhu Biao sufficient to overturn the world. Even if Zhu Biao had rebelled, Zhu Yuanzhang would probably have gone along with it. The more he thought, the more he saw the resemblance. He thought of those who were wholeheartedly helping him and smiled, thinking it's because Zhu Biao was the biological son of Zhu Chongba and his beloved consort, Lady Ma, while the other children were the sons of the Emperor Zhu Yuanzhang. As for me, I am the son of Ying Zheng and Zhao Donger, not the son of the king of Qin. Even an emperor for the ages cannot escape human sentiment and the human heart. Seeing him remain silent, Meng Ao respectfully asked, "Your Highness, the crown prince, is something on your mind?" Hearing this, he quickly smiled brightly and replied, "No, this student was being impolite before his teachers." Ying Zheng clasped his hands and performed the ceremony to acknowledge his two teachers. He said humbly, Ying's aptitude is ordinary. I will have to trouble you two teachers to put your hearts into teaching me in the future." Both of them also bowed in return. Lu Bui heard this and laughed. "Ha ha, your highness is too modest. Thank you, my lord, for not disdaining us. We will certainly devote ourselves to teaching you." After today's meeting ended, Ying returned to his small family. He closed his eyes, rubbed his shoulders, and said to Yenner with a relieved smile, "Phew, finally done with the busy work. Today was more tiring than going to war." Hearing this, Yenner gently comforted him. "Brother G, you've worked hard. Let me give you a massage." The two children were playing and running around the room. The surrounding space was filled with warmth. She gently hugged him from behind and said softly, "The 6 states are unified. Brother G has been reunited with his father. Next, our family can finally live a peaceful life." Although his heart was still filled with worries, he still smiled faintly and replied to her, "It's not that easy." Ying further explained the current chaotic situation. Great Qin has unified the 6 states, but in the distant frontiers, the Baiwei are still causing trouble. Sending troops to suppress them is only a matter of time. It's just that now, as the crown prince and regent, I must handle the country's internal affairs well. Hearing this, she asked him sadly, "Does that mean we still have to be separated?" He held her hand to comfort her. "Yenner, I also want to stay by your side until we're old, but I have reasons why I must go to war." At this moment, his aura surged. Ying said forcefully and decisively, "Conquering the world is merely a means for me to become stronger. My goal is to resurrect my mother." She understood his wish well. Although still worried, she was supportive. "Brother G, of course I can't bear part with you, but as long as it's something you've decided, go and do it. Yenner will always support you." A hint of sadness flickered in her eyes. Not wanting to reveal her emotions, she made an excuse, took the two children by the hand, and left. I'll take the two children to rest first. I'll come to you a little later." He silently watched her figure disappear behind the door, his eyes pensive. "Yenner, you have suffered. Ying will use my entire life to love you and will never let you down." He flopped onto the bed and said, "Now it's time to handle the unfinished business." He spoke into the air. "System, analyze the attributes of the seal of heavenly grace and blessing." The mechanical voice of the system rang out. "The reward of heavenly grace and blessing is a magic treasure that can become a nation-suppressing seal. It is a low-grade Xian rank magic treasure. The nation-suppressing seal primarily controls destiny. If it is the destiny of a dynasty, this seal can suppress the destiny so it does not dissipate. Holding the seal increases the emperor's prestige, making military and civil officials submit in awe. Other attributes: keeping the seal on one's person can protect the body and suppress evil. As soon as the system finished speaking, a shimmering, mystical image of the jade seal appeared in the air. Both skeptical and delighted, he repeated the system's words. "Controls destiny. It really is a great gift from the system." Ying clenched the jade seal in his hand and said excitedly, "A 1,000-year dynasty for Great Qin is not just a dream. This treasure is truly amazing." The system asked, "May I ask if the host wishes to continue settling the rewards?" He replied, "Continue." The system continued to announce, "Congratulations to the host for ascending to the position of Crown Prince. Rewarding 1 Xian rank treasure chest. May I ask if the host wishes to open it?" Hearing this, he said, "Open it now." A congratulatory sound rang out. "Congratulations to the host for ascending to the position of Crown Prince and receiving the title, Crown Prince of Great Qin. Wearing this title, you will always maintain a clear mind when handling political and military affairs. The speed of handling state affairs will be doubled, and the speed of cultivation will be increased by 1-fold. Ying operated the virtual screen. Equip. Immediately, a flash of golden light appeared above his flat-topped crown. This title is much more powerful than Lord Wuan. Doubling the speed of handling state affairs is what I want. He checked the information on the virtual screen. I haven't been on a campaign during this period. Luckily, with the support of spirit stones and now this added title, I won't fall behind in my cultivation. Ying Zheng took a deep breath to steady his mind and decisively entered a state of cultivation. Raging flames erupted around him, enveloping his body. He told himself, there's hope for reaching level 21 of the Grandmaster realm. I can't delay. At the same time, a sky-shattering scream came from the Great Qin ancestral temple. A worried person spoke up. Sect Master, what's wrong with you? The Sect Master's whole body trembled uncontrollably. He screamed in terror. Don't come over here. Don't you come over here. Hearing this, another disciple hurriedly asked, has the Sect Master offended some deity? Suddenly, 3 terrifying skull-faced demons appeared before him. They wore clothes like courtiers, but their bodies were shrouded in a hazy darkness, making the space cold and gloomy. His eyes were filled with horror as he faced the bizarre image. Tears streamed down his pale face, mixing with the cold sweat beading on his forehead. He stammered, I just wanted to find a wise ruler. I was also concerned for Great Qin. In that hazy space, an angry dragon and phoenix appeared, their roars echoing. Absurd. Ying Zheng is the destined wise ruler of Great Qin. You're clearly acting for personal gain, yet still making excuses. Its entire body coiled with mystical and bewitching power. He screamed in terror. Exhausted, his body collapsed backward, blood pouring from his mouth. He screamed in despair. The dragon's voice boomed. Ying Zheng, you are unworthy of being a descendant of our Great Qin. Seeing him lying motionless, the disciple rushed closer and asked worriedly, Sect Master, what message from the ancestors did you see? Why is it like this? In a moment of silence, his mind thought, that's right, what kind of descendant am I? I clearly know Ying Zheng's merits, Ying Zheng's abilities. I know full well that the enfeoffment system will lead Great Qin to ruin. Yet just for the immediate power of the clan, I gambled the nation's fate, not hesitating to stain my hands with the blood of my kinsmen. He tightly gripped a disciple's hand and instructed, I don't have long to live. After I die, remember not to make the same mistake I did. The person trembled. Sect Master, whatever instructions you have, please say them. We will all obey. Then he used all his strength to widen his eyes and shout, along with the royal family, our clan's status is noble, but must not surpass the imperial authority. Everything must be considered for the great king and for Great Qin first. Ying Zheng is the one chosen by destiny. Remember not to go against it again. He suddenly shot up and rushed out of the room, startling the disciples. As he ran, he tried to shout, Ying Zheng, Your Highness, the Crown Prince. This old man was wrong, I was wrong. This old man is willing to use his life to express his loyalty. When he hurriedly ran to the Eastern Palace, he was stopped by the guards. Sect Master, the Crown Prince has already retired. Please go back. He dashed forward and said urgently, There's no time. I must see His Highness, the Crown Prince. I must see His Highness, the Crown Prince. Inside, he was still focused on his cultivation, retracting the golden light, and did not hear the noise outside. Suddenly, he pushed the door open forcefully, interrupting. He spoke up, Sect Master, why have you come so late at night? You all may leave. The guards respectfully replied, Yes. He swayed as if about to fall, his voice trembling with regret. Your Highness, the Crown Prince, this old subject was foolish and only came to his senses at death's door after being guided by the ancestors. In truth, during the sacrificial ceremony, you had already seen that the blood was poisoned, hadn't you? He did not hide it and replied, That's right. Unlike his morning's vigor, he now had a look of vague repentance. Bowing his head, You are indeed as benevolent as the great king. Even knowing I was rebellious, you did not send me to my death. It's a pity. I have created too much karma. The ancestors will not forgive me. He sternly looked at the old man's appearance and thought, I struck his acupoint of illusory void, which can cause a person's life force to be completely consumed in illusion. I wonder what he saw in his own world to be able to say such words. The old man took a jade pendant from his chest. I am not worried about the fate of Great Qin. I am unworthy of being a descendant of the Ying family. If I can wash away my sins, it can be considered my blessing. My whole life, I was immersed in personal desires, not knowing that being able to be clear-headed once before death is also worth it. To his astonishment, the old man offered up the ancestral jade pendant as if to atone for his mistakes. Your Highness, the Crown Prince, this is the clan jade pendant of our Ying family. From now on, the descendants of our Ying family will follow your orders. The foundation our great Qin ancestors established. Please be sure to protect it well. In the past, Yingxi has wronged you and the great king. As soon as his words finished, his eyes widened and he spat out blood. Then he collapsed onto the cold stone floor. He held the jade pendant, seemingly lost in thought. His eyes were deep and cold, without a trace of pity. If you had repented a little sooner, it wouldn't have come to this. It's a pity. Most things in this world are the tricks of fate. If you hadn't entered the realm of illusory void, I'm afraid you would never have been able to step out of the swamp of desire for your entire life. He bent down, closed the old man's eyes, and spoke a final promise. I accept the Ying clan. As long as I am here, great Qin will endure. At the same time, Dunruel rushed in with an urgent report. My lord, something big is about to happen in Xianyang. The Shadow Guards report that Chunyu Yu has gathered 5,000 retainers and wants to force an abdication. He was stunned. What? Outside the Imperial Palace, Chunyu Yu is giving orders to hundreds of officials below. The way of heaven is truly unjust. Prince Fusu should have been the wise ruler of our great Qin. Yet that bratting Qi harmed him and caused him to lose the position of crown prince. Under the bright moonlight, the man's face clearly showed his hypocrisy. His resonant words seemed to want to prove his absolute loyalty. We have devoted all that we have learned just to follow a wise ruler. In the future, to have to submit to a mere brute, what could be more humiliating in this world than that? No. To the astonishment of all the officials, he burst into helpless tears. Alas, woe is me. One of them said indignantly, I heard that Ying Qi led the charge to abolish the clan's ritual laws. How audacious, how arrogant. Another person also spoke up angrily in agreement. In the future, if we really let such a person inherit the great unification, the world will truly fall into great chaos. Even if we have to risk our own flesh and blood, we cannot let such a thing happen. Hearing that everyone was with him, Chunyu Yu tried to persuade them even more forcefully and with greater determination. You are all great contemporary Confucian scholars. Tomorrow, Chunyu Yu will sit before the palace gates to plead for the fate of our great Qin, to plead for the fate of Prince Fusu. Are you willing to follow me? As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd below erupted in a thunderous, powerful roar that seemed to want to swallow the night sky. We are willing to follow Lord Chunyu to plead for the fate of all living beings, depose Ying Qi, and establish a wise ruler. He spoke with a choked voice. On behalf of the world, thanks you, gentlemen. Meanwhile, the great king was surprised after reading Ying Qi's memorial. Divide the territory of Great Qin into 36 commanderies. He asked in disbelief, Jeer, did you come up with this prefecture and county system yourself? Lu Buwei looked at him thoughtfully. He confidently explained his plan. It was a spontaneous proposal, with guidance from the two grand tutors. Royal Father, what do you think of this method? After he finished speaking, Lu Buwei praised him with satisfaction. The crown prince is being modest. The two of us merely discussed it briefly. The great king clutched the memorial scroll, praising him endlessly with joy. Excellent. The proposed prefecture and county system has faced many obstacles until now. If this method is used as a basis, in less than a year, Great Qin can eliminate the malignant legacy of the enfeoffment system. My son is a great talent. He ordered Lu Buwei to implement it quickly, send people to distribute this to all places, and use it as the outline for implementing the prefecture and county system. Lu Buwei replied respectfully, "Yes." A sound echoed from the system in the air. Congratulations to the host for implementing the prefecture and county system, completing the hidden side quest, world's major event, movable type printing. He was surprised to hear this news. I just did it randomly, and it turned out to be the next hidden mission. So there should be standardized card axles and standardized script as well, right? He continued to propose a solution for the prefecture and county system. Royal Father, your son believes that the prefecture and county system is the key to governing the country. Besides the officials knowing its benefits, the common people should know its benefits even more. Therefore, we should dispatch people tonight to draft a simple treatise on the prefecture and county system, starting with Xianyang, and disseminate it among the populace. Hearing this, the great king praised him. Jier's mind is still the most meticulous. Go and do it. He replied, yes. At this moment, a guard rushed in to reporting to the great king and His Highness the Crown Prince. Qin Yu has led 5,000 scholars into Xianyang and is now approaching Zhongzhang. Terrace! The king cursed loudly in anger. Qin Yu, it's that old fool again. What does he want to do? I tasked him with teaching Fusu for many years, and he is a long-serving old minister, so I didn't want to punish him. Yet he doesn't know his place and has repeatedly caused trouble. The guard stammered. They said they want to petition the great king to depose the crown. Prince, the emperor and the two grand tutors were stunned. What? Immediately, he angrily drew his sword. Traitor, I will have him torn apart by 5 horses. Seeing this, Lu Buwei stepped forward to advise. What is there to fear from Qin Yu alone? Great king, please reconsider. Behind him are 5,000 scholars. We cannot alienate all the scholars in the world because of one person's mistake. Looking at the situation before him, he said calmly, Royal Father, let me handle this matter. Although the king was still worried, he agreed. It's fine for you to go, Calming this storm is also a good opportunity for you to establish your authority. He reassured him, please rest assured, Royal Father. He smiled. Qin Yu, you really haven't disappointed me. My planning for you this time was not in vain. A thunderous noise echoed from outside the great hall as thousands of officials marched in with a majestic and unstoppable momentum. A guard asked worriedly, aren't they going to stop them? The guard next to him replied in fear. Great Qin's policy allows scholars and learned men to enter the city. Even the great king has to give them some face. These people are not someone we can stop. Another guard added, what's so great about it? When our crown Prince Shi returned from pacifying the 6 states, he didn't have such a grand formation as them. Before the magnificent Great Hall, thousands of civil officials stood tall with a heroic momentum, waiting in unison to see the emperor. Qin Yu raised his voice in supplication. Great king, your subject is here with 5,000 scholars to petition you. We hope the great king will distinguish between the loyal and the treacherous, discern the foolish from the wise, restore the ancestral system, follow the ritual laws, and depose Ying. Otherwise, we will prove our resolve with death today. Before the Great Hall, thousands of officials were in a heated discussion. One person shouted loudly, if the great king does not restore the rights, follow the ritual laws, and implement benevolent governance, we scholars will absolutely not leave the palace, not even half a step. Even in death, we will have no regrets. Facing this chaotic scene, he calmly stepped out. Lord Qin, you gather scholars, disregard the laws of Qin, and want to use public opinion to oppose the royal authority. You truly do not fear death, but do you also treat the lives of others as worthless weeds? Hearing this, Qin Yu panicked and tried to defend himself. Ying, you treacherous minister, we are all loyal to great Qin. What is there to fear in death? His voice was sharp and stern. Even now, you are still obstinately blind to the truth? Do the gentlemen behind you also think so? Or is it just hearsay? Don't ruin a lifetime of honor for a moment of confusion. A guard approached and reported, My lord, everything is ready. in the crowd. Everyone's face could not hide their anger. One person stood up abruptly. Ying, what sophistry do you still want to use? You have violated the ancestral system and put Great Qin in danger. If we ignore this arrogant behavior of yours, our study of the sage's books will have been in vain. A tense atmosphere enveloped the front of the hall. Dozens of pigeons spread their wings in the sky, carrying important official documents. His words were sharp. It seems Chunyu has already decided for you. The world does not yet know what the prefecture and county system is. Forget it. Today I will tell you. I will let you pedantic scholars hear, and I will also let the people of the world hear. You talked to me about the clan system? The enfeoffment of Shang and Zhou was due to following the clan system, which caused the feudal lords to develop ambitions and seek their own destruction. The falling bamboo slips made the people below look up in awe. Our great Qin fought for over 200 years to finally welcome the day of unification under heaven. Must we still follow the old path? Then, the bamboo slips were carried away by the birds, flying towards the city as Ying continued. If Great Qin continues to implement the enfeoffment system and widely infests the world, letting there be marquises, lords, and kings everywhere, it is true that there will be peace for 10 years. But what about 10 years later? What about 100 years later? As the bamboo slips fell, they were picked up and read by the common people and travelers. When they read this announcement, their faces suddenly showed surprise, their mouths agape. The ultimate result of the enfeoffment system will be another era of chaos. At that time, it will again be kinsmen slaughtering each other, and the flames of war filling the sky. The people who picked up the bamboo slips said to each other, according to this bamboo slip, Crown Prince Qi's advocacy for the prefecture and county system is the right way. I don't want to fight in wars anymore. The other person chimed in, that's right. What enfeoffment system? In the end, it's the officials and nobles who benefit. What's in it for us? Another person agreed. That Chunyu is really wicked. He truly doesn't see us common folk as human. At this, a farmer became indignant. My whole family, because of the flames of war, some died, some were lost. If anyone talks about fighting again, I won't spare them. I heard that Chunyu is leading people to confront the crown prince, wanting to continue some damn enfeoffment system. That's not acceptable. The person standing next to him chimed in, Right. Crown Prince Qi is the one who thinks for us. With him here, we will have good days too. Live. The people were all of one mind and determined, shouting in unison, Go, protect Crown Prince Qi. Beat those rotten scholars to death. Back with Ying, he was speaking in a stern voice. Scholar, your enfeoffment system. It is what creates feudal lords full of ambition, ultimately causing great chaos in the world. Is this your loyalty to great Qin? A scholar in the back, holding a bamboo slip, exclaimed in shock, Seeing this, the person next to him frowned and warned, You, don't be deceived by him. Is the prefecture and county system really that good? If it were true, why didn't our ancestors use it? Is Ying the only smart one? Ying angrily used his internal energy, the unreasonable heavenly principle sound transmission, to affect everyone. Now that the four seas are stable, I, Ying, as the crown prince regent of Great Qin, wish for the world to be forever free of war, forever free of kinsmen slaughtering each other. The prefecture and county system is the foundation of the nation. Great Qin will implement benevolent governance, bestowing grace upon the world, bestowing grace upon the myriad people. His face darkened as he glanced at them with an unfriendly gaze. You are full of the sage's books and should be talented individuals for governing the country. You know in your hearts what is right. This crown prince is not willing to say more. For those not willing to walk with Chunyu, this crown prince gives you a chance. Leave now. Unexpectedly, after he finished speaking, a person placed his hand on a bamboo slip, then kowtowed to the ground and pleaded in a soft voice. Your Highness, the crown prince, this student was shallow and impolite just now. This student is willing to support your Highness, the crown prince, and support the prefect and Huanche. And one by one, the others did the same, turning their backs to side with Ying. Thus, only one person opposing Ying Zheng remained, who spoke up. What do you all want to do? Have the words of that brute swayed you? Come back here at once. Seeing this, Ying Zheng stood above and declared loudly, It seems you who remain are the one who cannot bear the great responsibility of great Qin. Just like you, Qin Yu. There is no need to keep you. He shouted, Ying Zheng, what do you want to do? Do you intend to kill us remonstrating officials? Ying Zheng raised his hand and declared, Fool, is there anything that cannot be killed? Imperial Guard, await my command. The Imperial Guard clasped their hands, accepted the order, and replied, Yes. Before anything could be done, common people rushed over from a distance, shouting as they ran, Protect His Highness the Crown Prince. Where's Qin Yu? Let's beat this treacherous official, this rebellious son, to death. The others joined in the beating, saying, And this bunch of rotten scholars, we can't let them go. Qin Yu was truly panicked, not knowing what was happening, but he was still very argumentative. You uncivilized rabble, what do you know of the great affairs of the world? Don't act recklessly. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw the people had arrived, holding hoes, wooden sticks, any weapon they could find to give this guy a beating, standing imposingly before him. Qin Yu was so frightened he fell silent. Then he was punched by the people. One of them got angry and said, Damn it, we don't know about other things, but whoever tells us to fight in wars again is a bastard. He ran in disarray upon seeing a whip. Seeing this, the Imperial Guard asked gleefully, My lord, should the Imperial Guard wait a little longer before taking action? Ying Zheng smiled and replied, Of course. Look at this scene. Isn't it much more interesting than killing Qin Yu directly? Ying Zheng's expression suddenly changed. Qin Yu, oh Qin Yu, public opinion, the hearts of the people, this is the right way to play it. Other commoners cursed. You scourges of a nation, you all deserve to die, deserve to die. If His Highness the Crown Prince won't act, then let us act. Being beaten, he desperately begged, Spare me, spare me. We know our mistake. Ying Zheng added fuel to the fire, shouting, People of great Qin, do you truly think these Confucian scholars should be killed? The people below, while beating them, shouted in unison, Kill, kill, kill. They raised their arms fiercely. This bunch of old-fashioned fools, disrupting the peace of our great Qin, all deserve to die. We ask the Crown Prince to give the order to eliminate this threat to great Qin. Ying Zheng turned to him and said, Qin Yu, do you see now? You alone want to overturn the foundation of great Qin. To go against the laws of Qin is rebellion. To go against the will of the people is rebellion. Your crime as the #1 traitor of great Qin can never be erased. Suddenly, a person ran up and pleaded, Eldest brother, please spare him, spare teacher Qin Yu. It was none other than Prince Fusu. Seeing this, Ying Zheng waved his hand again and ordered, The chief rebel Qin Yu, leading a group of Confucian scholars with the intent to force the palace and rebel, cannot be spared. Transmit my order. Behind him, they clasped their hands, bowed their heads, and replied, We respectfully obey the Crown Prince's command. At this moment, Ying Zheng's eyes were sharp as he commanded, The rebellious Confucians below the city walls, kill them all. Below, the restrained Qin Yu was stunned, and at the same time, the other Confucian scholars' jaws dropped when they heard, Bury them alive? Ying Zheng, how dare you? The subdued Confucian scholars cried out chaotically, Crown Prince, Your Highness the Crown Prince, spare us. Qin Yu was dragged away but did not forget to curse Ying Zheng, You tyrannical brute. I alone will bear the consequences of my actions. It's enough if you kill me alone. Don't you dare involve others. Don't you dare involve others. Ying Zheng crossed his arms and replied, Qin Yu, even now, you still don't understand that it is the world that wants you dead? Beside him, Fusu, on the verge of tears, waved his hand, Teacher, teacher. Qin Yu remained stubborn and shouted loudly, Prince, do not forget the great teachings of Confucianism. This old servant will be watching from the heavens, waiting for the day that brute bows his head to you. Fusu pleaded beside him, Eldest brother, no, Your Highness the Crown Prince, teacher is just too stubborn. He was momentarily confused, thinking only of me. Before he could finish, he received a heavy slap. Ying Zheng grabbed his collar and said, "You think he threatened royal father for your sake?" From beginning to end, his heart was only set on the dream of a Confucian world, and you were just his pawn. You keep saying he was devoted to you. So let me ask you, if not for borrowing your reputation, what talent or virtue does Chunyu you have to be able to summon 50,000 great scholars in one night? His threat made Fusu frown and shed tears. If he had succeeded today in reviving the enfeoffment system, Confucian rights and laws would stand above royal authority. Even if you were king, you would be nothing more than his puppet, and when Great Qin faces disaster in the future, you would be the sinner. Fusu still couldn't accept it. He cried after hearing this reasoning and said, "No, this, how could it be?" He then let go of Fusu's sleeve. "It is because of you that I've said these extra words. With your mind, you naturally know whether what I say is right or wrong. So, do you still feel that Chunyu Yu and those old-fashioned scholars do not deserve to die?" Fusu was speechless and could only sit down and back away. Fusu lowered his head sorrowfully, disappointed and remorseful, saying, "Thank you for these words, elder brother. Fusu now understands. Chunyu, you should be killed." Ying Zheng continued, "Today I, the crown prince, have killed the old-fashioned scholars, staining Xianying with blood with the intent to suppress the world. From now on, no one will dare to challenge royal authority again." Ying Zheng decided to have him buried alive and declared, "In the future, I, the crown prince, will implement benevolent governance throughout the world and reduce taxes for all the people of the world, to give the people of the world warmth and sustenance, to establish a heart for the world, to establish a destiny for the people, to continue the lost teachings of past sages, to open an era of great peace for all generations." The scholars were heartlessly pushed into the pit. Chunyu Yu was buried in the earth, with only his face left exposed to weep and beg. Ying Zheng fell silent. His gaze seemed to be lost in thought, as if he were struggling with himself. "Burying the Confucians, and by my own hand. Before long, I will burn the books. The rules passed down through several thousand years of history are now in my hands, and I too have become a part of history. A good kill. 10,000 years to Great Qin. 10,000 years to His Highness the Crown Prince." Fusu stepped forward, his voice sincere and respectful, as if wanting to prove his loyalty to Great Qin. "Chunyu Yu said I would be a benevolent ruler, but only today do I truly understand. To consolidate the empire of Great Qin, one must have thunderous methods like elder brother." Ying Zheng said sternly, "Fusu, you have truly seen the light." Fusu bowed respectfully. "Your Highness the Crown Prince, Fusu, as a prince of Great Qin, has lived in luxury for many years and can hardly undertake great tasks. Fusu earnestly requests to go to the northern border to temper myself. I hope to one day become capable and assist the great king and your highness." He accepted. "If you are truly sincere, then I, the crown prince, will allow you to take the post of commandery governor of the northern border. You may withdraw." "Thank you, your highness the crown prince." Suddenly, Ying Zheng's voice sounded from behind. "Fusu, you have some courage, but not enough. Now you have taken the initiative to request to go to a harsh land to temper yourself. It seems you have truly grown up. In the future, our Great Qin will have another capable clan member. Official," he praised, very proud of him. "Jeer, you are able to treat your brother well, and even more, you can wholeheartedly guide Fusu back to the right path. Father is very pleased." Ying Zheng replied calmly, "Father, you think too highly of me. I treated Fusu this way entirely because Fusu is inherently talented. If it were someone else, I would not have wasted my breath." Ying Zheng was amused. "Dad, that's a new word you've come up with." He just realized he had just called him Dad out of habit, a slip of the tongue. "Or should I call you Royal Father, Roy?" "I'll Father." Ying Zheng clapped his son's shoulder happily. "Don't. Dad is good. I like my son calling me old man. Royal Father is too formal." The adaptability of this one Emperor of the Ages was truly remarkable. "You said you spoke so much because it was Fusu. In other words, What about the others? What does father think? If that person knows their place, I will guarantee them a lifetime of glory. If they insist on acting recklessly, then I will absolutely not be soft-hearted." He laughed loudly. "Then let's see what fate has in store for him. If you want to plead for him, do it early. I will not show mercy." "Haha, since when did I have a woman's heart in your eyes?" In the evening, Ying Zheng was still in his study handling official business. Today, over 1,000 Confucians were buried. Was there any disturbance in the imperial court? A high official stepped forward to report, quoting a line, "To establish a heart for heaven and earth, to establish a destiny for the people, to continue the lost teachings of past sages, to open an era of great peace for all generations." Your Highness's actions today have awed all the officials in the court. Although there were some dissenting voices regarding the burying of the Confucians, no one was not in admiration. Ying Zheng's gaze was somewhat complex. For a turbulent court, thunderous methods are the most suitable. "How are Fusu and Huai?" Dun Ruo asked for his opinion. "Prince Fusu has already packed his equipment and is heading to the northern border. Huai, however, is not behaving himself. Does your Highness wish to take action?" Ying Zheng closed his eyes and thought. "Have the shadow guards protect Fusu well, ensure his safe journey. As for Huai, although he and I have no affection for each other, we are still brothers of the same blood. Out of respect for father's face, just keep a close watch on him. For now, there's no need to be concerned. Furthermore, there is one more matter. Your subordinate has still been unable to find the hidden headquarters of the Black Ice Terrace." Dun Ruo expressed his suspicion. "Although the great king and your highness are of one mind, having a powerful force in the shadows that is not under our control still makes this subordinate very uneasy." He burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha! If my father's arrangements could be found by you, how could they be considered formidable?" Ying Zheng was intrigued, his gaze turning a few shades colder. "It is precisely this that makes it interesting. Even though I have reached the position I am in today, there are still things about Ying Zheng that I cannot accept and cannot surpass. The one emperor of the ages, that is only him." A voice came from outside the door. "Great King, there is no need for an announcement. I will go in to see the crown prince directly." Ying Zheng respectfully greeted the person. "Father, why have you come? You too may withdraw for now." "Yes." Jir, still handling official affairs so late at night. "Father is the one who should. Why did you suddenly come here so late? You should have at least sent someone to announce you." Ying Zheng's gaze was a bit hard to read. "I came alone for a reason. Follow me. There are some things that should be told to you now." His expression was also one of surprise. As Ying Zheng led him into a secret passage, he looked around with great doubt. "Father, I didn't know Zhangtai Palace had such a place. I wonder where it leads. You will know when we get there." He gently turned a lamp, and a door opened. A secret passage in the royal palace? When the 6 states were conquered before, the royal palaces of each state all had secret escape routes exclusively for the royal family. "Father, could this be the escape route for our great Qin?" Ying Zheng posed a question. "Jir, if this were an escape route, would you use it?" He answered without the slightest hesitation, resolutely, "Of course not. That day, the king of Han, who escaped through a secret passage, was killed by me. How wretched, how despicable. Or rather, the moment he chose to flee through the secret passage like a dog, the state of Han was already doomed. I believe that the Son of Heaven defends the nation's gates, and the monarch dies with his state. If I were king, even if one day I had to face the changing of a dynasty, I would not lose the dignity of a king." Fake. Ying Zheng smiled and praised, a fine saying, "The Son of Heaven guards the nation's gates, the monarch dies with the state." Jir, you are indeed worthy of being the child chosen by heaven. Let me tell you, Great Qin has never had a secret escape tunnel. The monarchs of Great Qin have passed down the tradition. If the state exists, the monarch exists. If the state falls, the monarch dies. So this is, he answered somewhat unmysteriously, this is a place that only a true monarch is qualified to enter, the greatest secret of Great Qin. Jir, I, your father, am entrusting this place to you today. He widened his eyes in astonishment. Great Qin's greatest secret. Ying Zheng led him to a staircase leading down. Jir. The past kings of Great Qin held the unification of all under heaven as their greatest aspiration. Every monarch did their utmost to build Great Qin's national strength, laying the foundation for Great Qin to unify the world, but the national strength here is not on the surface. The true lifeblood of Great Qin is here. The more Jir looked, the more astonished he became here. This is also the source of Great Qin's confidence in its single-minded desire for the world. Who would have thought that deep within Great Qin's secret passage lies such a great existence? So powerful. He touched the wall, opening another door. A treasury full of gold and silver appeared before their eyes. Jir. This is the gold and silver stockpiled by the past kings of Great Qin, enough for the world to use for 100 years. And here are tons of weapons. In the second door is the iron and bronze stockpiled by generations of monarchs for the descendants of Great Qin, as well as weapons. To rule a country, one cannot be without weapons in hand. And this third door is very important. In the future, if you want to be a monarch, a king, you must cherish this place. The door opened, and inside was all of humanity's knowledge. This place stores all kinds of ancient books from past to present. Astronomy and astrology, the state of the world, weapons, hidden weapons, feng shui for ruling a country. All kinds of books are recorded within. This is also the true world. Ying Ji listened seriously. Understand. Ying Ji's face grew solemn as he thought. The hearts of men. Ideology is the core of the art of emperorship. It turns out the ancient monarchs of Great Qin had long seen through this point. Thinking of the image of Fusu being forced to his death by Hu Hai and the officials who followed him, Ying Ji thought, if it weren't for me, perhaps Fusu would have also seen these things. It's a pity he was too gentle and never had the chance to use this wealth that could have protected Great Qin's foundation before he lost his life. An image of Hu Hai later being destroyed by the generals appeared in his mind. He thought, and this secret also went to the grave with him, which led to the death of the second Qin emperor. Touching the documents on the shelves, Ying Zheng continued, among the generations of Great Qin, there has not been a single incompetent ruler, not a single hedonistic monarch. That is how we have the foundation for Great Qin to unify the world. Jir, from now on, this is yours. Ying Zheng turned to look at Ying Ji and said, now that Great Qin is unified, although I have not failed the great wish of our ancestors, years of war have long emptied Great Qin's treasury, and Huaxia is full of scars. This is my sin. His face solemn, he continued, the future prosperity of Great Qin is entrusted to you, and these things are your capital. Hearing this, Ying Ji immediately replied, Father, what are you saying? I will absolutely not refuse to ensure Great Qin's prosperity, but you are in the prime of your life. Why are you talking about handing Great Qin over to me now? Hearing this, Ying Zheng burst out laughing. Puffed, ha ha ha, don't tell me you thought I was giving my last instructions. Ying Ji knew he had been tricked. He turned, crossed his arms in a salute, and said, no, wasn't that it? Then why did you scare me like that? Ying Zheng patted his shoulder comfortingly. You misunderstood on your own. Are you going to blame this old man? Ying Zheng continued his words. Since ancient times, the royal family has been heartless, not to mention clansmen turning on each other. Some people, once they become crown prince, wish for their father to die immediately. You, on the other hand, truly have no desire or craving for this throne. Ying Ji looked at Ying Zheng and replied, without desire, without craving, you think too highly of me. If this throne were to go to someone else, I would have long since had his head separated from his neck. He continued, before I respected and admired you, so I was willingly and wholeheartedly loyal. But now, in my eyes, there is no longer the king of Qin, only my father. In this world, what son would fight with his father over things? Hearing this, Ying Zheng laughed heartily. Good son, good son. He thought to himself, Jir, I should really thank heaven. If you hadn't returned to my side, I'm afraid I would never have been able to experience such a pure father-son bond in this lifetime. Ying Zheng put his arm around his son's shoulder as they walked. As they went, he asked, that's right, How do you plan to use this wealth? I've handed it all to you. Ying Zheng replied, I think I understand. It turns out you gave these things to me so you could be lazy. Ying Zheng retorted, I'm already at this age, and you are so capable. What's wrong with being a little lazy? Ying Zheng put a hand to his chin thoughtfully and said, but then again, this wealth, I don't plan to use it now. When the world is at peace, the common people can rest and recuperate. When Great Qin gets back on track, that's when it will have its greatest effect. Hearing this, Ying Zheng was puzzled. Get back on track? Are you planning to raise an army? Do you intend to attack the Baiwei or the northern border? Ying Zheng replied, Father, have you ever considered that the world is not just the 6 states, the Baiwei, and the northern border? Ying Zheng was surprised and thought to himself, the world, besides Great Qin's world, there are other worlds? The efforts of our ancestors were only to conquer the 6 states. In the end, is it still true that there are heavens beyond heaven? Is that so? Images of planets and galaxies in outer space appeared in Ying Zheng's mind. He thought, beyond Great Qin, there are dimensional worlds, and if one transcends this world, there is even an immortal realm. After thinking, Ying Zheng said, of course there are heavens beyond heaven. Father, the path of conquest for Great Qin has only just begun. It's just that Great Qin's current strength is not yet enough for conquest. Ying Zheng's face hardened, and he grunted in agreement. Immediately after, he raised his torch high and said, it was indeed right to hand these things over to you early. If it is truly as you say, Zheng, then you will definitely be able to use what's in the 4th door. Ying Zheng asked curiously, huh? What is it? In front of them was a group of masked people waiting. Ying Zheng explained, the specialized intelligence organization of the King of Qin, the Black Ice Terrace. They immediately knelt down and prostrated themselves in salute that we pay our respects to the great king. Ying Zheng said, rise. Ying Zheng looked at the group in front of him in surprise, thinking to himself, so this is the Black Ice Terrace. Who would have thought such a large intelligence organization would be hidden beneath the imperial city? No wonder Dun Ruo could never find them. Ying Zheng then announced loudly, Crown Prince, the Black Ice Terrace, by ancient tradition, belongs to the one who holds royal power, but today I wish to change this rule. He raised his torch and continued, from now on, besides being loyal to me, you must also treat the crown prince of our great Qin, Ying Zheng, with the same loyalty. They immediately placed their hands on their chests in unison that we swear to die with the great king. We swear to die with the crown prince. We swear to die in loyalty to the great king. We swear to die in loyalty to the crown prince. Ying Zheng was so surprised by the scene before him that his jaw dropped. He thought to himself, although I never suspected that father would use the Black Ice Terrace against me like Dun Ruo did, I never expected him to hand over the most mysterious organization in Great Qin so easily. Father, you are handing your life-saving talisman to me. Have you truly never suspected that I might have a treacherous heart? Afterwards, Ying Zheng ordered Tai Ying report the manpower of the Black Ice Terrace and other intelligence to Zheng. Tai Ying immediately presented 2 scrolls. Yes. Your Highness the Crown Prince, please take a look. Thinking of the black-clad, masked assassins throughout the world, Ying Zheng said to himself, the Black Ice Terrace was established by Ying Qiuliang Ligong of Great Qin. It now has over 100,000 shadow spies across the world. Besides intelligence and assassination, it is also responsible for collecting folk ingenuity and researching esoteric arts and strange techniques. Researching weapons. Ying Zheng opened a scroll to read and asked, the Black Ice Terrace researches weapons itself. Tai Ying replied, that's right. Not only that, the Black Ice Terrace also has its own treasury department, responsible for running businesses to supplement the national treasury. Tai Ying led Ying Zheng to see the weapons of the Black Ice Terrace. Continuing, Your Highness, please take a look. These are master craftsmen from the Mahe School, the Gongshu clan, and the 100 schools of thought who forge weapons, recruited by the Black Ice Terrace for Great Qin. Many of these schools are now on the official roster of the Black Ice Terrace. Ying Zheng then drew a bow to test the power of this type of weapon. He aimed and shot an arrow straight at the stone wall in front of him. The power transmitted into the arrow caused the stone wall around where the arrow embedded itself to crack and shatter. The Black Eyes Terrace subordinates who saw this widened their eyes in astonishment. Lord Wu's martial prowess is indeed outstanding. His reputation is well deserved. To be able to serve such a heroic master, I would die without regrets. Ying Zheng held the weapon in his hand, his face full of admiration. He thought impressive. Although it can't compare my Tendan bow, it is still a supreme weapon in this world. Tai Ying clasped his hands, bowed before Ying Zheng, and said, "The world knows of the Crown Prince's martial prowess. Today, having seen it with my own eyes, I, Tai Ying, am completely convinced and impressed." Ying Zheng replied, "That you can create such exquisite weapons for our great Qin is what's truly impressive." He thought to himself, "Father is truly my father. I only thought of having my shadows become my eyes, and never considered that they could have greater room to develop. I've learned something." Tai Ying looked up and ventured to ask Ying Zheng, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, this subordinate is being bold, but I wish to ask your Highness for a favor." Ying Zheng replied, "Speak." Tai Ying immediately bowed his head and said, "I have led the Black Eyes Terrace in several clashes with your Highness's shadow guards, but we have never seen their true strength. I wish to know how large the gap is between my shadow spies and the intelligence forces under the Crown Prince." Hearing this, Ying Zheng stammered in reply, "My intelligence forces? I don't know what you're talking about." Seeing this, Ying Zheng clapped his son on the shoulder and said, "You little brat, stop pretending. This old man has given you everything. Are you still unwilling to reveal a little?" Ying Zheng was startled and said awkwardly, It's not that I can't reveal it." Ying Zheng looked towards Tai Ying and said, "All right, I'll show a little then." "Dun Ruo, you heard what we just said, right? Show Tai Ying a bit of your skill." Tai Ying was stunned and bewildered, thinking to himself, who is His Highness talking to? How can there be someone on the ceiling of the cave? Not to mention a person. The Black Eyes Terrace's security is so tight that not even a fly could get in. Before he could regain his senses, a sudden flash of light appeared. The flash of light swept across Tai Ying's neck. Tai Ying clutched his neck and fell backward, panicked. What is happening? That flash of light also flew towards the subordinates, standing dumbfounded behind him. They suffered a similar fate to Tai Ying, being attacked directly on the neck by that flash of light. The whole group shouted in an uproar, "Someone is sneak attacking! Defend! Io!" Seeing this, Ying Zheng was also startled. He was bewildered. This was happening. Ying Zheng smiled and said, "All right, that's enough." Dun Ruo immediately appeared, saluting Ying Zheng, "My lord." Ying Zheng spoke up and asked, "Tai Ying, what do you think?" Tai Ying was still terrified, his hand constantly reaching up to touch his neck to check. On his hand was a red streak. Tai Ying was secretly relieved. This was the cinnabar that the shadow guards often used as a signal. If they had truly intended to kill, he would have been long dead. His subordinates also noticed the red streak, and they murmured amongst themselves, "What is this? Cinnabar? I thought I was a dead man for sure." Tai Ying thought to himself, not only did he sneak into the Black Eyes Terrace in front of everyone, but in a flash he could have taken the lives of dozens of elite soldiers and myself. What kind of skill is this? Tai Ying immediately knelt, cupped his hands respectfully, and said, "The Crown Prince's Shadow Guard's abilities are far superior. I had no strength to resist." Ying Zheng burst out laughing in amusement. "Ha ha ha, Tai Ying, oh Tai Ying, I never thought you'd see a day where you'd be bested." He turned to look at Ying Zheng and said, "The Black Eyes Terrace was established for several hundred years, and now it has been defeated at your hands." "Zheng are impressive," Ying Zheng replied. "Royal Father, the Black Eyes Terrace cannot be considered defeated. My shadow guards won in terms of martial force, but their system's level of completeness cannot compare to the Black Eyes Terrace. Ying Zheng turned to speak to Dun Ruo. Dun Ruo, your exquisite movement technique is something we have never seen before. Could the power you use be the martial path power that Meng Wu spoke of? I wonder how your skills compare to Jier's. Dun Ruo was stunned upon hearing this. The great king knows of the martial path power? Is this something that can be spoken of? He immediately looked towards Ying Ji and, seeing his master nod, understood the situation. Dun Ruo cupped his hands respectfully and replied to Ying Zheng, reporting to the great king, what this humble one uses is indeed the martial path power, and this humble one's skills were all taught by the crown prince. And this humble one's meager skills cannot compare to His Highness the Crown Prince at all. Ying Zheng wondered. Then Jier, Dun Ruo immediately said with pride, the image of a majestic Ying Ji standing on the corpses of his enemies appearing in his mind. The crown prince's strength is unfathomably deep. On the battlefield, even if caught in an army of 10,000, he can retreat completely unscathed. Dun Ruo's face grew solemn as he thought to himself, the crown prince's title as the little god of slaughter is truly well-deserved. No wonder he can train a talent like Dun Ruo. If the Black Ice Terrace could belong to His Highness the Crown Prince, then Great Qin would surely be more secure. Suddenly, Taiying bowed his head and reported, Great King, this subject has a memorial to present. I request the Great King's gracious approval. Ying Zheng asked, what is it? Taiying said at once, this subject's abilities are very mediocre compared to Lord Dun Ruo. This subject is willing to yield the position of leader of the Black Ice Terrace and serve under Lord Dun Ruo's command. Ying Zheng smiled, looked at Ying Ji, and asked, we feel is a good idea. What does Jier think? Ying Ji cupped his hands, bowed his head, and replied, Royal Father is wise and brilliant. He thought to himself, in history, Dun Ruo was originally the leader of the Black Ice Terrace. I didn't expect that after all this, he would still return to his position. It's just that now, the person he is loyal to is me. Ying Ji waved his hand and declared, by Royal Father's decree, Dun Ruo, from this day forward, you are the leader of the Black Ice Terrace. The espionage techniques this prince taught you, you should pass on to the Black Ice Terrace. There must be no delay. Dun Ruo knelt and replied, this subordinate obeys the command. A moment later, Ying Zheng and Ying Ji walked out of the secret chamber. Ying Zheng raised a hand to his eyes, gazing into the distance. He said, is it this late already? It seems we must go directly to the front court. Jier, you come with me. Ying Ji's jaw dropped in confusion. Huh? That's not a good idea, is it? It would be better for me to enter the main hall with the other ministers. Ying Zheng glanced at Ying Ji and said, if I tell you to follow, you follow. In the main hall, all the officials were kneeling in obeisance. This subject pays respect to the great king. May the great king live for 10,000 years. Ying Zheng, seated on the throne, spoke, all my ministers, you may rise. Is there anything to report today? The officials below saw Ying Ji standing right beside the great king and immediately showed their disapproval. This, although the crown prince is the crown prince, there is no reason for him to stand beside the great king and receive the court's obeisance. This is truly against the rules. Another official cupped his hands and said, Great King, today this subject originally intended to discuss the matter of the great king's title after unification. But before that, this old subject has another matter to raise. Although His Highness, the Crown Prince, has the authority of a regent, he has not yet inherited the throne. For him to stand beside the king like this seems improper. Ying Ji put on a reproachful expression, looking at his father. He thought to himself, I told you this wasn't a good idea. Why did you have to go and provoke this troublesome bunch of ministers? He was about to step down when Ying Zheng grabbed him and said loudly, Minister Wang has already said it. Jier is the crown prince regent, which means he is the future king. What is improper about it? Starting today, the crown prince will attend court. Seeing the crown prince is the same as seeing us. Anyone who violates this will be dealt with for the crime of treason. The officials' faces turned purple, and they were too horrified to say a word. Ying Zheng continued, "Seeing the crown prince is like seeing the great king. So how is that different from succession? Isn't this now a case of two sages holding court?" The image of Ying Ji standing beside Ying Zheng was as majestic as two powerful dragons. Ying Zheng frowned and said, "Ministers, do you understand?" The officials were terrified witnessing Ying Zheng's fury. Each of them thought to themselves, "The great king is enraged. No doubt is permitted. Fortunately, with the crown prince's talent, he is worthy of this honor. Why must we object?" Immediately after, the entire group of officials bowed, cupped their hands, and agreed. This subject accepts the decree. Henceforth, seeing the crown prince is as seeing the great king. Ying Zheng was pleased and said, "Very good. Then, regarding our title after unification, what opinions do my ministers have?" Wang Guan spoke up. "Ahem, the world has been divided for hundreds of years and has never known peace. Great Qin, blessed by the mandate of heaven, has unified the world. With such a great achievement, founding a 1,000-year enterprise, the great king should be called the first king of all ages." Meng Tian then said, "This subject believes the great king should ascend to the position of emperor, using the title of son of heaven to rule over the world. For 1,000 years, there have been countless kings, but the son of heaven presides over the authority of kings. Only the title of son of heaven can display the great king's might." Wang Guan turned and agreed, "Son of heaven, good. Young General Meng's suggestion this time is very good." Ying Zheng turned to ask for Ying Ji's opinion. "Ji, what do you think?" Ying Ji put a hand to his chin in thought and replied, "It's a little unsuitable." Ying Ji smiled and began to praise Ying Zheng's achievements. "Royal Father's merits have ushered in the true great unification of the central plains of Yin and Huan. Your achievements surpass the two emperors Yin and Huan. King, son of heaven, neither is worthy of Royal Father's esteemed status. Only the two words Huangdi can display Royal Father's might." He bowed, knelt on one knee, and cupped his hands respectfully to him. "Royal Father is the monarch who established the eternal unification, the first emperor since ancient times. You should be called the first emperor." Immediately, the ministers below also approved and praised in unison. "First emperor, what a domineering title." He continued to give him more suggestions. "Royal Father should perform the Feng and Shan sacrifices at Mount Tai, initiating the first grand heaven-worshipping ceremony in all of history, the Supreme Emperor of Qin." Ying Zheng's eyes widened as he repeated his words, pondering as if to himself, "The Feng and Shan of Mount Tai, sacrificing to heaven and earth, honoring the Supreme Emperor." The ministers standing below bowed in unison and loudly supported. "We subjects are in awe of His Highness the Crown Prince's words. The great king has unified the world. Only Supreme Emperor can express the great king's merits. Only Mount Tai, which reaches straight to the vastness of the sky, can contain the great king's fortune." After hearing the minister's flattery, he laughed loudly in satisfaction. "Ha ha ha, good. An excellent Supreme Emperor. Jure, this honorific, we shall accept it." Ying Zheng waved his hand and ordered, "Make the arrangements immediately. The Feng and Shan of Mount Tai. Court is dismissed." The ministers immediately replied respectfully, "We respectfully see off the great king. We respectfully see off the crown prince." As he turned and walked away, he smiled and said, "First Emperor, we are very pleased. If we are the first Emperor, Jir, although you will be the second-generation Emperor of Great Qin, you also have the merit of pacifying the world. Right after you succeed the throne, you shall be the new martial emperor." Ying Ji silently muttered in his mind, Qin sure." A tragic image of the historical figure appeared in his mind, making him give a forced laugh as he thought. Although this Qin sure of mine is different from the Qin sure in history, it feels like there's a hint of criticism in it. Ha ha. Ying Zheng glanced at him and inquired. Mount Tai reaches straight to the heavens. Performing the Feng and Shan sacrifices at Mount Tai will surely gain heaven's blessing for our great Qin's empire to be passed down for 10,000 generations. But the preparations will be numerous. During this time, Jir, do you have any other plans? The male lead bowed his head, a sad expression on his face, and answered him, Royal Father, your son wishes to make a trip to Yongshang to move mother's grave to Xianying. In another place, a hand holding a golden wine cup slammed down on the table, and an angry voice rang out. What first emperor of all ages? What Feng and Shan of Mount Tai? Hu Hai, his face flushed and stuck with silver needles, was sprawled drunkenly on the table, cursing, what two sages holding court? That bastard Ying Ji, that scoundrel. All of that should have been mine. That bastard Ying Ji, that half-breed, stole everything from me. He deserves to die. Zhao Gao, standing beside him holding a roll of silver needles, looked at him and said, Young master, nothing is set in stone yet. Why must you get so angry and harm your spirit? Now that Fusu has left Xianying, we have one less powerful enemy. He looked at him and retorted, How can I not harm my spirit? What is Fusu? 10 fuses are not as difficult to deal with as one. Ying Ji, his face turned sinister as he held up a gleaming silver needle. Opportunities are for those who wait. No matter what, if a person is dead, there's nothing left. Then, Zhao Gao pricked the tip of his ring finger with the sharp needle. Outside the door, a subordinate entered, respectfully knelt on one knee, and reported, Young master, my lord, a message from Zhangtai Palace. The great king and his highness the crown prince will depart for Yongsheng in the coming days to move the late empress's grave. Zhao Gao smirked, glancing at the person beside him. See, young master, hasn't our opportunity arrived? Hu Hai's needle-studded face began to contort, and he broke into a horrifying smile. He. A soldier leading the carriage procession rode ahead and announced loudly, The great king's procession departs for Lijia village in Yongsheng. Sitting in the carriage, Ying Zheng looked out the window at the soldiers accompanying them on both sides and spoke up, Jir, what tricks are you up to again? Making a big show of leaving, but only bringing 500 personal guards, putting on an appearance of lax defense. Ying Ji smiled and replied, Ha, you still found out, father. I did indeed do it on purpose. The male lead glanced at him and explained, The world has just been pacified, and the remnants of the 6 states are in hiding. If we can lure them out and capture them all this time, wouldn't it be very timely? These 500 martial path personal guards of mine are more than enough to deal with even 5,000 enemy troops. Ying Zheng suddenly bowed his head and said, Jier's thinking is thorough. It's just not clear who will ultimately take the bait. He looked at him and called out, Father. Then he asked speculatively, Are you worried Hu Hai will make a move? He silently wondered to himself, Could it be that I've underestimated Father's affection for Hu Hai? Does he intend to cover for him? At that moment, the image of Hu Hai did indeed suddenly come to Ying Zheng's mind. He smiled, his face calm as he looked at the male protagonist. Nothing can be hidden from you. Jir, do you think your father is the indecisive type? Although Hu Hai is my blood, he carries no weight compared to the great Qin Empire. Ying Ji glanced at him. So that's how it is. Then father can rest assured. Then the male protagonist recounted his arrangements to him. With both of us leaving Xianying, there will surely be dangers in the court. So before leaving, I dispatched the shadow guard to monitor all the officials and the young masters. I'm not afraid of them making a move, only that they won't. He reached out and tightly grasped Ying Zheng's hand. Royal Father must completely resolve the internal enemies in the court. This is a great opportunity. I will not let it pass. Only then can I build Great Qin into a martial arts nation in the future. He also praised him enthusiastically. Build Great Qin into a martial arts nation. Jir, your ambition is immense. In Ying Ji's mind, a majestic scene of soldiers appeared. That's right, a martial arts nation. The male protagonist declared with a serious face. Once the internal enemies are pacified, it will be the time for our great Qin to expand its territory, kill the external enemies. In Lijiaga village, Yongsheng, The villagers respectfully bowed and greeted the father and son in unison. Everyone in Lejagu village respectfully welcomes the great king, respectfully welcomes the crown prince. Long live the great king, long live the crown prince, long live great Qin. Ying Zheng and Ying Ji stepped out from the carriage, parting the curtain. He ordered everyone, no need for formalities, rise. The male protagonist smiled and walked over to help the village chief, who was kneeling on the ground, to his feet. Then he said with a bright smile, "Village chief, uncle, for these past few years, this prince has troubled you to look after my mother's tomb. This time, this prince has returned to move my mother's coffin to Xianyang. From now on, you can worry a little less." He looked up, stunned, and stammered as he asked him, "Well, what? Mo move the tomb?" Seeing his surprised reaction, Ying Ji asked in confusion, "Is something amiss?" The village chief uncle avoided his gaze, looking away as he stammered in reply. No, it's just that the queen has resided here for 20 years. To suddenly move the tomb really makes one reluctant to part." The male protagonist turned to look at his father. "In that case, royal father, your son requests to move mother's tomb immediately so that mother may rest in peace sooner." Ying Zheng also looked at him and agreed. That suits my wishes." Their carriage set off and departed. The village chief uncle reached out towards them from behind, wanting to say, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, great king, the queen, she." A man from the village, standing next to him, said, "Village chief uncle, you might as well just say it." He spoke up worriedly, "You can't wrap fire in paper. How long can we hide it? Besides, for His Highness the Crown Prince and the great king, this is actually a good thing." The village chief uncle glanced at him. "Let me think. I've hidden it for nearly 10 years. How do you expect me to bring it up?" He lamented inwardly. "It's not just that I can't face His Highness the Crown Prince. There's also Donger's instructions." "Ma'am." In an open field in front of Ying Zheng and Ying Ji, a Taoist priest was dancing and chanting a spell, hiding in the pool of glory, long residing at the gate of wealth. The soul returns to its homeland. For 1,000 ages virtue remains. On the tombstone was written the line, "Wife Zhao Tumadonger." The Taoist priest shook the golden bell in his hand, making a clanging sound. "The auspicious hour has arrived. Break the ground and move the tomb." The shovels began to move, scooping clumps of earth from the grave. The Taoist priest's voice continued to echo. "The auspicious hour has arrived. Break the ground and move the tomb. Her Majesty the Queen's soul returns to her homeland." The soldiers continued to shovel earth away from the grave. Ying Zheng bowed his head, tears streaming down his face. "Donger, your Zheng Gij has come to take you home. From now on, we will never be parted again." Ying Ji looked towards the grave and wondered to himself, is it really going this smoothly? The village chief was stammering. He must be hiding something. Suddenly, from a distance, many arrows were shot in an ambush towards where the father and son were standing. Ying Zheng glanced in that direction and spoke. "Jier, this tactic of yours of using yourself as bait has worked." The male protagonist tilted his head, looking at the arrows flying towards him, and sneered contemptuously. Child play." Ying Ji reached out his hand, and a protective barrier seemed to appear, enveloping both of them. All the arrows shot at them were shattered by the barrier. From a distance, a group of other assassins with swords charged forward. "Brothers, kill the Qin king and his son. What awaits us after this is glory and wealth. Kill, kill, kill." The male protagonist extended his hand, looked at them, and ordered, "You dare to stir my mother's peace? Kill them all for me. Leave no one alive." The lead assassin was not afraid at all and laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha. We have over 3,000 men. Why would we be afraid of your few hundred? Ying Ji, become the stepping stone for my wealth and glory." As soon as he finished speaking, screams of agony rang out from behind him. "Ugh, ah." He turned his head back, stunned, to see his brothers being shot down one by one. Arrows that seemed to emit fire shot towards them. The leader, completely bewildered, asked blankly, "What's going on? What is this? What kind of arrows are these?" They didn't stop. All the assassins at the back fled in terror. Room. The enemy has divine weapons. They have divine weapons. The soldiers standing behind Ying Zheng were all in a ready-to-fire stance. He looked at the assassins and said contemptuously, "To not recognize this prince's spear crossbows, a bunch of trash who have never been on a battlefield. Only Hu Hai and Zhao Gao could raise such people." A subordinate, while running, looked at the person next to him and said, "Big brother, we've been found out." The leader running beside him also gave a panicked order. Now is not the time to worry about that. Retreat. Order everyone to retreat. In front of them, many soldiers suddenly appeared. The lead soldier gave the order. "The master has ordered, leave no one alive." The leading general, his whole body seemingly radiating power, raised the sword in his hand high and declared, "None of you will escape." A single slash from him unleashed astonishing power, felling several assassins at once. The lead assassin spat out a mouthful of blood, wondering incomprehensibly to himself, "What is happening?" There were clearly only a few hundred of them. Our grand army of 3,000 was killed, just like that, without even a chance to fight back. "My lord, did you even know who your opponent was?" Before he took his last breath, an image of his conversation with Hu Hai and Zhao Gao appeared in his mind. "My lord, did you even know who your opponent was?" "You. We can't win. How can one win against a god? That Ying Zheng is a god of slaughter." The entire hilly area radiated an astonishing power. From a male protagonist, Ying Zheng smiled as he watched the situation. A clap of thunder from a clear sky. "Jeer, is that the martial power of your subordinates?" The male protagonist glanced at him. None of these assassins will be spared. As for whether to spare Hu Hai's life upon returning to Xianyang, I will follow royal father's wishes." He said to him, "Your son knows that what royal father least wants to see is fratricide, but his actions this time have abandoned all filial piety. His goal was not just to kill your son, but to kill royal father as well." Ying Zheng closed his eyes, bowed his head, and sighed. For that position, he has gone mad. He turned his head with a serious expression and looked straight into his eyes. "Jeer, as a monarch, the greatest taboo is being soft-hearted. You understand this better than I do." Suddenly, by the grave, the soldiers shouted loudly, drawing their attention. This is..." Both of them walked towards the grave. Ying Zheng frowned and asked the soldier, "What is it?" A frightened soldier bowed and stammered his report to them. "Reporting to the great king, your highness the crown prince, the queen's tomb." Inside the tomb, Ying Zheng seemed to lose his patience and ordered, "Speak." The terrified soldier mustered all his courage and replied, "Inside the queen's tomb, there is no body." After hearing this, the father and son were both stunned, frowning as they asked again, "What?" A pair of feet in black leather shoes ran forward hastily. Ying Zheng frantically pushed open the door of a house and called out, "Village chief uncle." The male protagonist placed both hands on his shoulders and asked, "Earlier, you were hesitant to speak, and you were very alarmed when you heard I wanted to move my mother's tomb. Why is that? Did you know that my mother's body was missing?" The village chief uncle was still stammering. This. At that moment, the son with a pale, wan face lying on the bed lifted his head to look at him. "Father, His Highness the Crown Prince has already found out. Don't hide it anymore, just say it." The village chief uncle looked at him and sighed. He turned and kowtowed to Ying Zheng. "Your Highness the Crown Prince, please forgive me. This old man was entrusted with this secret and has hidden it from you for nearly 10 years. In truth, Her Majesty the Queen is not dead. Her Majesty is still alive in this world." The male protagonist's whole body went numb. He stared wide-eyed and asked again, "Mother isn't dead? What is the meaning of this?" The village chief uncle began to recount. This story must be told from 8 years ago. That day, he was hoeing the ground in his yard when he saw someone approaching. "Sister Donger, you've come." She took his son's pulse at the wrist and then instructed, "There are no more problems, but from now on he must not overwork himself. Every time the seasons change, he needs to drink his medicine." The village chief uncle's eyes welled with tears as he looked at her. "Really? Thank heavens. This is already wonderful." He took his son's hand and exclaimed tearfully. The other doctors all said he was beyond saving. "If it weren't for Sister Donner, I'm afraid this son of mine would not have survived, and then I wouldn't have wanted to live either. Dong, while packing her things into the medicine box, said, a parent's love for their child is so great. Their child's life and future are always their greatest worries. The village chief uncle looked at her puzzled and asked, Sister Dong, why are you suddenly so sad? Could it be that boy, Ji? She lowered her eyes and replied, No, Jir is very good. It's just, Donger said with a sigh. Jir is an ambitious child. I know that this small Lajago village is not his world. The male protagonist's mother lowered her head sadly and spoke. Jir wants to leave, but because he worries about me, he cannot go and do what he wants to do. As his mother, in the end, I have implicated him. She suddenly knelt down before the village chief uncle. Village chief brother, I want to ask you for a favor, also for Jir's sake. Please agree to it. He immediately looked at her in alarm. Oh my Donga, you have shown great kindness to my whole family. Whatever it is, just say it. There's no need for this. The male protagonist's mother, with tears on her serious face, looked at him. As long as I'm alive, Jir will surely not leave. Only by dying can I let Jir sever all his worries. Returning to the present, the village chief uncle bowed his head and said, Donger was insistent. I couldn't persuade her, so I could only agree. So 2 days later, she took a feigned death pill. Ingji asked loudly, a feigned death pill? To force me to leave, mother would actually go to such lengths? So what happened after that? The village chief uncle continued to tell the rest of the story. Afterwards, on that day when the male protagonist was kneeling before his mother's grave, Li Yin'er was beside him, comforting him. Brother Ji, if you keep watch like this for 2 days without eating anything, how heartbroken would Aunt Donger be if she knew in heaven? The village chief uncle was hiding behind a rock at that time, watching them. He recounted, that feigned death pill can make a person lose all breath. So I watched and waited for the opportunity. After you left, I immediately broke open the grave to save Dong. Her out. He looked worriedly at the person sitting in the coffin and sighed. Donger, are you okay? You scare me to death. That boy G guarded your grave for 2 days. The village chief uncle handed her a bag of luggage and asked, Is this really the only way? Did you have to do this? She closed her eyes and sighed. Father and son are always the same. Jir's personality is just like his father's. If I didn't do this, they would absolutely not let go and act recklessly. A man's ambition lies in the world. I cannot become their burden. The village chief uncle looked at the departing figure in front of him, called out to her, and advised, Donger, I promise I will definitely keep your secret. But even if you're leaving, you should at least tell me where you're going, right? Otherwise, I really can't be at ease. Donger smiled, turned her head, and said her last words to him. Brother, rest assured, it's simply a matter of returning to where I came from. Ingji, having just left the village chief uncle's house, pondered the words he had just said. Return to where I came from. Mother, where on earth are you? Ahead, Ying Zheng was already waiting. Seeing him, he called out, Jir. He frowned, worriedly and urgently asking, What did the village chief say? The young man smiled and replied to him, Father, mother is still alive in this world. Upon hearing him say that, his eyes widened in astonishment. Then he ran forward quickly, spread his arms, and embraced Ying Ji tightly, leaving him completely stunned. Ying Zheng clenched his teeth and shut his eyes tightly, 2 streams of tears flowing down his face. The young man also pressed his lips tightly, his eyes wide as tears rolled down his cheeks. The father and son stood silently embracing for a long time in the courtyard of the village chief uncle's house. After some time, they both sat down on a stone bench. Ying Zheng wiped his tears, looked at his son, and sighed. Heaven has bestowed its grace. It has not treated us poorly, allowing our beloved son to return to his ancestors first. Now, even the one I love is still in this world. I never thought we would also have a day of family reunion. Ingji sat opposite him, bowing his head in thought, but we still don't know where mother is. He smiled and affirmed, as long as Donger is still alive in this world, what does it matter if I have to search the entire world? The young man looked up at him and asked, if a person truly wants to hide, how can they be found? Father, Didn't you also search painstakingly for Mother for 20 years before? He continued to bow his head in thought. But there's one point I can't figure out. Mother chose to live in seclusion for my future. Now that you and I have acknowledged each other, logically speaking, Mother no longer has any reason to hide. So why hasn't she appeared? Ying turned his head to look at the person sitting opposite him. Father, before Mother left, she once said, "Return to where I came from." Can you think of any place? Hearing this, Ying Zheng bowed his head in thought. Return to where I came from. In his mind, an image appeared of a smiling Dong, holding his hand, running towards a deep green forest filled with fragrant flowers and strange grasses. Brother Zheng, we finally escaped. This place will be the start of our new life. Ying Zheng stared straight ahead and spoke. The place Donger went is definitely not that treacherous and ungrateful land of Zhao. Then there's only one place, Dadong Commandery. A convoy of carriages sped forward like the wind. From inside a carriage, Ying Zheng's command rang out. Li Qing, speed up, get to Dadong Commandery in the shortest time possible. Immediately, Li Qing responded to his words, yes. Above the city gate was a plaque with the two characters for Dadong. At this time in Dadong Commandery, in the Commandery governor's mansion, a servant rushed in from outside the door, my lord. Inside the room, the governor, who had a slightly round face, calmly lifted the teacup in his hand, preparing to drink. What's the panic? Such a fuss. Has the sky of the Great Tang fallen? Whatever it is, say it slowly. The servant, panting heavily, stammered. It's. He gathered all his strength and shouted loudly. It's the great king. He has arrived. The great king has brought his highness the crown prince to our commandery unexpectedly. They are now in the Dadong mansion waiting for you. After hearing those words, he immediately spat all the tea in his mouth out. Then, the round-faced governor frantically ran outside. As he ran, he turned his head back and scolded, "You fool. Why didn't you say something so important sooner?" The servant, running behind him, asked back, "Didn't you tell me to say it slowly?" Inside the Dadong mansion, Ying Zheng was sitting behind a wooden table, while Ying stood beside him. The round-faced governor of Dadong Commandery bowed his head and respectfully greeted the two. This subject was not aware that the great king and his highness the crown prince were arriving, and did not go out of the city to welcome you. I beg the great king's forgiveness. I beg his highness the crown prince's forgiveness. Ying Zheng looked at him and ordered, "Dispense with it. Stand up. Don't delay any further." The governor of Dadong Commandery looked up at the two in a daze. I wonder what instructions the great king has. This subject will certainly serve with utmost devotion. Ying who had been standing by the side, now stepped forward and showed him a painting. Take a look at the woman in this painting and see if she looks familiar. This time, my royal father and I have come to find her, but we don't know if she is using an alias now. The governor of Dadong Commandery looked at the painting before him and spoke. Why, isn't this Lady Dong? Ying Zheng, who was sitting, immediately shot up from his seat. You know Donger? The governor of Dadong Commandery looked at him and replied respectfully, reporting to the great king, reporting to the crown prince. Lady Donger came to the commandery 7 years ago and called herself a female physician, treating the common people in the city. Later, when a plague struck, most of the common people in the commandery received her kindness. There is no one who does not know her. Ying Zheng smiled joyfully and immediately asked him, 7 years ago. That's right, where is she now? The governor of Dadong Commandery recalled in his mind. Well, that year, the plague was rampant. After the epidemic was controlled in the city, Lady Donger was worried that the people in the mountains would not receive treatment. So, she went into the mountains herself, but the place where Lady Donger went happened to have a landslide. He fearfully speculated on a possibility, saying the only road into the village was completely buried by the mountain. Lady Donger, I'm afraid, met with misfortune. Both the father and son, Ying Zheng and Ying were stunned by what he had just recounted. The high mountain in front of them now had its path completely covered by earth and rock. The father and son both gaped, looking up at the scene before them. Ying Zheng asked in disbelief, 7 years ago, Donger came here? The governor of Dadong Commandery also bowed his head respectfully and explained to the two, This is the road into the mountain village. Initially, we also wanted to move this large rock or cross over the mountain on the other side, but unfortunately, we lack the ability to do so." He bowed his head and speculated worriedly. "This place has now been sealed for more than 6 years. It's likely that Lady Dong and the villagers inside have all met with misfortune." As soon as he finished speaking, Ying Zheng's entire body swayed. Immediately, Ying Ji, standing beside him, worriedly reached out to support him. Royal Father, the governor of Dadong Commandery, was also frightened by the scene and asked, "Great King, you are?" He silently wondered to himself, what is the background of that Dong? How could she affect the Great King so much? The governor of Dadong Commandery looked up and asked the Great King before him, "This subject is ignorant. I do not know who Lady Dong is." Ying Zheng turned his head, looked at him, and replied, "Dong is our long-lost empress, the birth mother of the crown prince." The face of the governor of Dadong Commandery immediately became stunned, his mouth agape. He bowed deeply to them and stammered, "This subject's crime deserves 10,000 deaths. This subject will immediately gather all available forces and will definitely be able to move this rock. 2 months? No. Within 1 month, I will definitely reopen the mountain path." Ying Zheng, while being supported by the young man toward the rockfall, called out, "Dong." He placed his hand on the rock surface and looked up at the high rocky mountain above. "I thought we, husband and wife, could finally be reunited. I never expected, if heaven wants to punish me, it could just take my life. Why let you suffer such hardship?" Ying Ji looked at his father and comforted him. "Father, now is not the time for grief. I believe Mother is a virtuous person and will be blessed by heaven. The urgent matter now is to move this rock mountain. Only then can we continue to search for Mother." Hearing this, Ying Zheng immediately turned around and ordered, "Jir is right. Immediately summon all the able-bodied men in the commandery. Within half a month, I must see this mountain path cleared." The young man cut him off. "Half a month is not needed." He bowed his head and explained, "Royal Father, please step back 100 meters. I will now move that large rock." Ying Zheng asked him in disbelief, "Jir, what method will you use to move this large rock immediately?" Ying Ji smiled confidently and glanced to the side. "The power of martial arts, of course. Didn't Royal Father also want to see the true strength of your son?" The young man stood on top of the rocks, his entire body emitting a power as if a flame was surrounding him. Ying Zheng, from a distance, shouted worriedly towards him, advising, "Jir, be careful in all things." A great power erupted from Ying Ji's body. Holding a sword in his hand, he swung in an arc around himself. "A mere wall of rock. You want to block my path." He leaped high, gathered all his strength, and swung a powerful slash straight ahead. The slash struck the hard rock surface directly, causing the massive boulder to slowly crumble into many small pieces and fall to the ground. The tall rock wall in front of Ying Ji was split in two, opening a path. He looked up and said silently in his mind, "Mother, your son has come to get you." The soldiers standing behind, watching the unbelievable scene in front of them, all shouted in astonishment. The great rock was split by His Highness the Crown Prince. What kind of divine power is this? His Highness the Crown Prince must be a god descended to the mortal world. Ying Zheng, standing behind, was also stunned and wondered to himself, is this Jir's power? The power of martial arts is truly terrifying. That mountain-like rock couldn't even withstand a single blow. Inside the peaceful mountain village, as the people went about their normal business, a loud noise suddenly rang out, drawing everyone's attention. An old man wearing a cloth hat frowned and turned his head towards the direction of the sound. "What's going on?" The man standing next to him with a basket of firewood on his back also wondered, that sound is so loud. Could it be another collapse? From outside the village entrance, a large man in a green shirt ran over frantically, calling, "Village chief." The old village chief looked at him and asked, "Dezhuang, what was that sound?" Dezhuang, panting heavily, replied, It's the large rock blocking the way out of our village. It's broken. Village chief, we can get out now." The old man asked him back in disbelief. What? That rock. Our entire village dug for 6 years without success. How did it suddenly shatter? He smiled while holding up a scroll in his hand and explained, It's the great king and his highness the crown prince who came looking for her majesty the queen and saved us, village chief. We've been trapped for 6 years. Our great Qin has been unified. The great king and his highness the crown prince will enter the village shortly. I came to inform everyone first. 2 women standing behind looked at each other and discussed. Great Qin is unified. Not only can we get out, but we can also live a peaceful life. Several men standing above also looked at each other joyfully. I never thought we would be so fortunate as to be saved by the great king and his highness the crown prince. The village chief, standing in front, continued to ask the person before him with confusion. De Zhuang, you said the great king and his highness the crown prince came to find the queen. What is this about? He handed the scroll in his hand to him to explain. He said that back then, Her Majesty the Queen came here and was trapped in our village. This is her portrait. Who do you guess this is? The old village chief unrolled the scroll and saw the face of the person in the painting, and everyone who saw it was stunned. He also exclaimed in surprise, Isn't this Miss Dong? To think that the fairy who saved us 6 years ago was Her Majesty the Queen. On the other side, in a house, Donger was drying medicinal leaves while pondering. The sound was like a landslide. I hope no one was hurt, but why is my heart in such a panic? Suddenly, a voice called out from behind her. Mother! Donger turned her head and saw the father and son standing at her gate. Ying ran quickly towards her, calling Mother. Ying Zheng, behind him, also hurried forward. Donger, it's really you. Donger frowned as she watched them approach, muttering to herself, Am I hallucinating because I miss them too much? Jeer, why does it seem like Mother is seeing you? And Brother Zheng too. The 2 of them rushed forward and hugged her tightly. Ying Zheng said loudly, Donger, it's not a hallucination. Brother Zheng has made you wait for so long. Today, I've come to take you home. The male lead also buried his head in her embrace, as if about to cry. Mother, our family will not be separated again. Tears streamed down her face as she asked in disbelief, This isn't a dream. Is it really not a dream? My Jier and my brother Zheng are both by my side. After that, the family of 3 stood in the courtyard, looking at each other for a long, long time. Donger's hand placed a cup of tea on the table as she sighed. I can't believe so many things have happened these past few years. She turned her head to look at Ying Zheng and smiled. For Jier to have such achievements, and now to be able to acknowledge his ancestors, I truly have no more regrets in this life. He looked at her and pleaded, It's been over 20 years. Every day the food I ate was like chewing wax. Now, drinking the tea made by Donger, I can finally taste a bit of sweetness. Donger, come back with me. Ying looked at him and could only sigh inwardly. This cheesy line, Father really knows how to woo a girl. But then she lowered her head, sighed, and replied, No, I can't go back. Both the father and son were surprised and asked in unison, Why? Donger explained, Even though the 4 seas are now at peace, the court and the world are not the same thing. My humble origins will cause people to gossip, which is disadvantageous for you, father and son, and even more so for the state. She stared straight ahead and continued, Besides, Brother Zheng, you already announced to the world that I was dead. For a king's word to be changed back and forth would make people laugh. Ying Zheng took her hand. Donger, you can't abandon me again. Before I was useless, but now you must believe me. Brother Zheng can protect you completely and not let you suffer any more grievances. She still wanted to refuse, but before Donger could finish, he declared forcefully, At worst, I'll pass the throne to Jier and tell the outside world I'm dead. We'll find a place to live in seclusion and not concern ourselves with the state and the court. Upon hearing this, her face turned fearful. How can that be? Ying standing to the side, looked at the 2 of them with a face full of question marks. Ying Zheng hugged Donger and persuaded her. Why can't it be? Jier is outstanding. He is the heir to my great Qin's empire. I have no shame before the ancestors of great Qin. Now, even if the heavenly king himself came, I would not be separated from you. She blushed shyly and reminded him, "Brother Zheng, don't be like this. As an emperor, how can you be so willful?" Jir is still here. Hearing her words, he immediately looked up at Ying Ji, who was at that moment turning his head to look in another direction, pretending not to see anything. Right after that, he casually kicked the male lead out of the room. "Your mother and I have things to talk about. You get out." Kicked out, he could only cry out, "Ayo." Ying Ji rubbed his bottom that had just hit the ground, glancing sideways at the room behind him and sighing, "Tiske, tisk, truly a wife's slave. Once you have a wife, your son is no longer precious, is he? You don't have the bearing of an emperor at all." But right after that, the male lead smirked and let out a chuckle. He stood up straight, looked up at the sky, and sighed to himself, "Is this the feeling of a family being together? It's not bad at all." Outside the gate, a soldier appeared at this moment. He called out respectfully, "My lord." Ying Ji looked at him and replied, "Come in. Your arrival at this time. Is there news from Hanyang?" He presented a scroll to him. "My lord is wise. The list of rebels in Hanyang has been investigated. This is a grave matter. Please decide, my lord." The male lead smiled and reached out to take it. "No need to act for now. Just continue to monitor them." He opened the scroll and looked at the contents inside. "It's just that, when I return to court, a bloodbath will be unavoidable." The carriage convoy of Zhao Qi's family began to move, and an announcement rang out, "Depart." All the officials in the city lined up on the side and respectfully shouted, "We respectfully send off the great king on his return to court." A soldier riding a horse behind looked at Ying Ji riding in front and asked with curiosity, "My lord, why aren't you sitting with the great king? Could it be that something is about to happen up ahead?" He let out a long yawn and said to him, "It's just that I'm used to riding a horse." In his mind, an image of his father confidently coaxing him earlier appeared. "Jir, if 3 people sit in the carriage, wouldn't it be a bit crowded?" The male lead sighed in his head. "Sigh, father, I'm just being considerate of your 20-odd years of longing." He turned his head and instructed the soldier behind him, "That's right, before I return to court, keep an eye on Hanyang. The rabble causing trouble, do not spare a single one." He immediately replied, "Yes." Inside the grand hall, the ministers bowed and knelt on the ground, respectfully greeting Ying Zheng, who was sitting on the throne, and Ying Ji, who was standing beside him. "We subjects pay our respects to the great king. May the great king live for 10,000 years. May great Qin last for 10,000 years. We subjects respectfully welcome the crown prince. We subjects pay our respects to the great king. May the great king live for 10,000 years. May great Qin last for 10,000 years. We subjects respectfully welcome the crown prince." He looked at them and ordered, "Ministers, you may rise." The ministers, hearing the order, stood up one by one. "Thank you, great king." Hu Hai, standing in the crowd, looked up and gritted his teeth, thinking, "This is damn ghostly. I sent out 3,000 men. How is Ying Zheng still alive?" He couldn't accept it and glanced at the male lead, thinking to himself, "No wonder no one came back to report. It turns out the mission wasn't completed. Those bastards. But this time, I specifically ordered people to disguise themselves as remnants of the 6 states. Surely I wasn't exposed, right?" Just as Hu Hai thought of this, he felt Ying Ji's gaze fixed on him. He immediately lowered his head in anxiety, silently comforting himself. Is he looking at me? No, I did it so cleanly. Calm down, it must be fine." At the same time, Ying Ji, who was looking at him, thought with contempt, "Humph, a good-for-nothing. So flustered, without a shred of a superior's bearing. No wonder great Qin fell so quickly into your hands." Ying Zheng smiled happily and began to announce, "Last month, I and the crown prince went to Lejigo village to move the queen's mausoleum. Now, upon returning to court, there are 2 major matters to make clear to you ministers. First, I discovered that the queen is not dead. She is now returned with me. A date will be chosen for her to officially take charge of the rear palace as the mother of the nation. Great Qin is no longer lacking anything." All the ministers standing below, hearing him say this, showed joyful expressions and congratulated him. "There's such a thing? This is truly great Qin's good fortune. We subjects congratulate the great king. Congratulations, great king." He continued to smile and went on, The other matter is that I have decided to delegate power to the crown prince from now on. In the future, unless it is a matter concerning the foundation of the state, all matters will be decided by the crown prince. Ying Zheng was also startled by what his father said. The ministers below began to panic and discuss among themselves. The first one spoke up. What? This is different from being a regent. He wants to directly delegate power to the crown prince. The second one spoke up. Great king, this is not acceptable. You are in the prime of your life, an eternally wise ruler. Why would you make such a decision? The third one also chimed in. We hope the great king will reconsider. Ying Zheng's hand on the armrest clenched so tightly that his veins bulged. He snorted. Then he stood up from his throne, frowned, and shouted angrily, Are you questioning my decree? Or are you saying that the crown prince of my great Qin, the lord of martial pacification who unified the 6 states, is not enough for you to willingly submit to? A minister standing next to Hu Hai spoke up. If His Highness the Crown Prince takes power, there is naturally nothing to pick on. It's just that it's not in accordance with reason. The person standing next to him looked at him and offered a different opinion. The word reason is nothing more than royal authority. Besides, the great king has not yet abdicated. There is nothing wrong with the crown prince managing state affairs. Finally, all of them bowed their heads in unison. We subjects will carefully obey the great king's decree. Ying Zheng said to them with satisfaction, Good. From now on, the crown prince will hold court in my stead and manage the affairs of the state. All civil and military officials of the court will follow the crown prince's edicts. There must be no errors. He tilted his head to look at the male lead standing behind him. From now on, Great Qin is in your hands. He smiled back at him. Please rest assured, royal father, your son will absolutely not disappoint you. Ying Zheng turned to leave. Do whatever you want to do with a free hand. Before leaving, he left him with a few more words. I am waiting for you to achieve absolute royal power. Then he affirmed, Now you are the true Great Qin. Finally, he sighed happily. Having shed this burden, I can finally be with Donger in peace. Ying Zheng watched his father's retreating back and sighed to himself, Father, you're acting more and more like a man in love. He turned his head and calculated in his mind, but for father to make this decision, it's understandable. After all, the next matter must be handled by me. Ying Zheng stood on the high platform and looked at the ministers below, asking, Ministers, do you know what the first thing this prince wants to do upon presiding over the court is? The ministers below spoke up and answered him, We subjects are ignorant. We hope your highness the crown prince will make it clear. We subjects will definitely obey your highness the crown prince's command. The male lead lowered his gaze and glanced at them. You really don't know? This prince and my royal father encountered assassins on our way to Lijaiga village. The enemy had over 3,000 well-prepared men. Fortunately, my royal father is blessed by a lucky star and was not in danger. All the ministers below began to look at each other in panic. What? Assassins tried to kill the great king and His Highness the Crown Prince? How audacious! These assassins should be rooted out, kill their entire clans. At this moment, Hu Hai, standing below, spoke up nervously. Could it be the remnants of the 6 states? Ying Zheng sneered inwardly. All great loyal ministers. He watched the group of people acting below and then declared, This prince has already investigated thoroughly. The mastermind behind this assassination attempt is in Hanyang, and it was not done by one person. Here, this prince will give you a chance. Step forward yourselves, and this prince may spare your entire clan. As soon as the male lead finished speaking, the noisy crowd below fell silent in unison. Not a single person spoke up. His threatening gaze looked down upon them. It seems no one wants to confess. Then don't blame this prince for being merciless. Li Qing, Han Sheng. Immediately, a troop of soldiers stepped in. Ying Zheng waved his hand and ordered, on the crown prince's orders, arrest all those who participated in this assassination attempt. The 2 generals knelt and responded to his order, yes. The restrained high official shouted, denying their guilt, Your Highness the Crown Prince, this subject is wronged. This subject is loyal to Great Qin. I hope the Crown Prince will see clearly. Hu Hai was also arrested. He glared up at him threateningly. Ying Ji, what do you want to do? How dare you touch me? Don't think that just because royal father favors you, you can do whatever you want. Are you deliberately framing me? The male lead stood above, hands clasped behind his back, looking down at him. Deliberately framing you? You know very well in your hearts what you have done. This prince once gave you a chance, but you did not cherish it. Hu Hai looked at him and screamed loudly. I want to see royal father, royal father. Ying Ji's feet, in black boots, descended the steps one by one. He walked forward and looked down at him. Hu Hai, now you want royal father to save you. But what were you thinking when you tried to assassinate this prince? As royal father's son, he doesn't ask how outstanding you are only for you to be safe. But for your own selfishness, you wanted to kill your father, kill your brother. For this crime, this prince will not forgive you, and Great Qin has no place for you. Hu Hai's entire face became dazed and covered in cold sweat upon hearing the male lead's words. Ying Ji pointed and ordered, decree that Hu Hai be stripped of his title and made a commoner, expelled from the imperial clan. Announce his crimes to the world. Tomorrow, at the execution ground, he will be drawn and quartered. After hearing this, he was so terrified that tears streamed down his face, and he began to struggle and cry. What? No, royal father, spare my life. Your son was wrong. I truly know my mistake now. Big brother, your highness the crown prince, we are blood relatives. Don't kill me. The male lead frowned and continued to look down at the others. Furthermore, all participants in this assassination attempt are to be thrown into prison. Tomorrow, at the execution ground, they will be drawn and quartered. He began to announce the punishment. All conspirators will have their entire clans executed, regardless of gender or age, young or old. No one will be spared. Annihilate their clans. All their wealth will be confiscated for the national treasury. Ying Ji commanded all the high officials. Royal authority is supreme and must not be defied. I will let the entire world see the consequences of defying the royal family. The male lead glanced at those below and asked, My lords, do you have any objections to this prince's handling of the matter? They all bowed their heads respectfully and replied in unison. The crown prince is wise. We subjects are in awe. Wang Guan stood below, stunned, thinking to himself, Ying Ji is regent. His methods are more ruthless than the great king's. He killed royal princes and a third of the court officials just like that. But after this, surely no one will dare to defy him again. He thought of the scene of so many high officials being executed and sighed. Today is not just a bloodbath in this court hall, but a bloodbath for Xianying of Great Qin. Suddenly, Ying Ji glanced behind him and called out, Wang Guan. He immediately snapped out of his thoughts, looked up, and answered him, This old subject is here. Ying Ji narrowed his eyes slightly, smiling as he asked Wang Guan, Do you see how many rebellious traitors there are in this court? As a chancellor of Great Qin, you are the head of all officials. Do you have anything to say? Wang Guan froze, not knowing how to react. He was confused, bewildered, and thought to himself, Ying Ji wants to make an example of me, but I wonder, I have never been on bad terms with him. Wang Guan secretly glanced back, saw that the others were still silent with their heads bowed, frowning without a word. Then his mouth fell open as he realized something. No, that's not right. Ying Ji is targeting me not because we don't get along, but because I'm obstructing his path to appointing his own people. Wang Guan's face fell. He pursed his lips, his eyes narrowing with both anxiety and calculation. What a crown prince of Great Qin. As soon as he gained power, he's already eager to cultivate his own strength and confidence. If I continue to be tactless and stand in his way, I fear this little life of mine will be in danger. Wang Guan's facial muscles relaxed slightly, but the look of anxiety and melancholy was still very clear. He sighed, appearing to accept the current situation, powerless to resist. Wang Guan smiled faintly and took out a very thick and large jade green pendant from his robe. It had a gold band wrapped around its middle and a red cord tied at the top. He placed the jade pendant down in front of him as an offering to Ying Ji, bowing his head to the ground to show his reverence, and said cautiously, "This old subject is advanced in age and made poor judgments in appointing people, nearly causing turmoil in the court. Fortunately, Your Highness the Crown Prince has set things right. This old subject knows his guilt and is no longer worthy of the position of Chancellor. I ask for the Crown Prince's permission to allow this subject to retire and return to my hometown." Ying listened to everything without saying a word. Ying's face showed immense excitement. He was very happy, smiling as he accepted Wang Guan's item, thinking, "So you do know your place." Then he issued a command for all to hear. Permission granted. Wang Guan, still not raising his head, continued to choose his words of thanks. "Thank you, Your Highness the Crown Prince, for your immense grace." Ying clasped his hands behind his back and smiled in approval. Li Si stood to one side, observing everything. He couldn't help but feel restless and anxious, breaking out in a cold sweat. Li Si lowered his head, his eyes wide as he thought incessantly. He pursed his lips tightly, his face tense, pondering his own fate. Even a neutral official like Wang Guan has been dealt with. What about me? Since Ying came to power, I have always kept a low profile and been submissive to protect myself. Surely he won't move against me, right? After all, I am his father-in-law. At this moment, all the high officials present in the court hall were in an uproar, surprised by Wang Guan's actions. He was still kneeling, his head bowed before Ying. Ying sneered, his face darkening menacingly. He thought mockingly, Li Si, "Oh Li Si, are you finally scared now?" Ying called out, neither too fast nor too slow, "Commandant of Justice Li." Li Si jumped, looking up at him with a bewildered expression. He replied, This subject is here." The people behind also turned to look, their astonishment not yet faded. Ying looked at him with a probing gaze and said with a smile, "Now that Minister Wang has retired, the position of Chancellor is vacant. Who does Commandant of Justice Li feel can take on the role of Chancellor?" Li Si was utterly stunned upon hearing this. He was at a loss for how to answer properly. If I had chosen Ying before, then this position of Chancellor would have been mine, but I can't say that now. Is Ying slapping me in the face? Li Si gritted his teeth, his face contorted with reluctance. He clasped his hands in front and answered haltingly, This subject believes Han Fei can take the position." Ying pretended not to hear clearly. He looked at him with a sharp gaze, leaned forward slightly, cupped his hand to his ear, and asked loudly, "Huh? What? What did Commandant of Justice Li say? Why can't this prince hear clearly?" Ying laughed inwardly. "Li Si, today I will make you personally hand over the thing you've coveted for so long, and hand it over to the person you hate the most." Li Si knew Ying was making things difficult for him. He gnashed his teeth in fury. Li Si bowed his head, still with his hands clasped, and said loudly before the surprised eyes of many, "This subject believes that Han Fei's knowledge is vast and profound, and he can take on the position of Chancellor." Ying was satisfied. He smiled and spoke, but still maintained a dignified air. "Good. This prince is very pleased with the person recommended by Commandant of Justice Li. Feng Qi, Han Fei, receive your orders." The two elderly high officials behind, hearing their names called, politely clasped their hands, bowed their heads, and replied, "This subject is here." Ying stood up straight, looked sternly at all the officials present, and said, "Today, this prince will divide the position of Chancellor into left and right chancellors. Han Fei is appointed left chancellor, Feng Qi is appointed right chancellor, promoted one rank, and they will hold the power of the chancellor." All the court officials prostrated themselves, clasped their hands, and shouted in unison, "His Highness the Crown Prince is wise." Han Fei, standing in front, glanced at Li Si's sullen and unwilling expression behind him. He chuckled softly, his eyes filled with glee, and sighed inwardly, "His Highness is truly a born king." This balancing act is used brilliantly to think of using the power of the left and right chancellors to check each other. "Ha ha, Li Si, today you know what you have lost, don't you? And who you have provoked, don't you?" The court session ended, and everyone returned to their original positions. General Wang, like everyone else, strode slowly on his way back. He slowly turned his head back, looking at the towering palace gate and the soldiers standing guard with raised swords and spears. He clasped his hands behind his back, his face showing no emotion. Suddenly, someone ran up and called out, making him turn to look. General Wang stopped and asked indifferently, "General Li, what business do you have waiting here?" After speaking, he also bowed respectfully and said politely, "It's just that this old man has now retired from office. You can no longer call me General Wang. If His Highness the Crown Prince were to hear, it might cause ill feelings." The other person also clasped his hands in a salute and said with a bright smile, "General Wang's merits are high and his labors great. This form of address has nothing to do with whether you have retired or not. Moreover, it was His Highness the Crown Prince himself who ordered me to wait for you here." Next to General Li was a horse-drawn carriage loaded with dark red chests. General Wang's eyes widened in surprise. "Waiting for me?" The young soldier smiled warmly as if to confirm that it was so. General Li gestured towards the chests loaded on the carriage and explained, "His Highness the Crown Prince knows that General Wang is an honest and upright official, so he specially prepared this carriage of assets for you to enjoy your old age." General Wang stepped forward and tried to pry open the lid of one chest. Inside were all gold ingots, their colors so brilliant it was dazzling. Mesmerized, he said happily, "Ha ha, His Highness the Crown Prince is too kind. He has truly given this old man great face." General Wang clasped his hands, bowed in thanks, and said, "I'll trouble General Li to thank His Highness the Crown Prince on this old man's behalf. With His Highness the Crown Prince presiding over Great Qin, it will surely enjoy eternal peace and prosperity." General Li also clasped his hands and bowed in return. The carriage quickly rolled towards the city gate, preparing to leave. General Wang sat on it, continuously laughing loudly in. Peels. He sat leisurely in the back of the carriage being driven. He narrowed his eyes and laughed with satisfaction. "Ha ha ha. My great Qin is prosperous, prosperous." Just then, the sound of a commotion nearby reached his ears. A group of people were being dragged out of their residences by soldiers. Some were being escorted away, some were being pulled, and some were kicked to the ground. They were all wailing miserably, trying to prove their innocence. "Wronged, my lord, wronged. We did nothing against the Crown Prince." Seeing this scene, General Wang silently watched. On. A certain official, though already bound, was still screaming his head off. "Let me go. I'm a teacher of young master Hu Hai. Open your dog eyes and see. I am Zhao Gao. He struggled in a panic, trying to find a way to escape. The two escorting soldiers showed no mercy, looking at him with contempt and saying coldly, "Humph, who cares who you are? Hu Hai has already been stripped of his title and sentenced to death. Was a Zhao Gao." General Wang settled himself properly in the carriage, narrowing his eyes to observe the situation. He couldn't help but muse. His Highness the Crown Prince works with lightning speed. Starting today, this imperial court has changed. He continued to look around. There were people kneeling before the common folk. Behind them, executioners were simultaneously raising their blades, preparing to behead them. Below, on the right side, there was a line of people waiting to receive this painful end. People from all over flocked to watch, and they couldn't help but be in an uproar. General Wang thought to himself, to eliminate an entire faction in one night, to not even hesitate to wash Xianyang in blood. Who else but the Crown Prince could do this? With just one strong, decisive chop, the heads of the rebels were severed. The strong executioners worked swiftly and cleanly, without a single wasted movement. The horse-drawn carriage slowly left the imperial palace. General Wang was still lost in his thoughts. The group of court officials belonging to Ying Ji will appear in this court, in the Qin King's Hall, will belong to Ying Ji, but isn't this also a good thing? The execution continued under the watch of the officials and the people. The soldiers stepped onto the platform to clear away the corpses. At this moment, a faint blue light, like a soul, flew out from their bodies, but no one saw. General Wang affirmed. A new era has begun. But those streams of light flew in unison straight towards the palace where Ying Zheng was working. He was at this moment correcting the mindset of the officials once again from his high seat. If there is nothing else, the court is dismissed. Everyone replied in unison. We respectfully see the crown prince off. The streams of light gathered in one place above Ying Zheng's head, forming a circle. They suddenly pierced through Ying Zheng's body, causing him to jolt, speechless, his eyes wide and mouth agape in astonishment. The system immediately displayed a notification. Bloodbath in Xianying experience points have been received. The host can prepare to level up at any time. Hearing this, Ying Zheng was overjoyed. Finally, this day has come. Level 21, Grandmaster Realm. He sat in his room, holding a blue-purple jade in his hand, closing his eyes to cultivate. A dazzling flame rose around him, with lightning covering the area. As Ying Zheng raised the jade to cultivate, he thought, fortunately, I have 2 medium-grade spirit stones, making the breakthrough to the next boundary so smooth. He smiled faintly, showing his satisfaction with this, and the surrounding lightning intensified. At the same time, the system screen displayed a notification. Congratulations to the host for receiving level-up experience points. Does the host wish to level up? Ying Zheng's eyes widened with determination, a smirk playing on his lips as he heard the system's question. He answered firmly, needless to say, level up. The spirit stone in Ying Zheng's hand erupted in a brilliant, pale flame. His hand still held the jade, his head tilted back slightly, eyes shut tight, breathing deeply. The dancing flames around him began to gather at his location, enveloping his body. The system updated the process, processing host command, now beginning level up. Ying Zheng pondered. In this world with its thin spiritual energy, reaching the Grandmaster Realm is supposed to be impossible. But my body is digitized. As long as I have enough experience points, there are no obstacles. Ying Zheng spread his arms wide, allowing the light and flames of power around him to surge into his body. The system immediately announced, congratulations to the host for successfully leveling up to level 21, Grandmaster Realm, and receiving an opportunity to unlock a secondary profession. Ying Zheng looked at the system screen smugly. Oh, I can unlock another secondary profession? The system continued to display a notification. Host has successfully leveled up to level 21, Grandmaster Realm, rewarded with the Earth rank, medium-grade martial skill 100 steps flying sword, and 500 medium-grade spirit stones. An image of a scroll and 500 red-black jades appeared before him. Ying Zheng picked up a stone, brought it close to his face to observe, and said with delight, after reaching the Grandmaster Realm, the spirit stone rewards have become medium grade, which will be convenient for future cultivation. Then he stroked his chin, squinted at the screen, and asked in confusion, but how should I choose this secondary profession? It can't conflict with beast taming. Ying Zheng sat shaking his leg and swaying, his mouth open and eyes closed as he imagined. Unlike before, I now hold power in my hands. Next, I must establish a martial empire. It's no longer just about me upgrading my own strength. He thought back to when he was a soldier, then ascended the throne, and how after gaining power, the aura around him was vastly different. Suddenly, he thought of something. His eyes widened decisively, his brows furrowing slightly. To enhance the strength of the entire nation, there's only that. Ying Zheng hurriedly used his finger to scroll endlessly through the system page. Finally, his fingers stopped on an object shaped like a gourd. That is alchemy. He was joyful. I found it, alchemy. Ying Zheng pressed the icon, and a notification sounded in his ear, system, selecting alchemy as the secondary profession. Alongside, it was an accompanying message, processing host command, selecting secondary profession, alchemy successfully selected, initiating alchemy profession transfer. Raging torrents of fiery red flames were sucked into the system screen. Ying Zheng sat calmly and waited. He placed his hands in front of him, calming his mind and closing his eyes. Mysterious characters followed the stream of power, flowing into his body from all directions. They swirled into a powerful energy circle. Ying Zheng silently felt it all. He could feel countless alchemy techniques pouring into his mind. It was truly miraculous. He imagined a scene of himself standing before the city with arms outstretched, controlling a vast and powerful army. In his heart, he thought, in this world with its fragile spiritual energy, it's impossible to rely on spirit stones to enhance the strength of the entire army, or even the entire nation. Ying Zheng thought with a satisfied smile, but if there are medicinal pills, then it will be a different scene. He rotated his palms to circulate the power. The circle of light around him grew more dazzling and powerful than ever. At this moment, he thought of only one thing, a martial nation it's worth looking forward to. The system continuously displayed more information. Congratulations to the host for successfully unlocking the secondary profession of alchemy. Currently at Stage 1, Level 1, able to refine normal Stage 1 introductory medicinal pills. Additionally, rewarded with a growable alchemy cauldron. As the host's alchemy realm improves, the alchemy cauldron will also be upgraded. Accordingly, a golden alchemy cauldron with 3 legs and carved with dragon heads around its body appeared in the empty space, looking extremely beautiful. Unique, Ying Zheng couldn't suppress his curiosity. It can grow. Does that mean medicinal pills are also divided into grades? He looked up at the cauldron while stroking his chin, pondering. Stage 1 probably corresponds to Huang grade pills. Then Stage 2 is Xin grade. Stage 3 is D grade. And Stage 4 is Tian grade. When the alchemy cauldron landed on the ground, Ying Zheng ran over and tapped its surface a few times. He was curious, but even with the easiest to refine Huang grade pills, it will be difficult to support the entire army with just this cauldron. Moreover, how can a regent crown prince like me bury myself in alchemy every day? Saying that, he flew to the top of the cauldron, opened the lid to peek inside, then jumped down and patted its body once more. Ying Zheng suddenly had an idea. His eyes lit up and exclaimed, "That's right." With one hand leaning on the cauldron, Ying Zheng called out loudly, "Raw, come here." A masked man jumped down from above, knelt on one knee, and respectfully saluted Ying Zheng, "My lord." Ying Zheng frowned slightly at the man and questioned, "This prince has not asked," after royal father learned that the pills refined by the alchemists were poisonous. How were the alchemists in the palace dealt with? The man remained kneeling, answering concisely and politely. "Reporting to my lord, they were all killed." Ying Zheng pouted, his face showing he already knew. "Killed, that's right. This is indeed royal father's method and style. He would absolutely not leave any threat by his side." He asked further, "What about the alchemists of the 6 states?" Ruo raised his head to look at him, his hands still on the ground as he knelt. During the conquest of the 6 states, no attention was paid to these people. After the conquest of the 6 states, they scattered everywhere. Ying Zheng's voice turned stern as he raised his hand to give an order. "Relay this prince's order. Capture the court alchemists of the 6 states and escort them back to Xianyang." Hearing this, Ruo rose to one knee, clasped his hands, and bowed his head in obedience, yes. After Ruo left, Ying Zheng turned back to his alchemy cauldron. The system had absorbed all the remaining power in the space into it. Thus, the cauldron shone with a glittering golden light. Ying Zheng gently reached out a hand to touch it, thinking, those alchemists, although they are mortals and refine low-grade medicinal pills, can be considered to have an introduction to alchemy. From them, I can surely select some useful people. Ying Zheng retracted his hand, grasped one wrist with the other, and turned to say to the system, cultivate the 100 steps flying sword, and at the same time, raise it to the perfection level. Use the remaining promotion points to upgrade the alchemy skill. The system received his words, processing host command, beginning to deduct promotion points. 100 steps, flying sword cultivation complete. Beyond 100 steps, the flying sword soars through the air to kill enemies. It can be called an ultimate skill. The sword spun continuously following the stream of power controlled by Ying Zheng, each of its flight paths radiating a beautiful halo. The system continuously announced. 100 steps flying sword has been upgraded to perfection. Ride the sword to kill enemies. Within 1,000 steps, the sword is as if sentient, deducting 1,000 promotion points. Alchemy skill upgraded to stage 1, level 1, deducting 2,000 promotion points. It announced Ying Zheng's current status, level 21, Grandmaster First Layer Realm. Stamina is 21,000. True Qi is 20,000. Cultivation technique is perfected basic internal art 9 Yin 9 Yang. Sheng E breath can restore true Qi. Secondary professions are beast taming, alchemy. Experience points needed to level up 200,000. Remaining promotion points are 100,000. Ying Zheng closed his eyes slightly, exhaling. Only 100,000 promotion points left. Reaching Grandmaster greatly increased my strength, but the consumption is also getting higher and higher. He scrolled further. On the system screen appeared the words loyalty system. He sighed, there's no free lunch in this world. Open the loyalty system. Check the loyalty of subordinates. Ying Zheng immediately heard the system's voice. The host has become the regent crown prince holding the power of a nation. The loyalty system is beginning to upgrade, incorporating the loyalty of subjects to the nation. Ying Zheng was a little surprised. He wondered, the system is upgrading. It continued to display loyalty system upgrade complete has evolved into the regent system. Ying Zheng stood for a few seconds to read the parameters provided by the system. System interface. Left Chancellor Han Fei has a loyalty of 95. Right Chancellor Feng Qiji has a loyalty of 95. Grand General Meng Wu has a loyalty of 95. Commandant of Justice Li Si has a loyalty of 90. The subsequent notification was, the regent system can incorporate all subjects in the nation managed by the host. Observe and check loyalty. Once a disloyal person is detected, the system will immediately remind the host. Ying Zheng lowered his eyes slightly, saying, the Meng family, the Wang family, the Feng family are absolutely loyal to Great Qin, worthy of trust and use. I am not surprised by this. He looked closely at the line about Li Si's loyalty, feeling a bit suspicious. This Li Si's loyalty also reached 90. Ying Zheng raised a finger and decisively closed the system screen. He pondered for a moment. That's right, he is loyal to Great Qin, not to an individual. Ying Zheng narrowed his eyes, his expression cold. I taught him a lesson in court today. If he knows his place, then he can continue to serve loyally in the position of Commandant of Justice. After all, he is a capable person. He immediately leaned back and rolled onto the bed, stretching out his arms and legs, closing his eyes, and saying, phew, this time with the bloodbath in Xianyang, Zhao Gao, and Hu Hai have been eliminated. The situation in the Xianyang court is stable, but the real destabilizing factor is not here. Ying Zheng recalled the scene where he faced a man in golden armor. Both were evenly matched when they crossed swords. Neither would yield to the other. It was extremely tense. He said, that person, it's about time for him to make an appearance, isn't it? The strongest man of this era. Outside the palace city, for more than a few months, in Rongqing, Li family village, on a quiet night. The bright crescent moon and the vast expanse of the sky created a desolate and eerie feeling. Under the moonlight, 3 soldiers were laboriously digging a pile of earth and rocks. One of them swung his shovel, lifting a few small and large stones. He said, phew, this bunch who didn't know their own strength, still dreaming of assassinating the great king and His Highness the Crown Prince. They deserve to die. The other one sat down on the ground, agreeing, that's right. They didn't even think about it. Our Crown Prince is the little god of slaughter who pacified the 6 states. How could he be trapped by a rabble like them? A few more people walked over. They headed back together, chatting along the way. Someone said with an annoyed tone, seeking their own death and making us tired from burying them. What bad luck. Another person quickly tried to ease the atmosphere. All right, it's finally done. Let's go quickly. After everyone had left, Beneath the pile of earth and rocks that had just been buried, an area glowed with a ghostly green light, so bizarre it made one's hair stand on end. From that area, a powerful hand burst up from below, shattering the stones into small pieces that flew everywhere. After getting his hand out of the ground, the man used his strength to pull himself up. At this moment, his subordinates frantically ran for their lives from a distance, some gasping for breath, others losing their balance and about to fall flat on their faces. They shouted in a worried tone, "Master, hold on for a moment. We're here to help you." The group worked together to pull the man out of the pile of earth and rocks, finding him lying motionless and covered in filth. They all knelt on one knee to check his condition. Someone stood watching, speaking emotionally. "Master, it's a good thing you're all right. You said hiding within Hu Hai's rebellious faction would be beneficial for concealing your identity. But this kind of thing, you should have let your subordinates do it. That's enough." The subordinate nearby helped the man sit up, frowning at the one who was speaking. The man wiped the dirt from his face. His face was gaunt and extremely haggard, and the clothes on his body were tattered and frayed. His eyes were weary as he said, 3,000 men. Wiped out just like that. That Ying Ji is truly terrifying. To kill him and Ying Zheng, we must think long-term. He stared at the sword stuck in the sand and a few broken pieces of armor not far away, ordering his subordinates, "Go to Quiji Commandery, and at the same time, summon all of our people." The subordinates quickly replied, "Yes." He was Zhang Liang of the Han people. Unwilling to accept what had happened, he gritted his teeth, his face contorted as he growled, "Ying Zheng, Ying Ji, today, I, Zhang Liang, managed to escape with my life. In the future, I will make you die by my hands." Several months later, the atmosphere in Quiji Commandery was extremely gloomy. Many guards were stationed around the area, with swords and spears in neat formation, looking imposing. An old man was sitting with his head slightly bowed under a tree next to a red table. Beside him stood a tall, imposing figure who said, "Uncle, could it be that he's too scared to come?" Xiang Liang was the son of the famous Chu general Xiang Yan. Hearing this, he frowned, and many wrinkles, proof of his old age, appeared on his forehead. He spoke neither quickly nor slowly, just loud enough for the person beside him to hear. Zhang Liang has always been a man of his word. Let's wait a little longer. Suddenly, the tip of a sword was thrust forcefully into the hard earth and rock, creating a piercing, echoing sound. Xiang Yu, the grandson of the famous Chu general Xiang Yan, gripped the sword stuck in the ground. He wore a majestic suit of brown armor. Xiang Yu spoke impatiently. He showed his displeasure, scowling and shouting loudly. "You all are too weak. If I had gone this time, I would have long since chopped off the heads of that Ying Zheng and Ying Ji." He sat down on the ground, used a cloth to wipe the body of his sword, and looked unhappily towards Xiang Liang, saying, "That Zhang Liang, so full of confidence before, has now failed in his assassination attempt. I'm afraid he doesn't have the face to meet us anymore. It's not impossible that he got scared and ran away." Xiang Liang glanced over warningly and shouted, "Shut up. Now that Ying Ji holds power in the state of Qin, his methods are more ruthless than Ying Zheng's. If we want to overthrow the tyrannical Qin, Zhang Liang is an indispensable strategist." Xiang Liang winked at Xiang Yu, reminding him, You are destined for great things. You must be mindful of your words." Suddenly, from the nearby bushes, someone pushed aside the leaves and emerged. He slowly walked towards the two who were sitting, speaking in a grateful tone. "It is still old General Xiang who thinks deeply. The lifelong wish of I, Zhang Liang, is to overthrow the tyrannical Qin. I will never give up until this goal is achieved." The other two stopped their conversation to watch his movements. Zhang Liang smiled brightly, his eyes crinkling, and clasped his hands in a salute, saying politely, "Forgive me, you two generals. This Zhang has arrived late." Xiang Yu hugged his sword and turned his face to the side, refusing to look. Xiang Liang on the contrary, appeared extremely pleased to welcome him. "Sir, you are too formal. Please sit." He gestured with his hand towards the sitting cushion opposite him, indicating for the standing Zhang Liang to quickly sit down. He eagerly asked as soon as Zhang Liang sat at the table, "I wonder if you gained anything from this assassination attempt on Ying Zheng, sir? Now that Xianyang is ruled and disciplined by Ying Ji like an iron barrel, I'm afraid it's no longer possible for us to act from within." After hearing his question, Zhang Liang smirked and said, "Old General Xiang is correct. Moreover, the tyrannical Qin's commandery county system is replacing the enfeoffment system. Once the father and son, Ying Ji, truly centralize power over the world, the restoration of the 6 states will no longer be possible." Nearby, Xiang Yu glanced over irritably, gritting his teeth at Zhang Liang, and said, "What nonsense is this? Do you think we don't know this principle? Is your greatest skill just your mouth?" Zhang Liang gave a faint smile, looking at Xiang Yu with a provocative gaze. "The general is quite hot-tempered. Do you have some opinion of this, Zhang?" Xiang Yu pointed straight at his face, scowling as he said loudly, word by word, "Losing is impossible." Zhang Liang's face turned serious, and he replied calmly and firmly, "What the general says is not correct. Losing is not necessarily a bad thing. It is precisely because of this assassination attempt that I now know who our greatest enemy is." Xiang Yu pointed at his face, growling as he asked again, "Who is it?" Zhang Liang's expression darkened, revealing clear resentment and disgust. He emphasized his words, stating with conviction, "To destroy the tyrannical Qin, we must first kill Ying Ji. If Ying Ji is not eliminated, the tyrannical Qin will be difficult to eradicate." Zhang Liang, full of hatred, recalled the scene where Ying Ji, with just a wave of his hand, could summon a solid protective barrier around himself, impenetrable to any attack. He explained, "Ying Ji possesses an ultimate skill. 10,000 arrows cannot get near him. His personal guards are also gifted. If not for my reconnaissance this time, any rash action would have certainly resulted in the death of all our forces." Xiang Yu stood up straight, crossed his arms, and looked at Zhang Liang with a disdainful gaze, snorting in disbelief. Xiang Liang, however, was extremely surprised. He had previously thought that Ying Ji's title of Little God of Slaughter was just an empty name, but now it seemed it was mostly true. In a wondering Zheng is at ease handing over the state of Qin to him. Xiang Yu hugged his sword to his chest, crossed his arms, and looked down from above, asking, "In this world, there is not yet a person worthy of my notice. Is that Ying Ji really as formidable as you say?" Zhang Liang replied immediately. "Even more so." Xiang Yu, dissatisfied, asked again, "Compared to me?" Zhang Liang looked up, slightly annoyed, and asked in return, "General, this Zhang knows that your martial prowess is rare in this world. I dare not guess who is superior between you and Ying Ji. Even if you could defeat Ying Ji, how would you break through his personal guard?" He stood up, smiled, and saluted. "Exactly. Therefore, General, destroying Qin still requires long-term planning. Now this Zhang has a plan. Please hear me out and see what you think." Xiang Yu still replied disdainfully, "Speak." Zhang Liang clasped his hands behind his back, closing his eyes and turning to one side as he calculated. Ying Zheng is hastily implementing the commandery county system. This is merely because the hearts of the world's myriad people are his focus. One can see how important the people's hearts are to him, and this is precisely the point we can exploit. Zhang Liang imagined the scene of an army inciting resistance from the people and shouting the slogan, "Overthrow the tyrannical Qin, return our lands to us," and all the people would simultaneously take up arms in response without a second thought. He continued, "Before the people's hearts are pacified, while the 6 states still have some strength, it is actually very easy for us to incite the common people to rebel. When the people rise in opposition, with shouts of kill everywhere, the situation will descend into chaos, with soldiers and civilians slaughtering each other. At that time, Ying will only be able to watch helplessly. Just think, if countless rioters swarm into Xianyang, would Ying, as the regent crown prince, not think of a way to handle it? Zhang Liang thought that at that time, Ying would personally lead troops out of the city to resolve the situation. If the people riot as the crown prince, could he not personally go to appease them? Zhang Liang continued. He pictured the scene of Ying in a panic amidst the riot and being ambushed in a surprise attack. With our men hidden among the rioters, as long as Ying makes a move, we will surely kill him before he can react. His guards will also be held back by our death warriors. And as for Ying, he can be left to General Xiangyu. He grew excited thinking of the scene where Ying is struck down by Xiangyu in a single sword strike. Kill Ying, and the great Qin will surely fall. Zhang Liang's face revealed a sinister, vicious expression. Being father and son care most about the hearts of the people in the world. In our hands, this will become a sword pointed at them, a talisman to take their lives. Xiang Liang stood up, clasping his hands in admiration. Sir Zhang's move is truly brilliant. Now that the tyrannical Qin is eager to win the people's hearts, they will certainly prioritize appeasement when faced with a rebellion. Xiangyu silently considered it. Zhang Liang said smugly, "At that time, I will contact the scattered forces of the remaining 6 states. We will definitely overthrow the tyrannical Qin." Hearing this, Xiangyu became even more excited. He laughed, seething with power, and thought to himself, "Ying, is it? I'm very eager to meet you, and to cut off your head with my own hands." In the Eastern Palace, Ying's alchemy furnace was operating, glowing brightly. He took 3 small golden pills from the alchemy furnace, holding them in his palm. Sigh, I can't be greedy. Materials are scarce, and this is my first time. To be able to refine 3 longevity pills is already quite good. Ying raised his hand, signaling to retract the items into the system for storage. Immediately, the 3 small golden pills flew straight into the system storage. Their flight path left behind a dazzling aura. Then, Ying turned and ordered, "Someone, where my royal father and royal mother at this moment?" He placed one hand behind his back and listened as a soldier ran in, knelt in salute, and reported, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, at this moment, the great king and the queen are at the Apang Palace. Before leaving, they instructed you to focus on the affairs of the state and not to disturb them unless it is important." After hearing this, Ying was dumbfounded, a wry smile on his face, as if he had expected it. He was speechless, thinking to himself, "Haha, I knew it. This idle shopkeeper is so afraid I'll go and bother him." Ying slowly and leisurely walked up the steps in Xianyang at the Apang Palace, where his father and mother were. Ying gently pushed open the large door and greeted with a serious expression, "Father, even if you don't want to handle court affairs, you don't have to hide from me, do you? You're really enjoying your leisure at the Apang Palace. It's difficult for me to even see you and mother." Ying parents and maternal grandfather were sitting around a magnificent but empty table, each with a small glass of water on it. Seeing him, his grandfather smiled happily and looked over. Hearing what he said, his mother immediately asked his father, "Brother Zheng, you are the king of a country. How can you ignore the court? Could it be because of me?" His father raised a hand in a placating gesture to calm the situation. "Dong, you've misunderstood. I want to train Jier." Ying stood listening from beginning to end without saying a word. Ying Zheng smiled, choosing his words to coax his wife. Jier will have to inherit Great Qin sooner or later. Letting him train early is for his own good. Besides, Jier has already surpassed me in many aspects. Letting him handle state affairs is also very beneficial for Great Qin. Donger looked at her husband with some doubt and asked again, "Is that so?" Ying Zheng hurriedly shot a burning glare at Ying a silent warning. "Be careful what you say in front of your royal mother. What if you push her too far?" Ying pretended it had nothing to do with him, turning his face away to avoid the gaze. laughing inwardly. "Don't leave. Aren't you very good at coaxing, father?" his grandfather asked with concern. "Jeer, have you come here to discuss official business with the great king? If so, I will take my leave first." Hearing this, Ying quickly waved his hands and said with a smile, "It's not a matter of state. Grandfather, please stay. This will save me an extra trip to your residence." Ying brought out a tall, ancient vase, and upon tipping it over a plate, 3 newly refined pills came out, lying small and golden on the plate. His parents and grandfather watched his every move with their mouths agape in astonishment. Ying said slowly, "I came this time to present these 3 longevity pills to royal father, royal mother, and grandfather." Ying Zheng picked one up to examine it. He rolled the pill in his hand, a little surprised. "Jur, you've given us many spirit pills before, but this one seems different from the previous ones." Ying then explained attentively, "You have already sensed spiritual energy after taking the Great Return pill. This pill is indeed different. It's a longevity pill I just refined. Taking 1 pill can increase one's lifespan by 10 years. Hearing his words, Ying Zheng was utterly stunned and couldn't help but exclaim, "What? A longevity pill, increasing lifespan by 10 years. Ying continued with a smile, his expression quite pleased and confident. "That's right, father. You, mother, and grandfather should take it quickly. It's a pity this pill can only increase lifespan by 10 years, and its effect is still weak. I will bring better ones in the future." Donger held the pill in her hand, saying with a hint of melancholy and sadness, "Although I've heard your father talk about your affairs these past few years, I never expected you to even possess such a divine medicine. But if it's truly such a precious item, how can I enjoy it alone? It's better to save it." Ying Zheng smiled reassuringly, his eyes crinkling. "Donger, take it without worry." He pointed proudly at Ying and said, "Jier has already said he'll have better ones in the future. From what I know of this boy, he would never treat himself poorly." Ying gave a wry smile, scratching his head. He had been found out. He smiled brightly while urging his mother, "Mother, hurry up and eat it. In the future, I can have as many of these as I want." After a moment of hesitation, Donger frowned slightly and reluctantly agreed. His parents and grandfather all put the pills into their mouths at the same time. His mother and father both closed their eyes. All 3 of them stared wide-eyed in surprise, speechless. Ying mother and grandfather clutched their chests. She exclaimed in surprise, "Ugh, Jier, I, your mother, can feel a strange power running through my body." Ying quickly explained to reassure his mother, "Mother, don't be afraid. That's the longevity pill taking effect. It's a sign that your lifespan is being rebuilt." He pondered thoughtfully, smiling to himself. "Father, mother, grandfather, let the longevity pill adjust your bodies. After that, I can transmit martial arts power to them." Ying Zheng imagined them standing before a radiant and vibrant palace, situated in a beautiful land of floating clouds, like a mystical, immortal realm. He affirmed to himself, "In the endless years to come, no matter where we are, we will share eternal life." Suddenly, a faint purple mist appeared around Donger, as if something was changing. She was startled when she realized it was enveloping her. She looked at her father in joyful astonishment, raising a hand to her mouth in disbelief. "Father, your white hair is gone." Ying Zheng was also overjoyed. He looked at her and said, "Donger, you've regained your youth." Ying's grandfather seemed unable to believe his eyes, repeatedly examining his arm, gaping with indescribable joy. Ying Zheng looked up at his son with immense gratitude. "Jur, with this immortal medicine, our family is no different from being immortal. We can truly be together for a lifetime." Ying replied softly, "Father, although the medicine can extend lifespan, it is not immortality. Without true strength, it is not enough." Hearing this, Ying Zheng let out a soft sigh, closing his eyes in disappointment and saying, "In that case, true immortality is probably only for the great overarching true immortals in heaven." Ying smiled and said without hesitation, with no hint of a joke. He raised his hand, and a faint, blazing flame appeared in his palm. Then we just have to become immortals. The three of them were once again taken by surprise, their faces gradually showing confusion and doubt as they witnessed the scene before them. His grandfather and father asked in unison, "Jir, what is that strange light in your hand?" He stood still so they could get a full view. Ying raised his hand forward in a gesture of transmitting power, and immediately a blazing red flame spread rapidly from his hand to every corner, its martial path, true Qi. "Father, weren't you always curious about what power I possess? Today, I'll let you see its true form." The flame quickly enveloped Ying Zheng's entire body. He gaped in such astonishment that he couldn't close his mouth. He raised both hands to examine himself. Their consciousnesses immediately shifted to another space, where the sky was dyed with myriad sparkling colors and filled with poetic clouds. Ying Zheng raised a hand to shield his eyes from the light ahead. Utterly surprised by the scenery, Ying said nothing, just quietly looked at his father and smiled, as if he knew for sure that his father would love it. This is the sea of martial arts' true Qi. Beneath their feet were hazy, ethereal streams of mist, so translucent and beautiful it seemed like a place meant only for immortals. Ying Zheng asked vaguely, "Jir, where's this place?" Ying continued, "This is my sea of martial arts true Qi, which is also the power I currently possess. To prove it to you, father." Ying raised his hand high, creating a small fiery vortex from his palm, which gradually swelled from below, glowing with a dazzling red light. While maintaining it, he said, "After entering the martial arts immortal embryo stage, one will have true Qi. When true Qi is projected outward, it can shatter rocks and kill without a trace." Seeing this, Ying couldn't contain his look of utter amazement. The vortex continued to grow until it enveloped both of them and the entire surrounding area. It swirled with immense power and energy. Ying continued, "The immortal god realm can be ascended to through cultivation. By cultivating the martial path to the transformation realm, one can step into the immortal god realm, achieve immortality, and live as long as the heavens." He turned to look at his father and smiled. "Father, this is my ultimate pursuit." Ying was still not over his shock from witnessing everything. He asked, "I only knew that your strength, Jir, was outstanding. I never thought you had such a grand ambition to ascend to the immortal realm. Could it be that your martial state was also a scheme for this?" Against the sky, multicolored clouds of myriad shapes continued to drift and float peacefully through the void. Hearing his father's question, Ying answered decisively, "That's right." His father asked curiously, "Jir, what is your current realm?" Ying replied confidently and cheerfully, "Grandmaster realm, with a 300-year lifespan." Ying replied thoughtfully, "You haven't even reached the transformation realm you mentioned, yet you're already invincible in this world." Ying clasped his hands behind his back, looked up at the vast, distant sky, and said, "But in a place as lacking in spiritual energy as this, reaching the innate realm through cultivation is already the peak. I was only able to reach the Grandmaster realm entirely due to fortuitous encounters. If I want to reach the transformation realm, I must leave this world." He turned to his father, gesturing decisively, and said, "Father, I've said it before, don't limit your vision to the Central Plains. The world beyond this one is our true journey." Ying closed his eyes slightly. He smiled with a hint of bittersweetness and emotion. "To have a son like you, what more could I ask for?" He placed a hand on Ying shoulder, his heart filled with boundless pride. "Jir, whether it's this world or the future journey to the immortal realm, I will support you. From now on, I will listen to you on what to do." Ying smiled and replied, "All right," he said cheerfully to his father. "Then I'll build a martial arts foundation for you first. Our whole family will cultivate together, live long together, and journey to the immortal realm together." Both of them sat down together, silent in this vast space. The surrounding energy condensed into a giant vortex like shimmering red and gold waves, surging and enveloping them, transmitting power to them. Ying Zheng sat in front to cultivate, with Ying Ji sitting right behind him, providing his full support. He held his hands near Ying Zheng's back, helping him clear his meridians to absorb the energy. Both of them closed their eyes to feel the energy. Ying Ji instructed caringly, "Father, relax your mind and feel the martial arts technique." His father complied, sitting quietly to calm his mind, his hands placed before his abdomen to circulate his internal energy. Ying Ji shouted, transmitting the 10th level of the basic internal technique. At this moment, Ying Zheng also gradually noticed the slow transformation within his body. He focused with all his might, and a swirling vortex of power bearing the character for martial gradually formed on his forehead. He vaguely realized this was the power of immortals. A magnificent technique appeared in his mind. The flow of power around Ying Ji and Ying Zheng grew, increasingly turbulent, surging with infinite abundance. Ying Ji pressed his hands against his father's back. He closed his eyes and concentrated his power, saying, "I am using my true Qi to open your microcosmic orbit for you. Try to circulate the technique, and you will be able to condense internal energy." Ying Zheng kept his eyes closed, feeling and maintaining his focus. He replied, "All right." After his consciousness returned to reality, Ying Zheng slowly sat up. He frowned slightly, touching the side of his head. He looked to be in pain. Ugh. Seeing this, Donger became extremely worried. She inquired about his condition. "Brother Zheng." Donger rushed over and placed a hand on Ying Zheng's chest. She frowned with deep anxiety, asking repeatedly, "Brother Zheng, are you all right?" "Jier, what did you do to your royal father?" Ying Zheng gradually opened his eyes, his facial muscles relaxing. He smiled and spoke to soothe his wife's anxiety. "I'm fine, Donger, you don't need to worry." Ying Zheng held his hand out in front of him to check. He exclaimed with joy when he saw a powerful, unceasing stream of magical energy emanating from it as he circulated his internal power. Spiritual energy enveloped his entire hand. "Ha, it's internal energy. Jier, I can also condense martial path true Qi now." He turned excitedly to asking Ji, "Jier, what realm am I in now?" Ying Ji smiled with satisfaction and replied, "Hotian 3rd level realm." Donger sat to one side, listening in silence. Ying Zheng's attitude changed instantly. He looked back at his hand with a judgmental gaze, disappointed. "Only Hotian 3rd level?" Ying Zheng looked displeased. He narrowed his eyes and replied wearily, "Father, can you not look a gift horse in the mouth? If I hadn't used my true Qi to help you circulate it, on top of the nourishment from the previous pills, you would have been very lucky to even consolidate the 1st level on your first day of practicing martial arts." Ying Ji's mother and grandfather, listening from the side, were bewildered and dazed. They both stared wide-eyed and frozen at the father and son. She didn't understand anything and asked, "Jier, Brother Zheng, what are you two talking about?" "Your father, and I don't understand at all." She looked over and saw Ying Zheng examining himself with a look full of anticipation, which made her feel puzzled. Ying Ji began to explain, This is..." Before he could finish his sentence, a soldier from outside rushed in, paid his respects, and reporting to your majesty the great king, your highness the crown prince, the army at the front sends an urgent report. He paused upon hearing this. Upon hearing the news, Ying Zheng quickly sent his son off. He placed a hand on Ying Ji's shoulder and said in a trusting voice to put him at ease, "Jier, go attend to your official duties. Donger, and I will explain things clearly and help them complete their foundation building." Ying Ji clasped his hands and bid farewell. "Then I'll have to trouble you, father." Immediately after, he left with the soldier. Donger watched her son's back as it gradually disappeared. She still didn't quite grasp the situation, so she asked curiously, "Brother Zheng, what is this all about?" Ying Zheng turned to look at his wife, smiling mysteriously. "Ha ha ha, I will explain it to you slowly. Donger, you have truly borne me a good son. Ying Ji's face turned slightly serious. As he walked, he asked the soldier in front of him, "What happened?" The man turned back, his expression grave, and said, "The remnants of the 6 states are causing trouble." Ying Ji frowned, fell silent for a moment, and asked again to confirm, "The remnants of the 6 states." Ying Ji recalled what he had done, from suppressing rebels to secretly warning officials who had thoughts of opposition. He felt this didn't make sense. "I have long since organized all the major garrisons to guard the territories of Great Qin. Wherever a problem arises, troops can be quickly dispatched for reinforcement, and civil and military governance are separated." He stared sternly at the soldier before him, demanding, "Why are the remnants of the 6 states still causing trouble, even disturbing the inner palace?" The man replied respectfully, "My lord, please calm your anger. This time, it is not an invasion by the armies of the 6 states." The soldier's face was filled with fear and immense confusion as he politely reported, "It's refugees. The army at the front truly has no solution and hopes for my lord's decision." Ying Ji frowned, his face scrunching up slightly, showing he didn't understand the current situation or what the problem being discussed actually was. Ying Ji returned to the Great Hall, where 2 officials were already waiting. Seeing him arrive, they bowed and paid their respects. "Your servant pays respect to your highness the crown prince." He strode over the threshold, walked forward slowly, and got straight to the point, dispensed with the formalities. "Get to the point. Where are the refugees from?" The soldier from outside also slowly entered behind him. One of the 2 officials bowed and reported, "Currently, a large number of refugees from the lands of southern Jin and the Chu territory are coming to Xianyang. According to reports from the frontline army, their numbers have exceeded 50,000. The other official continued, "Although the borders of the states are guarded by the army, the other party consists of refugees. Using military force to suppress them is really not appropriate. It might even incite a larger riot." The nearby soldier stood silently in the face of this critical situation. Ying Ji sat down at the table, listening carefully from beginning to end, committing every word to memory. He rested his cheek on his hand and sneered, 50,000 refugees arriving in Xianyang all at once? How could that be possible if no one is manipulating things from behind?" The soldier's expression became extremely serious, and he frowned. "Does your highness mean to use the army to suppress them? If so, this subordinate will go and carry it out." Ying Ji quickly spoke up with a look of careful consideration. "No. Among these 50,000 people, there are definitely remnants of the 6 states, but the majority are refugees." Ying Ji took out a rolled-up map, placed it on the table, and slowly unrolled it. He lowered his gaze to several places on the map and said slowly, "And as the refugees move along a single route, their numbers continue to grow, making it impossible to track the remnants of the 6 states." Ying Ji looked up and declared firmly, "Great Qin has only recently stabilized the war-torn world. Although the court has always maintained an attitude of comforting and providing relief to the common people, the world is so vast that it's still very difficult to care for everyone. Those remnants are precisely targeting this vulnerability." The face of the second reporting official was extremely grave as he said, "It's not just about stirring up the refugees." He recalled the current situation. Countless horses carrying grain were leaving the city, every cart filled to the brim with sacks of food, yet people were starving to death in droves. They were emaciated to the bone, their faces drained of blood, their lips dry and withered. He said, "The wealthy nobles of the 6 states are also secretly buying up grain. The people are starving everywhere. The price of grain throughout the world has skyrocketed, and the court has no grain to use." The first official who had reported also showed great indignation at this state of affairs. He emphasized the nobles of the 6 states, they never cared about the lives and deaths of the common people. In their eyes, the people are all pawns that can be killed or discarded. The official standing beside him sighed, feeling helpless and disgusted by such inhumane methods. Ying Ji clenched his fist and slammed it hard on the table. He authoritatively and decisively gave an order. These bastards, in order to oppose Great Qin, disregard the lives of the people of the world. They don't understand that the people are the water that carries the boat. This prince wants to deal with them. Ying Zheng immediately ordered the soldier, relay my command. Do not stop the refugees at Xianyang. Order Yongsheng to dispatch 50,000 elite soldiers to maintain order. That will suffice. The soldier received the order and immediately bowed. Yes. Yes. After that, Ying Zheng turned to the two officials. The nobles of the various states are maliciously buying up the people's grain, leaving the court unable to purchase any. Is that right? Then raise the price of grain. As long as they keep buying, keep raising the price. The second official, who was beardless, spoke up in surprise. What? How can that be? He was extremely worried and disagreed loudly. Your Highness, raising the price of grain, won't that just worsen the famine? Winter is approaching. This will destabilize the world. Ying Zheng chuckled softly. He placed one hand on the table, leaned forward slightly, and said, the world will be unstable, Minister Feng. This prince will absolutely not put Great Qin in a dangerous situation. Just do as I say. Both officials listened in silence, saying no more. Ying Zheng's face was full of anticipation as he smiled and said, wait until this prince has dealt with these remnants, and the world will no longer have a grain crisis. This prince's subjects will no longer suffer from hunger. A few days later, outside the city of Xianyang, hundreds of thousands of people were walking in a long procession, leaning on staffs as they struggled forward. Everyone's clothes were tattered and torn beyond belief. Their cheeks were deeply sunken, and they were emaciated and indescribably destitute. A child in the crowd was walking hand in hand with an old man. The child's cheeks were sunken to the bone. He frowned, his face on the verge of tears, and said to the old man, Grandpa, I'm hungry. The old man bent down, looked back at him with sorrowful and helpless eyes, and gently comforted him. Be good. When we get to Xianyang, we'll have food. That's where the great king lives. He will surely let us eat our fill. The boy's eyes welled up with tears. He looked down at the ground and said sorrowfully, so what if he's the great king? Those rich people who are officials let the grain in their storehouses get moldy rather than give it to us. The old man continued to soothe the boy. Perhaps Xianyang will be different. I heard that the one providing relief to all the regions is the current crown prince. Xiang Yu stood mixed in the crowd, his hat pulled down to hide his face. He was silent, his lips pressed together, as he reached into his robes to pull out a piece of cake. Suddenly, a hand grabbed Xiang Yu's shoulder, startling him and making him turn around. Xiang Liang moved close to Xiang Yu's ear and whispered a reminder, You are destined for great things. You cannot act on impulse and ruin the grand plan. Xiang Yu didn't seem to pay much attention to his words. He was slightly defiant as he replied, Uncle, they are about to starve to death. Xiang Liang tried to explain, You can save one person, but can you save all 100,000 of these disaster-stricken people? Besides, if you're not careful and reveal your identity now, how will you enter Xianyang? Pushing his hand away, he bowed his head in dissatisfaction and said, I know, but if you let me kill all those greedy nobles and officials along the way, how could there be so many victims? Hearing Xiang Yu say this, he immediately retorted, Foolish, don't be a momentary hero. Remember your purpose. Xiang Liang said with some frustration and resentment, acting on emotion, the courage of a common man. If I don't watch him, he'll ruin Zhang Liang's brilliant plans sooner or later. To achieve great things, what's so wrong with sacrificing these worthless people? A guard rushed in to report, Your Highness, a group of refugees has suddenly flooded the area outside the city. Please make a decision quickly, Your Highness. Hearing the guard's report, his face showed great interest as he said, Good, very good. Relay this prince's command. Assemble 3,000 personal guards to follow me out of the city to comfort the disaster victims. Also, order the granaries in the city to be opened and prepare to set up porridge stations outside the city. After hearing the command, the guard said worriedly, Your Highness, isn't it too dangerous to go out of the city at this time? If it's to comfort the victims, It's enough for this subordinate to go. He leisurely walked towards the door, laughed loudly, and said, "Your importance is not enough." Ying Zheng turned his head back slightly to explain further. "First, only by this prince going out of the city can our subjects see that great Qin values them. Second, if this prince doesn't show up, then wouldn't the arrangements of the remnants of the 6 states have been for nothing?" He stepped outside, concluding with a powerful statement. "The remnants of the 6 states are already at the end of their rope. This time, they have surely gathered all their strength. This prince must seize this opportunity to wipe them out." Outside the closed city gates, the crowd of refugees was wailing pitifully. One person among them said, with tears welling in their eyes, "Let me into the city. I haven't eaten in 5 days." Another person added, "We are all subjects of Great Qin. Didn't they say it when Great Qin unified the world, that they would treat all the people of Yin Huang fairly? Could it be that the crown prince's words were false?" Within that crowd was a group of people with sinister expressions. They laughed sinisterly and whispered, "It's chaos. As long as Ying Zheng dares to come out, even if we don't act, the refugees will tear him to pieces. Even if he doesn't come out, his prestige will be gone." The city gates slowly opened, accompanied by a loud announcement, "His Highness the Crown Prince has arrived." Seeing this scene, the faces of the refugees showed complete surprise. The wide-open city gate was like a new horizon opening up. Behind the gate, an elite and imposing army appeared. Ying Zheng sat on a large chair, moved by a horse-drawn carriage. The sheer number of soldiers he brought with him caused the refugees to panic. "Here, so many soldiers, do they want to kill us?" The sight of the refugees panicking and falling into chaos made Xiang Yu's eyes darken. He thought to himself, "Qin dogs, you've finally shown your true nature. You're going to attack the refugees, aren't you? The Yin Huang are one family talk. It's all nonsense." Ying Zheng slowly stood up from his palanquin. Standing before the crowd of refugees, he spread his arms and said loudly, "Subjects of Great Qin, I'm the Crown Prince of Great Qin, Ying Zheng. I have ordered the granaries to be open to cook porridge. Please rest assured, Great Qin will absolutely not abandon you." Hearing the declaration from Ying Zheng's own mouth shocked the refugees. "Really? Is it really true? We're saved. The Crown Prince's previous words really weren't a lie. Great Qin won't abandon us." A multitude of refugees shed tears of emotion. They prostrated themselves on the ground, leaving the group with malicious intent standing alone in a panic. The refugees shouted, "May the Crown Prince live for 1,000 autumns. Thank you, Your Highness the Crown Prince." Looking down from above, Ying Zheng thought to himself, "You want to use the people's hearts to overthrow Great Qin. Do you really think the myriad people are blind? In that case, let's see what other tricks you dog thieves have left." The ones with hidden intentions saw that all the refugees had sided with him and panicked, wanting to cause a disruption. He said, "You bastards, what are you doing? You believe the Qin dog after just one sentence." A ferocious man from that group ordered the refugees, "Get up, all of you, you spineless lot. Have you forgotten your motherland?" A refugee spoke up, "Motherland? On our way here, weren't the ones who hoarded grain and refused to provide relief the old nobles of our motherland? On the contrary, the Qin soldiers have never harmed us." Other refugees followed suit and stood up, saying, "That's right, who are you people? His Highness the Crown Prince gave us grain. Why would we harm His Highness the Crown Prince? There's something wrong with these people. They're probably here to cause trouble." With that, the refugees rushed towards the group of ill-intentioned people and resorted to violence. Angered, the group with malicious intent drew their weapons and struck the refugees. That slash came down, causing everyone around to fall into chaos and shout, "Over there, they're killing people. They're killing people. Who are they?" The sight caught Xiang Yu's eyes, making him angry. He said, "Scoundrels, how could you attack the common people?" Pointing their weapons out, the ill-intentioned group clustered together. One of them stepped forward and said, "Let's risk it, righteous warriors of the 6 states. The opportunity must not be lost. Restore our motherland. Defeat Ying Zheng." With that, they charged forward fiercely, shouting, "Kill." The sight made Ying Ji say with contempt, "They don't know their own strength." He ordered his soldiers forward. "All generals, hear my command. Do not harm the common people. Leave no remnant of the 6 states alive." The soldiers, hearing the order, replied, "Yes, sir." With that, the soldiers rushed forward to fight the ill-intentioned group. Amidst the refugees scrambling for safety, Xiang Liang also panicked and grabbed Xiang Yu's hand, saying, "Everything is going according to Mr. Zhang Liang's plan. Now is the time for you to act." His face scrunched up as he said, with hesitation, but seeing Xiang Yu's attitude, he said with displeasure, "But what? Remember, you are the future king of this world. Before you is the tyrant Qin who destroyed our motherland. Don't have the heart of a woman." Hearing Xiang Liang's encouragement stirred his will. He drew his sword and sliced his helmet in two. At that moment, where Ying Ji was standing, several people with swords rushed towards him with fierce momentum. "Qin dog, give me your life." Another one laughed maliciously and said, "Ha ha ha, kill Ying Ji. I will be a founding meritorious official. Glory and wealth are right before my eyes." Looking at the fools before him, Ying Ji thought with contempt, "What restoration? And who are these people who have come? All for their own selfish gains, sparing no one." The swords and the scabbards of the soldiers around them suddenly flew out, causing the soldiers to panic. Ying Ji extended his hand, channeling the swords and using the technique, 100-pace flying swords. The sword shot forward swiftly towards the group advancing to attack him, injuring every single one of them, leaving them mangled and crying out in sounds that were painful just to hear. "HNGHA?" A piercing scream rang out, drawing Ying Ji's attention. "Little thief Ying Ji, don't be so arrogant." Xiang Yu, holding a sword, rushed swiftly towards him and used a sharp blade to slice one of the swords Ying Ji was controlling in two. His momentum was fierce as he gripped his sword tightly, aiming it straight down at Ying Ji's head. Sensing that momentum, he was not frightened. Instead, he was secretly pleased. Ying Ji thought, "This aura, who else could it be but Xiang Yu? I've been waiting for you for a long time." Xiang Yu's sword was easily blocked by him right before his eyes. His and Ying Ji's auras were evenly matched, like two ferocious beasts charging into a fiery battle. The soldiers fighting the ill-intentioned group said worriedly, "We're done for. Protect the crown prince." With a confident smile, he said, "It's fine. This prince can handle him alone." Xiang Yu's face was full of anger as he said, "Arrogant words. You killed my grandfather and destroyed my motherland. Today, I will take your life." Ying Ji used just one move to knock him backwards. Pressing his advantage, he immediately continued with another move, conjuring a series of swords, 100-pace flying swords. Seeing Ying Ji use magic to conjure so many swords at once, Xiang Yu said with contempt, "What kind of cheap trick is this?" Without holding back, he used his single sword to slash away all of Ying Ji's swords. They were flying towards him. Seeing the unbelievable sight before him made him ponder. "He blocked all of my flying swords." Xiang Yu can condense a thin layer of martial aura. Gripping the sword in his hand, Ying Ji gave a subtle smile. Inside, he was excited. That's right. Ying Ji's aura flared up, emitting a flickering golden light like battle flames around his body. He thought to himself, "The pinnacle martial artist of this era is standing before me. How can I not use the purest form of martial combat?" The aura emanating from Ying Ji also surprised Xiang Yu. Inside, he was bewildered. This heaven-piercing aura. Is he really such a person? The challenge from him made Xiang Yu even more resolute. He told himself, "No, I cannot retreat. If I retreat, the beast within him appeared, full of the might of an overlord." Inside Xiang Yu were words of encouragement. What face would I have to meet the elders of Jiangdong? He shouted with fierce momentum, "Kill!" Seeing that Xiang Yu had no intention of giving up, Ying Ji also told himself, "Then let's fight." He and his beast rushed forward together to join the battle. The two streams of power collided, creating a magnificent intersection of dazzling light. Dazzling, Xiang Yu and Ying Ji slid past each other. Xiang Yu's face darkened, his expression unreadable, his sword still steady in his hand. Through the explosive clash of power from both sides, Ying Ji felt it and gave Xiang Yu high praise. In this world, only you, Xiang Yu, can injure me. You are truly worthy, and this condenses the ultimate intent of my martial path. Xiang Yu could not withstand the last exchange and collapsed, the unsteady sword in his hand also falling. As for the interrupted thought, Ying Ji finished it in his mind. My greatest reverence for this era. The sight made the soldiers cheer joyfully. His Highness the Crown Prince has won. His Highness the Crown Prince is peerlessly valiant. Contrary to the excited and joyful mood of the soldiers, Xiang Liang's mood was full of anxiety as he hastily ordered, "What are you doing out there? Hurry up and go chop off that Qin thief's dog head." Inside, he thought angrily, "Damn it, even Xiang Yu has been defeated." The scene seemed to split into two opposing sides. On one side were Xiang Liang's ill-intentioned men. They rushed forward shouting, "Kill, kill that dog thief, Ying Ji." On the other side were the soldiers and a group of refugees holding simple tools, standing in front to shield Ying Ji and shouting, "Quick, protect His Highness the Crown Prince." The ill-intentioned men, with weapons and merciless cruelty, charged in and slashed at the refugees who were rushing forward with simple tools. One of them said fiercely, "Worthless peasants, don't block the way." A refugee took a painful blow and cried out, "Ah!" The chaotic scene made Ying Ji's eyes widen in astonishment as he said, "These refugees, they're risking their lives to protect me." He hurriedly ordered the soldiers who were preparing to charge into battle, "All soldiers, hear my command. Protect our Yanwang people. Do not let the common people suffer any casualties." The soldiers shouted loudly, "As you command." With that, the soldiers charged in to fight fiercely with the ill-intentioned group. In the chaotic situation, a man from the ill-intentioned group picked up a dagger with a dangerous expression and said, "A good opportunity. Now is the time." He threw the dagger swiftly towards Ying Ji and said, "Ying Ji, die for me." Due to the sudden situation, a refugee used his own body to shield Ying Ji from behind. He said, "Crown Prince, be careful." The dagger, flying swiftly, was already close to that refugee, causing him to shut his eyes in fear. Tightly. At that moment, space seemed to stop. A golden imperial seal glowed, hovering in midair. The seal radiated a great energy, forming an invisible shield that blocked the dagger right in front of the man, causing him to stare in amazement. Ying Ji raised one hand to the sky, controlling the invisible shield around him and the man, which radiated a dazzling and powerful golden energy to create the shield. Ying Ji then turned to grasp the man's hand and asked worriedly, "Fellow countrymen, are you all right?" He replied with gratitude, tears welling up in his eyes, This commoner is fine. As long as your highness is unharmed, that is all that matters." Elsewhere, the group of refugees looked up the sky excitedly. A man pointed and said, "It's the Imperial Seal Protector. This is surely a blessing from the heavens, if not the mandate of heaven. Why else would the heavens protect him like this?" Although His Highness the Crown Prince destroyed our motherland, to end the chaos of war in the world, he must have been sent by the heavens to stop the chaos and save our Yanwang people. On Ying Ji's side, he said angrily, "These remnants, their mouths are full of restoration, yet they turn their blades on unarmed refugees. All soldiers capture the assassins. I want to use their lives to give the refugees an answer." Answer. Hearing the command clearly, the soldiers shouted loudly, "As you command." With that, they rushed straight towards the bewildered, ill-intentioned group. Xiang Liang was about to flee, but was blocked by two soldiers who said, "Traitor, where are you going?" He was startled and terrified before the soldiers. Wah! After some time, the people in Xiang Liang's ill-intentioned group and he himself were all captured and tied up, kneeling on the ground. Xiang Liang was still stubborn, still trying to resist. "Let go! Let me go! At that moment, a soldier stepped forward and reported respectfully, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, the traitorous remnants have all been apprehended, awaiting your command." With a dark and serious face, Ying Zheng said, "Yanhuang people of Great Qin, you have suffered. I, Ying Zheng, as the Crown Prince of Great Qin, am ashamed before you." Hearing him say this, the refugees were alarmed and knelt down, saying, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, you speak too gravely. Your Highness is benevolent and righteous. This commoner does not dare." Pointing his blade straight at Xiang Liang, Ying Zheng said with great conviction, "Regardless of which state the people are from, they are all people of Great Qin." The blade shot forward as he said, "Equal, with absolutely no favoritism." With that, Xiang Liang fell to the ground. His face showed great fear, tears streaming from the corners of his eyes in 2 lines. Ying Zheng then raised his sword straight to the sky and said, "The remnants have been wiped out. The world is unified." Hearing him say this, everyone around also knelt down and shouted loudly, "Great Qin, Great Qin, Great Qin, Crown Prince, Crown Prince." One of the bewildered men shouted, "What? Even Xiang you couldn't kill Ying Zheng," and old General Xiang also fell to Ying Zheng's deadly hand. In this critical situation, a panicked person asked, "Mister, what should we do now?" Zhang Liang replied worriedly, "At this point, we should just return to our own territories and make long-term plans. We'll wait for another opportunity to restore our states." Before he could finish speaking, a majestic figure shot down from the sky, making them all scream, "Whoa!" This person landed on the ground and said loudly, "I didn't expect you remnants to be hiding in such a remote place. It was quite tiring for this Lord's black ice terrorists to find you." As soon as they saw this person, they realized in alarm, You are Ying Zheng." Without a trace of fear, he stood among them and questioned, "You must be Zhang Liang. Was recruiting refugees in Xianying your plan?" Zhang Liang didn't answer him, but only bared his teeth sinisterly and let out a few strange sounds. Humph, humph. Then he laughed maniacally, ha ha. His crazed state made him wonder in bewilderment. Ah, could it be that my appearance was too sudden, that I scared him mad? Before he could process it, he loudly commanded, "All soldiers, hear my order." From somewhere, a group of soldiers hiding behind the trees poked their heads out with weapons in hand. Zhang Liang, confident and smug, said contemptuously, "Ying Zheng, I laugh at your foolishness. I know you have a divine skill that can block 10,000 arrows, and you have death-sworn bodyguards to protect you, but I didn't expect you to be so arrogant as to dare come here alone." Then he suddenly asked, "General Xiang, you must have also fallen to your sea of bodyguards, right?" Then, who knows where he got the courage to declare, "But no matter who comes to save you, my elite warriors can still take your dog's life." At that moment, he immediately ordered his soldiers, "Get him for me." Seeing this scene, Ying Zheng was not afraid at all and even laughed scornfully. Ha! Naive. This prince dares to come alone, unafraid of an ambush, for only one reason. As soon as he finished speaking, he pulled out 3 swords hidden in a sheath. Instantly, these 3 swords, as if possessing a spiritual aura, flew off on their own to kill the enemies. At the same time, his voice rang out with conviction. That is, this prince alone can form an army. Wherever his swords flew, an enemy fell. After finishing off the small fry, he looked around for the commander, but couldn't find him. So he wondered, has that Zhang Liang fellow taken the chance to flee in the chaos? Suddenly, Dun Ruo appeared from nowhere and reported to him, "My lord, the ambushing soldiers around here have all been eliminated. Your subordinate has sent men to hunt Zhang Liang." However, he stopped him. "No need. This prince will personally finish off the leader of the rebel faction. Bring the 10-dan bow here." He held the bow, drew it, and said smugly, "Zhang Liang, you are one of the 3 heroes of the early Han. It's just a pity you ran into me." Ying Zheng, without hesitation, he used the divine archery martial skill and released the arrow, silently praying in his heart, "This will surely change history." The arrow flew forward like the wind. It pursued Zhang Liang relentlessly, causing him to flee in terror. But no matter how he ran, he could not escape as the arrow's power easily sent him to his ancestral altar. Seeing this, Ying Zheng thought with relief, and so, the last leader of the Six States remnants has finally been eliminated. Suddenly, Dun Ruo reported urgent news to him. "My lord, a shadow guard just reported that Xiang Yu's body has gone missing." However, he didn't pay it much mind and said, his protectors probably didn't want him buried outside Xianyang, and took his body back to his hometown. No need to worry about this. Let's go back. A moment later in the Great Hall, all the court officials congratulated Ying Zheng together. "Congratulations, Your Highness, on eliminating the leader of the Six States rebel faction. Congratulations to Great Qin on unifying the land." At this time, a civil official stepped forward to present his opinion, reporting to Your Highness. Although the refugees who came to Xianyang have been given provisions and sent back to their hometowns, the price of grain cannot be raised. Your servant earnestly requests Your Highness to order the purchase of grain to save the people from their dire straits. Hearing this, Ying Zheng was not flustered at all and immediately ordered, "Purchase? Don't think this prince doesn't know. Some powerful people are hoarding the world's grain, waiting to make a large sum of money from the court." Minister Feng continued to raise the price of grain. "Let those who dream of getting rich during a national crisis, making money off the people's life-saving grain, pay the price. This prince wants to see if they dare to let the grain rot in their warehouses." Feng Qiuji gleefully accepted the order. "Yes, your servant obeys." Taking this opportunity, he also issued a command. Now that the leader of the remnants has been eliminated, but the signs of unrest among the populace may not cease. Minister Han issue a national decree to the world starting today. He gave the order resolutely and clearly: confiscate all weapons in the world and reforge them into Great Qin's weapons for military use. If any commoner is found to be hiding weapons, it will be considered treason. Once discovered, their entire clan will be exterminated. At the same time, hunt down the remnants of the Six States. Anyone connected to the remnants will have their clan exterminated as an example. After hearing his commands, an official expressed his admiration. When the people hold weapons, they can become soldiers. Confiscating the weapons of the world will eliminate the phenomenon of military unrest. His Highness the Crown Prince's strategy is brilliant. In his heart, he couldn't help but exclaim, to want to confiscate all weapons in the world again. His Highness the Crown Prince is truly domineering. Ying Zheng's state at this moment was one of extreme satisfaction, silently anticipating. This way, the problem left behind by the Six States remnants can finally be put to an end. It's finally almost time for me to announce that long-awaited decision. Suddenly, some official called out to him, reporting to Your Highness the Crown Prince. Hearing someone call him, he looked up with a bewildered expression. Li Si respectfully made a proposal. Now that the world is unified, the vanquished states all have their own scripts and systems of measurement. Your servant believes the foundation of unification lies in unifying culture and customs. If we cannot unify the scripts and systems of measurement, I fear it will affect the very foundation of Great Qin's 10,000 generation dynasty. His audacity made all the other officials think in astonishment. Does this Li Si not want to live anymore? He knows full well he has a grudge with His Highness, yet he still dares to voice his opinion. How could His Highness the Crown Prince possibly listen to him? This time, Li Si is doomed. Contrary to their thoughts, not only did Ying Zheng not hold it against him, but he even praised Li Si in his heart, as expected of you. Li Si, I didn't expect you to bring this issue up first. So he immediately ordered him. The Minister of Justice speaks reasonably. Unifying the territory is indeed only the first step. Minister of Justice, please continue. This attitude of his surprised the civil and military officials, who were in awe of him. Here, His Highness the Crown Prince agrees with Li Si's words. Perhaps Li Si has a grudge with His Highness, but in matters of state, His Highness does not let personal feelings interfere. With such magnanimity, power, and breadth of mind, it's no wonder he was personally appointed by the great king. Even Li Si didn't expect him to be so tolerant. I thought the crown prince despised me. I didn't expect that I was measuring the heart of a gentleman with the heart of a petty man. So he hurriedly reported, "Your servant believes we should abolish the scripts and measurement systems of the various states, use the script of Great Qin as the foundation, and create a new script to unify the culture." Hearing this, he showed his satisfaction and said smugly, "Correct, but that's not enough. This prince has already thought of this matter. Regarding what the Minister of Justice has proposed, this prince has only 15 characters. In front of all the civil and military officials, Ying Zheng loudly declared, "Same tracks for carts, same script for books, same axle widths for travel, same units for measures, same currency for money. The Yanhuang tribe shares the same roots and origin. We only need to wait for these 15 characters to be implemented, and the Yanhuang will be united as one, with no more thread of separation." At night, in a desolate field littered with corpses, a figure in a black cloak stood before a coffin and muttered, "So now even the hegemon king of Western Chu has failed? But this was also within my calculations." He touched the coffin and sighed. "That Ying Zheng is favored by the heavens. He truly has grown up very quickly." Therefore, he decided to resurrect Xiang Yu for revenge. "But Xiang Yu, you cannot die yet." Immediately, Xiang Yu's eyes flared to life. The coffin and the mysterious person were on top of a Manhwa diagram. An invisible power descended. A moment later, the coffin lid burst open unexpectedly. Xiang Yu rose again, filled with deep hatred. He growled like a beast in the night. "Ying Zheng, where is Ying Zheng?" These words of his made Li Si feel complete admiration in his heart. So His Highness the Crown Prince had already thought of this, and had thought it through more thoroughly than I. And so the court officials cheered in unison. His Highness the Crown Prince is wise and brilliant. Suddenly, Ying Zheng walked in from the door and praised his plan good. What a fine same tracks for carts, same script for books, same axle width for travel, same units for measures, same currency for money. As soon as they saw him, all the officials bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Your Majesty." He walked step by step towards Ying Zheng and reminded him, "But juror, this 15-character national policy must be advanced slowly." He respectfully bowed to him and replied, "Juror naturally knows that the world has just been stabilized, and things must be done one step at a time." Hearing him say this, he suggested, "Among them, same script for books and same currency for money can be prepared first." At that moment, he immediately gave an order. The matter of same currency for money could be handed over to the chamberlain for the palace revenues to execute. As for same script for books, he did not hesitate to assign the task to Li Si, surprising him, "Minister of Justice Li, the matter of creating a new script for Great Qin is entrusted to you." After receiving the order, Meng Tian immediately complied. "Thank you, Your Highness the Crown Prince." Even Li Si obeyed him and vowed, "Your servant will absolutely not disappoint the great king and the crown prince." After assigning tasks to his close ministers, he immediately ended the court session. "Very good. Today's court assembly ends here. Court dismissed." The civil and military officials respectfully shouted in unison, "Your servants respectfully see off the great king, respectfully see off the crown prince." Ignoring them, he walked alongside Ying Zheng while teasing him. "I'm telling you, father, every day you're not out strolling, you're by mother's side." Without any fear of his emperor father, he teased him but also reminded him, when you have free time, you should take mother to cultivate. He could only sigh in response. Your mother and I were separated for more than 20 years. How can I not make it up to her a little?" Not only that, but he also laughed loudly and teased him back. "Besides, if our cultivation doesn't succeed, we can just have you, little rascal, find 2 peaches of immortality for us. Wouldn't that be fine?" "Ha ha." Suddenly, a shadow guard appeared from nowhere and reported, "Greetings, great king." "Greetings, my lord. My lord ordered your subordinate to secretly gather the alchemists from all states. They have now been escorted to the prison, awaiting my lord's command." Hearing this, Ying Ji immediately ordered, "Very good. Have all the alchemists gather at the Alchemy Hall in Changtai Palace." This command made Ying Zheng wonder, "Jir, what are you mobilizing these useless alchemists for?" He didn't bother to answer his question and instead chuckled evasively. "Haha, father, don't ask. Just follow me and you'll know in a moment." This attitude of his made him suspicious. "What you planning now, you little rascal?" A moment later, he and his father were at the Alchemy Palace. All the alchemists bowed respectfully to them. "Greetings, great king." "Greetings, crown prince." Looking at the crowd of strange and eccentric people before him, he asked him curiously, "Jir, what do you want to do with this bunch of alchemists you've gathered?" He mysteriously asked him back and revealed something. "Royal father, do you remember that day when I imparted martial arts to you? I said that the spiritual energy of this world is very thin. With insufficient spiritual energy, it's very difficult to create a martial arts nation. Therefore, I want to refine spirit pills to strengthen the nation." This plan of his made him ask in bewildered confusion, "But didn't you say these alchemist monks only concoct poison pills? How would they know how to refine any spirit pills?" Seeing that he had asked the right question, he confidently affirmed, "They don't know how to refine. I can teach them." These words of his startled him, and he asked, "On the contrary, you even know alchemy?" Not answering Ying Zheng, Ying Ji turned to threaten the group of extraordinary individuals. "Listen up. What we, the great Qin, need are alchemists, not useless swindlers." He sternly issued an order. "Those who successfully refine a pill within 5 attempts will live. But on the contrary, I will let them have a taste of it. Fail to refine a pill, and you will be killed." After a while of playing chess with Ying Zheng to kill time, a general came to report to him, "Your Majesty, Your Highness, the competition has ended. 48 people failed to refine a pill. All have been executed." Hearing this, he immediately asked for clarification. "So, among the 240 people, did anyone succeed on the first try?" That general quickly ordered someone to bring the person he asked about forward. "There is one person. Your servant has brought him here. Hurry up and come forward to greet the great king and the crown prince." Su Fu hurriedly knelt and respectfully reported, "Greetings, Your Majesty the great king, Your Highness the crown prince." This commoner's name is Su Fu. As soon as he heard his name, Ying Ji was startled and spat out his water, immediately realizing who he was. "Spit, the Su Fu from history who terribly deceived my father? I didn't expect him to still be able to enter our great Qin's imperial palace." Good. Without wasting any time, he stated the purpose of convening and organizing this alchemy competition. "All right, starting today, this prince establishes the Alchemy Hall of Great Qin, specializing in refining various medicinal pills for Great Qin. You are the first batch of alchemists of Great Qin. This prince will grant you titles based on your alchemy proficiency." He started with the name that deceived Ying Zheng in history, Su Fu. Hearing him call his name, he stammered in response, "Your servant. I am here." Right in front of everyone, he did not hesitate to bestow a title upon him. "This prince appoints you as the hall master of the Alchemy Hall. From now on, you will command the 239 alchemists of Great Qin, taking orders directly from this prince and the great king." This unexpected bestowment of a title left him utterly astonished. After regaining his composure, he hurriedly kowtowed in gratitude. "Your servant accepts the order." "Thank you, Your Highness the Crown Prince." "Thank you, Your Majesty the Great King." Even the others bowed their heads in thanks. "Thank you, Your Highness the Crown Prince." "Thank you, Your Majesty the Great King. We servants swear to serve Great Qin to the death." At this moment, the system announced, "Su Fu's loyalty has reached 75. This announcement made Ying Ji exclaim in satisfaction, "Oh, 75 in one go. Is the effect of bestowing rewards this good? It seems this old fellow Su Fu had a hard life before." Suddenly, another notification arrived. "Congratulations to the host for successfully establishing a subordinate faction, the Alchemy Hall. Congratulations to the host for recruiting 200 basic alchemists. Reward, exclusive architecture, the Alchemy Tower. After the host obtains the Alchemy Tower, You can check its attributes. Reward: high-grade Xin rank alchemy cultivation method, the Alchemy Sutra. These rewards made Ying Zheng so happy his eyes lit up. The system rewards exclusive architecture and even gives a corresponding cultivation method. So if I establish an artifact hall, a forging hall, or something similar in the future, there will surely be rewards too. Full of anticipation. After that, he turned to ask Ying Zheng, "Father King, do you want to see a miracle?" These words of his made him wonder, a miracle? "What trick are you up to now, you brat?" Without hesitation, he opened the system to show him a surprise. "Father King, watch." He opened the panel and ordered, "System, project the Alchemy Tower." The system received the order, "Host command processed. Alchemy Tower projection beginning." Instantly, a beam of light descended from the sky onto the ground. This caused everyone present to be terrified and panicked. Whoa. The image of the Alchemy Tower slowly materialized. The crowd of officials couldn't help but be stunned. This is a miracle. It's truly a miracle. Ying Zheng also couldn't suppress his astonishment. He asked, "Jir, just how many secrets are you hiding, you brat?" The Alchemy Tower had now fully materialized. Someone in the crowd of officials said, "It was rumored that when His Highness the Crown Prince was conferred his title, he was blessed by the gods and is a man of destiny. It seems the rumors are true." Another person added, "Such a miracle, and I get to see it with my own eyes." Su Fu observed with a serious face. He thought, His Highness the Crown Prince is truly a man of destiny. Before, being an alchemist in other states was not safe. He silently vowed in his heart, "Now, I must do my utmost to be loyal to His Highness the Crown Prince. For the great cause, I will surely be able to make a name for myself in the future and be valued by His Highness." Looking at the huge alchemy tower in front of him, Ying Zheng couldn't help but exclaim, "This alchemy tower is a bit big, isn't it? Even I'm surprised." Ying Zheng immediately opened the system. System, view architecture attributes. The system displayed a notification. The host is a second-tier alchemist and can enter the second floor of the alchemy tower. The alchemy tower is an architecture managed by the host. If the host wishes to retract the alchemy tower, it can be done at will. Special architecture, 9-story alchemy tower. Architecture attribute, supports the opening of the second floor. First floor, success rate for first-grade pills plus 30%. Proficiency for alchemists below second grade plus 30%. The alchemy furnace comes with ordinary fire. Second floor, success rate for second-tier pills plus 30%. Proficiency for alchemists below third grade plus 30%. The alchemy furnace comes with primary fire. Third floor, not opened. Fourth floor, not opened. Ying Zheng turned to look at Ying Zheng and praised, "Jir, I didn't expect you could perform a miracle. This tower, can we enter?" Ying Zheng smiled and replied, "Of course we can enter. Father, let's go in and take a look." Ying Zheng was a little worried. He clasped his hands behind his back and asked, "Jir, you've given many instructions today. Has something happened?" The two subordinates also spoke up to take their leave. "Your subordinates take their leave." Ying Zheng smiled, put his arm around his father's neck, and said, "Father King, don't worry. These are all necessary measures to establish a martial arts empire. The reason I'm focusing on finishing everything today is that I plan to go into seclusion for a while. During this time, I'll have to trouble you with the affairs of the state, Father King." Ying Zheng immediately said, with a teasing tone, "Seclusion? I think you just want to be lazy, you brat." Ying Zheng was startled. His face turned purple as he hurriedly explained, "That's not it. The later stages of martial arts cultivation are harder to break through. I really need to go into seclusion." After hearing this, Ying Zheng patted his son's shoulder. He said gently, all right, this king believes you. On the path of martial arts cultivation, this king cannot help you." Then he turned with a proud expression and continued, "But to create a unified martial arts empire and use it as capital to conquer all directions, your father will definitely do his best to help you." Ying Zheng smiled brightly and replied, "Thank you, Father King." Inside the alchemy tower, the group of alchemists were still gaping at the scene before them. It really is a miracle from the heavens. Truly unbelievable. Ying Zheng looked at Ying Zheng and said, "Jir, This alchemy tower is so empty. It seems we'll have to prepare quite a few alchemy furnaces and firewood. Ying smiled and replied, "No need, Father King. This miraculous alchemy tower is not so inconvenient. This tower has 9 floors, each corresponding to the rank of an alchemist." The image of the alchemy tower's floors was incredibly majestic. Ying shouted a command, "Alchemy tower, reveal the alchemy furnace." Immediately, a huge alchemy furnace appeared, to the surprise of the group of alchemists. Ying continued to command, "Alchemy fire, ignite." Inside the furnace, a fire immediately blazed up. The system displayed information, suggestion. The alchemy tower can transmit alchemy formulas and refining methods to the hall master of the alchemy hall. Hearing this, Ying was surprised in his heart. This alchemy tower has such a convenient function. With the flame of medicinal pill burning on his hand, Ying spoke, "Su Fu, today this prince will impart 3 pill formulas to you. Remember them well." He extended his hand towards Su Fu and pushed the pill formulas forward. Immediately, the pill formulas merged into Su Fu's mind. He thought to himself, "When Luo pill, body tempering pill, Qi increasing pill." The methods for refining the medicinal pills also appeared in his mind. After transmitting them, Ying clasped one hand behind his back and ordered, "Su Fu, this prince wants you to master the alchemy methods within 3 months and teach them to the cultivators. Can you do it?" Su Fu prostrated himself at Ying feet and replied clearly, "Your servant will definitely not fail the mission of the crown prince and the great king, and will devote all my energy to researching the alchemy methods." Ying smiled in satisfaction. Good. Just then, a subordinate entered and announced, "Great King, Your Highness, Grand Tutor Ming and Grand Tutor Lu request an audience." The scene changes to outside the tower. Ying Zheng and Ying stepped out of the tower to receive them. When Grand Tutor Ming and Grand Tutor Lu saw the two, they clasped their hands in salute. "Greetings, Great King." "Greetings, Your Highness." Ying Zheng asked curiously, "For the 2 grand tutors to come in such a hurry, what is the matter?" Lu Buwei replied, reporting to the Great King, "The Crown Prince's 15-character national policy in court truly makes this old servant admire him. Now that the unification of script and currency has people implementing it, this old servant boldly wishes to, along with Grand Tutor Ming AO, take on the great tasks of standardizing cart axles and weights and measures." Ying also spoke up at this time. "I didn't expect the 2 grand tutors to be so willing. In that case, the standardization of cart axles and weights and measures will be handed over to you two." Both of them joyfully bowed their heads to thank Ying. "Thank you, Your Highness the Crown Prince." Ming Ao also added, "In addition, as per Your Highness's instructions, the 5 directional supreme generals have been secretly summoned. They will arrive in Xianying soon." Ying Zheng curiously asked his son, "Oh, you've summoned the 5 directional supreme generals back to the capital? Why is that?" Ying replied brightly, "Father King, wait for them to return, and your son will let you witness with your own eyes how your son will build a great Qin martial arts empire." Ying Zheng asked again doubtfully, "A great Qin martial arts empire?" Lu Buwei also spoke up to take his leave. "Great King, Your Highness, we too will take our leave first." As soon as the 2 grand tutors left, Ying ordered Dunruo, "You two, show yourselves." Dunruo and his subordinate appeared, bowing respectfully, "My lord." Ying said, "Now that the overall situation is settled, it's time. A country does not need 2 intelligence organizations with similar functions." Ying Zheng turned to look at Ying puzzled. "You want to?" Ying replied, "Father King, starting today, I am preparing to merge these 2 organizations. Shadow will be responsible for external affairs, intelligence, and assassination." He continued confidently, "The Black Ice Terrace will be responsible for internal surveillance, eliminating traitors, and exterminating clans. All matters will be under the direct command of this prince and you, Father King." Ying Zheng laughed with delight. "That is very good." Ying turned to look at Dun Ruo, and added, in addition, the remnants of the 6 states have been mostly eradicated. Shadow's infiltration cannot be limited to the Central Plains. It's time to expand beyond the Central Plains. Dun Ruo replied enthusiastically. Yes. Afterwards, the father and son, Ying Zheng and Ying Ji, left with their arms around each other's shoulders. As they walked, Ying Zheng said, "Your father won't say thank you. But if you want to go into seclusion, come with this king to see your mother. You know, as a mother, she probably has a few words of advice for you." Ying Ji quickly replied, all right. It's you who's in a hurry to see mother, isn't it, father? Caught. Ying Zheng laughed, ha ha ha. Back in his room, Ying Ji opened the system to look. He thought, saying I'm going into seclusion is just a convenient excuse. Now that everything is settled, I can finally try it. The chance to enter the instance dungeon world. I want to see what this instance dungeon world is all about. Ying Ji touched the system and said, "System, I want to enter the instance dungeon world." The system immediately displayed a notification. Processing host command, selecting world, opening teleportation gate. Congratulations to the host. Successfully opened the instance dungeon world. The world of the 5 barbarians. This world is a regular instance dungeon world. Its level is equivalent to the Great Qin world where the host resides. The host can enter the instance dungeon world at any time. Ying Ji looked at the door to the instance dungeon in front of him. He thought, the world of the 5 barbarians. Could it be the place where the lives of the Yin Huang people are worth less than dogs and pigs, massacred by bloodthirsty, savage foreign tribes? The system continued to announce, the system teleportation gate has been generated. Please enter, host. Ying Ji snorted coldly. He said, I'll go in and take a look first. In the world of the 5 barbarians, Chang'an City, everywhere was currently engulfed in a sea of fire. Heart-wrenching cries echoed incessantly. Ah, spare me, spare me. A woman holding her young child, her eyes brimming with tears, looked up and begged, my child is still small. I beg you to spare him. The child, terrified, kept calling, mother, mother. In front of this unfortunate mother and child was a ferocious, cruel barbarian. He grinned, replying, how could I do that? After you Yin Huang people die, don't you all have to go to the Yellow Springs? It would be so nice to have your child as a companion on the road to the Yellow Springs. A tear rolled down her cheek. The woman shouted in indignation, Beast, you barbarians are all a bunch of beasts. Why won't you even spare a child? He retorted immediately, you Yin Huang people are the ones who are worse than dogs and cats. Saying that, he swung his blade towards the pitiful mother and child. The mother could only hug her child tightly, closing her eyes to accept death. He let out a cry and swung his blade, finishing off the pitiful mother and child. He raised his blood-stained blade and licked it with pleasure. He even said with delight, seeing the powerless rage of these 2-legged sheep, I'm so thrilled. A barbarian behind him saw this and was also extremely excited. Ha ha ha. Kill all the 2-legged sheep. The Central Plains will belong to our noble steppe wolf tribe. After speaking, the group left, the leader still giving orders, kill. There are more over there. At this moment, Ying Ji also slowly stepped out of the spatial gate. As soon as he arrived, what greeted his eyes was a scene of ruins and desolation, with bodies strewn all over the ground. The system also announced at this time, arrived in the world of the 5 barbarians. Standing amidst the ruins before him, Ying Ji was furious. The uprising of the 5 barbarians, foreign tribes that had once submitted to the Yin Huang clan, took advantage of the chaos to dispatch troops. The 5 foreign tribes sent 1 million soldiers to slaughter their way into the Central Plains. It really is this place. He looked into the distance and roared, beasts, these barbarian tribes truly have no humanity. Killing my Yin Huang people, not even sparing the old and weak. Ying Ji reached out and gently touched the cheek of the child who had just been killed, still lying peacefully in his mother's arms, and said, child, you were not supposed to have such a fate. I'm sorry, child. I arrived too late. Ying Ji stood up, majestic and imposing, he declared, "Child, and also all the people who died tragically at the hands of the foreign tribes in this world. I, Ying Zheng, swear on my Yin Huang bloodline, I will exterminate all the foreign tribesmen who have entered the Central Plains and killed my people, leaving no one behind." He gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with indignation. "I must let these beastly foreign tribes know that those who offend my Yin Huang have only the path of death." The system announced, issuing instance dungeon world mission. Kill all foreign tribesmen. Save the Yin Huang clan. Mission reward, Yangxian stage. Issuing instance dungeon world mission. Exterminate the traitors to the Yin Huang. The Sima clan. Mission reward, 1 Yangxian stage. Suddenly, a group of foreign tribesmen appeared before Ying Zheng. They jeered, "Brothers, there's a two-legged sheep here that we missed killing." "Ha ha ha, he's stunned, not running away. It looks like he's crying. Is he crying for those two lowly, two-legged sheep? Ridiculous. Ha ha, let's go tie him up." One man holding a rope with a ready-made noose and another holding a sword rushed forward. They said gloatingly, "Two-legged sheep, the leader gives you a chance to run for 10 breaths. After 10 breaths, we will chase you. Ha ha ha, this sheep is mine. Ha ha ha, this two-legged sheep has a weapon. I'll go kill him. I want to use his bones to drink wine." Ying Zheng stood silently, gripping his sword tightly, while the two swords on his back trembled violently. Without another word, Ying Zheng decisively used his martial arts power to control the nearby swords and attack them. The swords shot straight towards them, one by one. They only had time to scream, but could not resist. The controlled swords also helped him eliminate quite a few of them. Seizing the opportunity, Ying Zheng leaped forward, shouting, "You beastly foreign tribesmen, come and die for this prince." Attacked frantically by Ying Zheng, the group of foreign tribesmen panicked, screaming, "He's not human, he's a demon, too terrifying, call for reinforcements quickly." A foreign tribesman immediately blew a horn to call for reinforcements. Seeing this, Ying Zheng urged, "Come on, come on." Ying Zheng swung his sword and eliminated the horn blower from before. He roared, "Die for this prince." In the blink of an eye, the group of foreign tribesmen from before lay prostrate at Ying Zheng's feet. The sound of horse hooves approached from a distance. The reinforcements had now arrived. Ying Zheng cast his ice-cold gaze toward them. The leader spoke up, He killed our wolf tribe warriors again." A survivor screamed in panic, "Run, he's a demon, he's an Azura demon from hell." The leader pointed his saber at Ying Zheng and shouted, "What, Azura demon? How can my step-wolf tribe be afraid of a lowly man?" He immediately ordered, "Archers, fire a volley of arrows and kill him." Immediately after, countless arrows flew towards Ying Zheng. He quickly shouted, "Blood Tiger." Instantly, the Blood Tiger appeared, swatting away all the attacking arrows with its paws. Ying Zheng then rode the Blood Tiger and charged to retaliate against the foreign tribesmen. He shouted, "Blood Tiger, kill them all." The leader was terrified beyond belief. He thought, how is this possible? What kind of power is this? He stammered, asking, "Who are you?" Ying Zheng didn't bother to answer. He rode the Blood Tiger and crushed the leader. Everyone around screamed, "Ah, a blood-red tiger, run quickly." The panicked foreign tribesmen fled in disarray, shouting, "Run quickly." Witnessing the terrifying power just now, the leader knelt on the ground and begged, "Spare me, don't kill me, I surrender." Ying Zheng looked at him with ice-cold, murderous eyes and said, "Spare you? When my innocent Yin Huang people beg you to spare them, did you ever spare them?" Ying Zheng swung his sword down on the leader. As he slashed him, he said, "You didn't even spare a baby. Do you beasts have the right to live?" After dealing with him, Ying Zheng stood tall and proud. He said to himself, "Child, I have avenged you." His eyes still filled with indignation, Ying Zheng shouted, "Listen up, you barbarian beasts, today is just the beginning. After the 1,000,000 iron cavalry of Great Qin slaughters its way here, I will let you know what despair is. All the suffering that the Yin Huang people in this world have endured, I will return to you 100-fold. The system immediately displayed a notification. Congratulations to the host and pet Blood Tiger for killing 21,320 enemies. receiving 21,420 experience points. Congratulations to the host for personally killing over 10,000 enemies. The passive skill wave slaughter has advanced one stage. In the enemy killing state, true Qi recovery speed increases by 20%. The surviving people behind Ying Zheng scrambled up, thanking him endlessly. If it weren't for the immortal, we would have been completely slaughtered by the foreign tribes. Thank you, immortal, for your great virtue. Thank you, immortal, for saving our lives. Thank you for the immortal's great kindness. All the people bowed their heads around Ying Zheng, saying, "The foreign tribes are cruel, worse than beasts." If the immortal hadn't acted, the several 100,000 people of our entire city would have died. We swear we will never forget the immortal's great kindness, even in death. Ying Zheng said awkwardly, "I'm sorry, I arrived late. I'm not an immortal. Please get up quickly." A citizen immediately said, "We beg the immortal to act, to drive all the foreign tribes out of this world. We truly can't bear it anymore." Another citizen added, "Thank you, immortal, for saving our lives. The foreign tribes treat us like pigs, dogs, cattle, and oxen. They cook and eat us. The foreign tribes, they're not human, they are beasts. The imperial court has already abandoned the Central Plains, leaving us common people to fend for ourselves." Ying Zheng replied, "Puzzled for thousands of years, our Yanhuang people have never feared any enemy, any matter. The foreign tribes are arrogant. Why don't you resist?" With a face full of resentment and anger, he continued, "Since its existence, my Yanhuang clan has fought against the heavens, fought against the earth, fought against ferocious beasts. If mere foreign tribes have made you lose your courage, made you fearful, how can you call yourselves descendants of Yanhuang?" Ying Zheng raised the sword in his hand, heroically encouraging everyone. "Fighting a bloody battle to the death with the foreign tribes. Protecting yourselves is the true character of our Yanhuang. Stand up. They are just foreign tribes. How can they make the people of my Yanhuang clan so scared and scattered?" Moved by Ying Zheng's passion, a citizen was also stirred. He clasped his hands, stood up, and replied, "The immortal is right. It's true the foreign tribes are savage, but they have always been suppressed under the feet of our Yanhuang clan. If the Sima clan won't save us, then we will protect ourselves." Immediately, many others echoed in agreement. "That's right. This is our home. We'll fight them to the death." Right, absolutely no running. Absolutely no surrendering. Fight the foreign tribes. Defend Chang'an to the death. A bloody battle to the end with them. Ying Zheng smiled with satisfaction. "Good. You are worthy of my Yanhuang bloodline. Take the weapons of the foreign tribes. Capture their war horses. Use the able-bodied men as soldiers. Defend the city to the death. In 3 months at most, my army of 1,000,000 will descend and slaughter the foreign tribes." The villagers asked curiously, "May we ask if the immortal intends to mobilize heavenly soldiers and generals from the immortal realm? May we ask the immortal's name?" Ying Zheng stood majestically, as imposing as a dragon, and affirmed once more, "This prince is not an immortal. I'm the son of the first emperor of Great Qin, Ying Zheng, the crown prince regent of Great Qin, Ying Zheng." Hearing this, they were all in an uproar, stunned and astonished. "What? Great Qin, the Great Qin Empire? It's really Great Qin. Great Qin has not fallen, it still exists. The first emperor, crown prince Ying Zheng, to think we would see the one with boundless benevolence from before, the Great Qin crown prince Ying Zheng, whose grace blessed the world." The whole crowd immediately knelt down to pay their respects. "We pay our respects to the crown prince." Ying Zheng was also surprised, his jaw dropping. "You have heard of this prince's name?" They immediately explained. "The name of the Great Qin crown prince. Even after hundreds of years, who in the world doesn't know of it? That's right. If not for the crown prince, how could we, the later generations of Yanhuang, have prospered?" Great Qin's Lord Wuan, broadly implementing benevolent governance, standardizing card axles, and unifying the script. All these things were done by the crown prince, and the crown prince was also the creator of papermaking, printing, and iron smelting techniques. All these things make later generations proud. Ying Zheng was astonished and confused. What is this about? I exist in this world's history. But Qin Shi Huang did not appoint a crown prince. Hu Hai, with the help of Zhao Gao and Li Si, became the second emperor of Qin in history, ultimately leading to the fall of the great Qin of the second generation. This is the real history. The state of Qin, correct. What is this about? The system immediately explained. Although the Great Qin world, the host, is and has a level equivalent to the world of the five barbarians, because the host opened the path of cultivation. At the moment of connecting to this world, the Great Tao's reflection also opened, and the history of this world recorded the changes that occurred. Ying Zheng understood the issue and said, "So that's how it is, but I have a question. If history has been recorded, then how did this prince die, and what was my royal father's fate?" A middle-aged citizen clasped his hands and respectfully answered, reporting to the crown prince, "History records that the crown prince was killed by an assassin. Not long after, the crown prince's mother, Queen Xia, fell ill from grief and also passed away. The first emperor's temperament changed because of this. He searched the world for the elixir of immortality, only to revive the crown prince and the queen. In the end, his search was fruitless, and he died of illness in Shakyu." Ying Zheng frowned as he listened to the story, thinking, died by assassination. This is a bit interesting. Who on earth would assassinate me? It seems I must return quickly to prepare to avoid any problems. Ying Zheng mounted the blood tiger. He turned his head and said to the people, "Everyone, this prince must leave for a while. I entrust all matters in the city to you. The four tribes are arrogant. Our Yanhuang people should strengthen ourselves. In 1 month, this prince will lead the iron cavalry of Great Qin to descend. At that time, we will drive out these foreign tribes together." Hearing this, they knelt and replied in unison, "We swear to follow the crown prince's command to the death." The Central Plains are in chaos now. Only the crown prince can save countless people of our clan from suffering. We respectfully see off His Highness the Crown Prince. Ying Zheng did not stay long. He quickly rode the blood tiger and departed. At this moment, the people here were filled with passion. Each of them held a weapon in their hands, united in purpose. The crown prince is right. How can we, the descendants of Yanhuang, let the foreign tribes slaughter us? That's right. Take up arms and fight a bloody battle with the foreign tribes, protect our homes. We must hold our defense until the crown prince descends with his army. Ying Zheng stepped through the gate and returned to his own world. His eyes filled with determination. He said, "This matter cannot be delayed. Prepare now." Ying Zheng called out loudly, "Li Qing, Li Qing." Seeing the many bloodstains on Ying Zheng, Li Qing panicked. "Your Highness, what is this?" Ying Zheng cut in and said, "There's no time for so many explanations. Immediately summon the high generals. This prince has an important matter." Li Qing quickly complied, "Yes." Ying Zheng wiped the blood from his face with his hand. He resolutely swore, "For killing my Yanhuang people, this prince wants you to pay a debt of blood with blood." A moment later, the high generals and soldiers had fully assembled on Ying Zheng's order. The high generals clasped their hands and saluted. "Your humble generals greet your Highness the Crown Prince." Ying Zheng spread his arms wide and said, "No need for formalities. Perhaps you ministers do not know the purpose of my summons today. You can look to your left and right. Everyone here today are the pillars of our great Qin." The generals and soldiers immediately shouted loudly, "We vassals swear to serve great Qin to the death." Ying Zheng then asked, "Everyone, do you know of the power of martial arts?" The generals and soldiers looked at each other blankly, puzzled. The power of martial arts? Your humble general has never heard of it. Ying Zheng looked at the generals and soldiers and explained, "The power of martial arts can also be called the achievement of cultivation power. Cultivating to the transformation realm, one can achieve immortality, becoming an immortal or a god." Ying Zheng turned his head to Li Qing and ordered, "Hearing is false, seeing is believing. Li Qing, you all demonstrate for the generals." Li Qing immediately bowed and complied. Yes, a foot stomped on the floor. Han Fei launched himself into the air, his entire body constantly emitting light. Han Fei then swung a palm strike straight down at the ground. That strike shattered the ground into many fragments in front of the soldiers. As for Li Qing, he had also finished gathering power in his palm. He swung a palm strike towards the wall in front of him. The blow was so powerful it shattered the thick wall. Before the dumbfounded, jaw-dropped soldiers, Ying Ji explained, "My ministers, this is the power of martial arts. Xiantian martial arts, external release of true Qi, killing from the air as easy as turning one's hand." He clasped his hands behind his back, looked at the soldiers, and continued. Cultivating martial arts to the transformation realm for immortality, becoming an immortal or a god, is not impossible. The soldiers who witnessed it firsthand exclaimed, "Truly unexpected, what terrifying power. This is truly the existence of immortals." A subordinate spoke up and asked, "Your Highness, can we vassals be granted this power?" Ying Ji smiled and replied, "This is precisely the purpose of my summons today, for you all." Hearing this, the generals and soldiers looked overjoyed and said, "What? We can also receive this godlike power." A halo of light surrounded Ying Ji's body. He raised his hand forward and said, "Today, this prince will impart the introductory martial arts cultivation method to you." Upon receiving the cultivation method, the bodies of the generals and soldiers also instantly emitted light. They shouted in unison, "We vassals swear to serve great Qin to the death." The system announced, processing the host command, transmitting the first 10 levels of the basic cultivation method. A moment later, the generals and soldiers excitedly shouted, "I can feel it too. Me too." Standing above with his hands behind his back, Ying Ji spoke again. "The path of martial arts depends on the individual. What realm you can cultivate to in the future will depend on your own efforts." One of the generals and soldiers replied, "Your Highness has granted us the chance to ascend to immortality. We vassals swear to be loyal to your Highness to the death, loyal to great Qin to the death." Ying Ji then gave a warning. "Today, this prince has imparted martial arts, opening the martial path for the great Qin Empire. Within the 5 great garrisons, the cultivation method shall be passed down according to military merit and rank. This is a top secret of great Qin. If anyone dares to leak it, they will be dealt with for treason." The generals and soldiers immediately clasped their hands, bowed their heads low, and replied, "We vassals will definitely cultivate martial arts with all our might and will absolutely not dare to leak the cultivation method." Ying Ji's face turned stern, and he shouted, "This prince has issued a decree to collect all weapons under the heavens of Great Qin and melt them into bronze to ensure stability in all 4 directions. For 1 month, all generals and soldiers of the 5 great garrisons will wholeheartedly cultivate martial arts. When the cultivation is complete, summon the troops of the 5 routes to Xianyang. This prince has an important mission." The generals and soldiers bowed in unison and replied, "Your vassals obey the command." Ying Ji thought to himself, 1 month, that should be enough time. At this time, in the world of the 5 barbarians, inside the imperial palace of Luoyang, 3 panicked women were fleeing from a fierce barbarian, screaming incessantly, "Ah, help!" The fierce, bearded barbarian, with a beastly expression, reached out to grab one of the women, laughing loudly. Let's see where you can run." The woman stumbled and fell to the floor, crying out in terror. He stood looking down at her, gloating and bursting into laughter. A daughter of the Hua clan, as docile as a sheep. He then grabbed the woman's clothes, ignoring her extreme fear and streaming tears. She grabbed a weapon and struggled with all her might, screaming, "You barbarian beast, I'll fight you to the death." Saying this, the woman used all her strength to swing the weapon at him, but he was too large and easily blocked it with his hand. Immediately, he used his large arm to slap her straight across the face. He said contemptuously, "A sheep that angers a wolf has only one path, death." The woman's body was too frail. She fainted immediately after being slapped. Seeing this, he laughed gloatingly. Ha ha ha, sheep, no matter how angry, is still just a sheep. Ying Zheng suddenly appeared, sword in hand, stepping towards him. He spoke, "Has no one told you that those who harm the people of the Yanhuang clan have only one path, death?" Hearing the voice, he turned his head to look and asked, "Where did this two-legged sheep come from? Tired of living?" Then he went berserk, yelled, and rushed straight at Ying Zheng with his fist raised. Ying Zheng immediately unleashed a sword strike that sent him flying. He was thrown back and crashed to the ground. Utterly terrified, he sat on the ground and scooted backward as Ying Zheng approached. He begged, Don't kill me." Enraged, Ying Zheng pointed his sword at his face and said, "You still want to live?" He knelt, bowing his head low at Ying Zheng's feet, crying, "I beg you, spare my life, don't kill me. I am willing to lead my people out of the Central Plains and never step foot in them again for all eternity." Ying Zheng did not reply. He coldly swung his sword and decisively ended the Xiongnu Chanyu. The system immediately displayed a notification. "Congratulations to the host for killing the Xiongnu Chanyu, receiving 1,000 experience points. Congratulations to the host for successfully leveling up to level 22. His task done." Ying Zheng left majestically, his body emitting a brilliant aura. He said, "Those who kill my Yanhuang people, who invade my Yanhuang lands, will be killed without mercy." The three rescued women knelt and thanked him profusely. "Thank you, Immortal, for saving our lives. Thank you, Immortal, for saving our lives." Later, Meng Wu and Tu Sui came to have an audience with the Emperor and the Crown Prince to report, "Great King, Your Highness the Crown Prince, the two great garrisons of Yongcheng and Handan, a total of 1 million elite soldiers, have been mobilized to Mount Li and Xianyang. They can march out at any time." Qin Shi Huang asked, "Good. What about the provisions?" Meng Wu replied, reporting to the Great King, "Everything is under His Highness's control." Ying Zheng suddenly offered an opinion, saying, Royal Father, I previously arranged for the people of Zheng to go to Guangzhou and Bashu to plan a new type of food." The Great King was surprised. "New food?" Ying Zheng replied, "Yes. In the land of Guangzhou, a food called sweet potato is planted. In the land of Bashu, a food called potato is planted." Then he asked, "Minister Feng, what is the yield of these two types of food?" Hearing his name, he reported to Ying Zheng, "Reporting to Your Highness, these two types of food can be harvested 3 times a year. Based on the current situation, the yield of both foods can reach 40 to 50 shur per mu." Everyone in the court was astonished. A yield of 40 to 50 shur per mu? The officials couldn't help but be amazed. 40 to 50 shur, did I hear that right? In Guangzhou and Bashu, where this food is produced, the highest yield during a bumper harvest is about 10 shur per mu. Now it has increased by 4 to 5 times. They all praised. His Highness the Crown Prince is truly a divine being. At this moment, the Emperor was extremely surprised and thanked his son. "That day, my son Zhi, you made a great vow to the people of the world. It turns out you had this to rely on. Now with this divine grain, Great Qin will no longer have famine, no longer have people starving to death. Zhi, on behalf of all the people under heaven, I thank you." Hearing this, Ying Zheng only replied humbly, "Royal Father, you speak too seriously. Now that the great army has assembled and the provisions are sufficient, your son is preparing to go to the other world to rescue the Yanhuang people there. I hope for Royal Father's permission." Qin Shi Huang, trusting his son greatly, replied, "My son Zhi, go with peace of mind. Rescuing our Yanhuang people is something our great Qin should do. It's just that, as you said before, that world seems very dangerous. You must be extra careful." After listening, Ying Zheng bowed to bid his father farewell. "Your son will remember. Wait for your son to clear out the foreign tribes and return in triumph. Then I will bring Royal Father to that world to have a look." The Emperor replied succinctly, "Good. We are also very much looking forward to it." Ying Ji then looked at the officials below and ordered, "Go muster the troops at Lishan." In the middle of the battlefield at the barracks where the soldiers were gathered, a loud roar was heard. The combined military strength of the 5 great garrisons reached over 2.5 million. Looking across this world, only the great Qin could have an army of such a scale. Then a voice shouted, "His Highness has arrived." Ying Ji then appeared and spoke majestically. "Now that the 6 states have been extinguished and the central plains have been settled, our great Qin has brought peace to the world. But in another world, people of our Yanhuang race, who share the same roots as the people of our great Qin, are being slaughtered by foreign tribes and are facing the disaster of genocide." He continued with a heroic roar. "The vile foreign tribes are brandishing their blades to slaughter our people. Our people are suffering a terrible massacre. The old and the young are in peril. I ask you, the elite soldiers of Great Qin, can you tolerate this?" Upon hearing this, the soldiers were all stirred and shouted in unison, "The foreign ants who dare to defy our race, kill, kill, kill." Ying Ji asked all the soldiers once more, "The foreign tribes are killing our Yanhuang people, intending to exterminate our race. This enmity, this hatred, is irreconcilable. Elite soldiers of Great Qin, are you willing to follow this prince to kill the foreign tribes, to repay blood with blood?" After speaking, Ying Ji raised his sword to the sky and shouted loudly, "Instance portal, 1,000,000-strong army, all enter the instance." The system then displayed a notification, processing host command. Afterward, a powerful beam of light shot out, and white smoke billowed across the entire area. The soldiers below were all astonished and exclaimed, "This is a miracle. His Highness the Crown Prince has opened the heavenly gate." Meng Wu and Tu Sui were also stunned. "His Highness truly wants to lead us on an expedition beyond the heavens." The heavenly gate opened, and Ying Ji commanded the entire army. "The heavenly gate is open. The great army shall advance." Following the command, all the troops marched into the heavenly gate. In another world, the barbarians were chasing away civilians while shouting, "Kill, kill all these 2-legged sheep." The 2-legged sheep dare to resist. I see they no longer wish to live. 2 of them caught some civilians, and as they raised their swords to strike, they said, "Watch me skin these 2 sheep to supplement our military supplies." Suddenly, a rumbling sound from nowhere made the foreign tribes panic. "What is that?" Just then, someone answered, "It looks like a door, a large golden door." At that very moment, a giant golden door suddenly appeared. Seeing this, the people immediately bowed down in gratitude. "A miracle. It's a miracle. The immortals have appeared. Strike down these wretched foreign tribes." But from behind, a large figure stepped directly on the back of that person. "Ha ha, you sheep, what immortal is coming to save you? Ha ha ha, just die obediently." Unexpectedly, several rays of light appeared from nowhere, and the savage barbarians were taken aback. Where did that golden light come from? It turned out that the light originated from the giant door, along with Ying Ji's troops. The army from the heavenly gate also charged aggressively towards the foreign tribes. Someone among the civilians recognized that army. This is the roaring wind of the Great Qin, our Yanhuang's strongest dynasty from several hundred years ago. Someone else also exclaimed in astonishment, "Could it be that the great door is truly the gate to the celestial realm, and before us is the strongest dynasty of our Yanhuang that was never destroyed? Oh heavens above, kill every last one of those wretched foreign tribes." Seeing the great Qin army, the foreign tribes became worried. "You people, where did this great army come from? Why does their armor look like that of the southern court from before? Impossible. The southerners have all fled. How can there be a great army in the central plains?" Meanwhile, Ying Ji, riding the blood tiger, slowly advanced. As he moved, he declared majestically, "The 1-month deadline has arrived. Foreign tribes, your lucky days are over." He pointed his sword towards them and continued, "Arrogant foreign tribes, you have slaughtered our Yanhuang people. Your crime is unforgivable. Today, this prince issues the Hu slaying order to kill all the Hu people exterminate the foreign tribes, and save our Yanhuang people. Hearing the command, the soldiers all roared, "Kill, kill!" Ying Zheng also commanded his 2 generals, Meng Wu, Tu Sui, the 2 great garrisons, 1,000,000 elite soldiers, 100,000 per unit, disperse in all 4 directions to kill the foreign tribes, leaving no one alive. Meng Wu and Tu Sui replied in unison, "We obey the crown prince's command." Ying Zheng thought to himself, in the end, true power still lies in controlling a stronger empire. The strength of one person. Unless they truly reach the level of an immortal god, how can they face the siege of countless troops? First the foreign tribes, then the Sima clan. Just you wait for this prince. For the humiliation of the Yanhuang race, I will make you pay double. After that, in the city of Chang'an, the dead lay strewn all over the city. Suddenly, more foreign troops rushed in, their leader charging forward aggressively. "Warriors of the steppe, follow me and charge. The wealth and beautiful women in the city are waiting for you. Charge, charge, breach the city walls and slaughter all the 2-legged sheep." The foreign tribes entered the city, shouting, "Breach the city." Suddenly, the city gates opened, followed by Ying Zheng's army attacking, which greatly surprised the prince of the Beiqi tribe. Where did these soldiers come from, daring to contest Chang'an with my Lang tribe? At this moment, a soldier unexpectedly reported, "General, it's bad. A large army has appeared behind our rear guard. Their numbers are not small." The prince was utterly panicked. How can this be? Our southern tribes have formed an alliance. The city of Chang'an was conquered by my Lang tribe. The soldier continued, "General, it seems to be a great army of the southerners." The leader became more and more panicked. "Impossible, absolutely impossible." From the other side, the general leading the southern army shouted, "By the order of the crown prince of our great Qin Empire, kill all foreign tribes, leave no one alive." The soldiers, filled with fighting spirit, also roared, "Roar, roar, roar, kill all foreign tribes, leave no one alive." The Beiqi prince could only ask, "What?" In the next moment, Meng Wu had already slashed that man. With a cry, the severely wounded prince fell from his horse, only able to mumble, "The great Qin Empire." The great Qin army continued to shout, "Kill, kill, kill all the foreign tribes." The foreign tribes could only let out a cry, "Ah." At this time, in Jiankong, the capital of the Jin state, the officials were all in agreement with Sima Rue. Seeing no further opinions, he was about to dismiss the court. "Do any of you ministers have anything to report? If there is nothing, then court is dismissed." Suddenly, a soldier rushed in breathlessly with an urgent report. "Urgent report from the Central Plains. Urgent report from the Central Plains." Hearing this, Sima Rue was so surprised he shot up from his seat. "What? An urgent report from the Central Plains? Could it be that the foreign Hu tribes have already crossed the Yangtze River?" The officials in the court also became anxious. "It can't be. It's absolutely impossible for the foreign tribes to have a chance to cross the Yangtze River." Another official also said, "That's right. When we were in the south, we destroyed all the boats in the Central Plains. Based on the intelligence of those foreign tribes, there's absolutely no way they could build boats to cross the river." However, that soldier reported good news. "Your Majesty, it's not that the foreign tribes have crossed the river. It's that a great army of 1,000,000 soldiers has suddenly appeared in the Central Plains, calling themselves Great Qin, and are ferociously attacking the foreign tribes. The foreign tribes are being defeated." Sima Rue was even more surprised upon hearing. All the court officials congratulated the king. "Your Majesty, the chaos in the Central Plains has now been settled. The foreign tribes have been completely killed. This is due to your Majesty's great virtue. Relying on your Majesty's prestige, in the future, your subjects will surely be able to pacify the Central Plains and make them submit." The other officials also chimed in. "That's right. Your Majesty has the mandate of heaven. That state of Qin absolutely has no other path but to bow down and submit." Masi Rue raised his wine cup in celebration and agreed, "My beloved ministers are right. In all the world, only my Sima clan is the legitimate imperial power. If not for my Sima clan, how could the world be at great peace?" Amidst the grand banquet, someone suddenly ran in with an urgent report. Urgent report from Jingzhou. Urgent report from Jingzhou. Everyone at the banquet was worried. What happened? The soldier reported, reporting to your majesty, Jingzhou has fallen. Upon hearing this, Ma Si Rue was utterly stunned and shouted, What? What kind of good-for-nothing is the great general in charge of the Jingzhou army? We provided enough provisions for 300,000 troops to defend to the death for over a year. How could Jingzhou fall? The soldier replied, reporting to your majesty, the Qin army killed the foreign tribes, attacked Jingzhou. The commanding general surrendered directly. The state of Qin took Jingzhou without shedding a drop of blood. Jingzhou has now fallen into the hands of the Qin army. The king was terrified upon hearing this. He collapsed to the ground, knocking over the entire banquet table. Impossible, absolutely impossible. The court officials, upon hearing this, could not hide their embarrassment. Jingzhou is the gateway to our great Qin. With Jingzhou fallen, the great army deployed at the Yangtze River is no longer effective. Another official agreed. Those words are very true. We should now quickly dispatch a large army from Chang'an to jointly defend Jiankong. Otherwise, the consequences are unimaginable. Before he could finish, a rumbling sound suddenly reached the palace. Ma Si Rue became increasingly panicked. What is that sound? Then a soldier ran in to report the bad news. This is bad, your majesty, this is bad. Reporting to your majesty, it's the Qin army, they've come to kill us. The emperor could not believe his ears. What did you say? Say it again. The soldier knelt and continued to report. Several thousand Qin troops have already reached the outside of the city. All of them are using tigers as mounts. The one leading them rides a large, blood-red tiger and calls himself the Crown Prince of Qin, Ying. Ma Si Rue was now extremely panicked. How could they arrive so quickly? He frantically ordered the soldiers, quickly mobilize the imperial guards in the city defense army. All of them go defend the city gates. Absolutely do not let the Qin army break through the city. At this moment, the army led by Ying had arrived at the city of Jiankong. A general couldn't help but admire his talent for maneuvering troops. Your Highness has launched a surprise attack. The Sima clan and their incompetent court officials of the state of Jin will surely not escape. The general also asked, Your Highness, shall we attack? Ying was not in a hurry to attack directly. Hold, this prince wants to give him a chance. Bring me my divine bow. After speaking, he grasped his divine bow, preparing to shoot the first arrow. Divine arrow art. Huan, standing on the city wall, saw this scene and couldn't help but wonder. The one holding the bow is the legendary Crown Prince of Qin, Ying. What does he want to do? At this moment, an arrow with enormous power whizzed through the air, shattering the city gate. The soldiers standing on the wall couldn't help but be amazed. What? Huan himself was no less surprised. What kind of divine power is this, to shoot through the city gate with a single arrow? In contrast to those men, Ying calmly declared, I am the great Qin's Lord Wuan, Crown Prince Ying. Today I lead my troops here. Breaking the city would be as easy as turning my hand, but out of consideration that you are of the same race, do not help the tyrant any longer. The blood tiger's roar echoed throughout the area. Ying continued to shout, Those who do not wish to die, open the city gates. Lead this prince to find the Sima clan and also his 100 officials to demand justice. Only now did Huan realize the staggering truth. The great Qin Empire, the son of the first emperor, I can't believe the rumors in the Central Plains are true. Great Qin did not perish. Crown Prince Ying is truly alive. Relay my general's command, open the city gates. Back in the palace, Ma Si Rue was extremely bewildered by the current situation. What's happening outside the city? Why are no soldiers coming to report the battle situation? The eunuch behind him saw the emperor's panic and came to reassure him. Your Majesty, do not worry. The enemy has probably been repelled by General Huan. But as soon as he finished speaking, both the emperor and the eunuch saw Huan leading his troops into the hall. Ma Si Rue asked fearfully, Huan, what do you want to do? Huan Wen now pointed his sword at the king and replied curtly, "By order of the Crown Prince of Great Qin, for our kinsmen who died tragically in the Central Plains, for the people of the world, I demand justice. I demand a price to be paid." Ma Si Rue now fell back in fear, backing away while shouting for help. "What? You dare betray us? Guards? Protect the Emperor! Protect the Emperor!" From behind Huan Wen's troops, the figure of Ying Zheng appeared along with his voice. "Sima clan, you and your lackeys are enjoying yourselves. Stop shouting. No one will come to save you. The people of the world wish they could eat your flesh and drink your blood, to hack your bodies into 100 pieces." Hearing that voice, Sima Rui grew increasingly terrified. His face turned pale. He stammered, unable to form words. "You are the Prince of Great Qin. You can't kill me. I am the Emperor. I am the Emperor." Ying Zheng drew his sword, looking with contempt at Sima Rue, who was cowering and kneeling before him. "Your Sima clan's 8 princes caused great chaos, allowing foreign tribes to plague the Central Plains for many years. You killed countless of our people. All these crimes belong to your Sima clan. Not killing you would make it difficult to appease the hearts of the people in the world." With that, Ying Zheng swung his sword and cut down Sima Rue, who only had time to let out a scream. After killing the incompetent king, Ying Zheng turned to the general Huan Wen. He replied, "This general is present." He ordered, "Arrest the entire Sima clan and all the treacherous officials of the Jin court. Execute them by beheading. Spare no one." Huan Wen obeyed. This humble general receives the command. Ying Zheng now thought to himself, "Sima clan, the sinners of the Yanhuang race in this world, have finally been killed by me. Next is to bring this world under the rule of Great Qin, which requires civil officials to govern this world." At this time, in the Qin king's palace in Xianyang, a delegation of envoys from the Chanyu tribe was being received. The lead envoy bowed to greet him. "Great King of Qin, today your foreign subject under the command of the great Xiongnu's Moda Chanyu has come specially to Great Qin to propose a marriage alliance, and at the same time present the betrothal gifts, 10,000 cattle, 10,000 sheep, 10,000 slaves, 10,000 taels of gold and silver." He finally pleaded, "I hope your majesty will allow our tribe to propose marriage." Faced with such a huge betrothal gift, Qin Shi Huang simply replied, "A marriage proposal. Who does your Chanyu tribe wish to marry?" The envoy heard this and immediately answered, "To ask for the hand of a great Qin princess for our tribe's Moda Chanyu." After hearing this, the officials on both sides couldn't help but be surprised. The Xiongnu Chanyu wants to ask for the hand of a princess of our Great Qin. The great king, upon hearing this, couldn't help but be astonished in his heart. "A barbaric foreign tribe also wants to ask for the hand of my daughter." The envoy of the Chanyu tribe explained further, "Today, our Xiongnu wolf tribe has annihilated the Donghu, unified the steppes. Our soldiers number 1 million, and our population reaches 10 million. Our Modu Chanyu knows that Great Qin has just stabilized the Central Plains and must be waiting to rebuild. Many generals wanted to attack the Central Plains, but they were all stopped by Moda Chanyu." Hearing this, Qin Shi Huang angrily replied, "Are you threatening us?" At this, the envoy hurriedly clarified, "Your Majesty misunderstands. Your foreign subject has come with sincerity, only to propose marriage for the Chanyu, and never thought of being an enemy to Great Qin." The officials, upon hearing this, were all skeptical. The barbarians are fierce, and they attack the Central Plains. What should be done? Suddenly, a voice rose from behind. "Just a mere foreign tribe like you is worthy of threatening our Great Qin." Then came the announcement, "The Crown Prince of Qin, Ying Zheng, has arrived." As he finished speaking, he struck the envoy hard, knocking him to the floor, and said contemptuously, "For this prince to kill you is as easy as crushing an ant." The court officials were overjoyed to see the crown prince. "The crown prince has arrived. The crown prince has arrived." Ying Zheng looked at the envoy and declared, "Your gifts this prince accepts on behalf of Great Qin." As for the marriage proposal, relay this message to Modu. It's best he doesn't come to provoke our great Qin. Otherwise, I will let your Xiongnu know what the wrath of thunder is. He also added, don't think that by annihilating a small tribe like the Donghu, you can act arrogantly in front of great Qin. The envoy of the Chanyu tribe, after being struck, was still lying paralyzed on the floor and cried out, cough, cough. Isn't the crown prince of great Qin being too domineering? Our tribe came this time to propose marriage. If the proposal fails, why will we still offer gifts? Ying, upon hearing this, became even angrier and ordered, men, take this disrespectful foreigner and throw him out of Xianyang for me. The two soldiers behind him shouted in unison, yes. The envoy, while being dragged away, resentfully rebuked Ying, you in battles between two armies. Envoys are never killed. You humiliate me like this. Are you not afraid of our Xiongnu? Ying replied with no less confidence. Go back and relay this prince's words to Modu. If he wants to fight anytime, just try to violate the borders of Great Qin. The officials who witnessed the scene now praised the crown prince even more. Crown Prince Ji disappeared for several months, and after returning, he is even more domineering than before. Someone else said, dealing with these foreigners still requires His Highness the Crown Prince. As for Qin Shi Huang, he just caringly asked his son, Jir, is the matter resolved? Ying also simply replied to his father, it is resolved. The emperor, hearing this, said with relief, that's good. The crown prince also took the opportunity to ask his father, royal father, several months have passed now. I wonder how the implementation of the 15-character national policy that your son previously established is going? Qin Shi Huang did not answer directly, but asked the official, Li Si, you report on the situation of character creation. Li Si, while holding up a wooden slip, said, reporting to the great king and the crown prince, this subject has used the Qin script from the archives as the foundation, with the scripts of the 6 states as support, and successfully created a completely new script. Its name is the Small Seal script. This script is easy to understand, just awaiting the decision of the great king and the crown prince to be implemented. Ying took the wooden slip and thought, the Small Seal script from history has taken shape today. He examined the script on the slip and commented, Royal Father, the script created by the Commandant of Justice is not bad. The Emperor looked at it and also acknowledged it can be implemented throughout the world of Great Qin. Li Si, upon hearing this, was extremely grateful. Thank you, Great King. Thank you, Crown Prince. At this moment, the Crown Prince changed the subject again. Minister Feng, Minister Han, what about you too? The two officials reporting to the Crown Prince, in the past few months, the weapons from all over the world have been collected. The collected weapons have all been melted into bronze and can be used to recreate military equipment. Minister Han also continued, the classic books of the 6 states, the folk books of the 6 states have all been collected, just awaiting the decree of the great king and the crown prince to be burned. But Ying intervened. The classic books of the 6 states and the folk books of the 6 states cannot all be burned. He also thought the burning of books in history, in fact, was not about burning all the books of the 6 states, but about burning the historical records of states other than Qin and the records of their humanities. But during the burning process, how could the subordinate government offices handle it with such detail? Naturally, many inherited books were also burned, from ancient times until now. Seeing this, Qin Shi Huang asked his son, Jir, what is the use of these books? He replied, the books of the various states, if burned, would be a loss to the civilization of our Yanhuang people. Your son suggests sealing them in the treasury, and at the same time, selecting the superior books from all states to educate the myriad people of the world, using them to promote the Small Seal script and unify the culture of Great Qin. The emperor heard this and was a little hesitant this. Li Si also explained further to Ying reporting to the crown prince, although the script has been created, promoting it throughout the world is not so easy. One must have enough bamboo slips to promote it, and it also requires time. On the other hand, Ying was extremely confident it doesn't need to be so laborious. After speaking, he called a person to the court, Dunra. At this moment, a grimy man appeared, holding a box in his hands. Your subject is here. Seeing the person who had arrived, the crown prince asked again, "The matter this prince entrusted to you, is there a finished product yet?" Dun Ruo replied, "Reporting to your highness, there is a finished product. I invite your highness to inspect it." After speaking, he opened the box, and Ying reached in to take out a stack of white paper. The king of Qin found it strange and asked him, "Jir, what are you doing now?" The crown prince happily replied to his father, "Royal father, look, if this is used to write books, to replace hides and bamboo slips, what would the effect be?" The emperor saw such a thin and white object and found it so strange that he asked Ying, "What is this?" Ying gave an order while replying, "Distribute one sheet to each of the ministers. This thing is called paper. It was bestowed upon this prince by heaven, from which I created it. This thing is very light, and if this ink is used to write on it, it can be seen very clearly. And compared to the cumbersome complexity of bamboo slips, the number of characters that one sheet of this can hold is more than 10 slips. A bamboo." The court officials, seeing paper for the first time, couldn't help but be surprised and bewildered. Ying added, "Using this paper to replace bamboo slips and hide scrolls, to record the books of the world, court documents, and memorials. What do you ministers think?" Qin Shi Huang asked his son in more detail, "Jir, what is the cost of making this paper, and what is it made from?" Ying replied confidently, "Reporting to royal father, white paper is made from trees and bamboo, and its production cost is 10 times lower than that of bamboo slips." When the officials heard this, they were all astonished. To create such a divine object from trees and bamboo, it is truly the work of gods and spirits. The crown prince is truly favored by heaven. Only then did Dun Ruo dare to speak up. "I asked your highness to inspect the second finished product." The emperor was now extremely curious. "Oh, there's a second finished product? What is this now?" Ying pointed into the box and introduced, "This second finished product is called movable type printing. Royal father, please take a look." The king of Qin picked up a small character piece and wondered, "Jir, what is the use of this small carved character?" Ying spoke as he demonstrated, "Royal father, look closely." He took a stamp and pressed it onto the white paper, applied ink to this carved character, and pressed it onto the white paper, which could then print the character on the paper. At this point, Li Si suddenly realized, "Your Highness's meaning, your subject understands. It is no wonder that heaven has bestowed upon the crown prince a divine object for governing the world. Using movable type printing can save the labor of writing books, can form books into volumes, and can print tens of thousands of characters. The crown prince no longer concealed his intentions. That's right, Commandant of Justice. You have created the new script. If we use this paper and printing technique to popularize it throughout Great Qin, I believe that our Great Qin's new script can be spread throughout the world very quickly." After hearing Ying's initiative, the court officials knelt and bowed to him in unison. "Your Highness is blessed by heaven. For Great Qin to have your Highness is a blessing for the great king, a blessing for Great Qin." Besides paper and printing, Ying still had one more thing he had not yet introduced, in addition. This prince has one more very important thing to show you ministers. Hearing this, the king of Qin felt a pang of sympathy for the officials. "Jir, you have created so many wondrous things today, I am finding it a bit difficult to accept for a moment." The emperor, seeing so many new inventions, grew tired and sighed to his son, "Jir, slow down, slow down." But Ying was now overjoyed and thought to himself, "Father, just you wait and see, I still have many more advanced technologies I haven't brought out yet." He said to his father, "Royal father, haven't you always wanted to see how truly large the world is? Today, the opportunity has come." The emperor now realized, could it be that this is... Ying immediately spread out a giant map. "Ministers, step aside. Royal father, I invite you to view the scene of the world." He introduced further, "Royal father, this is the complete world map that your son has drawn." Everyone who saw it was dumbfounded by such a colossal map. Ying pointed to a spot on the map and explained more clearly. "This place is the territory of our great Qin. To the west, it connects to the western regions. To the east, it connects to the East Sea. The territory is vast. With our current manpower, no one could travel to the ends of Great Qin's territory, even if they spent their entire life trying." Qin Shi Huang looked at the map and wondered in his heart. "But Jir, our Great Qin's territory is so small within the world. Before, I felt that Great Qin had conquered the 6 states and managed the world, but now it seems I have been a frog at the bottom of a well. Great Qin is not the world, and the world is not just Great Qin." The officials also agreed. "That's right, compared to the world, our Great Qin's territory is not even a third." One official couldn't believe his eyes. "How can this be? The world, how can it be so large?" Ying explained further. "Royal father, the central plains of our Great Qin are indeed not the entire world. With this map, we can know the vastness of the world. We can know the breadth of the sky." The emperor saw it and admitted, "That's right, I truly did not expect that in the lands of the western regions, there are countries with such vast territories. This Roman kingdom, the Peacock Kingdom, and also the Seleucid Kingdom, I have never heard of them." The officials looked at the map and nodded in agreement. "Your subjects did not know the world was this large. Indeed, before, we were truly frogs at the bottom of a well." One official praised effusively. "His Highness the Crown Prince has bestowed this view of the world, dispelling the ignorant delusions of us subjects." Wei Liao also added, "Since your Highness has drawn this complete world map, this humble subject dares to ask the great king and the crown prince, when will our great Qin dispatch troops to conquer the various nations and unify the world?" After hearing this, the officials responded enthusiastically, shouting in unison, "We subjects swear to follow the great king and his highness to the death, to unify the world." Both the emperor and the crown prince laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha." Ying added, "When the 15-character national policy is implemented, that will be the time for Great Qin to march out and attack the world." He turned to his father and said, "Royal father, your son must have the flag of Great Qin planted in every corner of the world. Whether it is the Roman kingdom or the Peacock Kingdom, they will all submit to our Great Qin." Qin Shi Huang agreed. "Good." The court officials also responded, "Only our Great Qin will unify the world." At this point, Ying bowed his head to take leave of his father. "Royal father, this time, in expelling the Xiongnu envoy delegation, to prevent any incidents, your son will go and prepare in advance." The emperor did not hold his son back any longer. "You may go. When you are done, go visit your mother." Ying bid his father farewell. "Yes." Your son takes his leave. He left the court and prepared for his plan. It was time to check on his new weapons. Arriving at the forge, a voice announced, "The crown prince has arrived." A blacksmith performed the rites and bowed to the crown prince. "Your Highness." Ying came to inquire about the situation. "At ease. How is the production of the repeating crossbows coming along?" The blacksmith replied respectfully, "Reporting to your Highness, there is a finished product. Your Highness, please take a look. With the iron forging method taught by your Highness, the force this crossbow mechanism can withstand is enough to pierce a bronze door panel." The crown prince was extremely pleased to see such a result. "Good." Then he picked up a crossbow to test fire it. The arrow whizzed through the air and shattered a large section of the workshop wall. Seeing the crossbow fire with such power, he praised it happily. "Very good. Currently, how many can the craftsmen of the Black Gang platform make in one day?" The blacksmith replied, "If we don't forge other weapons, we can make 1,000 repeating crossbows a day." Hearing this, Ying immediately gave an order. "Good. Transfer the manufacturing technology for the repeating crossbow to the treasury and distribute the finished products and instructions for use to the entire army." The blacksmith took the crossbow back from Ying hand and said, "Yes." The crown prince looked at this weapon and said, "With this iron weapon, plus the elixirs refined by Su Fu, our great Qin army will dominate the world, victorious in every battle." In another place, Qin Shi Huang was strolling in the garden, talking with Dong. "Donger, you have never seen it. Jie has opened my eyes." Hearing that, she couldn't help but be curious. What matter could make Brother Zheng's eyes open? Seeing this, the emperor replied, "I did not know that beyond our great Qin, there is such a vast world." The emperor at this point had finalized his intention. "Donger, I have made a decision." She was curious about Jie. Qin Shi Huang decided, "I have decided that on the day of the Fengshan ceremony at Mount Tai, I will hand over the throne to Jie." Donger was somewhat surprised after hearing this decision. "Brother Zheng, have you thought this through?" The emperor did not hesitate at all. Of course, Jie's ability is even more outstanding than that of his father. He has the ability to manage Great Qin, can establish a foundation for 10,000 generations for Great Qin, and only he can complete our family's great wish to live for all eternity. The emperor, hearing Donger's question, felt a question in his heart. "Why? Do you think I am reluctant to part with this position? In my view, although the world is good and power is great, compared to you, they are as light as a feather." The emperor hugged her and gently comforted her. "By abdicating to Jie, besides being able to be with you, Donger, I can also have more time to cultivate." After hearing these words, she felt much more at ease in her heart. "Brother Zheng, no matter what decision you make, Donger will be by your side." Suddenly, Ingji appeared from somewhere and greeted, "Mother, I'm back." Qin Shi Huang and Donger, caught in such a sweet, affectionate scene, couldn't help but smile in embarrassment. Ingji also realized and chuckled. "It was your son who was abrupt. I've returned in an opportune moment." At this moment, Qin Shi Huang could only lovingly scold his son. "You little rascal, why do you always ruin your father's good moments?" Ingji could only give a perfunctory reply. My apologies, my apologies." Donger saw her son and spoke up to defuse the situation. "Jie, what nonsense are you talking about? Hurry up and sit down." Ingji saw his mother's rosy-cheeked face and couldn't help but exclaim, "Mother, it seems you have been recuperating very well during this time. Your complexion is much better." Donger just agreed with the sound. At this moment, several small children ran over from behind, calling out as they went, "Father, father." Ingji saw the little ones and happily hugged his younger siblings. "Good children." The king of Qin then asked his son, "That's right, Jie. I never heard you speak in detail at court before. This time you went to that world. What was the situation?" He answered briefly, "It's been handled. Those 10,000 aliens have been completely purged by your son, and even that fatuous and immoral Emperor Sima Rue was killed by me." The king of Qin, hearing such a positive result, did not spare his praise. "That's good. It can be considered a proper account to our people in that world." Ingji cupped his hands to thank his royal father and continued, "Your son does have a matter to report to royal father." The king of Qin asked curiously, "Jie, what is it? Speak your mind." With his father's permission, he presented his case. "Your son wishes to reopen the Jixia Academy to select a group of officials. This is not only to innovate the ritual governance of our great Qin court, but also to dispatch a group of officials to manage that world." The king of Qin, after hearing this idea, also commented, Since our great Qin conquered the 6 states, we have indeed never had such relations printing. Jie, you truly plan far ahead." The emperor placed his hand on his son's shoulder, showing his full support. "Jie, go ahead and do it. Your father fully supports you." Ingji couldn't help but be overjoyed at his father's approval. "Thank you, royal father. In that case, I will think of a way to unearth all the talents of this era." Now, in Pei County, 2 men were walking out to the fields, chatting with each other. "These days are truly good." The other agreed. "That's right. The current crown prince is wise and brilliant. Not only is there no war, but he also bestowed upon us these divine things called sweet potatoes and potatoes. We won't go hungry anymore." Now the two of them changed the subject. Your boy is impressive, already a 5th-rank noble. My boy is only a 2nd-rank noble. But the court also granted him 5 plots of land. The other man then recalled the past. If it were before, all the land would have been seized by the powerful and noble. There would be no such thing as land for us. Suddenly, from a distance, a group of men were chasing Lu Gue, who was holding a pile of potatoes. They shouted as they ran, "Quick, catch him! Lu Gue is stealing again. Catch him and take him to the authorities." A moment later, they had surrounded Lu Gue and were cursing him. This good-for-nothing who only wants to eat but not work. The court has given us land to cultivate, yet this guy only knows how to steal from everywhere. Today, we must take him to the authorities. Lu Gue, frightened, tried to explain, Don't do this, elders and fellow villagers. I was just hungry, I didn't mean to steal." Despite his excuse, no one listened to him. Lu Gue has stolen many times without changing his ways. He must be taken to the authorities and let Lord Zhao Qi deal with him. Someone else agreed, "Right, take him to the authorities." Seeing the perilous situation, Lu Gue could only beg, "Venerable villagers, in the future, Lu Gue, will definitely make something of myself. Consider today as me, Lu Gue, borrowing from you." But still, no one believed his plea. "Lazy as you are, you'll make something of yourself? In your dreams." Suddenly, someone pointed to a figure in the distance and shouted, "Look, Lord Zhao Qi is here." At this moment, Zhao Qi, on patrol with 2 soldiers, came across the scene and stopped to pass judgment. "Lu Gue, you are a habitual thief and must be severely punished. According to the laws of Great Qin, a thief is imprisoned for 1 year. For repeated offenses without reform and with severe circumstances, the punishment is doubled." Zhao Qi angrily sentenced the thief. "This official sentences you to 3 years in prison." The stolen goods lay scattered in front of Lu Gue. Surrounded by everyone, he knelt and crawled on the dirty ground, begging, "Lord Zhao Qi, I was wrong. I was truly wrong." Lu Gue turned to beg the people around him. "Fellow villagers, I guarantee I will absolutely never steal again. Please let me go this one time." One of them spoke up, "Only a ghost would believe your words. You, Lu Gue, are the laziest person in our Pei County." Zhao Qi, losing patience, waved his hand and ordered, "Men, take him away. Throw him in jail." A soldier beside him stepped forward with shackles, responding loudly, "Yes, sir." Lu Gue still tried to beg, "Spare me. I won't dare to do it again." An old man and a young man approached Zhao Qi. The young man praised, "Lord Zhao Qi is brilliant." The old man beside him added a few words. "Without this Lu Gue, our Pei County could be a little more peaceful." Faced with these words, Zhao Qi just raised his hands before his calm face. "Fellow villagers, the current great king and crown prince have bestowed their grace upon all the people under heaven, implementing benevolent governance and granting land. The peace and stability of the people of Great Qin did not come easily. Fellow villagers, do not violate the laws of Qin." As the figures of Zhao Qi and the soldiers escorting Lu Gue faded into the distance, the remaining villagers couldn't help but exclaim, "Lord Zhao Qi is right. The current great king and crown prince are brilliant. We are truly endlessly grateful to have these good days to live." Another person replied, "That's right. Now, our Great Qin practices benevolent governance, abolishing many of the harsh laws in the Qin Code. It is truly a blessing for all people." Inside the great hall of the king of Qin, Qin Shi Huang sat on the throne, with Ying Ji standing beside him. The ministers below bowed their heads in unison. "We, your subjects, pay our respects to the great king. Pay our respects to the crown prince. May the great king of Qin live for 10,000 years. May great Qin live for 10,000 years. May the crown prince live for 10,000 years." From the throne, Qin Shi Huang gestured with both hands. All ministers, you may arise. It has been more than 10 years since our great Qin sent out troops to pacify the world. It has also been several years since the 6 states were vanquished. Now that the world is settled, all you ministers have contributed to this founding. A person from below said cheerfully, "We, your subjects, are happy for the great king and for the crown prince." The man next to him also spoke up happily, reporting to the great king, "Matters such as the Fengshan ceremony of sacrificing to heaven at Mount Tai have been properly arranged, only awaiting the great king and the crown prince to arrive at Mount Tai." Above, Ying Zheng clasped his hands and bowed his head slightly. Qin Shi Huang stood up, spread his arms wide, and declared good. The Fengshan ceremony at Mount Tai is the greatest event of all ages. We will depart from Mount Tai in 10 days. Below, they responded in unison, "Yes, sir." At Mount Tai, Commandery, the sunlight filtered through, casting warm rays that enveloped every mountain peak and every scene. The troops below stood in neat formation on both sides of the path at the foot of the mountain. Qin Shi Huang, with his hands clasped behind his back, walked in the lead with Ying Zheng, followed by the ministers. Mount Tai was originally within the territory of the state of Qi. Now that the Central Plains are unified, everything is the territory of our great Qin. Ying Zheng beside him reminded, "The mountain path is rugged. Royal Father, please be careful." Qin Shi Huang and Ying Zheng walked near Cliff Jir. Upon ascending Mount Tai, the entire land of the Central Plains lies beneath our feet, father and son. Ying Zheng turned and replied, "Royal Father, at the summit of Mount Tai, we will report to the heavens. This is an achievement for 10,000 generations created by us, father and son." A few pieces of rubble fell from somewhere next to Ying Zheng. He looked up to see a lot of rubble rushing down. Why is rubble falling? A loud voice rang out, "Ying Zheng, you brat, hurry up and die." A large boulder fell towards where Qin Shi Huang and Ying Zheng were standing. He cried out in alarm, "Royal Father, be careful." In an instant, Ying Zheng executed the divine arrow technique. He drew his bow, and the arrow in his hand radiated immense power. Ying Zheng did not forget to command, "Protect the great king well." The arrow, with its great power, shot up and directly pierced the center of the boulder, shattering it into pieces. The surrounding soldiers and ministers panicked. "Protect His Majesty! Protect His Majesty!" From above, Xiang Yu, holding a sword, charged down. "Ying Zheng, you brat, I'll take your dog's life and face my elders in Jiangdong." He gripped the sword tightly in his hand, striking a powerful blow while shouting incessantly, "My Xiang clan of Western Shu will definitely destroy the tyrannical Qin." "Ying Zheng, you brat, dream on if you want to send Mount Tai." He used the sword in his hand to block the opponent's blow. "Xiang Yu, you're not dead, or is it?" The two separated. A murderous aura enveloped Xiang Yu. He noticed something unusual. "Why is the martial power on this Xiang Yu different from when we fought before?" A group of masked men holding crossbows stood ready. Tunu, beside them, ordered, "Crossbows prepare. Fire." Immediately, many arrows flew straight towards Xiang Yu. He was not frightened and did not evade, but instead charged straight at the arrows with his sword. The incoming arrows did not cause him any harm. On the contrary, they broke into pieces upon impact. He laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha." After witnessing everything, Ying Zheng couldn't help but muse, this Xiang Yu truly has the strategy of one man holding a pass. Wouldn't it be a bit of a waste to kill him directly? Rubble fell, and the ground shook, causing the soldiers to fall into chaos. "Protect the great king. The mountain is collapsing." Large rocks continuously fell down. Below, Xiang Yu said confidently, "Want to send Mount Tai? You must be dreaming." Ying Zheng aimed his bow forward and coldly unleashed the 8th level Grandmaster realm. "Xiang Yu, you are seeking death yourself. Unleash martial power." Countless arrows shot out, shattering the large boulders. They were falling. The people below were dumbfounded, their mouths agape in astonishment at that power. Your Highness the Crown Prince, is this the power of an immortal? Your Highness the Crown Prince, the power of an immortal. Xiang Yu couldn't believe what he was seeing. He exclaimed, impossible this. Ying Zheng seized the opportunity to charge and attack. Xiang Yu, when it comes to martial power, you still have much to learn. Xiang Yu swung his weapon to block his sword, shouting, ah. Immediately after, he was sent flying back against the cliff wall. He looked behind him in terror. What? Ying Zheng immediately rushed forward. Only, you won't have this chance again. Die. He Jimin King of Western Chu. He used his power to strike down at Xiang Yu, who staggered and struggled to receive the attack from him. Xiang Yu was knocked off the cliff, his mouth shouting incessantly, ah. Though Chu has but 3 households, it is Chu that will destroy Qin. Ying Zheng sheathed his sword, stood on the rocky ledge, and looked down. History has finally been changed. Great Qin will not perish. He glanced back slightly and ordered, clean up the battlefield, clear the mountain path. Do not delay the hour of the Fengshan ceremony. Tunu and the soldiers behind him clasped their hands, bowed their heads, and accepted the order. Yes, sir. Ying Zheng walked up to Qin Shi Huang, who asked with concern, Jir, are you injured? I didn't expect that, even with the world unified, there would still be these remnants of the state of Chu. Ying Zheng bowed his head. Royal father was alarmed. Your son is fine. The trouble has been dealt with and will not delay the Fengshan ceremony. Good. On the rocky ledge above was a large tree, 8th level Grandmaster realm. Under the large tree on that rocky ledge, a man dressed all in black, with a wide-brimmed hat obscuring half his face, was leaning against the tree trunk with his arms crossed. Now that there are no more wars in the Central Plains, how did he manage to grow so rapidly? That strange man lowered his head slightly, the corners of his mouth turning up in clear amusement. Ying Zheng, you are truly mysterious and unpredictable. It seems I'll have to think of another way. Below the sacrificial altar, all the ministers shouted in unison, the great king arrives. The crown prince arrives. Qin Shi Huang, with his hands clasped behind his back, ascended the altar, followed by Ying Zheng. Both of them walked to the highest position on the altar. Lu Buwei held an edict before the ancestral tablet and announced the sacrificial text in a clear voice, to the heavens above, to the earth below. The Central Plains were in chaos. The clans were divided. The calamity of endless war plagued the world, and the clans were in turmoil. But heaven has eyes, seeing the great earth unbalanced, the common people in chaos, and living beings withering. It sent down a man with the mandate of heaven to change the eternal chaotic situation. His surname is Ying. His name is Ji, a descendant of the Ying clan's ruler. The eldest son of the king of Qin, born among the common people, suffered among the common people. Of humble origins, he rose from the rebel armies, pacified the 6 states, suppressed the world, and founded the Yanhuang territory of Great Qin. Hearing this, Ying Zheng was a little puzzled in his heart. The Fengshan ceremony at Mount Tai in history was the grand ceremony to enthrone my royal father as emperor. Why does it sound like it's all about me? He immediately turned to ask his father directly, Royal father, why does this sacrificial text proclaim my achievements and not yours? What is the meaning of this? Qin Shi Huang turned back cheerfully. Jir, it's always you who gives your royal father a surprise. This time, it's your royal father's turn to give you a surprise. After hearing the reason, Ying Zheng could only think helplessly. Father, you're about to become emperor. Why are you still so playful? On the contrary, his father seemed smug. If you could guess everything, wouldn't this father lose too much face? Qin Shi Huang stepped forward, spread his empty hands, and declared loudly, My son, Ying Zheng, is the son of heaven's mandate. I, Ying Zheng, am blessed by heaven. To have such a son is my fortune, the fortune of Great Qin, and the fortune of all the people under heaven. The merits of my son, Ying Zheng, will last for 1,000 autumns, for 10,000 ages. His achievements are greater than Yanhuang, surpassing the monarchs of all dynasties. Even I cannot compare. I have been king for 30 years, exerting all my efforts just to fulfill the last wishes of the ancestors of the great Qin kings. Now, the 6 states have been extinguished and Yin Huang is unified. Therefore, I have decided to pass the throne to Ying Zheng. Everything. The ministers below were all extremely surprised by this decision of Qin Shi Huang. Qin Shi Huang reaffirmed, starting today, my son Ying Zheng will ascend to the throne as emperor, titled the first emperor of Great Qin. The ministers couldn't help but be astonished, and they began to discuss among themselves. Ying Zheng was also extremely surprised. He pointed to himself and exclaimed, "What? I'm becoming the first emperor of Great Qin?" Ying Zheng immediately waved his hands to refuse. "Royal father, this title belongs to you. You are the first emperor through the ages. The first emperor of Great Qin." He couldn't help but think, I've become Qin Shi Huang. Doesn't that mean I've changed all of history? Not letting Ying Zheng continue to refuse, Qin Shi Huang offered a persuasive argument. No, Zheng, this father has inherited the will of generations of ancestors. It is enough to have initiated the unification of Yanhuang. This is my contribution to the people of the world, but you are different. Your ambition lies with the world, with the heavens. Even Yanhuang pales in comparison to you. You are my son. Today, at the Fengshan ceremony on Mount Tai, this father will pave the imperial path for you. Ying Zheng firmly objected. Royal father, absolutely not. He turned to the ministers below and said loudly, Royal father ascended the throne at 13, eliminated treacherous ministers, executed rebellious officials, reclaimed royal power, strengthened the national power of Great Qin, and had the ability to destroy the 6 states and unify Yanhuang. He should be called the first emperor through the ages. The first emperor through the ages, Qin Shi Huang. The ministers below immediately knelt in unison. We ministers pay our respects to the first emperor. May the first emperor live for 10,000 years. May Great Qin last for 10,000 years. Qin Shi Huang looked at Ying Zheng. Zheng, you are happy. Royal father, the title of first through the ages can only be worthy of you. Qin Shi Huang thought to himself, Zheng not only has extraordinary literary and martial skills, but he is also so righteous in the tradition of loyalty and filial piety. With such a son, what more could this father ask for? Qin Shi Huang stepped forward, clasped one hand behind his back, and with the other, forcefully flicked his sleeve. Fine, if that's the case, my son Ying Zheng, whose merits are world-shaking, used martial prowess to destroy the 6 states. He should be granted the imperial title as my successor, the second-term emperor, titled the Martial Emperor of Qin. Today is my son's accession ceremony. The ministers below, still kneeling with both hands on the ground, continued to shout loudly. We ministers pay our respects to the martial emperor. May Great Qin last for 10,000 years. May the martial emperor live for 10,000 years. Lu Buwei said in a loud voice, Present the heirloom seal of the realm, the emperor's coronation robe. 2 attendants below immediately presented the imperial edict. Ying Zheng, wearing the robe and the imperial crown, stretched out his hand and declared, From today onwards, I am the martial emperor of Great Qin, ruler of Great Qin. Having received the mandate of heaven, may my reign be long and prosperous. I shall strengthen the nation's prestige, build up the national power, and establish the martial Tao Empire of Great Qin. The ministers below kowtowed in unison. We ministers swear to die in loyalty to Great Qin, swear to die in loyalty to the martial emperor. May the martial emperor live for 10,000 years. May Great Qin last for 10,000 years. Ying Zheng looked down calmly, his expression serene, not saying anything. Long lines of notifications appeared in the system. Congratulations to the host for promoting the Fengshan ceremony at Mount Tai, completing a hidden mission and being rewarded with a Xian grade treasure chest. Congratulations to the host for ascending to the throne as emperor, rewarded with an Earth grade treasure chest. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the title attribute Martial Emperor of Qin. When the empire's subjects eliminate enemies, You can receive 1/3 of the experience points. You can quadruple your cultivation speed, and you can quintuple your speed of handling state affairs. This title is accompanied by the materialization of a 9-dragon phantom, displaying imperial majesty. In an instant, it can unleash an attack 5 times the host's strength for one-time use only. It requires accumulating power for 1 year to be used again. Equip the title Martial Emperor of Qin. Faced with these notifications, Ying Zheng couldn't help but think. As expected, the system's rewards are too generous. This Martial Emperor of Qin title is truly a bit heaven-defying. Immediately after, the 9-dragon phantom appeared, its golden light shining brilliantly. Ying Zheng stood at the highest point, spreading his arms wide, his heart filled with joy. I remember that year when I joined the army. As an ordinary Qin soldier, constantly killing enemies until today, I have finally ascended the throne and proclaimed myself emperor. A real emperor. All the ministers gaped at the miraculous phenomenon. They began to discuss. Look, a divine dragon. The martial emperor is indeed the son of heaven's mandate. A celestial phenomenon has descended. The martial emperor's accession is protected by a divine dragon. A true dragon, son of heaven, only the martial emperor. Ying Zheng held the imperial seal firmly, raising it high and proclaiming, "Today, I ascend to the throne as emperor." 3 royal edicts, aimed at bestowing grace upon all the people under heaven and blessing all living beings under heaven. The first edict, reduce taxes. The second edict, strengthen armor and soldiers. The third edict, encourage governance by law. Before Ying Zheng's firm proclamations, the ministers below once again prostrated themselves flat on the ground. The martial emperor is wise and brilliant. From a distance, a military official ran over breathlessly. Urgent military report. Urgent military report. A minister looked back. What? An urgent military report at this time? That military official was Manga. He opened the scroll in his hand and quickly reported, "Reporting to your majesty, an urgent military report. The Xiongnu of the northern border have gathered a large army. Modu Chanyu is personally leading the army to invade our great Qin's border. People at the border have already been killed by the foreign tribes, with countless casualties." Ying Zheng took the scroll from Meng Ao's hand to examine it. How dare they? A mere Xiongnu, daring to invade our great Qin's border at this time. They are truly seeking death. Immediately prepare the imperial procession, muster the troops. I will personally lead the expedition. In Xianyang, inside the Qin king's palace, Ying Zheng sat on the same level as Qin Shi Huang. Meng Ao, how many troops have the Xiongnu mobilized this time? Meng Ao respectfully answered Ying Zheng's question. Reporting to your majesty, according to information from our spies, the Xiongnu have mobilized the entire tribe's forces. The military strength is not small, over 700,000. Meng Ao clasped his hands and bowed slightly forward. The Xiongnu Chanyu, Modu, is a man of cunning methods. He killed his father to seize the throne, destroyed the Donghu, and controls the grasslands. Thinking his army is strong and his horses are robust, he dares to invade our great Qin's border. Ying Zheng remained very calm before Meng Ao's reports. These foreign tribes, northern barbarians, have offended the heavenly might of our great Qin. They should not exist. Feng Jia, Ming Yi, are the provisions and weapons ready? Feng Jia reported, reporting to your majesty. The granaries and the commanderies of the northern lands are full of provisions and can be dispatched to the front lines at any time. Ming Yi, beside him, also immediately reported, reporting to your majesty. The armaments of the chamberlain for the palace revenues have undergone a comprehensive refinement process. The 500,000 northern border garrison troops have all been re-equipped with iron weapons. Ying Zheng drew the sword in his hand and gave the order. order the entire northern border army to prepare for battle. I will personally go to the northern lands, leading the expedition. Li Qing, Xian Sheng, lead 8,000 fierce tiger troops as my vanguard. The war to unify the world begins with the annihilation of the Xiongnu. A minister spoke up, worriedly trying to dissuade him. Your Majesty, the matter of the Xiongnu invasion can be handled by the senior generals. There is no need for your Majesty to personally lead the expedition. Another agreed. That's right, your Majesty has just ascended the throne. If you leave Xianyang, how will the affairs of the state and government be handled? I hope your Majesty will reconsider. All the ministers said in unison. We ask your Majesty to reconsider. Qin Shi Huang came forward from behind and patted Ying Ji's shoulder. Although all the ministers below advised against it, and even Qin Shi Huang wanted him to stay, Ying Ji was still very confident. I am fundamentally a war emperor. The great Qin's world was decided on the battlefield, and now the Xiongnu invade, touching our great Qin's territory, which concerns the foundation of a nation. I must personally lead the expedition. As for matters at court, with royal father as the Emperor Emeritus, holding the power of regency, if the court officials have any matter they cannot handle themselves, they can go to the Emperor Emeritus's palace for the Emperor Emeritus to decide. He gestured to the ministers below. The day after tomorrow, I will go to the northern border. If you ministers have no other business, the court is dismissed. The ministers took their leave. Qin Shi Huang complained. Jur, this father has even given you the imperial throne. Why won't you let this father rest a little? Ying Ji replied, Father, your son is going to the battlefield to kill enemies, while you enjoy yourself in Xianyang. Do you think that's right? You are the first emperor through the ages. Ying Ji had a cheerful expression. The first emperor through the ages, Qin Shi Huang. Such a good laborer cannot be wasted. Qin Shi Huang could only say helplessly, You rotten brat, you're the only smart one. Early in the morning at the great Qin border, Dai Commandery, the tents were set up in neat rows. In the main camp, thick smoke billowed and a voice came out. Chanyu, these Qin people are very cunning. There aren't many Qin people at the border. Li Mu has already dispatched troops to move the surrounding Qin people away. It's impossible to rely on raiding the border to plunder provisions. The Chanyu sat imposingly at the table. This Li Mu has always been the greatest enemy of our Xiongnu wolf tribe. Back when the Chanyu's father was still alive, he also suffered no small losses at his hands. A wolf tribe member expressed his concern. Chanyu, there are still 2 months until winter. If we can't plunder enough food. The Chanyu's face was grim as he clenched his fist. Li Mu is good at defense, but our tribe is good at cavalry warfare and raiding. In that case, pass on my order. Dispatch 100,000 cavalry. Go deep into Qin territory to plunder. Not only can we plunder the Qin people's food, but we can also plunder the Qin people's women. The Chanyu's face was full of sinister intent. This way, Li Mu absolutely cannot just sit and watch. Use this to force him into a direct confrontation with our army. On this northern land, in cavalry warfare, who can compare to our Xiongnu wolf tribe? Ha ha ha. The wolf tribe members below cheered. The Chanyu is wise. One of them showed contempt. The Central Plains are fertile lands, not worthy of being occupied by those lowly Qin people. Ha ha ha. From outside the camp, a wolf tribe member ran in breathlessly. Reporting to the Chanyu, Li Mu is leading his troops out of the city. The infantry is 10 li from the great city, no more than 10 li from our army. The Chanyu reacted violently. What? How is that possible? He's taking the initiative to attack? Doesn't he know the strength of our tribe? The other underlings, hearing this shocking news, also became restless. One of them said, Is this Li Mu preparing for a decisive battle with our army? Another heard this and burst out laughing. Ha ha, this Li Mu is seeking his own death. Our Xiongnu cavalry warriors have never lost to anyone. Yet another knelt down respectfully. Chanyu, your subordinate is willing to be the vanguard to kill Li Mu first, then attack Xianyang and behead the Qin king, Ying Zheng. The Chanyu, hearing this, became extremely aggressive, holding the large scythe in his hand before his eyes with great momentum and shouting loudly. Good. If Li Mu wants to die, then this Chan Yu will naturally grant him his wish. Finishing his sentence, he ordered his subordinates. Pass on this Chan Yu's order. The Grand Army will advance into the Central Plains. All Qin people should only be slaves under the iron hooves of our tribe. The leader's words seemed to embolden his subordinates, and they shouted together, "Oh, oh, oh! Kill Li Mu and destroy the Qin army. Kill Li Mu and destroy the Qin army." Elsewhere, the hazy white smoke suddenly dissipated, revealing an open field with two opposing armies. There were many soldiers and chariots arranged in rows upon rows, the flags fluttering majestically in the wind. One of the subordinates on horseback raised his weapon and said with great spirit, "Chan Yu, look, that is the royal banner of the state of Qin." The Chan Yu, hearing this, was surprised and asked back, "The royal banner of the state of Qin, could it be that Ying Zheng is leading the campaign himself?" But he showed no fear at all, pointing his weapon forward and challenging aggressively. "Haha, King of Qin, Ying Zheng, this Chan Yu has long wanted to see what you're made of. This Chan Yu, Modu, master of the grasslands, does the King of Qin, Ying Zheng, dare to meet this Chan Yu? Of course, if you don't have the guts, then forget it." The subordinates behind him heard this and laughed along as if they had a great harvest. "Ha ha!" Seeing the Chan Yu's completely harmless taunt, Ying Ji's face turned cold. "Ha! A fierce goading tactic." The high official beside him added, "This Modu killed his father to seize the throne and destroyed the Donghu. He is a hero of the grasslands, but he has become too arrogant." His face was now filled with a murderous aura, as if he could take on the entire enemy army by himself, and he said coldly, "We will grant his wish and go meet him." As soon as he finished speaking, his soldiers and chariots rushed towards the enemy like flying arrows. As soon as they met, the Chan Yu, without any hesitation, asked him directly to his face, "Who are you? You don't look old enough to be Ying Zheng." He raised his face to the sky and replied with great momentum, "We are the master of Great Qin, Ying Ji." Hearing this, the Chan Yu thought it was a joke and laughed loudly. "Ha! You're Ying Zheng's son, a wet-behind-the-ears brat who is not worthy of being this Chan Yu's opponent." He paid him no mind and just said in a cold voice, "After today, there will be no more Xiongnu in the world." This statement was like an exploding bomb, causing the enraged chieftain to gallop towards him like lightning, weapon in hand, ready to fight at any moment. As he galloped, he laughed loudly. You little brat truly doesn't know life from death. Wolf cubs of the Xiongnu wolf tribe kill the Qin army, take the heads of the Qin people to drink wine from." Seeing Chan Yu leading the charge, all the soldiers behind also charged forward. "Kill! Kill!" However, he was not overwhelmed by the enemy's momentum and numbers. He ordered his soldiers, "Crossbowmen, prepare. Any foreigner who steps into the territory of our great Qin will not be spared a single one." The general close to him immediately gave the order. "The martial emperor has decreed no foreigner will be spared for the battle of conquest. Kill!" The mighty army behind also shouted in unison, "Kill!" With that, countless arrows rained down from the sky. Like a storm, in an instant, those arrows pierced countless soldiers below. One screamed in pain, Ying Ji's side continued their fierce attack, shooting countless arrows that whizzed through the sky. The soldiers on Chieftain Modu's side were continuously hit by the sharp arrows raining down from the sky. He was extremely panicked and shouted, "How can the Qin army fire continuously?" A general standing beside him reported, "This subordinate does not know. We have never seen the Qin army use such a weapon before." Facing the extremely critical situation, Modu gave the order, "All troops, attack. We cannot let our formation fall into disarray. Follow me to taking Ji's dog head." Meanwhile, on Ying Ji's side, he propped his sword with one hand and raised the other to give an order. "Where is the Tiger Army of Great Qin?" As soon as he finished, the Tiger Legion, along with the soldiers, riding on their backs, charged towards the enemy with overwhelming momentum, weapons in hand. Before they could react to the situation, The soldiers on the Chanyu side were pounced on by the tigers from Ying Zheng's side in an instant, screaming in terror. The Chanyu was now extremely frightened and stammered. "These are tigers? How could they tame tigers?" He couldn't believe what was happening before his eyes. Impossible. But there was no time to react to the Tiger Legion of Ying Zheng's side, and countless soldiers on Modu's side were attacked one after another. A general, riding majestically on a tiger, unleashed a martial arts ultimate move, and the other soldiers were knocked aside, screaming in pain. Such terrifying power. At this moment, Ying Zheng very calmly crossed his arms and watched the battle that was very favorable to his side. Our great Qin warriors, relying on martial arts cultivation to enhance their strength, plus these iron weapons, are truly unbeatable. The more he spoke, the more confident he became. "Modu, although you are considered a talent among the Xiongnu foreigners, it's a pity you met me, Ying Zheng. You can only consider yourself unlucky." After saying that, he gave the order to finish it. Xiongnu Chanyu Modu. He and his army, with numerous soldiers and horses, weapons in hand, charged forward with great confidence to let you become the first foreign king that we kill after unifying this part of the world. With that, he rode a tiger and soared into the sky, preparing to unleash his ultimate move. The soldiers below could only look up at the sky, standing still. Then, in a flash, Ying Zheng's tiger slammed down onto the ground, creating a shockwave that sent the soldiers below flying. Some were so terrified they could only cover their heads and ears and scream. At this moment, Ying Zheng took advantage of the very favorable situation and used his ultimate move, Cloud Fall Heart Flame. From his palm, a raging fire shot up into the sky, engulfing the entire area. From one blazing fire, it suddenly scattered into countless fireballs that whizzed down towards the soldiers suffering below. The fireballs quickly flew into the soldiers, and in an instant, they incinerated the enemy. They could only scream in despair. "I'll help." Other soldiers, some on horseback, ran around in chaos, while others were trampled by the panicking soldiers and could only lie flat on the ground, crying out to their chieftain for help. "Chanyu, save me." Ying Zheng stood behind, observing the raging fire burning each enemy soldier, his heart filled with joy. I didn't expect this system reward, the spirit fire, to be so powerful. The chieftain, Chanyu, could only look up in despair and stammered an order to his subordinates. "Retreat, retreat quickly, back to the grasslands." But how could he let them go so easily? Seeing the Chanyu trying to help his troops, he rode his tiger and soared into the sky. Then he quickly rode the tiger down to the ground in front of the Chanyu, blocking his retreat. He looked back at the chieftain and gave him an incredibly sharp glare. The Chanyu's earlier momentum had vanished, and he hurriedly stammered an order to his subordinates. "Here, shoot your arrows. Quick, kill him." Hearing the command, the subordinates simultaneously drew their bows, preparing to shoot at Ying Zheng. But when the arrows were shot and flew towards him, he used his martial arts ultimate move to deflect them back. From his position, he had become invincible, riding majestically on the tiger and challenging. "Modu, let me show you the power of martial arts. This way, your death will not be in vain." The arrows that were deflected back towards Chanyu Modu's subordinates flew like lightning, piercing through each one, causing them to scream in pain. Chanyu Modu, unable to accept reality, shouted loudly, "Impossible! This is impossible! Were you a man or a demon?" On his side, Ying Zheng, no longer fearing heaven or earth, advanced towards the chieftain with immense momentum. "You know nothing about power, and you know even less about Great Qin. Now, leave your last words." At this point, the Chanyu finally understood what it meant to not shed a tear until seeing the coffin. He raised his hand to stop Ying Zheng from approaching and begged for his life. "Spare my life. I am willing to submit to Great Qin, to submit to your majesty. I will never invade the Central Plains again. I am willing to pay tribute to Great Qin and declare myself a vassal to Great Qin." But Ying Zheng paid no heed to his words. He swung his weapon and decisively slashed. The chieftain breathed his last. "I cannot accept this." Having eliminated the evil, Ying Zheng looked at the chieftain with contempt, wrinkled his nose, and said, "What wolf tribe of the grasslands? Just a bunch of cowards who cling to life and fear death, unworthy of living." Hearing that their chieftain had kicked the bucket, the soldiers screamed and fled in chaos. "The Chanyu has ascended to heaven. The Chanyu has ascended to heaven." Then they all prepared to retreat. Seeing this, a general on Ying Zheng's side gave an order. "Don't let them escape. Kill." After that, the place where they had just fought was now desolate, littered with the corpses of the enemy soldiers. Ying Zheng rode his tiger and stepped forward. "The foreigners have been annihilated. This is only the first step." At this moment, a general rode up beside him to report. "Reporting to your majesty, after a day and a night of pursuit, the Xiongnu army has been completely wiped out by our forces. Our army has won a great victory and is now clearing the battlefield. It won't be long before we can return to court." Hearing this, he looked over very calmly. It's still too early to return to court. As he finished speaking, a bird, which had appeared from nowhere, landed neatly on his hand. He took out a small scroll and prepared to tie it to the bird's leg to send a message. Done. Following his command, the bird soared into the sky to carry out its assigned mission. He then said to the general beside him, "General Li Mu, this goshawk can deliver military reports to Xianyang at any time. We have already sent a decree to Xianyang. General Wang Jian's army will arrive at the grasslands in a few days and will build a city to guard it. The foreign population will be managed by the commandery's military. We will entrust Wang Jian to dispatch someone to handle this." General Li Mu beside him still didn't understand and was puzzled. Seeing that General Li Mu still didn't understand his intention, he spoke confidently. "Do you think we led this campaign personally just to conquer a small foreign tribe? This is merely the first step in our conquest of the world." The more he spoke, the more confident he became about the lofty goals he had set. "Warriors of Great Qin, follow us deep into the grasslands to make these barbarian foreigners submit to the heavenly might of our Great Qin." General Li Mu and the other soldiers, after hearing these words, were all agape with astonishment. But a moment later, the entire army was inspired by his words and shouted in unison, "Kill! Kill! Kill!" Elsewhere, Ying Zheng was sitting in court holding the secret report that Ying Zheng had just sent via the bird, and he clicked his tongue in approval. "We have good news to share with you, ministers. Zheng has led the army to conquer the grasslands. From now on, Great Qin no longer has a threat on its northern border. The grasslands have been incorporated into the territory of our Great Qin. The tens of thousands of people of the grasslands have also become slaves of our Great Qin." The ministers below heard this, clasped their hands, and replied in unison, "We congratulate the first emperor. We congratulate the martial emperor." Suddenly, a general ran in from somewhere to report. Reporting to the first emperor, "Your Majesty, the northern foreigners have come to offer tribute. The procession is already outside Xianyang City. The tribute includes fine horses and various specialties from the past 10 years. Ying Zheng inside heard the good news and joyfully gave an order. "Good, they arrive quickly. Take the tribute into the national treasury first." The ministers below heard this and looked at each other with joy. The northern foreigners who have harassed us for many years have finally been dealt with. Another minister also spoke up. "It's great that they have come to offer tribute so quickly." After a while, a representative minister reported, "May I ask the first emperor, now that the grasslands are settled, when will your majesty recall the troops?" Ying Zheng, sitting above, heard the question and was also puzzled. "Return? Zheng's grand ambition. Could it be that you ministers don't know?" He paused, then immediately gave an order to his close subordinate. "Meng Yi, I grant you full authority to mobilize all the blacksmiths in the country. Weapons must be forged at the fastest speed to arm the entire army." Meng Yi then clasped his hands and accepted the order. he continued to issue orders to another High Minister. General Han immediately arranged for officials at the grassland front line to establish commanderies in counties. I entrust this important task related to conquering territory to you. General Han received the order, clasped his hands, and bowed, yes. Then, he turned to give another order to a different High Minister. Minister Feng, I grant you the authority to manage all of Great Qin's food supplies. The expeditionary army cannot have any worries about provisions. Upon receiving the order, Minister Feng also clasped his hands respectfully and accepted, yes. But he was extremely puzzled and asked a question. Dare I ask the first emperor, now that the grasslands have been pacified, why continue preparing military supplies and provisions? I wonder what your majesty intends. Ying Zheng, as if having anticipated this question, announced with great confidence. Zhi wants to campaign to the west. As soon as he finished speaking, the high ministers below turned to look at each other in astonishment, unable to believe their ears. One said loudly, "What? A western campaign?" Another followed up with a question. Your Majesty wants to continue with a western campaign? Does he want to conquer kingdoms we've never even heard of on the map? A person beside him was also gaping in disbelief. Shouldn't a western campaign be planned for the long term? Not wanting to let the confusion spread, Ying Zheng clarified. All right, I have only one thing to say. He continued to explain, Great Qin is unified. I will not allow anyone to delay Zhi's grand ambition. Even less will I allow anyone to hold Zhi back. Having said that, he raised his hand to command. Great Qin will use the full strength of the nation to rule the world. No one can obstruct this great undertaking. The high ministers below were conquered by his aura and clasped their hands respectfully, that we shall respectfully obey the king's command. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. By now, Xianyang City was magnificently decorated, bustling with people coming and going. At this time, a strange delegation with horses was gradually entering the city. Countless sparkling jewels and gems appeared. Colorful diamonds, looking incredibly vibrant, were set on pristine, flawless ivory tusks. Beside them were also glittering precious gems, glittering brilliantly. Those precious treasures were being carried in basket after basket on the heads of beautiful, uniquely dressed girls who entered in succession. The surrounding townspeople saw this and gathered to watch. Quick, look, the foreign tribes from the western regions have come to pay tribute to our great Qin again. One person continued, that's right, the appearance of these foreign tribes is even very strange. Another person spoke up, in the last few months, which number group of foreign tribes is this to come to Xianyang to pay tribute? A few soldiers standing guard outside the gate were also buzzing. There must have been 10 waves already, right? Why are these foreign tribes coming to pay tribute for no reason? A soldier standing beside him offered a theory. You really know little. Don't you know that after annihilating the Xiongnu, the current His Majesty has moved the army towards the west? The soldier from before couldn't believe his ears, turned with his mouth agape, and asked the one beside him again. Our great Qin is going to the west? Where is that? However, the soldier beside him averted his gaze and looked elsewhere. The west. Forget it. You wouldn't know even if I told you. At this time in the court, the group of foreign tribes from the west had entered and were having an audience with the emperor, but they knelt in great fear. One of them spoke up, we, the foreign envoys, pay our respects to the supreme first emperor, the martial emperor. Your majesty of this noble nation is wise and divinely martial, providing protection for our small countries in the western regions. We are willing to submit to the great Qin Empire and at the same time offer tribute. Ying Zheng, sitting majestically on the throne, looked down at the group of foreign tribes and agreed. All right, I understand your intentions. Great Qin's ambition lies in the world. Your proactive submission is a wise act. Today, with 10,000 states coming to our court, is truly a joyous occasion. After speaking, he turned to ask the high ministers below, Minister Han, is there any new information from Zhi at the front line? The high minister clasped his hands and replied respectfully, reporting to the first emperor, according to the military report from 7 days ago, His Majesty's Grand Army has conquered the small states of the western regions and entered the inner city of the Peacock Empire. It is believed that an urgent report will arrive very soon. Hearing this, Ying Zheng was extremely pleased. Good. In his heart, he was secretly proud. Jir is truly the son of heaven's mandate, a dragon among men. My Ying, to have such a son is truly a blessing from heaven. At this time, in the capital of the Peacock Kingdom, inside Pataliputra, there were very large gold-plated palace buildings that looked incredibly magnificent. At this moment, Ying's army had also arrived at the king. Dom of the West. Ying was riding a tiger, holding a map, and making an assessment on the banks of the Ganges River. Pataliputra ahead is the capital of the Peacock Kingdom. But at this moment, black smoke suddenly billowed from within the capital, graying a whole section of the sky. Seeing this from afar, Ying wondered to himself, why does this capital seem to be emitting black fog? It's best to clarify this before attacking. After thinking, he gave an order to the soldiers behind him. Relay my imperial decree. The Grand Army will rest in place. Send a messenger into the city to tell King Shariputra that I have heard his kingdom has a divine bird, the peacock. The martial emperor of our great Qin wants him to proactively hand over the peacock, and his life can be guaranteed. The soldiers behind him heard this, clasped their hands, and bowed to accept the order. Yes. At that time, inside the capital of the Peacock Kingdom, the king of the Peacock Empire, Shariputra Yuga, had just received a letter sent by Ying's messenger. He angrily threw the letter to the ground and roared, "Arrogant heretic, daring to want my peacock? I want to make him my slave." After speaking, he turned to question the man in black beside him. I have already sacrificed 500 girls according to your words. Didn't you say you had a way to defeat Ying? But this mysterious person was not in a hurry and replied very calmly, "What I have promised, I will do. I have already prepared everything." As if reassured, Shariputra Yuga stood up from his chair with great vigor, raised both hands to the sky, and shouted loudly, "Good. I want to personally gouge out his eyes and then make him my dog slave." Having said that, he gave an order, "Summon the soldiers. Summon the soldiers." At this moment, amidst the continuously billowing black smoke, a soldier who received the order took a horn and blew a signal. Hearing the signal, the city gate was slowly opened. Ying and the soldiers outside saw the gate open. One of them pointed towards the gate and announced, "Your Majesty, quick, look, what is that?" But before he could realize the situation, a troop of elephants, extremely well equipped, charged towards Ying's position at an incredible speed. On the elephants' backs were soldiers, one hand holding a weapon, the other a shield. The elephants, as if agitated, charged their massive bodies towards Ying's soldiers. At this, Ying's soldiers were terrified, but he just stood and watched with a very interested expression. Oh, they can even control such giant elephants for battle. Their bodies are bigger than the elephants in my former state of Chu in the Central Plains. Shariputra Yuga, now riding on the back of a large elephant, pointed his weapon towards Ying and aggressively challenged him. "Heretic from the east, you truly don't know life from death, daring to barge into the forbidden land of the Sun King. I want to capture you all alive and make you my slaves." On his side, Ying, riding on the back of the tiger, heard his taunts but was not the least bit intimidated. He also pointed his weapon towards him and replied confidently, "Shariputra Yuga, what are you saying? I don't understand. But I must tell you, back in the day, your ancestor, King Ashoka, was considered quite a figure. If he were still alive, he might be able to fight me, but you are completely unqualified." He continued to provoke the enemy side. "You have a cruel nature. You rule over so many slaves. Do they submit to you with one heart?" Upon hearing these words, his slaves seemed to have an awakening, so surprised that their mouths fell open. But Shariputra Yuga did not think so. He shouted loudly without a trace of fear, "They are all slaves, and you will become my slave too." seeing him so arrogant, he didn't bother being polite with him either, pointing his sword at him and challenging. In my great Qin, everyone is a soldier. It is a nation with no slaves. Today, I shall punish the guilty on behalf of the people. You will submit to the heavenly might of my great Qin. As if provoked, Shariputra Yuga then ordered the slaves and soldiers to charge forward and kill. The incredibly large and fierce elephants were controlled to charge madly towards Ying. On Ying's side, the soldiers did not lose their courage in the face of such a giant elephant troop. They charged forward in unison, shouting, "Righteous warriors of great Qin's tiger army, charge!" But reality was not as they had thought. The spirited soldiers of Ying's side were, in an instant, rammed hard by the elephant's large tusks, causing the soldiers to be thrown from the backs of their tigers, screaming in pain. Even the tigers at this point could not fight back against the elephant troop that was charging like a storm with great momentum. Seeing the situation was in his favor, Shariputra Yuga ordered in a loud voice, "Kill all of these heretics." At this moment, Ying could not sit still in such a critical situation. He immediately ordered, "Li Qing, bring up the large crossbow machine." Li Qing quickly accepted the order. Yes. Immediately, a large machine was brought up from behind. Li Qing, beside it, gave an order. "Ready, fire." Upon receiving the order, the soldiers fired the giant arrow from the machine, which shot towards the enemy at the speed of a rocket. The arrow immediately hit the body of an elephant, causing it to thrash and cry out in pain. Seeing that his crossbow machine was effective against the elephant herd, he immediately gave the order, "Continue the attack. Fire." After the command, giant arrows were fired in succession, flying at an incredible speed towards the elephant herd. The arrows pierced the elephants one by one, leaving them so surprised they couldn't react in time. In too much pain to stand, the elephant's body was now swaying uncontrollably. The soldiers below saw this and shouted, "Run quickly!" But before they could disperse, the elephant lost control and fell to the ground, crushing the soldiers still below. The general, seeing the situation was favorable for his side, ordered the soldiers behind him, "Charge and kill them all." Countless arrows were fired in succession, piercing the elephants and causing them to panic, unable to dodge. One by one, the elephants slowly fell, one after another. Even the elephant that Shariputra Yuga was riding on its back was hit by an arrow fired from Ying's side. He was thrown to the ground and repeatedly screamed in panic, "Impossible, impossible." Then he turned his back and fled, ordering the soldiers and slaves, "Retreat to the city, retreat to the city." Behind him, Ying's army seized the opportunity and charged forward like storm. Of course, he would not let this rare opportunity to capture the capital slip away. He charged directly into Pataliputra to take the head of Shariputra Yuga. As soon as the words were spoken, Ying's soldiers immediately charged forward, swinging their weapons and continuously slashing at the enemy, who were unable to withstand the assault. In an instant, Shariputra Yuga's soldiers were quickly wiped out. Now, Ying's soldiers stood before the city gate, but they stopped before the black smoke that had been billowing from within the city, showing no signs of stopping. At this moment, Ying seemed to sense the danger from within the smoke. He immediately shouted a warning. "Generals, be careful of this black mist." Before he could react, the black smoke spread out from the city gate, enveloping Ying's soldiers, looking terrifying and suffocating. Just then, a horrifying sound came from within the city. Oh, that sound is so scary. Suddenly, from within the black smoke, a massive black dragon with widespread wings appeared. From its mouth, it continuously breathed out blazing purple flames that spread across the area. Ying could not believe his eyes and stammered, "Oh, this is a dark giant dragon." Just then, the mysterious man in black ordered the giant dragon, "Dragon flame, turn this place into hell." Seeing this, Ying was extremely horrified. How could this be? How could there be a dark, giant dragon in this world? Who is the person on the dragon's back? But with no time to find an answer, he had to quickly give an order. All troops defend. As soon as he finished speaking, the giant dragon roared out blazing purple flames towards where Ying Zheng soldiers were standing. They thought they would be annihilated by the flames, but at that moment, a golden shield suddenly appeared, blocking the attacking fire. It turned out to be Ying Zheng. He had used the Imperial Dragon Seal in time to protect the army from the cruel flames. He thought to himself, the power of the Imperial Dragon Seal cannot protect this army of 1,000,000. It seems I must think of a new way. The soldiers, now realizing the danger, were astonished and shouted, "This is the Imperial Dragon Seal. What is that monster in the sky? Is it a dragon? His Majesty is using the Imperial Dragon Seal to protect us." Then, not letting the giant dragon continue its rampage, he leaped onto the back of his fierce tiger and shot up towards the giant dragon. It seems I must deal with it first. In the blink of an eye, he flew up in front of the giant dragon and the mysterious man in black. The man was surprised. In such a short time, your power has increased so much. He landed lightly in front of the mysterious man. "Who are you?" The man in black replied calmly, "My identity is something you cannot know yet." He could no longer remain calm and pointed his sword directly at the man's neck. "Pretending to be mysterious? Then go and die." With that, he immediately struck, thrusting his sword to finish him off, but the man in black had vanished, leaving only a wisp of formless black smoke. His face darkened as he thought, no physical body. The man suddenly reappeared from the black smoke and said mysteriously, "You have angered a god and must accept the god's punishment. Ying Zheng, even you cannot escape the will of a god." Then the giant dragon suddenly lurched and tumbled downwards, causing him, who was standing on it, to lose his balance as well. Extremely angry, he took his precious sword and stabbed it hard into the giant dragon's neck, shouting a challenge. "So what if it's the will of a god? If I meet a god, I'll kill the god, so I will conquer this vile beast." Now, stabbed so hard, the giant dragon roared in extreme pain, breathing fire. Its eyes glowed brightly, looking very ferocious. The purple flames it spat out in an instant completely annihilated Ying Zheng soldiers standing below. One by one, they were incinerated without the protection of his shield from before and could only scream in pain. He could not let his comrades die in vain like this. He gritted his teeth, used all his strength to stab the giant dragon's neck hard, and shouted, "I want to tame you and make you my mount." Suddenly, the system announced, "Host has not completed the tribulation and cannot tame the dark giant dragon." He couldn't believe it and was surprised. What? Cannot tame it and must complete a tribulation? Feeling the situation was not good, he jumped down from the giant dragon's back and quickly retreated. As soon as he landed, he turned his head to look at the giant dragon still circling in the sky and made a resolution. "If I can't tame it, then I'll shoot it down and raise it first." No sooner said than done. He took the bow and arrows in his hand, preparing to draw and shoot arrows full of divine power to bring down the giant dragon. In a moment, the arrows were shot towards the giant dragon flying in the sky. He shouted, "Vile beast!" The arrows pierced the giant dragon's neck, tail, and all over its body, causing it to roar in extreme pain. Seizing the opportunity, he ordered his subordinates, "Use the giant crossbows to shoot the vile beast down." The soldiers behind quickly received the order. Yes, the giant machine from before was brought into use again. The soldier, standing on top, preparing it, shouted, "Prepare the giant crossbow." Another one below saw the situation and reported loudly, "Your Majesty, look, this vile beast seems to want to run." Before the sentence was finished, the giant dragon had turned and flown away, making him extremely furious. "This vile beast runs fast. If I meet it next time, I will definitely tame it." Seeing no more obstacles ahead, he ordered the army to advance. "The black dragon has retreated. Elite soldiers of Great Qin, follow me into the city to capture Shariputra Yuga alive." The army behind received the order and shouted in unison, "Charge!" In the blink of an eye, The army used the large machine to attack and break the city gate. As soon as they entered the city, a chaotic battle of slaughter ensued. Shariputra Yuga's soldiers were caught unprepared and were trampled by Ying Zheng's cavalry, falling to the ground and losing their lives. Ying Zheng, now riding his fierce tiger with a mighty army behind him, advanced deep into the city. Seeing this, the soldiers on duty inside panicked and fled in disarray. "Run! The great Qin soldiers from the east are breaking in. Run!" He pointed his sword towards the enemy and majestically commanded, "Elite soldiers of great Qin, those who surrender will not be killed. Kill all the rest, leave no one alive." The army received the order and stormed into the city like a tempest, shouting in unison, "Kill!" In the blink of an eye, Shariputra Yuga was captured by Ying Zheng's soldiers. "Reporting to your majesty, we have captured the enemy leader Shariputra Yuga alive. He was restrained and forced to kneel on the ground, but he still refused to submit. Seeing this, he threatened him. "Shariputra Yuga, I once said that your ancestor, King Ashoka, was worthy of fighting me, but you are not." His defiant attitude from before now turned into a look of terror before his powerful aura, but he still kept making threats. You are not a man, you are a god, you are a devil. The King of Light will punish you. However, paying no heed to his harsh words, he personally brought down his sword to cleanse this filthy and disgraceful person. After that, he turned his head and said contemptuously, "Nonsense. The Peacock Kingdom is truly destroyed." At this moment, the system suddenly displayed a notification. "Congratulations to the host for destroying the Peacock Kingdom. Reward: 1 Shin rank treasure chest. Reward: 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. Congratulations to the host for upgrading to level 3. The system continued to announce, "Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the first level of the Great Grandmaster Realm." At this moment, a change also occurred in him. A wave of golden light shot down from the sky, enveloping him and his fierce tiger. And so, he had leveled up to the first level of the Great Grandmaster Realm. He was overjoyed and laughed loudly. Ha ha ha! The experience this time was more than enough to break through to the Great Grandmaster Realm. From now on, my true Qi has transformed into true essence, giving me the power to fly through the air, and my lifespan has also increased to 2,000 years. As if empowered, he was now extremely confident, pointing his sword to the sky and declaring war. "Elite soldiers of Great Qin, all troops attack and clear out all enemies." The soldiers behind quickly received the order. Yes. As soon as the words were spoken, the army charged forward on horseback at full speed. His Majesty has ordered to clear out all enemies. Kill. Although he had successfully conquered the Peacock Kingdom today, he did not celebrate hastily, but carefully considered the recent situation. Today, a mysterious person and a dark giant dragon appeared. The Western world is not that simple. The matter of the tribulation that the system mentioned also needs long-term consideration. The time I have been on this expedition has not been short. It is time to return to court. Meanwhile, back home, news of Ying Zheng's victory in the western regions had spread throughout the city. A person on horseback rode while cheering, "Great victory on the Western Front." At this time in the imperial court, the latest news about the conquest of the Western kingdoms was presented to the emperor. Reporting to the first emperor, "Your Majesty, a great victory. The Peacock Kingdom in the west has been destroyed by our great Qin." Hearing this news, the ministers in the court couldn't help but buzz with joy for the country's victory and praised loudly. "The grand ambition of your Majesty of Great Qin. The day our great Qin unifies the world is worth looking forward to." Another minister continued, "Your Majesty is indeed the true Son of Heaven, bestowed upon our great Qin by the heavens. For great Qin to have your Majesty, for our Yanwang to have your Majesty, is the fortune of great Qin, the fortune of Yanwang. Our Yanwang tribe will stand above all the myriad tribes of the world." Ying Zheng stood up, spread his arms, and proudly declared, "My Jier has leveled the western territories and expanded the borders for our great Qin." Ancestors of our great Qin, do you see this? In thousands of years, only my Jir has been able to do this. The ministers below clasped their hands and bowed respectfully. Only our great Qin will unify the world. After speaking, he turned and asked the general who had just run in to report. The Peacock Kingdom has been destroyed. I wonder if Jir has returned yet? The general quickly knelt, clasped his hands, and bowed his head to report. Reporting to the first emperor. The Peacock Kingdom is far away from our capital. Even a message by flying eagle takes a month. During that time, messages passed through many places have never mentioned a time of triumphant return. A minister beside him heard this and explained to reassure him. First Emperor, considering the time, the Peacock Kingdom was just pacified over a month ago. It is a powerful nation in the western regions with a large population. This old minister thinks His Majesty will surely return triumphantly only after everything is properly arranged. After hearing this, he was somewhat relieved. Chancellor has a point. Jir has been on the western expedition for several years. I truly want him to return soon. Over on this side, Ying Zheng and the other soldiers were celebrating their glorious victory. He stood above, raising his wine cup and shouting, "Brave warriors of our great Qin, you have fought for several months. You have all worked hard." He continued, "You have fought for great Qin. Now that Pataliputra has been conquered and the administrative affairs in the city have been settled, tonight I lift the ban on alcohol. I reward the three armies. No one goes home sober." The more he spoke, the more enthusiastic he became. The soldiers below also raised their wine cups to celebrate this great victory and swore their allegiance. "We swear to be loyal to your Majesty until death. Swear to be loyal to great Qin until death." He, from above, still holding his wine cup, continued to announce, "All generals and soldiers who have fought for the country with merit will be greatly rewarded, granted titles, and their descendants will be blessed. This time, after our triumphant return, I will establish the Qin Mausoleum at Mount Li and erect a stele to be recorded in the annals of history." With that said, the soldiers below enthusiastically responded by draining the wine cups in their hands. Great Qin, 10,000 generations, an eternal inheritance for myriad eons, immortal. He continued to raise his wine cup and happily gave the order. "Tonight, I reward the three armies with fine wine, delicacies, plus blonde-haired, blue-eyed women from foreign tribes. I bestow them all upon you." As soon as he finished speaking, beautiful women with fiery figures and eye-catching attire appeared from a distance, carrying precious wine jars from the storehouse on their heads. Seeing this, the soldiers cheered. "Whoa, whoa." Then the entire army began a grand feast. Everyone's face flushed red from the wine, yet they still smiled and celebrated. "Long live your Majesty! Long live great Qin!" While the soldiers were feasting, drinking, and dancing with the beautiful and splendid foreign women, over here, Li Mu stepped toward Ying Zheng, respectfully clasping his hands to report, "Your Majesty, in this war to unify the world, among the officers and soldiers who bravely killed the enemy, there are also many outstanding officers and generals." Hearing this, he wondered, "Oh, my great Qin has many fierce generals. Where are they now? Let me see them." As soon as he finished speaking, several generals and soldiers came before Ying Zheng, clasping their hands respectfully. "Your servant pays his respects to your Majesty." Seeing this, he raised his wine cup and gave the order without ceremony. "All you officers and soldiers, dispense with the formalities." General Li Mu, beside him, continued to explain, "Slaying foreigners and destroying enemy nations, each of them has killed no fewer than 1,000 foreigners. They are all heroic young talents of the empire." Hearing Li Mu say this, he felt extremely curious about the identities of these great heroes. He pointed to one of them and asked, "Good, what is your name?" That soldier hurriedly clasped his hands and replied, "This humble general is Han Xin." Hearing this familiar name, his expression was one of utter surprise, unable to believe it. "What? Your name is Han Xin?" That soldier immediately confirmed, reporting to your majesty. This humble general is indeed Han Xin. Hearing him confirm his identity, he rejoiced inwardly. The renowned general of a generation, Han Xin, who was supposed to fight in the Great War for hegemony at the end of the Qin period, has now been brought under my command. That was enough celebration. He immediately adopted a serious tone, extended his hand majestically, and gave the order. Good, you're all the most valiant officers of Great Qin. Each of you is promoted 4 ranks in nobility and 4 grades in office. Han Xin below heard this and respectfully replied, Your servant thanks your majesty for your great benevolence. At this moment, Han Xin, still with his hands clasped, asked a question in puzzlement. Promoted 4 grades. Doesn't that mean I've become a general of 50,000, able to command 50,000 troops? Ying Zheng, seeing his courteousness, told him to dispense with the formalities. Han Xin, stand up. I have a question for you. At this, Han Xin stood up as ordered, but kept his hands clasped respectfully. Your Majesty, please ask. He scrutinized Han Xin. Han Xin, how many troops do you think you can lead? The sudden question from Ying Zheng left Han Xin unable to immediately find a suitable answer. He stammered this. Seeing Han Xion's hesitation at his question, Ying Zheng reassured him, Just speak, don't be shy. I grant you immunity from punishment. Hearing this, Han Xin was like a fish in water and immediately expressed his view. However many troops your majesty gives me, I will win that many victories for your majesty. The moment Han Xin uttered these words, it immediately made General Li Mu, standing beside him, restless and about to voice a rebuttal. Such arrogance! But he was cut off by Ying Zheng's laughter. He said with satisfaction, Indeed, it is Han Xin, the more troops the better. But after laughing, his expression turned serious. He stared intently at Han Xin and asked an extremely tricky question. Han Xin, then how many do you think I can lead? Troops? Faced with a sudden question that he couldn't answer directly, Han Xin could only kneel, bow his head, and answer tactfully. Your Majesty's martial prowess is extraordinary. You alone are enough to stand against a 1,000,000-strong army, something mere mortals like us can never compare to. Hearing a pleasing and satisfactory answer, Ying Zheng burst out laughing in contentment. Ha ha, good. All you generals, go and drink. But the joyous day did not last long before shocking news arrived. While the atmosphere of victory still filled the air, a soldier rushed from a distance with an urgent report. Reporting to your majesty, an urgent message from the Western Watchtower reports that tens of thousands of cavalry have crossed the Indus River and are pouring toward our Pataliputra city. General Li Mu could not believe it when he heard this bad news. What the bad news caused him, who had been very cheerful just moments ago, to return to a serious state and issue orders. What a killjoy! Where's the vassal king of Pataliputra city? A foreign minister beside him stepped forward, clasped his hands, bowed, and reporting to the Emperor of Great Qin, the vassal king of Pataliputra city is here. He turned with a cold expression to question the foreign vassal king. Good, you tell me, where did this Persian cavalry come from? Having submitted to Ying Zheng's imposing aura and massive army, the foreign vassal king had no choice but to tell the truth. Reporting to your majesty, they are the cavalry of the Telugu Empire. Over 10 years ago, the first ruler of Telugu and King Chandragupta of the Peacock Kingdom signed a peace treaty. But ever since the new king, Anga III, ascended the throne, he initiated the Great Anga Plan and has been constantly invading our Indus River basin. The previous king of the Peacock Kingdom, Shariputra, was a tyrant, powerless to stop the Persian cavalry's invasion, and could only let them slaughter at will. After hearing this useful information, he could confidently assess the situation and immediately gave an order. Ha! It seems this Telugu Empire thinks it has lived too long. Where's Han Xin? Han Xin below heard the summons, clasped his hands, and reported, Your servant is here. He ordered Han Xin, Now, I give you a chance to prove yourself. He continued, I appoint you as the vanquishing vanguard to lead 50,000 troops and repel the invading enemy. Seeing that Ying Zheng had entrusted him with such a great responsibility, Han Xin did not disappoint Ying Zheng's trust and immediately accepted the order with joy. Your servant will respectfully obey the decree and will certainly annihilate all invading enemies. He was extremely pleased with Han Xion's enthusiastic and reliable attitude. Good. At this time, outside Pataliputra city, countless soldiers of the Telugu Empire had charged right up to the city gates. They were extremely fierce, holding sharp sabers in their hand with shields on their backs, charging forward on horseback while shouting, "Kill! Chop off the heads of these Easterners." The soldiers behind them also shouted in unison, "Kill." Han Xian had now led his army of 50,000 troops to stand ready before the city gates, waiting for the enemy to engage. Han Xian gave the order, "Bows and crossbows, ready." The soldiers behind him received the order and got into a ready stance, holding their bows and crossbows, prepared to meet the enemy. Han Xian gave the order, "Fire." As soon as the word was spoken, thousands of arrows were shot toward the Telugu Empire soldiers. Seeing the rain of arrows flying toward them, they hurriedly raised their shields to block. The leader of the soldiers quickly ordered, "Charge! The Easterners' arrows can't pierce our shields." Receiving the order, the enemy soldiers charged toward Han Xion's soldiers, fiercely attacking with their weapons. Our troops, our soldiers, unable to defend in time, could only scream in pain, and fall from their horses. Facing the critical situation, a general reported, "General Han, the enemy's armor is very strong. Our arrows cannot seriously injure them." But not letting his troops die in vain, Han Xian identified the enemy's weakness in an instant. He gave the order. This general sees it, passed the order, aim for the horse's legs, which have no armor. That general received the order, "Yes, sir." Then he ordered the other soldiers who were holding bows and crossbows, just waiting for the commander's order, "Fire." As he finished, countless arrows were shot again, flying straight toward the enemy. But it seemed the normal arrows were stopped by the sturdy shields of the enemy soldiers. These arrows could not stop the enemy's advance, so our soldiers had to pay a heavy price. One by one, our soldiers fell before the ferocious attacks of the foreign soldiers, falling under the enemy's spears. Seeing the situation was not favorable for our side, General Limu gritted his teeth worriedly and wondered, "The horse's legs are very hard to hit. What should we do?" Just then, the thundering sound of horse hooves came from the distance. He turned his head and couldn't help but be surprised by the sight. These are the reinforcements of our great Qin. Long spears swept across, their momentum overwhelming the heavens. Ying Zheng rode a blood tiger, a long spear in hand, followed by elite reinforcements with indomitable spirit. The long spear troops of Great Qin have also arrived. He smiled arrogantly. "It seems Han Xian is still a bit green. Let these Persians see the hooked spear that I have just invented." As soon as the words were spoken, the soldiers of both sides charged at each other. The Great Qin soldiers were swift and nimble. One only saw the spear blade flash by, and the enemy's horse's legs were cut in two. A clean cut, not a single wasted motion. As fast as lightning, the Persian soldiers fell from their horses. A long scream of awe was heard, while someone else shouted in panic, "Cunning Easterners, what kind of weapon is this?" The man who had just fallen from his horse was in immense pain, realizing the current situation was extremely disadvantageous. He struggled to pass and ordered to the rear, "Quick, send the signal, high-platform artillery chariots, attack." The Persian soldiers heard the order, blew a signal whistle, and at the same time urged their horses to move to the sides. In the center, the Telugu's high-platform artillery chariot appeared. It had 3 levels. The 2 lower levels were packed with people, and the top level had 6 cannons ready to fire at any moment. Anga III was on the highest level. He swung his sword toward the Great Qin army and commanded loudly, "Wipe out the inferior race." The soldiers were well trained and coordinated smoothly. Some threw stones, Some threw javelins, some shot arrows, each to their task, doing their utmost to harm the great Qin soldiers. In a situation of continuous long-range attacks that were difficult to counter, many great Qin soldiers were also injured, with men constantly falling from their horses and screaming "ah." But they did not give up because of this, continuing wave after wave. The great Qin soldiers bravely charged forward, determined to defeat the Persian army. With the powerful war chariot in his hands, Anga III's face couldn't help but show more complacency. He ordered loudly, "Advance, kill them all," seeing the mighty high-platform artillery chariot advancing. Han Xian exclaimed in endless surprise, "I've never seen such a war chariot. It's terrifying." In contrast to Han Xian's expression, Ying Ji revealed a calm and triumphant look, saying, "It's time to let these Persians see our firearms." As soon as he finished speaking, Ying Ji immediately shouted, "Rocket Squad, prepare." As if they had been waiting for this command for a long time, the great Qin soldiers raised their bows and arrows in unison, and replied loudly, "Yes." Seeing his soldiers' blood was up and they were eager to kill the enemy, Ying Ji raised his long sword toward the war chariot. "Aim true for me. Shatter this Persian chariot for me. Fire!" As he finished, hundreds of rocket-tipped arrows, as if by unspoken agreement, concentrated their fire on the enemy war chariot. And upon hitting the chariot's walls, they immediately exploded in all directions. Boom, boom, boom. The thousands of people on the war chariot began to scream and panic. Some were seriously injured, some died on the spot, trampling over each other as they fled, shouting, "Ah, this is sorcery. The Easterners know sorcery." Anga III watched his soldiers engulfed in the fire magic and said foolishly, "What kind of sorcery is this that can control heavenly fire?" Before he could say another word, several fire arrows flew toward him, and then boom. Looking up from below, a large figure was seen plummeting down with a terrified expression, exclaiming, "Impossible, impossible." That's Anga III. In the distance from the main army, Ying Ji, sitting atop a blood tiger, watched and thought smugly, "These foolish Persians don't know life from death." Genghis Khan used firearms to conquer the Western countries over 1,000 years later, but I can't wait that long. Now, I will make you bow and submit. Beside him, Han Xian thought with great admiration, what divine power do these rockets possess? His Majesty is truly a divine being. A mortal like me can't possibly compare. The battle had reached its end. Ying Ji turned and ordered, Han Xian, Zheng gives you one more chance. Go and capture Anga III for Zheng. After witnessing his divine lord defeat the enemy army effortlessly, Han Xian couldn't help but feel immense admiration and replied, "Yes, Your Majesty. I will certainly not fail this mission and will repay Your Majesty." As soon as he finished speaking, Han Xian led a squad and charged spiritedly towards Anga III, shouting, "Kill the foreigners," to repay His Majesty. During the pursuit, Han Xian showed no mercy, killing anyone he encountered with a single fatal blow. With his ferocity and resolute attitude, in less than a quarter of an hour, Han Xian had Anga III firmly in his grasp and brought him before Ying Ji to face judgment. With an air of arrogant skill, Ying Ji held his sword firmly, his expression stern. His words, though not angry, were imposing. "You did not take the path of life. You sought the path of death yourself." Seeing the sword about to touch his neck, Anga III no longer remembered his original goal. He cast aside his dignity and stammered a plea, "Eastern Emperor, no, don't kill me. I'm willing to submit." Ignoring those hollow pleas, Ying Ji said contemptuously, "Submit? It's too late. Just in time. I was lacking a gift to present to my imperial father upon returning to court. Your head will do." As he spoke, Ying Ji's hand moved like a scythe reaping grain in a field, and with one slash, he sent the head of the pleading man flying. Seeing this, the great Qin army raised their swords in unison to celebrate the victory their hearts filled with immense admiration for the divine lord before them, vowing to follow their master to the death. The soft sound of the slash, however, shattered the Persian army's will to fight, and they hastily dropped their swords to surrender. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. Before the city gates, an army stood in neat formation, as if to welcome their returning commander. Standing in the middle was the monarch of old, waiting. A soldier ran from the distance, shouting loudly, "They're here! His Majesty has returned." Seeing his son's army returning in triumph, Ying Zheng was overjoyed beyond words. The surrounding soldiers also cheered in unison. His Majesty has returned in triumph. In just a few years, His Majesty has conquered the western regions, achieving unparalleled merits. Welcoming His Majesty's return is the honor of my lifetime. Some chimed in, "That's right, to be able to witness His Majesty's heroic return with our own eyes is our honor." The army's slogan rang out heroically. "How can you say you have no clothes? I will share my robe with you. How can you say you have no clothes? I will share my tunic with you. How can you say you have no clothes?" Great King Ying Zheng raised his hand in a joyous welcome. "Welcome back, heroes of our great Qin, returning in triumph." Back, hundreds of officials and generals knelt in unison, repeating, "Welcome back, heroes of our great Qin, returning in triumph. Welcome back, heroes of our great Qin, returning in triumph." Ying Ji, having returned with merit, immediately knelt to greet his father. "Imperial father, your son has returned." Seeing his son had become more mature after going to battle, "You stinky brat, it's good that you're back. Your father and your mother both missed you very much." After the reunion, Ying Ji ordered the army, "Generals, hear my command. The army will kneel and bury the remains of our heroic souls." Seeing that His Majesty always remembered his warrior brothers like this, the army's devotion to this divine lord grew even stronger. "We receive the decree." At a Pang palace, Ying Ji replied, "Imperial father, your son also missed you and Imperial mother very much. Let's go see them now." Hearing this, the great king replied happily, "Haha, you stinky brat, your mother and empress are waiting for you." In the palace. At this time, in the palace, Empress Li Yin'er and Empress Dowager Xia Yufeng, along with others, were waiting together for Ying Ji. Yin'er said expectantly to Yufeng, "Mother, it must be Brother Qi who has returned." Yufeng beside her was also eagerly awaiting her son's return. As soon as she saw Ying Ji's figure entering the door, Yin'er joyfully rushed towards him, exclaiming loudly, "Brother Qi." Then she hugged him tightly, pressing her face against his chest affectionately. "Brother Qi, Yin'er missed you so much." Seeing how she had longed for his return day and night, he comforted her. "Haven't I returned? Silly girl, you are the empress. Why are you still crying?" At this time, Ying Shi and Ying Yuqi were also standing ready, waiting for their father's return. Ying Zheng and Yufeng stood behind, watching the reunion with quiet joy in their hearts. He said to the children, Shi-er, quickly go and pay respects to your imperial father." Hearing this, Shi-er and Qi-er stepped before Ying Ji, politely clasping their hands and bowing to welcome him. "Greetings, imperial father." Seeing the children were so well behaved at home, he was very pleased. Good. Rise quickly. Our little princess and little prince have both grown up." The children ran to him and threw themselves into the arms of the father they hadn't seen in a long time. He stroked the two children's heads, then turned to Ying Zheng and Yufeng. "Imperial father, imperial mother, your son has been away for several years and not by your side. It must have been hard raising Qi-er and Shi-er." Yufeng, understanding the hardships and struggles he had endured on the battlefield for so many years, did not blame him at all. "Sure, compared to you fighting wars outside, what hardship have we faced?" After saying this, they went into the palace together. Ying Zheng also turned to happily praise his achievements. "That's right, Qin. You conquered the nations of the western regions in one fell swoop, establishing an immortal achievement for our great Qin." But he was not arrogant about his military exploits and humbly recounted the arduous journey he had been through. "Imperial father, on this western expedition, your son, although I destroyed the Peacock Kingdom and the Telugu Empire also submitted to our great Qin, there is still Rome and other countries in the West. The path to unifying the world is still very long. He also understood his son's worries about the country's future and quickly reassured him. The world in all four directions is vast. The path to unification cannot be rushed. With that, they sat at the table and comfortably continued their discussion. He revealed his next objective. Your son understands. In addition, on this Western expedition, your son also encountered strange beasts that should not have appeared there. Therefore, upon returning to court this time, besides handling state affairs, your son is also preparing to complete an important matter. Across from him, Ying Zheng heard this and was extremely proud of him. Cheer, you can just go ahead and do it. Now that you've returned in triumph, your father can finally relax from state affairs. But he still couldn't let himself relax with the goal of conquering and unifying the land still ahead. Imperial father, you don't have many matters to delay you, do you? Look, your martial cultivation has already reached the Xiantian realm. Hearing this, he burst out laughing smugly. Haha, this is the result of your imperial father's diligence. Seeing his father being so blunt, he thought to himself, Father, you really aren't modest. The Empress Dowager, standing beside them, could only give a wry smile at this scene. Inside the city, he returned to his serious work attitude. He stood before the generals and ministers, hands clasped behind his back, and said sternly, Zheng has been in the Western expedition for many years. Now that I have returned, I must inspect the political achievements of all you beloved ministers. The ministers below immediately replied in unison, We ministers respectfully await your majesty's sacred words. Then he called out to one of them, Where is Su Fu? How was the pill refinement progressing? Su Fu stepped out from the crowd, clasped his hands respectfully, and reported the results. Reporting to your majesty, the pill hall now has over 2,000 alchemists, many of whom are low-level alchemists. In addition, there are 500 first-tier mid-grade alchemists, 300 first-tier high-grade alchemists, and as for second-tier alchemists, there are 46. Ying Ji was very satisfied with the results and praised him. Very good. Su Fu, you truly have not disappointed Zhen. How is the weapons manufacturing in the Xiaofu? Hearing the question, Su Fu immediately reported, Reporting to your majesty, the Xiaofu has been manufacturing weapons at full capacity. Now, the entire Great Qin army has been universally equipped with iron weapons. Even the commandery and county troops have been modernized. Ying Ji, sitting above, was also quite satisfied with this result. Not bad. Later, Zheng will issue the blueprints for rocket manufacturing as part of the arrangements for new weapon production. Su Fu obeyed, yes. At this time, Zheng Guo from below also had something to report. Reporting to your majesty, since sweet potatoes and potatoes have been widely used, Great Qin has had a bumper harvest every year. There is no more famine, and the granaries in all prefectures are full. Seeing that the state of affairs was well maintained and abundant during his absence, he was pleased and praised them. Very good. You beloved ministers have worked hard. Does anyone else have matters to report? Suddenly, a voice spoke up from somewhere. Reporting to your majesty, this minister has a matter to report. It turned out to be a court minister named Lu Buwei. He clasped his hands respectfully and reported on the political situation. Thanks to your majesty's divine might, you have conquered the nations of our great Qin's western regions. However, the western regions are vast, and their population is several times larger than our Yanhuang people of Great Qin. Regarding the foreign population, we still need to decide on a comprehensive policy. Should we treat them like the Xiongnu, Donghu, and other foreign tribes and directly demote them to slaves, or something else? As if he had anticipated this matter when he went to conquer the Western empires, he said confidently, Zhen has already made a decision on this matter. He continued, the foreign population is vast, surpassing our Yanhuang people of Great Qin. If we demote them all to slaves, it will surely create chaos. Then he continued to explain his detailed plan. Zhen has arranged for Feng Jian and Han Fei to go to the western regions to manage political affairs and at the same time issue a decree to divide the empire's subjects into two classes. He stated, "Our Yinhuang people are first-class subjects, enjoying all the rights of Great Qin. They can enlist in the army, engage in commerce, and participate in politics. They can have the opportunity to hold any official position in Great Qin, be promoted in rank, ennobled, and granted land. All rights belong to those who have rendered meritorious service to Great Qin." Then he continued to explain, "The foreign tribes of the western regions are second-class subjects of Great Qin. They do not enjoy all the rights of Great Qin subjects. They can enlist in the army, but the highest rank they can receive is the 10th military rank. All foreign troops are managed by their own tribal generals. They can engage in commerce, but they are not allowed to touch iron, bronze, or military supplies. If discovered, their assets will be confiscated and they will be heavily fined. They can hold political office, but the highest position is county magistrate. Furthermore, foreigners who become officials can only serve in the western regions and are not allowed to enter the Central Plains." The ministers below looked at each other, overjoyed by this news. "Your Majesty is wise and brilliant." Lu Buwei was also delighted and immediately complied with Ying Zheng's decree. Implementing such a policy can allow the foreign tribes to live peacefully as subjects. "Your Majesty's grand vision is admirable." This minister is in awe. After that, he asked the ministers below, "If you ministers have nothing more to report, you may dismiss the court." A little later, Zhang must go to inspect the martial arts cultivation of the 5 great battalions. The ministers below had no more news to report and asked to withdraw. "We ministers take our leave." As soon as the ministers withdrew, he put his hand to his chin, contemplating based on the situation and the reports. State affairs are settled. It's time to start preparing for that important matter. With that thought, he called for the system to appear. A character information panel materialized before his eyes. He cultivated while looking at the information panel and exclaimed, "This Western expedition yielded so many treasures. Let's see how many good things can be opened." The system continuously displayed notifications. "Congratulations, host, for obtaining the high-grade Xian rank martial skill, Roar of Furious Heaven. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 500 low-grade spirit stones. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the high-grade Xian rank cultivation method, Divine Sword Manual. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the heavy armor blueprint. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 500 low-grade spirit stones. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 500 high-grade spirit stones. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the Spirit Gathering Formation Plate." After reading the notifications, he was surprised by the items dropped after the battle. The recent battle. "My luck isn't bad. So many spirit stones and even a spirit gathering array." He then called out loudly for his close subordinate. "Li Qing, Li Qing." Hearing the call, Li Qing hurried in, clasped his hands, and knelt to await orders from Ying Zheng. He commanded, "Li Qing, transmit our imperial decree. Tell Wei Liao to make all the necessary arrangements. We wish to go to the Great Qin Imperial Mausoleum." He continued, "Also, summon the generals and soldiers of the 5 great battalions to assemble at the foot of Mount Li." After hearing this, Li Qing complied, "Yes." As soon as Li Qing left the room, he thought to himself, "With this spirit gathering array plate, plus the heroic souls of our Great Qin in the Qin Mausoleum, I can open the formation." The next morning, in another place, an army suddenly appeared with a vast number of soldiers arranged in neat formations, holding black flags that fluttered in the wind. At this time, Ying Zheng had led the troops, along with his close generals and high ministers, to a certain place. 2 men respectfully welcomed Ying Zheng to their location. "Your servant respectfully welcomes your majesty. Your servant and Grandmaster Gaguzzi have not failed the imperial command. The Qin Mausoleum is complete." Ying Zheng politely dismissed the formalities. "Chancellor, Grandmaster Gaguzzi, you two have worked hard." One of them also replied with polite reverence, "Your Majesty speaks too gravely. To be able to repair the mausoleum for the heroic souls of our great Qin is your servant's good fortune." Ying Zheng now stood before a large, majestic stone gate, turned to his generals and high ministers, and commanded, "Today, the Qin mausoleum is complete. We shall borrow the power of the great Qin's heroic souls to condense the fate of our great Qin and establish an immortal national lifeline." Hearing this, everyone below couldn't help but wonder. Condense fate? The High Minister from before asked again, "Does your Majesty mean to use the power of this Qin mausoleum to open a spirit-gathering formation?" Everyone's jaw dropped at his command. Not letting the public confusion linger, he affirmed, "Grandmaster Guguzi truly understands heaven and earth. That's right, we intend to open this formation here, to condense fate, to protect the dragon vein of our great Qin and the nation's destiny." Hearing this, the man couldn't help but exclaim, "Your Majesty is truly a celestial being to understand divine power so well." He continued, raising his hand to the sky and taking out a treasure he had hidden away for a long time, just waiting for the right opportunity to use it. He made his decision. "Heroic souls, return. Today we, the Emperor of Great Qin, Ying Zheng, condense fate and establish the national lifeline. May the high heavens bear witness and approve." As he finished speaking, a pillar of golden light appeared around the treasure, shooting straight up into the sky. The surrounding soldiers, seeing that light, couldn't help but be surprised and full of admiration. His Majesty is truly a celestial being, to be able to communicate with the will of the heavenly Tao. Waiting for the opportune moment, he seized it to execute his ultimate technique, opening the formation. At this moment, a bright golden circle opened beneath his feet, with rays of light shooting straight up into the sky. In a flash, from somewhere between the cliffs, a massive golden dragon suddenly appeared, looking incredibly ferocious, but also very majestic and imposing. The High Minister at this time could not believe his eyes, quickly looking up at the sky in awe. This is the divine dragon of fate. His Majesty is truly a celestial being. Even a soldier next to him was agape, unable to close his mouth. The massive golden dragon enveloped the entire sky, causing the soldiers below to praise it endlessly. It's a divine dragon. Could this be the guardian beast of our great Qin? Another soldier praised His Majesty's celestial power. Great Qin's national destiny will prosper. Long, seeing that his formation had been deployed with perfect success, he was extremely satisfied, looking towards the golden dragon with joy. "Ha, it's a success." After Ying Zheng successfully opened the formation, the system continuously displayed notifications. "Congratulations to the host for successfully establishing the Xian rank Qin Dynasty. Congratulations to the host for successfully opening the D rank Qin formation. Congratulations to the host for receiving 1.2 million experience points, leveling up to level 35. As soon as the system finished announcing, the upgrade effects were immediately applied to him, causing a bright golden aura to radiate from his body as if he had been infused with more power. He exclaimed, "Opening the formation this time gave me so much experience, leveling up twice in a row." Suddenly, at this moment, a deep, endless black vortex appeared in the sky out of nowhere. It emitted bolts of lightning, looking extremely dangerous. The soldiers below saw it and were all terrified. "Quick, look, what is that?" That High Minister also looked up and was stunned. Could this be the great calamity of heaven and earth? But it turned out that everything was proceeding according to Ying Zheng's plan. Without a trace of fear, he declared, "The great calamity of heaven and earth, I've finally been waiting for you." As he finished speaking, the system immediately announced, "Congratulations to the host. Your upgrade has met the conditions for tribulation transcendence. The world ascension great calamity is about to begin." He turned back to look at the generals and high ministers, along with the vast army behind him, and reassured them. "Generals and soldiers, for so many years, we have enhanced our national strength, gathered fate, and pass down the martial arts precisely for this great calamity of heaven and earth. If we successfully transcend this tribulation, the spiritual energy of our great Qin Empire can be elevated, and the cultivation of all generals and soldiers will also increase by one level. He continued his speech, but as for the great calamity of heaven and earth, we also do not know what kind of disaster will befall us. If we fail to transcend the tribulation, the consequences will be very difficult to predict. Are you, generals and soldiers, willing to face this tribulation with us? As soon as he finished speaking, the soldiers below were all incredibly spirited, punching their fists into the air to show their fervent spirit, united for the empire. Your servants are willing to die for the emperor, to die for the imperial dynasty. He was extremely pleased with the attitude of these soldiers. Good. Meng Tian at this time clasped his hands and reporting to your majesty. The troops of the 5 battalions have completed their assembly and can prepare to march out at any time. Receiving the information, he immediately gave the order, transmit our imperial decree. The generals and soldiers of the 5 great battalions, all who have reached the 3rd level of the Hotian realm, are to ready their equipment and prepare to depart with us to the tribulation site. The generals and soldiers, upon hearing this, clasped their hands and respectfully received the order. We receive the decree. Having deployed all his orders, he quickly had the army march out to battle, assemble the troops, prepare for the tribulation. Everyone was incredibly spirited, raising their weapons to the sky and shouting. The large stone gate had now opened, revealing an endless purple void within where nothing could be seen, along with mists of fog slowly spreading everywhere. Despite the unpredictable dangers ahead, Ying Zheng's army did not fear or retreat, but majestically rode their horses inside. The soldiers were extremely well equipped, their hands already holding crossbows in preparation for the worst-case combat scenario that might occur when they entered. In the northern frontier, the tribulation site, Ying Zheng's army lined up in neat ranks, along with large war machines brought along, ready to engage in battle at any moment under Ying Zheng's command as they entered the gate. While advancing, a general rode his horse up to Ying Zheng's side to reporting to your majesty. The grand army has completed its assembly and can meet the enemy. Hearing that everything was ready, he gave the directive. All right, generals and soldiers, today's battle concerns the future of our great Qin's world. To win is to prosper, to lose is to die. With that, he boosted the morale of the vast army behind him, shouting loudly, "You have all emerged from mountains of corpses and seas of blood. In today's battle, we will fight side by side with you." As if infused with more strength, the soldiers raised their weapons to the sky and shouted in unison. But they had not been inside for long when the first challenge came to them. At this moment, from who knows when, a black eye suddenly appeared in mid-air, initiating the calamity. With a purple pupil, it also emitted purple sparks of electricity, looking extremely dangerous. Seeing the situation gradually becoming dangerous, he warned, "The eye of the great Tao has appeared again." He raised his hand and ordered the soldiers behind him, elite soldiers of Great Qin, prepare for battle. The eye from before had turned into a purple mist that covered a large area of the sky. Faintly within it, countless figures appeared holding weapons. He worried silently. This aura, but without time for much thought, he gave the directive, "All generals and soldiers, be vigilant." At this moment, from the purple mist, skeletons appeared, fully equipped with armor, helmets, and swords in hand. Their eyes glowed with a green light, looking incredibly terrifying. He had now assessed the situation and shouted a warning. "It's an army of the undead." Then he hurriedly gave the order, "Elite soldiers of Great Qin, follow us and behead them." As he finished speaking, the entire troop of soldiers, following his command, charged forward with weapons in hand, ready to fight the terrifying skeleton army from before. They showed no fear at all and shouted loudly, "Kill." Then the battle broke out with extreme ferocity. The two sides fought fiercely, neither willing to yield to the other. Ying Zheng's soldiers currently held the advantage. having eliminated a considerable number of skeleton soldiers. Ying Zheng also refused to submit to the might of the skeleton army, holding his sword and rushing towards them, giving each one a slash to the body. The battle grew more intense. He decided to finish them off with a fatal blow. He ordered the soldiers to use the large war machines brought inside earlier. Countless stones were launched from the war machines, raining down on the skeleton horde. One by one, they took the full force of the giant stones without a chance to defend themselves. As soon as the stones were launched, they were followed by countless arrows shot in succession, aiming to take down and clear out the skeleton horde in one blow. One skeleton had its head pierced by an arrow, losing one side of its face. At this moment, from out of nowhere, a skeleton that seemed to be the leader appeared, sitting comfortably on a skeletal horse, fully equipped with armor. The leader also had full armor and held a sword. The eyes of both him and the skeletal horse emitted a green light, radiating an extremely deadly aura. From within that black eye, more skeletons continuously appeared, swarming out like maggots. They were extremely aggressive, charging towards Ying Zheng's army and attacking fiercely, sparing no one. The skeleton leader had now truly entered the battle. He charged swiftly towards Ying Zheng, delivering a blow that he couldn't block in time. After taking this blow, he was extremely stunned. Skeletal cavalry, he exclaimed in surprise. It seems the difficulty of this great calamity of heaven and earth is constantly increasing. I don't know what kind of terrifying monsters will appear later. He immediately ordered his soldiers to attack with full force. Elite soldiers of Great Qin, unleash your martial arts. Use the power of your true Qi to suppress and kill these undead. As he finished speaking, a multitude of arrows radiating powerful divine energy flew continuously towards the enemy. The soldiers, now full of fighting spirit from being infused with battle chi by Ying Zheng's ultimate martial arts power technique, held their spears and charged fearlessly towards the enemy, shouting, "Kill!" After that, a violent battle erupted. Ying Zheng's soldiers were incredibly brave, continuously thrusting their spears at the enemy, causing the skeletons to be repeatedly attacked, their bones shattered and flesh torn apart, breaking into pieces and falling from their horses. Ying Zheng continued to give instructions. Elite soldiers of Great Qin, crush these broken bones for us. As he finished speaking, a multitude of skeleton soldiers ceaselessly appeared from the deep, endless black hole in the sky. But this time, they were no longer riding skeletal horses, but skeletal dragons, flying in swarms across the sky, bringing with them waves of fog. Pitch black, the skeletal dragon roared out blazing green flames, its eyes glowing red, looking extremely ferocious. On this side, Ying Zheng refused to be outdone, quickly drawing his bow to use the divine arrow technique against them, carefully launching an aerial assault with fire arrows. As he finished speaking, he released his hand, firing a divine arrow that whizzed towards the skeletal dragon, shattering one of its wings into pieces. After that, countless divine arrows were shot towards the dragons, causing them to be struck one by one and fall to the ground. On this side, Ying Zheng's soldiers continued to fire arrows relentlessly, with waves of arrows following one another, whizzing through the sky. At this moment, he raised his sword to the sky with great majesty and challenged, "World calamity, come, use whatever tricks you have left on us." Just then, the mysterious man in black appeared again, riding a massive giant dragon, and continued his provocation. "Ying Zheng, we meet again. In this domain of the undead, you cannot defeat me. This time, I will represent death and burn you to ashes." As he finished, the man in black gave an order to the horde of skeletal dragons, which swarmed towards him to prepare for the next wave of attack. Without waiting for Ying Zheng's army to advance, the mysterious man in black hastily ordered his army of skeletal dragons to continuously attack our side. The giant dragon roared out purple flames, forming a wall that surrounded the soldiers below. The other dragons also continuously roared out terrifying green flames. However, Ying Zheng was not frightened by this. He pointed his sword at them and challenged loudly. "So it's you again, wanting to use this great calamity to kill us. You're overthinking it. This time, you won't escape." As he finished speaking, he used a special technique to leap high up, facing the giant dragon, then majestically issued an order. "Warriors of Great Qin, destroy this horde of dragon bones. We will personally deal with the leader." The soldiers below received the order and immediately obeyed. Yes. Then used their crossbows to continuously fire divine arrows that soared up towards the swarm of skeletal dragons. The skeletal dragons, along with the skeletal soldiers on their backs, were too surprised to dodge in time and took the full brunt of the sharp arrows being continuously shot up at them. On this side, Ying Zheng also did not yield, bravely soaring towards the giant dragon, his sword ready in hand, preparing to take its life. "No matter who you are, today, this black dragon is ours for the taking." As soon as he finished speaking, he changed his target, thrusting his sword straight towards the mysterious man in black. "As for you, go die." But just as the sword was about to reach the man in black, he quickly summoned a black orb from which brilliant yellow lightning bolts continuously flashed, blocking his action. Although he had blocked Ying Zheng's attack, his face still showed clear concern, but he remained stubborn and provoked. "Ying Zheng, do you think you can challenge the will of a god? How naive. Before a god, you are nothing but an ant." Hearing this, his expression darkened and his eyes grew cold. "An ant, so what? I insist on killing a god and defying the heavens." He still refused to submit and kept challenging. "You mortal dare to defy the will of a god. Now I will sacrifice you to death." But before he could finish his sentence, Ying Zheng suddenly vanished into the pitch-black fog. It turned out he had used the divine dragon providence technique to summon the mighty golden dragon from before, preparing to deal with this man in black. "No matter which god or Buddha you are, today if a god blocks us, we will kill that god. If a Buddha blocks us, we will kill that Buddha." He was no longer as arrogant as before, but utterly stunned by the scene before him. He stammered, "How is this possible? This is a divine dragon." At this moment, his black orb was slowly crumbling apart. He screamed in terror. "Impossible! How can you summon a divine dragon with your mortal power?" Without waiting for him to react, he delivered a slash across his abdomen. He screamed in pain. At this point, he had collapsed and was no longer responding. The giant dragon also lost control and roared. Extremely annoyed, he thrust his sword into the giant dragon's back, causing blood to spurt out from the spot. "Beast, you still dare to go berserk." The man in black revived, flew into the sky, and prepared to retreat. "Ying Zheng, your soul will fall into the abyss of death, never to recover for 10,000 kalpas. We will meet again very soon." After speaking, he quickly flew towards the large skull that was emitting a powerful, murderous aura. Behind, Ying Zheng couldn't catch up and shouted in frustration. He got away again. Then, the giant skull from before split into smaller skulls that whizzed towards him. But he promptly used his martial arts to block their attack. He swung his sword, slashing away the approaching skulls. Then he used a golden light to burn the skulls from before. In the blink of an eye, half of them were incinerated. At this moment, everything became extremely chaotic. He was still fighting the man in black on the giant dragon's back. "Beast!" While the giant dragon was frantically roaring out blazing purple flames, about to incinerate the soldiers below. He immediately ordered, "Scatter quickly." Seeing the critical situation, he quickly thrust his sword hard into the giant dragon's back to finish it off. "Beast, we refuse to believe we cannot tame you." The giant dragon screamed in pain and struggled. It was now being continuously attacked by the yellow lightning bolts emitting from his sword, causing it to sway unsteadily. The system suddenly displayed a notification. "Congratulations to the host for successfully taming the dark giant dragon." Seeing that he had subdued the rare divine beast, he was overjoyed. I finally succeeded. Upon learning that the tense battle had ended in a glorious victory, the entire army below raised their weapons to the sky and cheered joyfully. Having defeated the mysterious man in black and tamed the giant dragon, passing the first trial, the second gate leading to another place opened, revealing a completely new horizon within. Seeing this, he celebrated the great victory. He raised the sword in his hand to the sky and laughed loudly. Ha! The black bones have dissipated. The world calamity is over. Our great Qin warriors are mighty. At this moment, brilliant, sparkling rays of light shone down from the sky, as if also celebrating their victory. He said happily, "The eye of the heavenly Tao has also disappeared. The tribulation is complete." As he finished speaking, the system continuously displayed notifications. Detection shows the great Qin world is nurturing the heavenly Tao. The host has two options below. 1. Shatter the consciousness of the heavenly Tao. The host consciousness will merge with the heavenly Tao to become the heavenly Tao. But you must abandon your body and become a law. The higher the world's level, the stronger the host becomes, with a chance to transcend the myriad realms. 2. Imprint the host soul into the nascent consciousness of the heavenly Tao, establishing a bridge of communication with the heavenly Tao. Gain the goodwill of the heavenly Tao. Be affirmed by the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao will see the host as its father, and you can control the heavenly Tao. After reading the system notification, he became excited. Nurturing the heavenly Tao during this tribulation is truly unexpected, but he still considered it and made a decision. Becoming the heavenly Tao is not bad, but giving up my body is not something I'm willing to do. I choose the second option. As soon as he finished speaking, the system displayed a confirmation notification, separating the soul imprint for the host to imprint into the nascent consciousness of the heavenly Tao. As soon as the system finished its notification, a pillar of light appeared from the sky, shining directly on him. At this moment, he was receiving the new power, looking as if he was greatly enjoying it, and thought to himself, this feeling of the soul imprint merging into the consciousness of the heavenly Tao. After thinking for a moment, he suddenly realized something. That's right, the heavenly Tao has been successfully nurtured. The spiritual energy of the great Qin world is about to recover, and the world's degeneration is about to end. Having successfully absorbed the new ability, he very confidently extended his hand and gave an order. Warriors of great Qin, the tribulation is complete. Quickly clean up the battlefield and follow us back to Xianyang. We will celebrate with all the generals and soldiers. Hearing the joyous news of the great victory, the soldiers were extremely excited, raising their weapons to the sky and cheering in unison. A few days later, he rode the giant dragon in a triumphant return to his homeland, the city of Xianyang. Everyone in the city, from generals and soldiers to commoners, old and young, all paid attention and ran out to see. Quick, look what that is. A soldier, seeming to recognize the return of his empire's emperor, rejoiced. It's His Majesty. His Majesty has returned in triumph. Quick, go inform His Majesty the first emperor. At this time, he rode the giant dragon, flying in the sky, spreading the joyous news of his glorious victory in unifying the country. Generals and soldiers of the 5 great battalions, return to your barracks first. We're going to see the imperial father first to confer titles and celebrate your merits. The soldiers below joyfully welcomed his return. Thank you, Your Majesty. The giant dragon soared in the sky, looking incredibly mighty, causing all the people behind to be amazed. A little boy pointed to the sky. Mr. Quick, look, someone is flying the sky. Another person heard this and added, that is His Majesty, the Emperor of our great Qin. At this moment, he looked incredibly majestic and imposing, sitting comfortably on the back of the giant dragon, leaving everyone stunned. Quick, look, His Majesty the Emperor is riding on a dragon's back. At this time, Ying Ji rode the giant dragon and flew to where Ying Zheng was. Seeing his son return safe and sound, he cried out with joy. Qi is truly a divine being to have tamed such a divine beast. The great ministers standing beside also watched with joy. His Majesty is truly a man of heavenly abilities to be able to ride a divine dragon. Other great ministers also buzzed with excitement. His Majesty's divine might is a blessing for great Qin. He jumped from the giant dragon's back from high above and grumbled, "A creature this big is really not suitable to be kept in the palace. I must find a place to arrange for it." As soon as he landed, he walked over to Ying Zheng and respectfully clasped his hands. "Imperial Father, your son has returned." The minister beside him immediately bowed respectfully. "This subject pays his respects to your Majesty." Ying Zheng, seeing his son bring victory back to the empire, still couldn't quite believe it. "Cheer! Is the matter of the tribulation complete?" He then boasted to him about his achievements in the recent campaign. "I've troubled Imperial Father with worry. Although this tribulation had some unexpected events, it was ultimately completed smoothly and with no small gains." Hearing him say this, Ying Zheng was also extremely curious. "That's good. Cheer, quickly tell us how you tamed such a ferocious divine beast." He then began to tell him about his recent journey. "This is a long story. Let your son explain in more detail." As if he had found his confidant, he followed him inside for an intimate chat. "No rush. Speak slowly. Tell your mother too." After that, they chattered away happily as they walked and talked. Very happily. At this time, while resting in his room after the long campaign, he called the system settle the rewards for killing enemies. The system obeyed and displayed notifications. The army under the host command killed 890,000 enemies, receiving 1,230,000 experience points. Experience from killing enemies received 300,000. Killing a level 29 enemy received 80,000 experience. Congratulations to the host for leveling up to level 36. Congratulations to the host for completing the World Ascension mission and successfully passing 5 tribulations. Reward: 4 Xian-grade treasure chests, 1 D-grade treasure chest. Open treasure chests. Congratulations to the host for obtaining spirit grain seeds. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Heavenly Mandate 4 Symbols Art, high-grade D rank. Congratulations to the host. Receive the Earth Tier Flame Longevity Pill Recipe. Congratulations to the host for receiving the forging method for the Raging Fire Sword, a 3rd-tier Earth-grade divine weapon. He looked at the items he had just received and was overjoyed. An upgrade and so many treasure chests. This is a huge profit. He clicked on an item that looked like an incredibly precious treasure chest. 1 more Earth-tier treasure chest to open. Then, the treasure chest opened, revealing a series of items of immense power. Congratulations to the host for receiving the Ling Xiao's Edge, a high-grade heaven-tier divine weapon. It was a treasured sword that seemed to have been elaborately forged, inlaid with green gems. Next was a treasure shaped like a green orb, looking very rare and containing a great deal of power. Congratulations to the host for receiving the Fate Pearl, a high-grade heaven-tier magic treasure. Seeing these 2 treasures appear from the chest, he cried out in joy. "This is 2 heaven-tier items in one opening. I'm so lucky this time." He held the sword, which was emitting a green divine aura and looked incredibly mighty, and exclaimed in surprise, "Ling Xiao's Edge, could it be the one from my memories, the strongest divine weapon in that Mangacap world?" Then, he immediately tested the sword's power by pointing it straight at the sky. It truly released a terrifying power, emitting a green light that covered the entire sky. He exclaimed in awe, "It really is a heaven-tier divine weapon, truly the Ling Xiao sword. This is too formidable." The powerful green light then unleashed immeasurable strength, piercing through the roof and into the sky, sending tiles and stones flying everywhere. The soldiers standing guard outside also looked on in utter panic and wondered, "What is that?" The man next to him continued, "It seems to be a celestial phenomenon." He looked at the information panel of the treasure and clicked his tongue in admiration. With this divine weapon, my strength will definitely increase by a lot. This pearl is also a heaven-tier magic treasure. The system displayed detailed information about the treasure. The fate magic treasure of the elf goddess. Attribute has healing properties. Using the magic treasure at full power can release a forbidden magic spell. The life-enveloping healing aura covers 1,000 zhong, can accelerate wound recovery, can heal serious injuries, but cannot dispel internal energy injuries. He held the magic treasure in his hand as it radiated extremely powerful streams of energy. He couldn't hide his joy at possessing this priceless treasure. If injured, it can triple the speed of wound recovery. Although it's magic from the Western realms, as long as it's effective, it's a good magic treasure. Haha, this tribulation crossing world has really upgraded quite a bit this time. After speaking, he immediately thought about how to use these treasures effectively. With such a divine weapon and high-level martial arts, shouldn't I go to an instance to test them out? With that thought, he searched his memories. If I remember correctly, I should still have 2 chances to open a random world instance. It seems I'll have to trouble my old father to be regent again. A moment later, Ying Ji had arrived at Ying Zheng's location to discuss the important matter of his intention to roam the world. Just now, after hearing his proposal, Ying Zheng teased him. "Qi, you've just returned and you already want to go into seclusion? Are you really afraid that your father here will be idle?" He replied tactfully, "Imperial father, you are the greatest emperor of all time." Before he could finish his sentence, a high-ranking minister, along with 2 others, walked in from outside, clasped their hands respectfully, and reporting to your majesty. This old subject has a matter to report. Hearing this, Ying Ji wondered, Prime Minister Liu, what is there to report? He immediately reported on the current situation. The territory of our great Qin is vast, with countless forests and mountains. Recently, officials from all 4 directions have frequently reported incidents of ferocious beasts attacking the people. Hearing this news, he immediately imagined scenes of ferocious beasts with glowing, blood-red eyes, looking extremely vicious, attacking civilians and soldiers without hesitation. He wondered, ferocious, strange beasts. Then he gradually came to a realization. The revival of spiritual energy seems to have also caused mutations in the ferocious beasts of the great Qin world. Not letting this bad situation continue, he quickly issued a directive. This is not unexpected. Pass on our decree. Have the commanderies and counties throughout the realm, especially cities near forests and mountains, increase their patrol forces. Once a wild beast attack is discovered, kill it immediately. The minister below clasped his hands respectfully and accepted the order. This subject will obey the decree. A moment later, he gave the order to summon. Where is Master O? Instantly, a high-ranking minister named O Xiong, a descendant of the master swordsmith O Yezi, appeared, clasped his hands in a salute, and said, "This subject is here." He wanted to know some important information from him. The skeletons transported back from the desert are top-grade materials for forging weapons. Can the weapons forged from these skeletons arm the entire army of our great Qin? O Xiong immediately reporting to your majesty, although there are many skeletons, it is still not enough to arm the entire army. Therefore, this subject thinks we should fuse these skeletons with iron to forge more powerful weapons. More powerful? He felt that the man's words were very reasonable, and asked further, this idea is not bad. So, how is the forging of the heavy-armored iron cavalry going? He immediately provided information regarding his question, reporting to your majesty. The heavy-armored iron cavalry requires refined iron. This subject is accelerating and supervising the forging. Hearing this, he took out a scroll from his person containing the blueprint for the weapon he needed and requested. The matter of forging is all under your management. In addition, we have a blueprint here. See if you can forge it with your ability. The man quickly reached out to take the scroll. As soon as he opened it to look, he was astonished and exclaimed loudly, "Your Majesty, this weapon is too powerful. This subject probably cannot forge it right now, but in the long run, 2 years, no, 1 year, this subject can definitely create it." Hearing this answer, he was extremely satisfied. Very good. We give his blueprint to you. For all forging matters, if you need anything, just go find the two prime ministers. With Ying Zheng's full support, he was also filled with determination. This subject will definitely not disappoint your majesty. Then he turned to another minister and ordered, this time we're going to another world, and the situation is still unclear. We do not want to rashly lead a large army. Ruoyu, lead 5,000 shadow guards to follow us. Ruoyu respectfully clasped his hands and accepted the order. This subject accepts the decree. Ying Zheng, who had been sitting silently behind, now walked to Ying Zhi's side, placed a hand on his shoulder, and asked doubtfully, "Cheer, is it too risky to bring only 5,000 men?" However, all these matters had been carefully planned by him, so no mistakes could occur. He reassured him, "Imperial Father, rest assured, if we encounter a situation, I will contact this place through the power of Providence. It won't be too late to lead troops then." He was very proud of his son and decided to entrust him with full authority. "All right, Cheer, be careful with everything. Your Imperial Father is here to handle the affairs of Great Qin." He was also determined not to disappoint his father and replied firmly, "Then I will have to trouble Imperial Father. Your son will immediately open a passage to the other world." With that, he turned and ordered Ruoyu immediately summon the shadow guards. Ruoyu clasped his hands and accepted the order, yes. However, in his heart, he was also very worried and nervous about the upcoming journey. He also didn't know which world would be open this time. After the successful teleportation, the system announced, "Congratulations to the host for successfully opening the Great Gate to the world of Great Ming." At that time, in the world of Great Ming, the internal scenery of the Ming Empire was a scene of endless, towering mountains, hidden in thick fog. This scene was truly poetic and majestic. Ying Zhi and the soldiers behind him, having just stepped out of the teleportation gate, couldn't help but be stunned and offer words of praise. The scenery here is so beautiful, and spiritual energy is everywhere. Could it be that this great Ming world is already a world where martial arts reign supreme? With that, he turned and gave an order, "Ruoyu, lead the shadow guards and hide in the shadows for now. I will call you when needed." Ruoyu respectfully clasped his hands and accepted the order, yes. He stood on the high cliffs, looking down at the overall landscape to assess the situation. This place seems to be a spiritual meridian, and there are so many palaces. He suddenly made a guess. Could this be some martial arts sect of the Great Ming world? I'll go down and take a look. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately dashed down from the cliff towards the magnificent palace in front of him. As soon as he landed, he looked around at the surrounding scenery and made another silent assessment. There is a spiritual meridian under this lake. From the looks of it, it's at least a mid-grade spiritual meridian. Truly a place of outstanding people and spiritual land. In the future, controlling this world will provide endless resources. At this moment, in the 100 Flowers Palace, a beautiful woman with long, flowing hair was soaking in the lake, completely relaxed and comfortable. That young lady was known as Huang Yu. Just then, another beautiful woman appeared, also at one with nature, as innocent as a blade of grass, playfully splashing water in the lake. This young lady was Ling Xing. She said to Huang Yu, "Sister, this time in seclusion, my cultivation has progressed greatly. I'm one step closer to the heaven-human realm." Huang Yu then stood up and calmly explained, "Without entering the heaven-human realm, one still cannot dominate the world or gain a foothold in these chaotic times. But with our talent, we can definitely step into the heaven-human realm within 10 years. Ling Xing, beside her, was overjoyed upon hearing these words. Ying Zhi, watching from afar, his eyes went wide and his nose started to bleed. He was setting off fireworks in his belly. "No way, I just arrived and there's already such a benefit. Who could stand this?" But in an instant, the two sisters discovered him. Both of them seemed to sense something and immediately turned their heads to look. "There's someone here. We've set up a restriction. How did someone get in?" As soon as they finished speaking, they quickly changed to prepare to deal with an enemy that could appear at any moment. At this point, they had changed back into their regular clothes and loudly questioned, "Who's there? Come out." Ying did not hide at all, but innocently walked over to stand opposite the two sisters, raised a hand to scratch his head, and said shyly, "You two young ladies." They couldn't believe their eyes and shouted in unison, "It's a man. How dare you barge into our 100 Flowers palace and tarnish our sister's purity?" Both of them were furious and simultaneously raised their hands, flying towards him to attack. The male protagonist looked up, smiled as he looked at their hands, and thought to himself, unexpectedly, the cultivation of these two girls has also reached the great grandmaster level. It seems this great Ming world is indeed unfathomably deep. Unfathomably deep. Ying raised both hands to block their attack. One person fought against two, clashing directly, with power radiating everywhere around them. Xianyu landed on the ground and looked at him. This cultivation, great grandmaster. Ling Xing, standing beside her, also frowned and asked him, "Who are you? Why did you sneak into the 100 Flowers palace and defile our sister's purity?" The male protagonist still had a bright smile on his face as he scratched his head and looked at them. "About that, if I said it was unintentional, would you believe me?" Ling Xing angrily attacked. 100 Flowers break. What, unintentional? You villain, you scoundrel, you must die today. Ying took out his treasured sword, held it in his hand, and calculated just in time to test this treasured sword on you. Xianyu recognized the sword in his hand and shouted a warning. "That sword, Aura. It's a heaven-tier divine weapon. Ling Xing, be careful." The male protagonist swung his hand a few times towards the front and was able to send both of them flying. Ling Xing and Xianyu were struck by the force and fell to the ground. Crying out in pain, Ling Xing angrily looked up at him and asked, "Villain, who on earth are you?" Ying immediately stepped closer, looked at them, and introduced himself, Ying of Great Qin. Qin Noyet looked at him in alarm. Ying, that name is quite familiar. Ling Xing, still angry and distrustful, shouted loudly, "Humph, you audacious villain, speaking such nonsense. Are you from the Jinui or the Dragon Guarding Villa?" The male protagonist thought to himself, "Jinui, Dragon Guarding Villa, it seems the powers in this great Ming world are quite complex." He looked at the two and replied neither. He smirked and said in a teasing tone, "Actually, I am a number 1 flower thief of the Great Ming." He lowered himself to sit in front of them, continuing his roguish smile, "That I've heard of the 2 palace mistresses of the 100 Flowers palace, whose beauty is heavenly and can topple nations. Today, I've come especially to pluck these flowers." Ling Xing, terrified, held out her hands, shrinking back while shouting, "Villain, even in death, I will not let you succeed." Ying grabbed her arm, wondering in disbelief, they actually believe it? "This aura of ours, in what way does it resemble a flower thief?" Ling Xing immediately struggled. "Villain, let go." He tossed 2 sparkling golden pills into their mouths, making them ask suspiciously, "Hey, what did you make us eat?" The male protagonist stood up straight, crossed his arms, and looked at the two that "I'm a flower thief. What do you think I gave you to eat?" Ling Xing immediately thought of a possibility. "Sister, this villain, he fed us his aphrodisiac." Ying chuckled to himself. Hee, not scaring you two would truly be unwise." Ling Xing was still looking at him, declaring loudly, "Villain, if you dare touch me, I will definitely kill you." Qin Noyet, standing beside her, looked down at her own hand. "That's not right, Ling Xing. My internal energy is full. What he gave us seems to be a healing pill." The male protagonist turned, waved his hand, and prepared to leave. "Get up. Your wounds have healed." Both of them looked up at him, bewildered. Suddenly, a group of female disciples from the 100 Flowers palace rushed forward with swords. "Audacious villain, barging into the 100 Flowers palace. Kill him." Immediately, a voice rang out, stopping them. "Stop." Ling Xing looked at her arm and said, "Sister, my wound really has healed." Qin Noyet held out her hand to signal everyone that he is not an enemy. "All disciples, stand down." Ying glanced at the two of them behind him and asked, "Your wounds are healed, yet you still won't let me go." Ling Xing looked at him and spoke up, "You villain, You barged into the Hundred Flowers Palace and spied on my sister and me bathing. If word of this gets out, the male protagonist raised both hands to explain to them, hey, I really didn't do it on purpose. Don't tell me you want me to take responsibility. Suddenly, from a distance, a female disciple ran over in a panic to report. First palace mistress, second palace mistress. This is bad. The people from the Eastern Depot and Western Depot have surrounded our Hundred Flowers Palace. Ling Xing asked in alarm what. When Noyet, standing beside her, was calmer and analyzed, Lu Jing has finally made a move against us. This time, he has joined forces with the Eastern and Western depots, wanting to exterminate our Hundred Flowers Palace because we pledged allegiance to the dragon guarding villa. Ling Xing looked at her, sister. What should we do? When Noyet lowered her head and could only say helplessly, our Hundred Flowers Palace is facing a great disaster. We might be annihilated. Before she could finish her sentence, she was cut off by Ying Ji. How about making a deal with me? The male protagonist smiled and asked them, I'll take care of those eunuchs outside, and as for what happened today, we'll just let it slide, all right? Ling Xing stared at him in surprise. Did I hear you right? You mean you want to oppose the Eastern and Western depots? Ying Ji turned and walked forward, leaving them with a single sentence. If you don't refuse, I'll take it as your agreement. Now I'm off to meet those eunuchs. When Noyet turned her head and ordered the other female disciples, by my order, all disciples of the Hundred Flowers Palace, prepare to face the enemy. Those people immediately bowed respectfully and replied, we respectfully obey the first palace mistress's decree. Ying Ji walked in front, followed by Huan Niet and Ling Xing, along with a group of other female disciples, out to the entrance of the Hundred Flowers Palace. The two leaders and a crowd of subordinates from the Eastern and Western depots were already waiting outside. The Eastern Depot's governor, Lu Jing, sitting on horseback, sneered at them, Yo, since when did the principles of the Hundred Flowers Palace change? You're even accepting male disciples now. Ling Xing looked at him with contempt and asked, How I conduct my affairs is no concern of eunuch Lu. What is the meaning of you surrounding our Hundred Flowers Palace today? The Western Depot's governor, Gu Dafeng, also sitting on horseback, angrily pointed forward. First Palace Mistress Huan Noyet, today you must make a choice. If the Hundred Flowers Palace serves our Eastern and Western depots, you can avoid the calamity of annihilation. Otherwise, the subordinates standing nearby began to draw their bows. He threatened, after today, the Hundred Flowers Palace will no longer need to exist. Ying Ji, who had been silent until now, activated his power, which enveloped his body. These eunuchs sure talk a lot of nonsense. Gu Dafeng lowered his head, secretly observing him as a master of the Grandmaster realm. Then he looked at him and asked, Who might you be, sir? Ying Ji stepped forward and looked at them. Enough nonsense. I'll let you make the first move. Lu Jing retorted, Opposing me is opposing the Great Ming. Aren't you afraid of incurring the wrath of our Great Ming's imperial court? The male protagonist laughed contemptuously twice. Ha! The Great Ming. Seeing his attitude, he waved his hand and ordered, You court death. Jin Yui killed him. He raised his hand, and a barrier appeared in front of him, blocking all the incoming arrows like a swarm of ants. The arrows shot back towards them, surprising the subordinates. The information panel continuously appeared. Host killed a level 5 enemy, received 1,000 experience points. Host killed a level 8 enemy, received 1,500 experience points. Ying Ji thought to himself, killing enemies with martial arts strength gives more experience than slaughtering a whole city. Lu Jing, ducking to avoid the arrows, continued to point and order, He killed my Jin Yui. He's asking for death. If I don't kill you today, how can I, this governor, maintain my footing in the Great Ming? Many subordinates from the Eastern Depot rushed forward to attack the male protagonist at once that you're asking for death. He reached out his hand and continued to unleash his power to strike back. The Eastern Depot subordinates were sent flying before they could even get close. The information panel continued to appear repeatedly. Host killed a level 25 enemy, received 85,000 points. Host killed a level 23 enemy, received 74,500 experience points. Host killed. Ying Zheng clenched his fist, smiled, and asked satisfying, "Any more? Bring it on." Qin Dynasty, standing behind, widened her eyes in surprise. This person's strength is truly unfathomable. Ling Xing at her side also commented, "His cultivation is too terrifying. Even the two of us, my sister and I combined, are no match for him." Both leaders of the Eastern and Western depots attacked at the same time. Grandmaster Realm. Lu Jing shouted, "Kill." Gut Dafeng reached out and rushed towards him. "I must drain your cultivation dry as a stepping stone for this governor to ascend to the Heaven Man realm." Ling Xing asked worriedly, "Sister, aren't we going to help him?" Qin Dynasty, standing behind, placed a hand on her shoulder point. Two peak Grandmaster Realm experts are making their move. If we go up there, we'll only cause more chaos. Besides, he has a heaven-ranked divine weapon on him. Those two eunuchs can't hurt him. The situation in front was exactly as she had said. With just one swing of his sword, Ying Zheng sent the two eunuchs flying. Lu Jing stomped on the ground and gritted his teeth. This person's strength, I'm afraid it has already reached the level of the Heaven Man realm. Since when did the 100 Flowers Palace have such an expert guarding it? Gut Dafeng, next to him, still being pushed back, struggled to stabilize himself and said the thing in his hand is a heaven-ranked divine weapon. Impossible. Ying Zheng pointed his sword straight at them and declared, "I'm taking your lives." Gut Dafeng looked at him in fear. Don't kill me. I can offer you everything. I can serve you with all my might." Lu Jing also began to threaten out of fear. "If you kill me, the Great Ming will not let you go." The male protagonist didn't stop and continued with a slash, making them scream miserably, "Da-da." He laughed heartily, "Haha, too late." Two information panels appeared in succession. Congratulations to the host for killing a level 38 enemy. Received 1 million experience points. Received high-grade heaven-rank cultivation method, Heaven Realm Divine Art. Received 1,000 high-grade spirit stones. Congratulations to the host for killing a level 40 enemy. Received 1.5 million experience points. Received high-grade earth-rank cultivation method, Absorption Art. Received 1,000 high-grade spirit stones. The remaining subordinates of the Eastern and Western depots were terrified by the scene before them and turned to flee. The governor is dead. Run. A Heaven Man realm expert. He's not someone we can fight against. Run. Retreat. Report the information to His Majesty and let the Emperor decide. Quick retreat. Ying Zheng frowned and dashed towards them. Running? You are all my experience points. What do you think you're running? The male protagonist's eyes seemed to emit fire, flashing with a deadly red light. The sword in his hand slashed forward. Begin. Open Demon Sword Attribute. Ling Xiao Sword. The Heart Sword rules life. The Demon Sword rules death. Divided into two attributes. During the process of killing, the Demon Sword attribute is unlocked. Provides additional strength to the host. The male protagonist swung his blade, drawing a circle in the air and slashing straight through two subordinates. His eyes became increasingly crimson, and his face gradually took on a terrifying, bloodthirsty expression. Qin Dynasty, watching from the side, exclaimed, "Such terrifying strength." Ling Xing, beside her, also said worriedly, "It seems he's gone mad with killing. He's not going to kill us too, is he?" Ying Zheng, while frantically slaughtering, shouted, "Kill. I must break through to the Heaven Man realm." The information panel's text changed continuously. Congratulations to the host for leveling up to level 37. Congratulations to the host for leveling up to level 38. Congratulations to the host for leveling up to level 39. Congratulations to the host for leveling up to level 40. After an hour, The male protagonist finally stopped his sword, looked at the tragic scene before him, and exclaimed one word, satisfying. He thought happily to himself, I just got here and already leveled up 4 times in a row. My cultivation is rising really fast. Ling Xing looked at his back as he prepared to leave and asked loudly, are you planning to just leave like that? Ying Ji tilted his head, glanced at her, and asked, oh, if not, then what? The male protagonist smirked and retorted, could it be that the 2 palace mistresses really want me to take responsibility? Ling Xing said angrily in a loud voice, You've sullied the innocence of my sister and me. Of course you have to take responsibility. As soon as these words were spoken, Huin Noyet, standing beside her, reached out to stop her. She looked towards Ying Ji and explained, don't listen to her nonsense. It's just that today you killed Lu Jing and so many Jinyui, openly making an enemy of the eastern and western depots. It's best if you follow us back to the palace first to discuss the next steps. The male protagonist turned and agreed with her. The first palace mistress makes sense. Then I will follow you 2 back to the palace to discuss things first. Huin Noyet turned her head and ordered the others, disciples of the Flowers Palace, quickly dispose of all the bodies. Those disciples immediately bowed respectfully and replied, as the first palace mistress commands. Ying Ji's hand picked up the glass of water on the table. A voice echoed inside the room. Things have come to this. Shouldn't you reveal your identity now? The male protagonist looked puzzledly at the 2 people sitting opposite him. Didn't I already say it? I am Ying Ji. Ling Xing asked back distrustfully, the crown prince of Great Qin. Ying Ji, are you trying to fool a ghost? He was surprised and exclaimed, oh, after so many years, I didn't expect you 2 would still know of the crown prince of Great Qin, Ying Ji. Xianyu looked at him and said, of course. Several thousand years ago, the Great Qin Empire ruled the world. Qin Shi Huang, Ying Zheng, and the crown prince, Ying Ji, conquered the 6 states and controlled the world. It was that father and son who truly ushered in the great era of martial arts. It's just that the Great Qin Empire fell several thousand years ago. Ling Xing frowned at him. You actually came up with that? If you don't want to take responsibility for my sister and me, you should at least think of a more suitable reason, right? Ying Ji thought to himself, I didn't expect this world to also have records related to me. He asked them with a serious face, so how did Qin Shi Huang and Ying Ji die in the end? Xianyu lowered her head and replied, although Qin Shi Huang, Ying Zheng, and the crown prince, Ying Ji, held the world in their hands and commanded the submission of the 4 seas, they ultimately couldn't escape birth, aging, sickness, and death. Qin Shi Huang died in his pursuit of immortality, and Crown Prince Ying Ji was assassinated. The male protagonist continued to ask her, assassinated again? Then what about the powerful experts of Great Qin at that time? And what was the final fate of Great Qin? Xianyu looked up and stared at the male protagonist. According to historical records, after the crown prince was assassinated, Qin Shi Huang was enraged and killed 1 million people related to the matter. In the end, he failed to achieve immortality and passed away in sorrow, taking the treasures of the Great Qin Empire and Crown Prince Ying Ji with him into eternal slumber. As for the powerful experts of Great Qin, they were killed by the succeeding Qin heir. Ying Ji asked her puzzledly, the Great Qin's treasure? Why don't I know about it? She continued to tell him, it is said that whoever obtains the Great Qin's treasure can ascend to the Heavenman realm and reach the peak of the immortal God realm. Ling Xing, sitting beside her unhappily, tilted her head to look at her and asked, Sister, why are you telling this villain so much? He doesn't even know about the Great Qin's treasure, yet he dares to call himself the Crown Prince of Great Qin, Ying Ji. Ying Ji extended his hand and reintroduced himself. I am not the Crown Prince of Great Qin. I am the Emperor of Great Qin, Ying Ji. Ling Xing turned her face away, refusing to look at him. The Emperor of Great Qin, Ying Ji? Then you should quickly dispatch your grand army to come and marry my sister. And me. He leaned forward slightly and asked her, are you that eager to marry me? Xianyu then spoke up to explain, don't listen to Ling Xing's nonsense. It's just that we really need to think about how to deal with what's next. How about you stay at the 100 Flowers Palace for now? The male protagonist rested his chin on his hand and said nonchalantly, "Staying here is naturally good. This place has a charming style, and I have 2 beloved consorts to accompany me." As soon as she heard him say that, Ling Xing immediately bristled. Humph. Who is your beloved consort? Ying Ji looked at the 2 of them and said, "It's just that I still have things to do. I need you to have the disciples of the 100 Flowers Palace spread news that I single-handedly wiped out the eastern and western depots today." Xian Yu looked at him, not understanding, and asked, "Spread the news? Why?" "The great Ming court and other forces will hunt you down at all costs." Ling Xing also spoke up puzzledly to remind him, "That's right. Do you know the consequences of doing that? They can even mobilize true Heaven Man realm experts." Ying Ji looked up and said confidently, "That's right. I want them to come find me themselves. And the more, the better." In a luxurious palace, an angry voice questioned, "How can this be? Who would be so audacious? Your Majesty, this traitor dares to provoke the heavenly might and oppose our great Ming court. Death by 1,000 cuts is not enough to atone for his crimes." Another official continued in detail, reporting to your Majesty, "According to my investigation, Lu Taidu, along with several thousand brocaded road guards of the eastern and western depots, did indeed die at the hands of a man named Ying Ji. That emperor was Emperor Wu of Ming, Zhuo Zhao." He angrily shot to his feet and shouted, "Ying Ji? Why doesn't he just call himself Ying Zheng?" Overcome with rage, Zhuo Zhao immediately issued an urgent order. "Divine Marquis, I don't care who he is. I just want him dead." The Divine Marquis clasped his hands respectfully and accepted the order. "This subject accepts the decree." A court attendant entered in a great hurry. Seeing his undignified posture, an official reprimanded him. "What's with all the panic? Have you no decorum?" The attendant reported loudly, "Reporting to your Majesty, it's bad. Something has happened at the dragon guarding villa." Hearing the bad news, the Divine Marquis frowned tensely and questioned the man, "What happened to my dragon guarding villa?" At this moment, outside the villa's gate, the guards were extremely tense, holding their weapons and threatening the person opposite them. "Who are you? Do you have a death wish, daring to barge into the dragon guarding villa?" Ying Ji stepped forward calmly, completely unfazed. Ying Ji of Great Qin. Hearing the famous name, the guards' fighting spirit flared up as they hastily prepared for battle. Ying Ji? Could he be the one from the rumors? The one who killed the brocaded row guards of the 2 eastern and western depots. Ying Ji? Could he be the one from the rumors? The one who previously killed the brocaded row guards of the 2 eastern and western depots. Ying Ji calmly listened to him detail his achievements, his hand gathering power, ready to deal with the crowd. In front of him, Ying Ji calmly approached them. His fists were incomparably powerful. Those guards were quickly defeated by him, only able to scream in pain. The system displayed a notification. "Congratulations to the host for killing a level 21 enemy and receiving 5,000 experience points." Based on the system message, Ying Ji was certain, "I've come to the right place. This is still the fastest place to level up." Facing a powerful opponent, the guards hastily gathered and rushed to attack him. One of them, holding a sword, lunged at Ying Ji, not forgetting to shout loudly to show off his might. "Nameless villain, you've come to the dragon guarding villa seeking death. We'll grant your wish. Let's go together." These men were obviously no match for Ying Ji. He easily defeated them in just a few simple moves. With one foot on a man and a hand lifting another unlucky soul, Ying Ji laughed smugly, looking down on his opponents. A bunch of ants. Are there any decent ones? Come out, now." At his words, 4 masters from the villa swooped down from the sky to attack. They combined their power to form a large net, surrounding Ying Ji that you've come to die. The appearance of strong opponents made him feel very interested. He drew a sword, overflowing with sword energy, 0.4 grandmasters. That's more like it. He pointed his sword to the sky. A blazing stream of sword energy shot from the sword towards the net. The four of them couldn't help but worry about his power. One of them struggled to defend. This person's realm is above ours. Attack together. But a moment later, he was struck by a powerful slash from Ying Zheng. He took the full force of the sword strike in great pain. Witnessing Ying Zheng's strength, the four of them were terrified. This is a heaven-grade divine weapon. Hearing this, the person next to her couldn't help but be astonished. What? A heaven-grade divine weapon has appeared in the world. Ying Zheng was impatient. He swung his sword around him, sending the unlucky men around him flying. All of you must die. His eyes burned with a red glow, filled with killing intent as he looked at the weaklings. Kill. He leaped up and continuously attacked the villa's guards. One by one, they were struck down by him. The rest panicked and fled, but still couldn't escape their terrible fate. Realizing the dangerous situation, a grandmaster gave a loud order. Disciples of the dragon-guarding villa, attack together and kill the villain. He shouted loudly, rallying the disciples. Dragon-guarding villa, kill the villain. A powerful attack rushed towards Ying Zheng. He immediately countered with a strong slash in that direction. A burst of sword energy exploded, blocking the attack. True essence body protection. Kill. He extended his hand, releasing all his internal energy towards the crowd. A red aura surrounded him like a god of death. Fallen heart flame. Kill. 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 The flames shooting from him seemed to engulf the entire place. The people of the villa suffered in agony from the torment of the mysterious flames. One person struggled with his last bit of strength to give instructions. Run. Quickly. Go inform the divine marquis. He's not a person, he's a demon. The flames gradually dissipated. Corpses lay scattered on the ground. Ying Zheng walked over and grabbed an unlucky soul who had already passed away. The system bar continuously chimed. Congratulations to the host for killing a level 34 enemy, receiving 150,000 experience points, receiving the high-grade Xian rank martial skill brocade, restraining true Qi, and receiving 500 commercial grade. Spirit stones. Congratulations to the host for killing 32 enemies, receiving 120,000 experience points, receiving the high-grade martial Dao Ascension pill, and receiving over 500 high-grade spirit stones. Congratulations to the host for killing 4,585 people and receiving 160,000 experience points. Congratulations to the host for reaching level 41. Congratulations to the host for achieving the Heaven Man realm. Ying Zheng was excited by the generous rewards. The system displayed a selection panel. Ding! It has been detected that the host has 3 types of conception to choose from. 1. Choose the Imperial Way. Cultivate the path of the Imperial Way's laws. 2. Choose the Killing Way. Cultivate the path of the Killing Way's laws. 3. Choose the Imperial Killing Way. Walk the path of the Imperial Killing Way, using the laws of the Imperial Way to rule over the 3,000 worlds and the Killing Way to slaughter all enemies. Ying Zheng smiled and chose decisively. Is there even a choice? Of course, I choose the Imperial Killing Way. The system announced, congratulations to the host for unlocking the Imperial Killing Way Conception, Level 1. Effect. Recovery speed increased by 30%. True Qi increased by 30%. Stamina recovery speed and overall strength increased by 30%. Having completed the mission, an excited Ying Zheng rushed out of the villa towards the next destination. Dragon Guarding Villa cleared. On to the next point. Heaven Man Realm, Imperial Killing Way. This time is awesome, huh? In a tavern, the patrons were buzzing, discussing recent news that, is it true? A single person, with his own strength, wiped out the entire Dragon Guarding Villa. Another person exclaimed in shock, huh? Who on earth is so terrifying? Someone else added, I heard about it too. Even the divine marquis didn't dare to show his face. That person hesitated. I think his name is Ying Zheng. Ying Zheng was eating at a nearby table, feeling very pleased as he listened to the gossip about himself. Excellent. I have to say, this great Ming food is truly much more delicious than my great Qin's. Dun Ruo approached, knelt respectfully, and reported with clasped hands, Your Majesty, this subordinate has investigated and found information regarding the treasure. He gestured for him to speak. Dun Ruo continued, The rumor is that our great Qin Empire left behind a secret treasure back then, which contains endless wealth and supreme martial power. Whoever obtains it can rule the world. The place where this secret treasure is hidden is our great Qin Imperial Mausoleum. It's just that no one in the world knows its location, and even if the location of the Imperial Mausoleum is found, it cannot be opened. Ying Zheng looked at him doubtfully. What? Dun Ruo explained in detail. According to legend, only a royal descendant of Great Qin can open the Imperial Mausoleum. This answer made Ying Zheng's face light up with excitement as he said with a smile, Haha, if that's the case, then we'll go to the Imperial Mausoleum first before destroying Great Ming. At the same time, in the Imperial Palace at the Leopard Room, 2 soldiers were standing guard outside. A loud shout came from within, Your Majesty, something terrible has happened. The Emperor was at this moment feeding meat to his beasts. He said calmly, What's the panic? What's the panic? The sky isn't falling. The old high official clasped his hands and reported respectfully, Your Majesty. There's a report from outside the palace that the villain calling himself Ying Zheng, after destroying the dragon-guarding villa, has successively taken down several of our strongholds. It's very likely he came straight from that forbidden city. The Divine Marquis has already gone to make arrangements. He will handle it. A petty thief has scared you like this. How can you manage the eastern and western depots for us? Begone. The high-ranking official was taken aback by this sentence, his expression becoming calmer. Yes, this subject takes his leave. At this moment, the Emperor was still intently watching his beloved beasts devour their meat. The corner of his mouth curled into a smile as he said, The strong eat the weak, the law of survival since ancient times. The scene changes to Lang's Sun, where a rocky waterfall murmurs. Ying Zheng and Dun Ruo stand below, looking up and saying, I didn't expect the terrain to change so much. The entrance to the Imperial Mausoleum from back then has become a watercourse. Dun Ruo continued, Your Majesty, your subordinate patrolled this area just now and found no entrance to the underground palace. Hearing this, he showed no impatience. On the contrary, he was calmer than ever and replied, This is the right place. We opened the formation of the Imperial Mausoleum back then, and I can still sense it now. As soon as he said this, from the middle of the waterfall, a door slowly and majestically appeared. The enormous door, made of a sturdy and durable material, was hidden in the waterfall, showing not a single trace of rust. Dun Ruo was astonished by this sight and exclaimed, The entrance is hidden behind the waterfall. Ying Zheng continued, To think that after 1700 years I would have to open the Great Qin Imperial Mausoleum in this world of the Great Ming. He looked at Dun Ruo and continued, This is our ancestral tomb. We will enter alone. You stand guard outside. He replied, Understood. After giving the instruction, he proceeded towards the great gate, pushed it open, and grunted. HNGH. The sight that greeted Ying Zheng was quite baffling, as the candles inside were all already lit. He slowly walked inside. The surroundings were a scene of rats and insects scurrying everywhere, with objects scattered about. He wondered to himself, why is the layout here slightly different from back then? Could it be that grave robbers have passed through? After advancing a little further, Ying Zheng was shocked to see that the ancestral tomb was no longer intact as it once was. He rushed forward quickly, shouting, Let's go inside and see. Whoever dares to dig up my Ying family's ancestral tomb will be killed without mercy. Right at that moment, a large pillar appeared before Ying Zheng's eyes, encircling a giant ancient tree in its center. A strange aura emanated from the surroundings. He wondered to himself this. How can this be? How could my great Qin imperial mausoleum have turned into this? He directed his gaze towards the stone statues standing around the tree. Suddenly, several tree roots slowly moved, winding towards Ying Zheng, causing him to exclaim in surprise, "Huh?" This was accompanied by a voice. "Ying Zheng, I have been waiting here for you for a very long time." A stranger appeared from nowhere, flinging demonic energy towards Ying Zheng and shouting, "You destroyed my dragon guarding villa. Weren't you very arrogant? Today, I have set up a great formation in the Ying clan's ancestral tomb, waiting for you to come and offer your life as a sacrifice, haha." He refused to yield to him, directly taking the Ling Xiao sword and severing those monstrous tree roots, shouting, "The one who should want to die is you." He nimbly dodged the strikes Ying Zheng swung at him. Ying Zheng, the so-called Great Qin treasure, was merely bait. You walked right into the trap yourself. I didn't expect you to take the bait so quickly. A murderous intent flashed in his eyes, and the corner of his mouth curled into a smile as he continued. "I once heard you say with your own mouth that your soul would also fall into the abyss of death, never to recover for 10,000 culpas." Upon hearing this, Ying Zheng seemed to realize something, his eyes widening as he exclaimed, "That's not right. You're not any divine marquis. It's you." Seeing his identity exposed, the man in the black cloak no longer bothered to hide. He revealed his true form and shouted, "You found out too late. I borrowed the formation you open here back, then to set up a great restrictive formation. Even if your cultivation is higher, it's useless. Don't even think about returning to the world of Great Qin. Just obediently die here." As he finished speaking, a ceiling formation appeared from beneath Ying Zheng's feet, pinning him tightly so he could not move. His dantian was gradually being suppressed by him. He frowned and said, "Huh, it really has been sealed. This guy is sinister. I have to think of a way to get out of here." As he finished speaking, he used all his strength to struggle and leap out of the ceiling formation. "You want me to die? Why don't you ask the sword in my hand?" The man in the black cloak showed no fear. He retreated backward and said, "Wanting to unleash the power of a heaven-tier divine weapon without any cultivation? You're far too naive." As he spoke, he thrust his hand out, launching a direct blow at Ying Zheng and shouting, "When a person dies, they will be swallowed by death." This blow struck Ying Zheng squarely in the chest, sending his entire body slamming into the stone wall. Unable to react in time, he cried out, "Ah!" He continued, "This is your Ying family's tomb. It's a fitting place for you to die." Hearing this, Ying Zheng's expression darkened as he replied, "You're right. This is my Ying family's tomb, the Great Qin Imperial Mausoleum." He shouted right in his face, "But perhaps you don't know that this place is for sacrificing to the souls of my Great Qin's heroic martial generals who died in battle. Did you ask for their permission before causing trouble here?" Finishing his sentence, he plunged the Ling Xiao sword straight into the ground and shouted, "Heroes of Great Qin, return." The man in the black cloak was terrified by the sight before him and exclaimed in shock, "Humph!" Watching the souls of Great Qin's heroes from many generations rise from the ground, Ying Zheng said, "Heroes of Great Qin." He raised his sword, pointed it upwards, and continued, "Awaken, god of slaughter of Great Qin, the human butcher by Qi." A bolt of lightning struck a nearby pillar, causing it to crack and shatter. Lord Wuan, by Qi, then loomed into view with a dark expression. "Lord Wuan, by Qi, is here. Who are you to dare offend my lord of Great Qin?" Seeing this, the man was extremely surprised. "This is the martial soul of Bai Qi." Ying Zheng pointed his sword at him. "Trespass on my Great Qin's forbidden land, and you will be killed without mercy." At the same time, Lord Wuan, Bai Qi, also swung the tip of his spear towards him. "Killed without mercy." A stream of green energy carrying a murderous aura attacked him. He was immediately thrown backward, exclaiming in surprise, "How is this possible?" Ying Zheng then said loudly, "Lord Wuan, by Qi of Great Qin, slaughtered 400,000 Zhao people at the Battle of Chongping back then, his killing intent running rampant. His martial soul has been here absorbing murderous intent for over 1,700 years. Even if you were a great, overarching golden immortal, you would find it hard to escape death. Lord Wuan, by Qi, once again swung his weapon towards him. Kill. He immediately performed a Taoist spell, and a round, ink-black ball of energy appeared in his palm. But Lord Wuan, by Qi, didn't give him a chance to breathe, attacking continuously. Kill. He was thrown back, crying out in pain. Ying Zheng slowly walked over. Today, the one who must die is still you. His clothes were now torn, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. He smirked and said, Ying Zheng, you think you can kill me just like that? Dream on. The seal on you cannot be broken, so just stay here forever, huh? Hearing this, he was surprised. What did you say? He placed a hand on his chest and muttered, This seal cannot be removed. I should open the passage first and think of a way after returning to the world of Great Qin. The system then appeared, error detected in the system, unable to open the passage to the world of Great Qin. He was a little panicked. What? The passage can't be opened? Do I really have to stay here? The system gave him a suggestion. Host needs to complete a mission to initiate system recovery. Mission 1. Replace the